everybody, to the Blast Rainbow Six Atlanta Major. I'm Saruman the Brown. Some hobbit stole my robe on the flight over. And I'm joined by none other than the Angel of Death. Mr. Death, how you doing today?
Doing okay? Pretty good, man. Do you want me to handle that hobbit problem?
Dude,
I can do it.
So I was thinking about heading to the Shire after this and doing some scouring. You want to join?
I mean, I gotta be there, right? If you're taking people out.
You gotta be there.
Yeah.
We got a lot of things to talk about, of course. Before we get there, before we end up going on some fun activities after the show, we have a major on our hands. The second of two this year, my good friend. And it lasts till November 12th, all the way there. But we have some action-packed first couple days for us, don't we?
Oh, yeah. Especially with this play-in phase, something that's a little bit fresh for Siege this year. And honestly, Saruman, I really enjoy it, man. I don't know about you. I'm always a big fan of, people kind of expiring a little bit early. I know, very, very shocking. And actually, we're going to get that today, but it makes for exciting matches. And that's why I care about it a lot. Today, we're going to have not only some best of ones, folks, but also some best of threes later on in the day to really stretch people thin, see which one of these teams has the gusto, has the drive to try and make it to our main stage.
And of course, if you go to the main stage, you get yourself some SI points, a nice little cash prize as well. That's what we're all wondering, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the money's one thing, blah, 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 but that doesn't really affect us, right? Like, I'm happy they get some money, but that's whatever. What I want to see is who's making it to SI with those SI points, as 350 is basically the de facto cutoff. So if you're one of those playing teams who hasn't qualified for the major yet, barely has any SI points, you make it to the finals, you win the tournament and get that 350, you basically locked yourself in just by showing up and playing.
All right, let's talk about some groups here and see what's going on here for the play-ins. This is all of our groups overall, and today you and I will actually be covering Ninjas in Pajamas and Geekay Esports from Group A. But a lot of really cool talent here. Some teams that I haven't even got to experience yet because, obviously I missed the Copenhagen Major, so I didn't get to my wedding. Yeah, I know.
Death on love.
Yeah, I kill a lot of people, but I also be making love, man. It's just what it is.
Smooth like that.
I'm smooth operator, some would say. Team Bliss is the team that I was referencing, by the way.
Yes.
Had a heck of a run at Copenhagen, a lot of hype around them from the teams especially. Didn't do all that great in Phase 1, but a lot of solid, showcasing of what can potentially be over in Aussie land. So.
And I think especially Geekay in this specific group as well. I mean, they beat Falcons, who were the MENA representative from the Copenhagen Major a few months ago, and seem to be poised to be one of the most promising teams from these kind of newer regions, more so than necessarily Korea or LATAM. Falcons really seemed promising, and Geekay beat them this stage. So how they perform against NIP, who's to say? We still have, of course, the game to watch later on, but they definitely might just be one of the most promising additions to the Atlanta Major roster. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, SI is the big elephant in the room for this event.
Oh, yes.
Many teams already qualified, not all of them at this event, but 9 teams at this event have already qualified for SI, but an extra 7 just by making it out of plans will make the SI in Atlanta, or in Brazil.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting, especially because it's in Brazil. I don't know if you saw these. You more than likely did, but for the folks at home, SI's completely sold out, man, and they're trying to find a way to fit more people in the venue. Just absolutely ludicrous. Everybody wants to go. Everybody wants to be that team that takes the hammer home in Brazil, and it could be any of these squads. I think it's so very cool that we have so many different squads from across the globe right now that are right on the precipice of being able to get into SI. So very cool, especially with the faces that we already have at the top of your screen, some new ones, some old guard, a lot of things to be had here.
Well, definitely the one I think everyone is watching is BDS down towards the bottom, because they did have a very poor stage 1, did miss Copenhagen, but we all know they can be a top contender for the hammer, let alone the major trophy, for the hammer in Brazil in February. So they're already qualified to the stage 2. They're already well on their way to qualifying, but they are in, as opposed to, say, Virtus Pro or M80, some of the big names we see, they still have a long road ahead of them compared to the other regional counterparts.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think you can say that for a lot of these squads, but that's what this is all about, right? The play-ins are all about making sure that you have what it takes to be able to compete against the top squads in the world. And, well, we got to get into the schedule now here, folks. It's going to be Geekay and NIP to start us off here. That's going to be handled by us. And then we're going to have Sandbox with Crest. And then the game that you and I talked about a little bit earlier, Wolves and Bliss, my friend. How are you feeling about this one?
That's the one that I'm really keen to watch, because Bliss, at both the Copenhagen Major and the Atlanta Major, have had a reputation in scrims for the event as being very promising, very lethal in scrims. But if you watched Copenhagen, they did not have that performance on game day. Now, to be fair, they had to fight W7M in their group, who went on to win the event, but they still were eliminated very early on, and it didn't match the reputation that they had. But I've heard the same things in the lead up to Atlanta that I heard in the lead up to Copenhagen. And now that they have some international experience under their belt, I really want to see how they perform against Wolves in that best of one. Though, slight second, I will say, SSG Alpha Atheris could also be exciting, as you and I did cast that LATAM region. And Alpha Atheris seem to be the most promising team inside of that region by a wide margin.
Yeah, and I think my favorite thing about them is that they really want to fight. Like, whenever we watch them, they are really gung-ho about a lot of different situations, but I also like that they can bring some thought process into things, you know? A lot of strategy here for them, but up against Space Station, we really don't know how that's going to go, just because SSG, especially with this new roster, they're so dynamic. I know we say that all the time, but this team, you can't get a read on them, dude. It's impossible. It's like every single time that you show up for the boss fight, it's a different kind of scene.
You got to learn the rhythm every single time.
Exactly.
Though, Jack did posted on a bingo card to see how many teams ban Blitz against SSG, so keep track. That might be a popular strategy for some teams at home. We do have the bracket for this specific group that we have on the B stream. It is Group A and D here, and Groups B and C on the A stream. Of course, as we said, the first game, NIP Geekay, second, Sandbox Crest. If you're NIP right now, Sam, you are very happy with this group draw. I mean, obviously, you know, Geekay, I think, are probably the second best team in this group. You know, Sandbox, second in Korea, Crest, third in Japan. But Korea, it's been a long time since D plus Key, or Damwon Key at the time, was one round away from making it to the finals over phase at the Diablo Major. Korea is not the same region it once was, unfortunately.
No, sadly. But that doesn't mean that they can't bounce back. You know, that is the beauty of having so many different regions playing your game, right? Is that you can kind of copy notes. It's like, hey, here's my homework. Just make sure it's not the same, right? So we'll see what they can do. I definitely think that when it comes to just the overarching story of Group A, Nip is definitely laughing straight to the bank with this one. But we'll have to see. We've seen this team implode before as well, Carter. So a little bit of a coin flip off rip just to see where their headspace is, and then we can kind of roll through this group and maybe have some better predictions.
Well, certainly, in terms of comparing the Stage 2 performance of NIP to the Stage 1 performance, Stage 1, they just barely squeaked into the LCQ, one round away from being eliminated and losing to Los 1, now Los. It was not at all solid for them to get here in Stage 1. This go-around, much, much better. 3-1 in their group, qualifying third through the regional stage. Didn't even need the LCQ this time. Though, of course, you got to give credit to Geekay on the other side of the table. There might not be an LCQ in MENA, but they didn't drop a single match the entire game, even against Falcons.
Thank you. Gotta mention that as well, because Falcons was a force to be reckoned with the last time we saw them on an international stage. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. But folks, if you didn't know, well, now you know. The MENA region, very, very passionate about the game of Rainbow Six Siege, and they have been for eons, it feels. I mean, what were they fighting for 2-3 years just to get the region on the map where they could come compete internationally? It's a beautiful story, and I'm so happy that it's ended up working out for so many of these squads where they get to finally join us and show us their version of Siege, because genuinely it's just so cool to watch when you have storylines like this.
And Falcons especially, they demonstrated a very aggressive play style, but it wasn't with sometimes that raw aggression that if you've been a long time viewer that maybe like, 2018, 2019 Brazil had, that raw passion but not a lot of refinement. Don't get me wrong, I mean, Falcons aren't playing like, Dark Zero level structured, but there's still plenty of people, holding crossfires, playing off each other, having people rotate back. It's not just 5 players running and gunning. It is very much a unit. And with the addition of Noodle and, of course, Leader subbing in this event for Geekay, as seriously had visa issues, Noodle was a big entry player for Geekay in the MENA League. I think having over like 50 entry engagements or something. And the next closest, not victories to be fair, but total engagements. And the next closest guy had like 20 total.
Yeah.
He is the opener, the closer for Geekay. And Leader, I believe, is taking over some of the calling for Geekay.
That's what's going to make things interesting for me. Like just looking at it from that angle is like, you have so much VOD on this team from the MENA region, but now you have a completely different leader at the helm. I mean, there's so many, actually. But yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways that things are going to change up. The timing of their plays is more than likely going to change up. The way the communication goes with this team is most definitely changing. So, I mean, I'm just very curious what they're going to do up against a squad like Ninjas in Pajamas, because like you and I have been talking about, I mean, this team has been doing so much for so very long, and they've been one of the highlight squads that everybody that watches Rainbow 06 Esports turns over to them and goes, okay, how does Nip play the game, right? So Leader has an understanding of Brazil, has an understanding of Ninjas in Pajamas. More than likely, I'm really curious to see how he tries to poke and prod things around the map, especially with somebody like Noodle that really wants those early engagements, because as you and I know, Ninjas in Pajamas, especially when they're on, nobody on this team is a slouch. It's really, really scary to try and get your foot in that door.
And the especially scary thing about NIP, you know, if you highlight players like Muzi or Pino, for example, Brazil as a whole maybe plays a bit faster than what you think the average pace of the game is, whereas NIP plays slower than the average pace in Brazil. They like setting up their crossfires. They like taking their time in the round, sometimes to their detriment, but still playing the long game. If you have Noodle maybe having an off day, who's trying to go for those entry picks, specifically on the defense, and maybe he's not hitting his shots, maybe he's not choosing right engagements, Uzi Pino are going to eat that up. That's going to be a free opening pick for them. And even though, you know, NIP, let's say they take too long in the round, let's say they execute with 30 seconds left, but if they're going into it with a consistent 5v4, 5v3, that's still going to be enough to make that work by the end of it. And NIP, as you said, sure, they've had their troubles over the past couple years. Sure, they're just now ascending back into the echelon that they once were. They know their fundamentals. It's all solid. And where they go might very well change this entire game. Of course, I am a little bit surprised to see Chalet go first, but NIP, Geekay, very similar map pools. Not a big fan of maps like Nighthaven, not a big fan of maps like Skyscraper. And that's a big worry for Geekay, because no matter where they go, NIP might just have the edge.
Lab's not out just yet. And that was the one, you and I were talking about this matchup yesterday. Even though neither of them really leaning into it during the regular season, it makes sense that Geekay might want something like that. It's a fresh map. Nip probably doesn't have nearly as much time on it as all of the other iterations of maps that we have. But where are we going? We're going to get rid of Border here. We're down to 2. There's no way, dude. There's no way we're going to bank. There's no way we're going to bank, are we?
I mean,
we're going to bank against Ninjas in Pajamas. Okay.
So here's what I will say, okay, before you say what I'm already thinking. So Labs and Bank are 2 of the largest maps we have in the pool. And NIP are a very slow team on attack. And so Geekay have narrowed down the pool to maps that theoretically should punish Nip the most for their sluggish pace, right? However, there are some issues with Bank that also favor the more experienced.
Yeah, and the starting thing being just the region that they're playing into Bank. You don't even have to say Nip, you just got to say Brazil, and then everybody's like, oh. Same as Consulate from back in the day. Not nearly as much anymore since they made it to where the windows are a little harder to play around, not nearly as many angles to work from there, but Brazilian Consulate back in the day was a sight to behold, let me tell you. But when it comes to Bank in this squad, I love that you pointed that out, because Nip are usually very methodical, but the thing about Bank and its offensive side is that it can be so volatile to the defense, especially the roam game if it's played correctly, and that's what makes me very worried for Geekay Esports. They're going to be starting things off on the defensive side. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that, but we'll just have to see. It's really on a team-to-team basis, especially with a map like Bank, where it can be so coin-flippy as to how things go. I usually refer to these kinds of maps as a teeter-totter, where it's really the teams that are playing that decide what the split's going to be defensively.
Yeah, and at least with Geekay, starting out on the defense, is it the favorite side on Bank? Traditionally, no. It's typically an attacker-sided map. But if you want to have, say, your star player like Noodle, hit the ground running, get aggressive, try and deny that map control for a minute, minute and a half for NIP, that's really going to mess up their attacks if Noodle is really on his game and really prepared for what Geekay or what NIP can do in this game. So I think it is a little risky, but I think if they're really feeling like they want to set the pace, hit the ground running, get in NIP's face, of course they have to hit their shots once they get there, but if they can do that successfully, it might just be a move that pays off.
Yeah, we're really banking on the fact that Noodle wakes up. You know, he's fully awake, got that Red Bull in his system, he's living life, right? So we'll have to see what potentially they can do, but that's the exciting thing for me when it comes to this Geekay squad. I mean, past that, obviously, the 7-0 coming out of their region is nothing to shake a stick at, like you were saying earlier. That big dub against Falcons really being the icing on the cake for that, and more than likely ensuring that they felt as though they should be here. They deserve this. So exciting for them, especially going up against a hammer-lifting squad like Ninjas in Pajamas. I mean, dude, they got to be smiling so big.
I mean, that's such the nice thing about, you know, this play-in stage, is seeing all these teams that in years prior didn't have those same opportunities now being able to make it. Because, for example, when I casted LATAM, we saw Knights qualify through the LCQ. I mean, the passion that just showed through that camera was unbelievable. And I have to imagine for Geekay specifically, especially, you know, players like Noodle and Leader obviously coming in who were dropped from EU, picked up in MENA, your fate's often uncertain when you're kind of an import player like that. You know, am I going to make it back into the spotlight? Am I going to have that same opportunity? And now he's finally back. And then, of course, you have players like Hashom, who have been grinding inside of MENA on Geekay for the past 2 stages, and they beat the best team in the region, Falcons, to get here. And it's a little bit of pressure, You know, you do have to live up to that reputation, live up to that first place flawless spot now, but it's still exciting to be there. Just the fact that you get that opportunity, that's what makes it.
Well, Sauron, I'm really, really sorry, but just like your tower, we're going to have to go to a break, guys. We have a little bit of a tech issue, but once we get it solved, we'll be right back here to cast things up on Bank.
Is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. Three go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third!
Oh, he's just insane!
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes one kill and two. It looks like there's one left standing, it's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Being treated differently always kind of has an effect on you. Just trying to remain myself, know my values, and just kind of grow up through all of it.
If I just wanted to make money and run a business, there's probably 1,000 other businesses I could do besides esports. I want MAE to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world. So I'm making those sacrifices.
My first team offer was a very big moment for me, because I'd say it essentially changed my life. When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
I think this is probably the best team OS has produced, and we have the best players in the region right now, so I think this is the best chance we have of making it to the end.
It's finally happened!
We're Australia's best, and we want to compete with the best.
like the shape.
That was really... How did you... What?
Imagine.
I hate this guy. Anyways, it's bank time, folks. We're bringing Sauerman that hasn't cut his hair for a job just yet.
I like the hair's fine. I think the hair really does it. But honestly, you know, I've had the beard for a good few centuries, a few eras at this point. I thought it was time for a change.
I'm more impressed by the fact that you just shaved all of that off and you already have what seems to be a 5 o'clock shadow.
Well, you see, you know, I wield the Flame of Honor, so it gives me these kind of like, I'm not really quite like all other wizards, right? I've got this little facial hair thing, you know, I've been working on it.
They must have amnesia. I mean, they forgot that you're the wizard.
Yeah, they forgot that I'm him. Of course, we have the ban phase coming up for Geekay versus Nip as we are finally in the game. If you're just now tuning in, the map is Bank. Not a map either team has played throughout Stage 2, even NIP having far more maps there, or at least in their history, than Geekay did inside of the regular league. But Monty being banned on Bank, not at all a surprise. Twitch follow-up, though, maybe a little less common, but one that makes it.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, in the current day and age, we kind of have a different version of her that some argue to be better, but she has the 417, so that's, you know...
Such a good...
Exactly, you got to meet in the middle on some of these things, right? So I really like the Monty ban, though, out from Geekay here. I mean, that's a spot ban up against Nib any day of the week. You don't want them to have that, especially on a map like Bank, so very respectful of them doing their homework. Valkyrie also going to be removed next to Azami. So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, making a heck of a lot of sense for these two. Now it gets down to the nitty-gritty, though. Geekay have got to put together a defensive side.
And one tool they have at their disposal, thanks to NIP's Nip ban, is the Mira, which is left up through the ban phase, but also Twitch is one of the primary counters to those black Mira windows. Just zooming on in, popping the red canister, zooming back out. Now, of course, on the opposite side, if Geekay are looking to run a more roam-intensive strategy, they might neglect to bring the Mira completely, as Solus also on the board in Geekay's lineup immediately. But I have to imagine since NIP banned that Twitch, we will see them run Mira on the defense 6 rounds.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot that can be done with that, especially on this map. Mira's got a lot of different ways that you can kind of layer things. I mean, obviously, we all know what the basement setup usually ends up looking like with that. So, see what they can get going on. But as of now, the setup almost done. We're going to be starting off downstairs. We have some solid utility choices here. I especially like the Trix's on Echo. This is one of his like pivotal locations across any map, is the basement on Bank. You can get so much good info out of these yokais. It's a good supporting tool, as well as he can handle this entire garage by himself for the most part. That's actually exactly what he's going to do. He's sitting on top of a mute jammer as well, too. So it's going to make it where they can't drone him out nearly as successfully around the tire of that truck.
Now, there is no deployable shield in garage, so he only has this van for cover. So if somebody does lurk down, and let's say he's on that van, the rotation back is a little bit undefended, but we'll see how NIP decide to deal with that. Ying also on the board. It's brought by Psycho in the very first round. One of her best, probably, I mean, every map is good for Ying if we're being honest, but on this map in particular, throwing Candelas down through the red hatch, through the server hatch, that's in many ways how often attacking teams will need to open up that bomb site, because you have the attack, they'll start on the second floor, right? They'll go to full clear the map, take full control, but because of how large Bank is, and especially if an attacking team is slow, you'll need those Candelas to kind of break the stalemate and push on in. So Psycho will be a key attacking operator, and NIP need to keep alive. They've already moved in pretty quick, though, and are looking to cut off 2 roamers playing inside of Tellers. One is Noodle on that mute, who's facing a lot of pressure from nades from Square. There's a Buck up above as well, who might be a bit of a problem. There's so much support from Geekay, all stacked around this position. He might just find the first angle, but playing it passive for the moment.
This is what we always get so worried about when it comes to squads trying to play up against Nip. Their patience is just so good. They're constantly on top of time, making sure that they are striking the iron while it's hot. And that's the key thing, is that they wait for it to be at, you know, such a maximum point. This little yokai here keeping track of the buck. Now, the key thing is here is that you really want to be able to deliver something from underneath, but it looks like Hasham might not be able to do so. Instead, he's going to get gunned down. Info be damned. Cons will be able to pick that up. And now Ninjas in Pajamas have been able to at least equalize, although they have lost Wizard, which pretty important when it comes to the hatch play of this map.
Yeah, this is definitely a win for Geekay, moving into the execute at this point. Solus, I mean, is really good when you're looking up through vertical floors. Say you're playing beneath CEO to deny a plant, but on this site, I mean, she's fine. She can find intel on players, but losing a Hibana on NIP, you're really relying on those Candelas to open up the site. There might be a lot of hatches already open, as Geekay have been playing a very flexible setup to retreat down to the bomb site, move back down to that first floor. So might just be okay, but now Muzi goes down as he vaults out, peeks the hatch into the small office, and NIP moving into this at a disadvantage. Those Candelas becoming so important by the end. They are the one tool remaining alongside the smoke grenades on that same operator. Try to make this execute a little bit easier for NIP to work.
Moments away. The key thing right now is that Geekay has kept things so well spread, right? They really stuck to their strategy and made it to where Ninjas and Pajamas have had to deal with this every single step of the way. And to be honest with you, although they did have a very solid clear with, you know, the upstairs portion, I mean, it's really not going to matter at the end of the day. They should be having the plant go down here momentarily. Psycho can't find a spot. The smoke's eating him alive. And that's it, yeah. So, I mean, mostly what I was leaning into is that they go for the top clear, right? But I don't think that they understood the amount of bodies that Geekay had on that mid-floor, and they just got caught up in timing. With a setup like that, you really want to just try and find your portion of the map that is the most pivotal to you. In this scenario, it's more than likely going to be open area, and they didn't try and do anything with that. Instead, they went over the top of archives and tried to use CEO. What we really wanted to see there, probably a little bit of an abuse of stock. So maybe next time around, we'll have to see.
NIP really wanted to clear those roamers. They really wanted to get that man advantage and push them back, but they were so focused on it, not making use of open area, as you said, or stock. It ended up being that all they acquired for 2 minutes of effort was an even man count at a 4v4 and relatively little control to make an execute work with. So, they will take their first defense and move into open area 1-0
really?
On the match so far. You expected CEO to be the next side up?
No, it's not that. It's that Hisham is opening up all of the cubicles.
Oh, so well that is a little interesting because typically, I mean, you see a lot of defenders try and use those as cover, especially if, say, a team is rushing into the printer window. Yep. That can be often very safe haven.
Oh, I love the free cam.
It's just so nice. So nice.
Medics, you make me so happy. Oh, man.
Now we have multiple observers, too, so you can, like, have someone set up a shot in advance, then cut to it. Oh.
This isn't your dad's Rainbow Six Siege.
No, this is not.
Hisham was just showing us that, too. And now we dash through walls and stuff. It'd be pretty interesting, though, with that setup, getting back on point here, because like you were saying, they use that really often for cover, and that makes it to where Paper Window could be pretty easily exploitable by NIP. And huge change here for them. If you've noticed, we got a lot more info game, which I was really surprised that we didn't have in the first thing. Like, Habana, Ying, that's fine, but everything else, especially like the two auxiliaries past Buck, I really think that those were interchangeable, and they could have brought something that allowed them to get a little bit more info across the map. But as we know, Ninjas and Pajamas, they're no slouch, and that's why you see the audible already.
Something we didn't mention as well, Duffy, one of the most impressive, but also one of the most banned attackers so far in the past couple months. So out in round 1, but now Wizard decided to bring her in round 2. Ace already making some great progress on that cafe wall. 2 different holes, I believe, or at least one, already opened up. All Selma's used as well. Only able to get that one hole, of course, so he actually, this is the default position you typically play on this wall as well, so he's got to be careful. He can very much still play this position and stop anybody from walking in the cafe double.
Yeah, most definitely. Really interesting, too. I think somebody missed a part of the setup there, because we saw he was trying to get the top of the wall open for his impact, so definitely could be a moment that we look back on, and be something the Ninjas and Pajamas are very happy about. Nitro Cell pre-placed upstairs, just waiting for the Bucks' arrival. As soon as Pino tries to open this up. Oh, man, had to hold my breath on that one. He's just moments away. Trick's more than likely just getting that audio from Key or someone hearing that skeleton key and just a little bit too late on the trigger. That's okay. Ninjas and Pajamas, as we expect. Yeah, there's been a lot of the round gone, but not a lot of fighting. They're usually able to try and pressure people, get them to step back, and take portions of the map that way, and it's working swimmingly for him right now.
Woozy might just be the difference maker, though. He has found himself into tellers. He has a very solid angle through the small office.
Last call.
Cutting off. Open area in half. Last Dokkaebi call does go out.
I don't think she sent it.
Ooh, did she not?
Yeah, I think she clicked it for a second and meant to get on.
Yeah, there we go. But now the call is triggered. Khan's pushing down. Woozy will probably hold his angle inside of tellers, but we still need to see the follow-up from NIP. We've yet to see it in this game, but Khan's flirting with an engagement. Numan goes off, but the pre-fire certainly lands. 2 different players, though, could be problems. Noodle all the way on the back stairs, but NIP got a solid advantage to start. Rotates over to Marble, and Woozy's angle finally comes alive. Asham's been beneath this hatch for at least half the round. Will likely be where he remains. He'll try to push up the stairs eventually. Surely he's not going to climb up the hatch. No, he'll move up the server stairs. Bomb's already down to this point. NIP might have played it slow, but they set up their angles to get this bomb down. Now they'll hold their position stalwartly to finish off the post blend. They know his position too. All a matter of time. finally the clock runs out.
A much more solid understanding of the setup, and it's all garnered via Dokkaebi and really good drone work, and that's exactly what we expect out of Ninjas in Pajamas. I mean, what else do you say about that? I mean, it's just a masterclass from them, as we usually expect when it comes to these offensive strategies, and really what I expected out of them in round one. We just get it with the audible instead.
It was a very, very solid showcase of how they play the game. No real barreling into sight. No real, even...
No fat on it, either.
No fat. No fat whatsoever. They've got the angles they need, and sometimes maybe they need a little bit of a buffer if one angle doesn't work out. But when it works, it looks clean as hell. Moving up to CEO now. This is another bomb site. You can play very linearly. Play off those windows, move into top square through the double door. It's like open area, at least in the sense that you can attack it almost entirely from that top floor, holding angles either outside of the building or in the building. So NIP, especially bringing that OSA, which allows you to push into the bomb site a little bit easier, or place them on the CEO windows if you want to get a different angle. That OSA will be a big help for NIP, likely wanting to play CEO a similar way to they attack the open area bomb site 1 round to go.
Really hope we get to see one of our favorite strategies with OSA, where they do the double rappel and then pop the window for the guy.
Oh, yeah.
I always love it when we see that. Yeah. So, and also Psycho, love that we're bringing in the Flores here. Those Rotero drones, so pivotal in modern day Siege.
And often you see those Rotero drones, specifically designed to deal with Kiba barriers. Of course, Azami off the board right now. When you don't have necessarily a lot of...
That skin is, I'm sorry, that skin is just so beautiful for that AK.
Pull it back out.
Yeah, look at it.
Stop sprinting.
Is that new? It has to be new. I've never seen that in my life.
I'd put the Claymore away. Honestly, stop shooting.
Pino.
Just stand still.
There we go, Pino.
There we go. That is very nice. As I was saying, Flores wants to use those Rotero drones to clear Kibas, but with no bulletproof utility really all that present on the defense. I mean, you have the deployable shield from Noodle, but not much beyond that. And it's already dealt with, in fact. The Rotero drones can just be helpful, plopping them down beneath somebody's position, forcing them to rotate to a different spot, or opening up soft walls in this case, as often you have at least one part softer. I actually don't even know what that was. He's dead at the floor.
He did indeed. I don't think that he really had the timing there for it. He's trying to roll him off the roof, that's why.
Yeah. That'll do it.
Yeah, kind of a hard spot, especially if you're not right up on that wall. So, as you said, sometimes soft walls over on this side. I mean, sometimes you see like one reinforcement panel just to try and get them to, force one of the sides that they prefer on the defense. But Geekay is going to go against the grain in that regard. Concussions out here. Not really meeting their maker, though. And Noodle, prime position right now in checkers to try and deal with this. Key as well. This timing could work swimmingly for him. I don't know if they caught the tailcoats of him. It looks like they did. There's a drone as well. This MP5 is going to have to do a lot of work because this disc, it doesn't have time. They'll get rid of it. Psycho trying to assist his teammate. They got multiple angles here, but as we know with Nip, patience is a virtue, and they will constantly exploit it. They are waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for that perfect angle to take him out. Those shots not landing as, well, the Cubicle doing a bang-up job of soaking up these shots. And across the map, Geekay getting things done. Pino down from the far windows. Cons as well. And Ninjas in Pajamas, although stuck for a moment, finally clean it up. They'll open the door here, at least on this far side, but a lot more heavy lifting to go.
Big problem, though. Diffuser dropped right in front of Leader with that shotgun. Has a clean angle onto the entrance outside of janitor position. Michael might just find a long angle, but Noodle hitting those shots far better today. 4v2's been the name of the game so far, every single round, at least the two we've seen, but Muzi starts to fight back. Leader's backed off from the diffuser, so thankfully it's recoverable, but Muzi on a hunt down below, trying to find the player playing downstairs, but he's all the way over inside the main lobby. There's just no intel for Wizard to play with. Muzi walks back up, the diffuser still not recovered. Excellent, solid round from Geekay in round 3 at this point. Though there might be a free kill on the Solus rotating up the back stairs. That's just an awkward position, isn't it? Sometimes it's your very own gadget that does you in. But a good second round from Geekay as these defenses seem to be going very well for them in the first half.
Yeah, most definitely. Very impressive, and I think the thing that's standing out the most to me right now, especially with that last round, their patience, right? They're really trying to force Ninjas in Pajamas onto bad timing, and it's working out swimmingly. I mean, the clock is eating at them. It's making it to where they have to make these rash decisions, like what we saw inside that 2v4. There's no way in hell that the best decision is to just fly into Janitor and just take a random fight somewhere when Muzi is all the way downstairs as ace. He literally can't do anything vertically.
No trade possibility.
It's just like that's the exact opposite of what we expect out of Ninjas in Pajamas. We expect them to use the most out of their timing, but you can definitely tell what was happening to them from I do believe Trix over inside of stock. was really, really bugging them. They tried to just slot things in a different way, made that quick move over towards, Janitor with the case in hand, and lost it instantaneously.
I mean, Geekay really have the game plan to counter NIP right now, and you got to give credit, just coming in, this being your first international event. Of course, you have some experienced players, Leader and Noodle, but the strategy, the counterplay to make NIP uncomfortable, know they take a long time to attack, force them to make mistakes, force them off balance, like you just said. That's exactly what Geekay need to do. And running up the scoreboard on the defense once you get to your attacking sides later, we'll have to see how that is. But Geekay, they're achieving the win condition right now. If they want to win this best of one, they are on track to do what they need to beat NIP in this debut game.
Yeah, you can tell that NIP, Geekay's getting under their skin a bit, man. You can see they're pissed off just with this operator lineup. You don't bring Jackal unless you're angry, because Dokkaebi is literally right there. So they are looking to try and find these auxiliary players, these people that are truly being the thorn in the side of NIP's setup. And if they can accomplish that, we're more than likely seeing a 2-2 here.
We'll have to see how successful NIP are at dealing with these roamers, as while there was a very aggressive stance.
He got it! What a shot there from Movezy.
We do not see that often. You always see people try to dodge the mute jammer, and it's very difficult to make work. But good play from Movezy right there to make that happen. Of course, there were, I think, a lot more defenders stationed, or at least directly inside of Tellers last time, but now Shum is backed off the Solus, playing closer to the elevator hatch instead of Marble. He playing in open area again, but Noodle even closer inside of open area. Before, they were playing aggressively, but all holding their positions. Now, they're playing even more passively, not nearly as in the face of NIP as they were before. And these Yokais were a big problem for NIP last time. Never shot on that top floor, constantly relaying intel about Pino's position. See if NIP spot them this time.
That's the main issue that a lot of people have with NIP whenever they play, and they get a little bit too gung-ho about things, and this team is so good at holding angles and waiting for that outplay moment. I look at NIP as a counterattack team, right? They're always waiting to just get that perfect block so they can parry and strike. But Geekay, like you said, they're playing this perfectly. They need to stay patient. They need to stay resilient. The beauty of defense is that they got to come to you, baby. They got to score, right? So, and Geekay is playing that with a beautiful intention. And honestly, it's more than likely the team, but also Leader at the top of this. Once again, yeah, Wizard. And here's the other thing that makes me angry as a Siege fan. You're Habana. So why are you just walking aimlessly through open area without any of your teammates? Fortunately, you got a Pino, and Pino will be able to trade that out. But as of right now, Geekay's looking like they could do this, at least from the defensive end. This is very, very solid. Ninjas in Pajamas don't really have an idea of how to clear this map.
No, I mean, at this point, the job's done, right? But not because of what they did. Geekay have said, all right, we got a kill on the Hibana. Maybe they don't even know they got a kill, but they just know they got one. And so they back off. They lose the Legion. Yeah, that's fine, I guess, whatever. But you still have 3 smoke canisters. Both the Yokais up there. You might be able to get back to the site if you can route them down properly. Just one. But still, that's still one Yokai to deny the plant if Pino ends up getting there.
Got it back downstairs, too.
And NIP are struggling to find another way into this Locker's defense. Muzi has those grenades, and Psycho's got those Candelas. So maybe they can make something work with the low time remaining. Finally, we see the drop down the hatch as Pino holds the angle from Marble, and one drops down the elevator. That's Noodle down, but Leader with a very quick trade onto the Ying. Excellent pickup by Cons. Now they have an avenue into the office. Huge flank by Trix. He's at least forced Pino off the plant. Uzi on such low HP. That's a big pickup if they can find it. Pino gets a huge kill. It's just on Hashom now. He's got to cut his way across the garage, take down Muzi as he walks up. Pino's stuck in the plant. He's got more than enough time to clutch the 1v.
Oh my god!
Oh, that was sweet. Muzi's back up.
No, he's not.
He's back up.
Oh my god, he
revived himself with the Finka. He doesn't know! The wraparound works! What a ridiculous clutch to win their first attack on Lockers.
Get the hell out of here, man. Get the hell out of here. All right, you can bring Zolf's res back. You can do it. You can do it. It's fine. That's
so ridiculous. I mean, he downed the Finka, and he's just in like instinct mode, right? He's in fight or flight. He's like, all right, I got the guy down. I gotta go stop the plant. It's 0-0. Sure, he misses the pre-fire, but whatever, right? You know, you got 50 bullets. You can move down a little bit. But that's what makes those little passive abilities work, man. Is when you're in 0-0, when you're in that mindset, you just don't have time to react, and it ends up biting you. That's
so insane. That's one of the crazier rounds that I've seen in the last couple of years here for Siege. And honestly, it wasn't even the execute, it wasn't anything. It was just that moment, that interaction that really did it for me.
Geekay won that round up until that point. Like, they played the round perfectly. NIP were playing really slow. They still didn't have any drones or anybody watching the cafe door, so the Legion, even though he's traded out, is able to get the kill flanking through that doorway. Geekay had it. They had it in the bag. And it just so happens that because Muzi picked Finka instead of Yana at the beginning of the round, now NIP have a second win.
Okay, well, we got the Doke back in. We'll keep the ace here. No more Habana. And Maru in, Yana too, like you were referencing. This is more like it. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of Amaru, but I am in certain situations, and this is definitely one of them. I see Khan's ascend to the sky, but we might also see him try and work his way down low through something like dirt, abuse the hatches, something that we'd seen Beast Coast do in our region a very long time ago when this character was relatively introduced to Pro League. And it was actually on this exact map as well.
Up through the open area hatch.
Yeah, and what?
It was up through the open area hatch.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
That
Indeed, indeed. Not this time around, though, for Khans. He's going to go upstairs and see what he can get done. He's got Noodle here, and he's going to miss a very crucial shot, but not Muzi. He's going to descend from the sky and be able to take him out, Assassin's Creed style, and that's going to be the opener for Ninjas in Pajamas.
I'm glad we see NIP using the Amaru that way. While it's always exciting to see, you know, them go up a hatch and go for a plant, just gets out. Just gets out, make sure it doesn't detonate beneath the floorboards. But the nice thing about that Amaru, of course, you can go through the hatches, but NIP, who have been struggling to acquire control in a timely manner, just clearing out the top floor and immediately having Khans fly in through the window, pinch the guy on marble stairs. That's the exact kind of adaptation we needed to see from NIP, who have been struggling to speed up their attacks. In the final 2 rounds, of course, better late than never. But with the opening pick, they now have probably the best shot they've had at getting a victory so far.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that they brought Wizard back in. They used that first phone call to be able to distinctively know where the defender was. And on top of that, Dokkaebi just has such better utility than Jackal does. Jackal is really good at individual clearing if there's just like one person on roam or maybe 2 that you need to worry about.
They're not big positions.
Exactly. And the other thing is not nearly as useful for your team. You know, you call once on Dokkaebi, all your team can get on drones. You know everything that's happening on the map. So super, super important. Pina's going to go down. What a find from Khans, though. Nice little drop. Be able to open that up. Almost a flick too, but he really wants it. Leans back into Trix. To be able to take him down. Wizard.
There's a pinch.
Has him locked down. Muzi able to at least clean that up. Hasham right on the back end will be able to take out Wizard too. Into the 2 versus 2. Submitted as well, Carter. It's Hasham and Key. Remember, the longer Key stays alive, the more annoying he can be! Can he get it done? He can't! Muzi will shut him down. It's a triple kill for him. Hasham, 1 bullet away from keeping Geekay in the lead here. Plant potential for Muzi. Only 1 death to his name. Can he make it 2? Hasham does not know where he's planning. He has an opportunity. He has to cross here. Does he just stick behind the bomb chassis? This is really difficult decision-making from Muzi right now. Shots out from Hasham. Muzi knows where he is, relatively speaking! Oh my God, Moose! Again, and again. Brazil, Moose, on a stage, getting it done here on Bank. What a moment, as they'll take the lead for the very first time here between Geekay and Ninjas in Pajamas.
And 2 1vXs now for Muzi that have got NIP at least an even half. I mean, we were really staring down the barrel of a 4-1 at this point, maybe even a 5-1, depending on the site Geekay had available. But because of 2 huge individual plays from Muzi, NIP have found their way back into this attacking half. Now, that doesn't excuse their overall attacks, which have still been, even with that Amaru, little individual, a little discoordinated. What?
Do you see what I see?
He's not going to stick that, is he?
He is.
No, he's not.
Yeah, yes, Wizard's a man.
We've got 20 seconds until that's locked in.
More
He's
of a wizard than you are.
Listen, Wizard always shows up exactly when he needs to. Wizard's not showing up as Callie, I'll tell you that much. I mean, listen, I told you.
You got lucky. You got lucky.
You did the thing I do, whereas you're like, look at this cool up and the attacker repick. They picked the normal up. Well, I guess there goes the last 20 seconds.
But it was a good 20 seconds.
It was a good 20. It was a good little dream, wasn't it?
Not about the destination. It's about the friends we make along the way. Still got that pipe with you?
What?
Dude, you always have it.
I just
blow a ship ring or something.
I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's Gandalf. You're confusing me.
I know it's Gandalf.
That's one of the other ones. That's one of the other wizards.
You're all the same to me.
That's just insensitive.
Yeah, I just don't like wizards. What can I say? Well, you know, let you go frolic in your magic or something.
Nope. I will. Actually, right after this game.
Actually kind of sounds nice.
Yeah, you're not
I don't want to admit that.
No, you're not invited.
That's fair enough.
You're not invited. Go away.
I was kind of rude, wasn't I?
Yeah, you were. And NIP, of course, now round 6.
He's dripping, though.
It's a nice little uniform right there, isn't it?
Like, Khans might not be, impacting things the way he wants to, but he's got that thing on.
He does. He's got a nice little uniform. Oh, I mean, honestly, huge pickup. Uzi has single-handedly won 2 rounds for NIP now. Remove that clutch player, remove the top performer for NIP in this game so far. The likelihood that if you get another man advantage, get another 1v1, that you actually win it now, has just increased exponentially for Geekay, thankfully. And NIP have basically continued running their attacks the same core way they've done every time. They maybe changed up in a Mario to acquire quicker control or switch from a Dokkaebi to a Jackal, but it's all revolved around Wizard theoretically doing some hard breaching, but he's died quite often. But Pino always on that buck, taking the second floor, open up down into Tellers. It's the same attack that takes 2 minutes. But now a Candela's cooked. He's spotted on a drone, blinded. Excellent drop by Psycho. Makes the 1v1 far more favorable. Back to a 4v4.
Really surprised that he actually went for that sprint too, but I digress. Halfway through the round, Ninjas and Pajamas have made very solid progress. They've got open area. Also, Khan's working his way around main stairs, just trying to hold things down for now while they try and continue to work some of this hatch play. In this 4 versus 4, things will be relatively simple for Nip from this launching pad. They're going to want to get some hatches open and try and abuse the smoke game of Khans and Psycho. Now, here's a really big issue for them, though. You see this man right here? Well, he's got a special pair of glasses. Glasses that let you see through smoke and not get stunned. And if Ninjas in Pajamas' entire strategy rests on the precipice of this going off without a hitch in minimal time, then, well, I've got news for you.
Not going to be good. It's not going to be good if Hasham is in a good position. Moreover, doesn't need to use those glasses. If NIP maybe try to go for a normal plant inside a server, he's got a C4 as well. There's a solution in Hasham's hands for either of the plant spots that NIP are gunning for. Looks like they want to drop down that hatch maybe, but they've handed off the diffuser to Khans now. Might go instead, likely just going to use that hatch to throw Candelas down. There we go. This is walking right into the smoke canisters, right into the C4. NIP have actually hurt themselves with this rotation. They do. So much time wasting. Is Hasham in the right spot? Nope, smoke canister goes down. Leader's out now, but there's just simply not enough time. Khans has to go for the rotate, but the C4 is perfectly timed. 2-piece for Hasham, 3-piece for Geekay, and a clean round 6. Only a 3-3 half. But this could have been a 5-1, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, either way you cut it, too. That's the thing. Like, Ninjas in Pajamas pulling a lot out there. Some strategy changes that they definitely could have made that could have helped them out. I really feel as though, you know, we did talk about their timing and their patience. I think they leaned into that a little bit too much in certain circumstances. I mean, the huge gleaming beacon of that example, right, would be that very last round. They're so very patient that they allow the defense to keep all of their utility into the last 20 seconds. When Smoke has 3 smokes at 20 seconds, you have now committed a vast error.
Let's talk about leader, by the way. You see a lot of teams like, 30 seconds, throw. Or even like less experienced smokes, throw their smokes too early.
Yeah.
He had 3 at like 20 seconds left. He was like, no, I don't have a reason to.
Yeah.
Confidence on him. I love that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And that's really what you want with important pieces of utility like that. You know what I mean? Smoke is somebody that can entirely shut down a round by himself just by playing his utility correctly.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot tell you guys the amount of dumb things that I've accomplished with Smoke across the years, whether it be in a competitive match or in ranked. Like, the character is just insane. So, well done to Leader just to keep that mental calmness to be able to deliver the utility in good timing instead of just being like, oh, 30 seconds left, I'm just going to start chucking these things.
But NIP did get 2 key rounds to make this a 3-3, and now moving to the defense. See how Geekay decide to work their attacks.
They're going the old laser gate strat. They got Khans with those on top. I highly doubt that Geekay doesn't clear these, but man, that would be funny.
That's a classic. You stand on like the thing in server, you run a gate while I turn off for a second. Is that what we talk about on the server hatch? Yeah, there we go.
They have it on the other one too. They have it for the hatch over in small office.
And if you look at the lineup from NIP, and no matter the utility, it's all designed just to
Is Psycho close enough to turn that off? Yeah, he is. Oh my god!
No, yeah. So that's what you do with the server hatch and this hatch. If you stand on like a desk, it shuts off the Aruni gate. So when they place hard breaching, you walk off the desk. Free denial. I mean, he's got a Cade Claw in pocket for that very reason. He doesn't need to use it yet. It's simply a backup plan once they see that Aruni gate and clear it. Of course, the rest of the utility, though, Electric Claws, the Fenris, it's all meant to stop.
Yes, and here's the thing. This is going to be a big change-up for Geekay that they're going to have to try and implement and look into. They know these gates are around. Can you rob the gates?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, well, yeah. You can if you shoot it 3 times, I guess.
I was about to say, the angle's a little weird.
That's going to work out for him. And honestly, that could work out if Noodle just steals the hatches as well.
There we go.
And then Leader, that's what I was going to reference past that, but we obviously had that cool stuff going on with Brava. Leader was very important to this, and that was a strategy that I was assuming they were going to lead into. But Brava, she's just such a unique character, dude. Such a cool kid.
And Geekay overall have had a very solid attack so far. I mean, NIP not contesting the middle floor at all, which is a big risk on Bank. That often means you need to allocate resources to that server stairs to compensate for it. But NIP have given Geekay a lot of control, and to their credit, They solved the Renegade trick. They got past it. They figured out the Electro Claws. They've got everything so far, and if they can focus on service stairs, Geekay have a really good attack lined up.
Yeah, they do. A tried and true strategy out of Ninjas in Pajamas here. He's got Pino housing himself instead of blue stairs. M590 in hand, as to be expected for the smoke. Noodle knows that he's just around the corner, but he shouldn't give up the goods just yet. If he's swinging into this, he's swinging into it with a purpose. Lots of stuns out, and Yahtzee. Nicely done from Noodle there. Be able to get server control, start opening things up, slowly peeling things back. Hisham, what a moment here for him. Hans, though unbeknownst to him, moments away from death if he steps wrong. Hisham is going to have to go nucleosis past that because 30 seconds remaining, you really need somebody to be that dagger to match your cloak on this play. You don't want the entire defense being front-facing. So smart. Oh, no, it's so scary now, though. A misstep, a miscue. Khans, he's going to dip back inside, but he dies to leader. They'll open things up, and with 15 seconds remaining, they have to find a home for this case.
They've got to move in. Trix, able to find Muzi. They have an advantage, but do they have the time? Wizard might just have the lineup, but he's in the spin cycle. Psycho with a clean C4, but pinned down inside of gold. Doesn't have a way onto this diffuser. Sniped by Trix. Geekay with one of the most solid attacks we've seen between either of these teams.
Dude, Geekay is walking the camel to the eye of the needle right now. This is ridiculous. Obviously, coming out of the MENA region, beating Falcons, I knew this team was going to be solid.
It had potential.
Right, yes, yeah. We were not walking into this like, oh, well, this is a Ninjas in Pajamas game.
Might as well forfeit.
Exactly. Like, oh, you guys shouldn't even be here. Like, none of that. None of that at all. And the fact is, on top of that, the fact that Leader has worked so smoothly into this roster that you can't even notice that he's actually just a guy that is a sub.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, bruh.
This has been a very solid performance from Geekay so far. And again,
Leader's 6-3-4, and he's doing it all. He's doing everything that you could possibly want out of an IGL.
And you might be thinking right now, why are they so hot? Why are they so hot on Geekay? Why are they singing the praises so much? Well, one reason is this could be 6-1 right now if Muzi doesn't clutch 2 1vx's. Geekay'd be on match point, 5-round lead over NIP if Muzi doesn't show up huge in 2 of their attacking rounds. So, of course, we still need to see more from Geekay, right? It was a very good first round, but, you know, Marble Stairs play, for example, Hisham, even though it seemed like he had a kill, there were 3 defenders all around him. So 1 misstep. He was a dead man. We still need to see some more attacks. It's a very good omen for Geekay.
It's also really showcasing the downfall of Ninjas in Pajamas, which is how unbelievably slow they can be at times. Just to respond to anything, it really feels like they want to be calculated about things, but with the pacing that Geekay has in a lot of these situations, it's like what you said earlier. They're in the spin cycle, man. They just really can't make heads or tails of the situation, and by that moment in time, Geekay's already solved the equation.
I'm reloading.
Now we're going to a much simpler equation. If you're able to get control of those windows, the CEO attack. Lineup we're seeing has to be a little worried for NIP. Capital, of course, doesn't necessarily indicate a rush, but can get quick if you get the right control on CEO. Lay down those smoke bolts, those fire bolts to clear up the electrical position. Ooh, a little bit of a mishap. Tricks, unfortunately, and they got to be careful. They know where that Electro Claw is. Those secondary EMPs don't have the radius you think they do.
Absolutely. And that's the hard thing about those Electro Claws. I mean, you and I, even in games, I've thrown EMPs for you and been like, where the hell is this Electro Claw, man?
No idea.
And you're like, I really don't know.
You think I drone? Like,
Exactly. No, I actually know that you don't drone, so. It is a real problem. It really is. Did that actually end up breaking that off? Wow. It did. It broke it. That's crazy. That first Selma break broke it on the other side of the wall there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he got really lucky with that because that does not happen very often. So Leader, count your lucky stars, and for some reason the Siege Gods despise Nip right now. So
at least like Muzi. Is Nip as a whole though? Not sure about that. Chom's down both of his nades, unfortunately, not able to find any fish down below. So NIP, a lot of the utility NIP need to worry about in the attack, not necessarily presence. Need to worry about Khans behind that shield outside of stock. Geekay also taking this very slow so far. I've not figured out a lot of these positions. The smoke bolts, the fire bolts going in. Khan's able to cut down Hisham, though, moving up the square stairs. Huge pickup for NIP.
Oh, my.
Geekay, are they just sending it in? Yeah, they will. Osa shield in front of Noodle, sets it down.
Dude.
Not diffuser, too, but can Khans wrap around? Does he have the angle? Throws the impacts, but they go too far. They don't have an angle on this. Huge pickup from Key, but huge pickup from Pino. Spot the diffuser down inside of CEO, and there's no one in the building from Geekay to recover it.
Literal milliseconds separating Noodle and that plant, which would have more than likely been a Geekay round. But now, worse has come to worse. Nip have an opportunity to try and tie things up yet again here on Bank. Leader and Pino will trade. That's going to force Key inside the building. They still have this mirror window over on the side. Is he going to man it? Might actually be out in the hallway. We'll have to see. He's going to drop down the hatch instead. Still have one on this level. Oh, Key! Key! Please! He turns on a dime, but he doesn't know where he is. He's fighting ghosts, man. Psycho's gonna go down. Trix has 2. Somehow, some way, he's figured it out. He's peered through the facade. It's down to Muzi. Both of them, very low HP, but no time. And that is the most valuable resource in the game. Ninjas in Pajamas delayed just long enough to make this situation so volatile for the offense that it's practically unsolvable.
And that's where NIP's proclivity to play a bit tighter of a defense, play a bit more structured of a defense really pays off, because on CEO, you often feel like, oh, we don't need that much. We can just rappel in the window, go for the plant inside of the site, hold angles from the outside of the building, we'll be fine. But then if you do that and you don't do a lot of the work to clear those players inside of the site, force players out of electrical, take the vending hallway away from the defense, then it ends up working out. Whereas on lockers, just playing down on the first floor can often help the attack by giving them all that map control. It's not the same on CEO. So playing structured, not peeking into the attack, that really helped NIP there, where it actually hurt them on the lockers defense.
Yep, top floor is all about solid crosses and solid utility management when it comes to those windows, and that's exactly what we saw. Ninjas in Pajamas are able to stick to their guns. Yeah, they lose a couple of bodies in the process, but the main people that you have to shut down plant situations like that, they all stayed alive and on task. That's exactly what you want. So Ninjas in Pajamas at least finding a semblance of themselves somewhere inside of this map. I think that just as of right now, with what Geekay's doing, Ninjas in Pajamas especially probably didn't want to reach too far into their bag of tricks, because this is a very long tournament, Carter. We don't fly home till the 13th. We're going to have a pretty good time here in ATL, but can't say the same for NIP right now, is Geekay's really making them work for it.
Making them go as far as they can. And when you do have these moments where a game where you don't always treat it like a layup, you know, you're still doing your prep work, you're still doing everything you need to. Like, for mentality reasons, you're like, oh, this is Geekay, this is a meta team. Like, we're NIP, surely we can win this. But once you get to this point, you know, it is 4-4. You're really fighting for every round. You think to yourself, we need to pull out something better. We need to make it work. Well, all Psycho had to do was do a little jiggle peek around the cafe door. Finds Noodle, who found himself on server stairs. Not really lost in terms of the sledgehammer, but only set of nades for Geekay. Definitely a huge loss for the attack.
That's crappy. And I really, really like that out of Psycho. Although it seems very random, it really wasn't. It's a timing check, right? They're about 40 seconds. It already gotten off the clock. He's like, somebody's got to be through dirt by this point. It's a nice check by him. And while we're explaining that, 2 more people are going to go down. I do believe it's all to Muzi's hands on this top floor. Pino's going to take out one. Muzi's going to throw out a nitro cell. He wants tricks too, but tricks are for kids, and he's going to send him back down.
Oh!
Yep. Yes, he is. He is indeed. Leader is downstairs. Somehow, some way, he has worked his way through this entire map. And not only that, he is completely dislodged all of Ninjas in Pajamas in their own bomb site.
I mean, he's
dead.
I was about to say, that's the problem, though, right? Is Leader's found a huge opening, but because of the poor droning and the chaos on the top floor, Trix has got to recover the diffuser, but he's 2 floors away to capitalize off that play. So NIP can easily rotate back, pinch the attacker in their own bomb site, and now it's basically the same situation it was before. Trix is just down a teammate. Now he's got time to drone, of course, and hey, maybe NIP take 2 individual 1v1s, but this is a layup for them right now. They just need to set up a crossfire and get themselves into positions to watch these hatches, watch these stairwells. This should be a win for NIP and an opportunity for them to retake the lead.
Indeed.
Goes.
Rix. He's 10-3 right now. Does he know? Does he know? He knows.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't know well enough, does he?
No,
Pino with the SMG-11. And again, just another one of these situations where we get off in theory land, right? We kind of get off the beaten path and really just kind of see how these teams can work in the ether. And clearly, Ninjas in Pajamas on top of their stuff. A really weird moment there with Leader. I genuinely do like him making that play. I think the crappy thing is that there was nobody else in place for Geekay to try and make a response. And also, I don't really think that other player knew the way in which they wanted to go about that. There was really no, area that was like the gleaming path for them to walk down safely. So can't really knock him too hard on that. Just really sucks for Leader's situation.
But it still all comes back to the poor early round, right? Not droning Muzi, who was just sitting behind that CEO bookcase the entirety of the round. Pino also being in a position to add a second gun to those fights on the top floor. Let's say, they have a better roam clear and Leader still finds an opening, that's probably, you know, 5-4 for Geekay.
Yeah.
If we have the combination, both of those things working in tandem, that's a huge round win for them, built off by an individual play and a good clear. But in that round, roam clear wasn't there. They got caught off guard by Muzi, so even though Leader finds that play, there's no one to capitalize. And as you said, now NIP take the lead for the second time in this match. They did it once earlier on after Muzi's 2 huge 1vx's, but now, are they putting together the pieces and getting closer, closing this one out in regulation?
It's going to be a sizeable hold either way, because I don't think that NIP thought that they were going to be tested here so early on into this play-in. Yeah, a couple of rounds here or there, maybe a mishap, right? Maybe those 2 rounds that we saw NIP actually end up picking up, maybe not go their way, but the usual suspects you'd expect, but that's not what we're getting at all. These usual rounds that NIP would just easily close out, it's not happening for them right now. It's been a slobber knocker in between these two. Geekay constantly sending shots back, and that's what I respect so much. They're not playing scared. They're playing their own game, and they are doing it damn well.
Just want to see a return to form from that coordination we saw.
Good find.
The Lockers attack from round 7. Indeed, good find. Put in a lot of work to get that drone spot. And Tricks is already paid off. Oh, nice little solo rotation off this. He's got the intel himself. Can he find an angle on the window?
These windows are so hard, aren't they?
It's so difficult. The lighting difference, the long angle. Got the Z ping, but no, it's not favorable. One of his teammates watching it. Wiz is down inside of Teller's playing. Not necessary for a C4, maybe C4 from below in CEO, but the wall's opening up now. IP site being opened up in front of them. Crest is so focused in that kill in main lobby. You know, just now walking out, but the first kill officially going NIP's way.
So awkward there. Should be able to get Wizard back up. I mean, we saw the motion over towards Small. Are they really just going to let him bleed out? They are. I think they're worried about the cross. No. He'll go back to the rotation on the other side. I was going to say, they have to have something for rotation on that spot. They're playing open area. And they will indeed. So fortunately be able to get Wiz back up here and potentially get to penultimate point before Geekay. E?
What are you there?
Manners maketh man. Watch that trigger discipline.
He's got the diffuser too. That's the nice part. It's not like it's in the hands of some teammate. Oh, he's made it in.
There's no way they're doing
There's
it like
this. There's got to be someone to cover though.
There's 2 downstairs.
And I can hear the Dokkaebi calls covering it. Nobody's reacting. They've got the cross in small office. Bomb's now down. He's landed it.
Holy crap.
Just slowly creeping on in. Barely any teammates to cover beside Noodle. What a find he's made. 3 kills fly Geekay's way. Both remaining defenders on such low HP. The man who can do it all. A 4-piece for Key and a 5th if you count the plant. What a way to tie the game.
What the freaking heck, man. What the freaking heck. I don't even know what to say about that. That's something where it's like, when Nip watches that VOD, they're all just going to put their head in their hands and be like, oh, we're stupid. That's crazy.
Like the way Key played that. I mean, you saw the thought process. He's like, okay, back corner clear, close door clear, hard right clear. I can move in. You saw the process, the methodical nature of it. That was really nice to see from Key.
Beautiful. Genuinely a beautiful round of Siege. It just goes to show you that you don't have to kill your opponent to win these games. You just have to exploit their weaknesses. And the biggest part of that for Nip was Cafe. They had not a single person paying attention to a wide open double door. And no one really just trying to consider anything that could potentially be going on when all that utility starts singing as well. Just no one really having that forethought. So unfortunate for Ninjas in Pajamas, but I'll have to see here. Geekay has been able to tie things up yet again. Gonna head back towards the top floor. Electro Claws down to try and lock things up. And Wizard really hoping that this round can be the one where he can make matters most.
It's important though. Again, if Geekay doesn't drop those 2 1vx's, the game's over now. They would have won in regulation, but now we are 5-5. Had a very solid couple attacks so far. Yet to see it become consistent. Match point now. That would be the way to make a statement on the first day, the first game of this crew. Where CEO was difficult. Just trying to go for those very basic attacks outside the windows. If this Cade Claw messes them up, it was already a bit rough for them last time, but at least they were able to open this position. But if they keep the Canto wall reinforced, if NIP keep it closed the entirety of the round, that'll be the one small opening Geekay had eliminated.
I don't like this timing right now, Carter. Here we go, Tricks. Let's get this thing open. This shouldn't take longer than a minute. If you're taking longer than a minute on this, you're just, I don't even know what to say to you. This is like the very first wall you deal with. So EMP's out. Be able to get one. Wizard wants to do the electro shuffle on this, but I don't think that he's going to be able to get it.
You got, well, one panel's good. The other one's gone, though. Just the one.
Genuinely, you really only need one side to be able to cover things because look at it this way. Wizard has to favor the right-hand side of that, and if anybody's playing Skylight, he's dead to rights. There's no way that he gets through it. So we'll have to see what can potentially come to be here for Geekay as they've gotten that wall open, this time in really good timing, but I'm still a little worried about the window play, the potentiality of Nip getting some very important picks.
I mean, that's my big concern. I mean, they're just trying to do the same take they really did last time, but there are mirror windows looking at them. They haven't dealt with stock quite that bit. The smoke canisters, they feel like, can make that work. And to be fair, there's nobody playing down below right now from NIP to go for that C4, but there are plenty of hatches open for Muzi to rotate down. Go for that. There are Yokais on the board as well. I just keep thinking with the CEO attacks, Geekay are pinning so much of this on NIP making mistakes as they try to deny the plant. It's
so one-dimensional.
So one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And there you go. This is what happened last time. Cons was able to get the first pick on one of the Geekay attackers, start it in a 5v4, and now Geekay are just trying to do the same thing they did before.
Here we go. And they save the nitro cells here too. Muzi still has the answer to this, but will it sing? You know, we got the Yokai around here somewhere. That smoke should dissipate just at a split second. I think they got him. I think they killed him. They did indeed. They might have got the nitro cell there too. Noodle's going to go down. It's all up to Key. And if there was a person that you wanted to try and win this situation out, it would have to be him. He's got to worry about CEO. He's going to hop the window. Key! Oh my! Folks, he's so close. You have no idea. This is going to be so hard for Wizard, and it's because he's a 3 armor. He's so loud. That's the problem. He's not going to be able to sneak back upstairs and try and surprise this Repel player. It's already Key's world that we're living in. It just makes it so much harder because he can hear him stomping up to the case. Key, he's just waiting. Moments away. 3 seconds. 2, 1. And now I can peek him. That's it. Just like that.
Match point acquired for Geekay. 2 1vx's from Muzi, and now 2 huge rounds from X-Key. This man has done it for Geekay at this point. He has some big rounds and has acquired match point. I mean, just one more attack, one more big play from Key, or just one good round from the team. Geekay will take down NIP the first day of the Atlanta Major. Not eliminate, of course, but send them down to that lower bracket.
And I mean, I got to say this because there might not be another opportunity for us to say this throughout the rest of this tournament. This is Nip's group. There is no ifs, ands, or buts.
They are the number one.
You can ask, literally, you could ask my grandma, for God's sakes. She'd be like, yes, Sammy boy, Ninjas in Pajamas is going to win Group A. That's what happened.
Jesse and I were watching the group draw on stream. We saw Nip get this group. We're like, was this rigged? Did they
It feels like it.
And that's not saying, you know, that Geekay is a slouch or Sandbox is a slouch. Just NIP are that team. They're top 8 at Copenhagen against one team that went out in play-ins, one team, 2 teams that weren't even at Copenhagen. Like, that's their group. And Geekay in this match have been able to bring NIP to the brink.
10 seconds left.
Theoretically, and now officially, as they've taken match point.
Yo, shout the hell out to Leader, though. Because, my God, are you calling a game, man? Doing a great job. The fact that Ninjas in Pajamas could not handle the exact same strategy on the top floor when you have all of the utility in place to do so just boggles my mind.
It really did ultimately come down to shooting that C4 out of the air, though. I mean, the mirror was in that position for it to land, but Geekay, even though they were going with the same linear take, which I still don't know if I quite like, they had the positions correctly, and thankfully with a bit of luck, they were able to land it.
Oh no! Moose!
The run out fails!
It's the Roni, boy! It's the Roni! He ran out of ammo. Straight up.
I mean, that's one of those plays on round 12. You feel like you got to make a move. You feel like you got to bring this back. But if it doesn't work out, you've handed Geekay a man advantage. They've got a 5v4. And as they go to full clear the map now, there's not as many people to play trades. Muzi was the player on this roam game before. Now he's gone.
Yep, that's it right there for it, man. For me. You literally just read my mind. I was like, whoever called your top fragger jumping out of a window, you're wrong. I'm just sorry. Like, that's just bad. Especially in a situation like this. Yeah, I totally understand trying to catch him off guard. And yeah, you had a moment, right? You had an opportunity. But this is what you get if things go the wrong way.
There's only so many rounds left, and if you're gambling things on that, if you lose that fight, you end up paying for it dearly.
Yeah, let's put all things on black in one of the first initial rounds, and then see where it goes from there. Not when Geekay is 1 round away from beating a hammer-lifting squad in regulation.
We've reached a point, too. I mean, NIP have to hold on to this control. They can't just give up the middle floor. But in the disadvantage, Pino's got to overperform. He's got to get at least a kill here before backing off to make it even. Maybe Cons as well on the blue stairs. Something's got to give, and it's got to go the way of NIP.
They're really looking for 2 right now. If they can get 2, everything is okay. But, I mean, just looking at the situation that is donning their doorstep, it is not a good one. Now, I will say this. They do have good timing. But that's because Geekay is using so much of this clock. Because they got that pick so early on moves, they're able to drone things out, use some of these dope calls. Bricks. This is it right here. This is a huge moment in between these 2 tricks. Constantly battling back, but Wizard wants it. Pino will take one down. 3 versus 3. This is what we wanted. Nip, they can do it. Cons is going to get at least 1, but Leader will trade it out into the 2 versus 2. There's 45 seconds remaining, folks. Lots of time on this clock. The case is in no one's hands. Hasham has found Pino. It's down to Cons. He's 10-10. He wants to be 12-10. He's got that nitro cell in his pocket in a moment to shut this down.
Now, the one issue for Geekay, though, we got no drones. We only have 1 drone remaining. No E1Ds. He doesn't win the fight. Cons sees him right in front of him. He still has the C4. He doesn't need to take the gunfight. Leader's got to hope he wins the straight one-on-one with Cons despite full intel. The pre-fire works out. Overtime on the board as NIP just saved the game.
Dude, what a round. What a round there. And it just shows you how things can devolve in situations like that where your nerves are getting to you. The moment means so much. And they separate.
Yep.
They separate downstairs, Lynx. There's no tradability. There's no way that somebody can try and capitalize on anything going on with Cons around there. The beauty of the Vector and Mira is that the gun shoots so fast that if you're able to get on top of her after she's taken a couple of fights or taken like one pretty major one. Might be reloading, might be completely done with things. Now, she might have that secondary shotgun. That's a whole different story.
We won't get into that.
Yeah, but, you know, then we're getting really off into nothingness there. But either way, though, what a round from Ninjas in Pajamas. But let's be real. What a round from Cons, because he needed to lock that down in such a major way, and you could see the energy on their faces. Muzi probably just counting his lucky stars. Just, oh, thank you, God.
I mean, as a player, when you make that play, it doesn't work out, and, you know, you then end up losing the game because of it. I mean, that really takes a toll on you. Sure, it's just the first best of 1, but now you're in the loser's bracket when you maybe could have been up, could have helped things. That's a big blessing for Muzi. That's not on his shoulders. But to be fair, Geekay get to start on the defense here. That was their best side by a wide margin. It was a 3-3, could have been a 5-1 half for Geekay, and they get that side to start out. So NIP have a break. They got a breath of fresh air. They're moving into overtime, but Geekay still very much in this.
Yeah, I'm very worried with that info you were talking about there, because Geekay, like you were saying, their defensive end has been very solid, and Ninjas in Pajamas' offense has been anything but. It's been very, very slow, and honestly, they truthfully should have only gotten 1 round on their last offensive side. But thanks to Muzi and his A, valiant efforts, and B, just downright luck with that Finka play, I mean, things end up working out. So, fortunately enough for them, we've reached this moment here, overtime up against Geekay, our MENA region representative. And honestly, when we sat down here, I thought that we could maybe see max regulation. I didn't think we were seeing OT here on Bank.
I didn't really either. I thought Geekay maybe put up a really good fight in regulation. But man, they put up a really good fight overall and stretched to overtime. Thanks to NIP, not thanks to Geekay. Dokkaebi on the board, though, for NIP. Not going with that Jackal. First call goes out. Capitalization, though, might force a bit of uncertainty from Geekay defenders. A lot of intel. One will drop down the elevator hatch, so Geekay slowly pulling their forces back down to that bottom floor. These echoes have been, these yokais have been so good for the attack. Or the defense, excuse me. 1 spotted. That was the final one gone, though. Doesn't have any more of those yokais for the post plan.
Well, that's to be expected. Things are very quiet right now. I know, you're so shocked. Ninjas in Pajamas, methodically clearing out the mid-floor. Don't believe we have a Geekay body anywhere to really worry about that I saw. Yeah, let's get a head count down here. That's 4. I don't see our 5th, but I'm sure there they are. So, looks like we will have every single body down low. Just awaiting the arrival of Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, the beauty of this for Geekay is the fact that Nip takes so unbelievably long to try and set these things up majority of the time, that if they do play solid utility going into the dying moments of this, they can just win it out. Now, Leader's already used one of his smokes, so only have 20 seconds of denial on that, but they still have an impact. Actually, 3 of those. A Yokai, I do believe, tricked in Garage.
No Yokais anymore. Oh, wait, no, he does have one.
He has one in Garage,
Oh,
yep. And then we also have the Nitro Cell here for Hisham with those goggles on top of it, too. First smoke out here, Nitro Cell, or was that the other smoke? I think
that was the final smoke from Leader. So there is a bit of a gap between when that smoke will dissipate and when NIP can go for a plant, and that's where Hisham C4 needs to land, or that Yokai needs to land a stun. He's trying to play on that hatch. Easy find by Wizard. Psycho now putting the bomb down. Yokai caught again on that hatch. Wizard putting in a huge play up above the red hallway. Hisham does find one, but he's not in position for anybody to counter. NIP have got all the angles set up. Noodle's the only success on this retake so far. He's up above. Tricks down below. Finds a 1v1. Oh, doesn't find the angle just for the moment. And once Khan's retakes, down goes the Echo. Noodle finally drops, but everyone from NIP is in their positions in behind this OSA shield. NIP in the position they thought we'd be at the beginning, but it's taken a lot longer to get there, Sam.
Yeah, yes, indeed. What a crazy round there. Geekay, just a couple pieces of utility away from taking that round. I mean, right on the precipice there. The Nitro Cell not really landing too well, ended up getting shot out of the sky. I really didn't like the smoke delivery, especially. Just like the immediate follow-up when you already had the one popped was a little awkward to me, and I really don't know what Leader used his initial one for. That was more than likely just to try and combat somebody around main stairs or something like that, but I digress. Geekay going to use their tactical timeout, which is just truly insane to me that it's been, you know, this long throughout the game. Neither one of these teams has used a timeout yet, but hey, it's just like football, man. You don't go to the half with timeouts, you don't end the game with timeouts.
I still think it's a good time for Geekay to take a pause. They have to win one attack and one defense if they want to close this game out with a win.
13-10 for Key, 12-7 for Tricks. And I mean, just everybody across the board for both of these respective squads. Even Wizard, you know, I mean 4-12, but like he's doing the, you know, the essentials, right? Yeah. He's doing the heavy lifting, the stuff that nobody really wants to do.
I mean, you talk about that. I mean, sure, he got the kill on the Key, but he also got the kill on the Yokai, moving beneath the red hatch that round. That was a big play. Maybe that Echo gets in position, stops the diffuser. So picking that up, sure, it's not registered as a kill, but that's certainly impactful. And also for the rest of NIP, you know, we've been definitely, you know, hyping up Geekay quite a bit, talking, you know, not down to NIP, but definitely, you know, they've been very slow talking about their problems, but individually, Wizards are the only one who's not showing up. You said everyone else. I mean, Psycho is just on the brink of breaking 10 kills to be the 4th player on NIP with double digits. It's a bit more spread out from Geekay. It's a bit more all over the place. Sure, there's standout players. Key, for example, Tricks, another one. But it's a very solid across-the-board performance from NIP as well. So when they do get set up in those positions, when they are able to get the bomb down, you can rely on everyone to do their job.
It's truly unbelievable. Very, very remarkable stuff here from Nip. And like you were saying, although the scoreline doesn't show it, there's definitely been some moments for Wizard here as well. Just, you know, sometimes things don't work out for you, and that's definitely the situation that we have rearing its ugly head here right now for him. He's going to end up getting that hatch sealed up. Not exactly a job for a 3 armor, but early on in the round doesn't really matter. Nobody's going to be able to beat you on timing, so he'll be able to steal that. He is more than likely work his way in towards that mid floor, start working some of this hatch play, and my God, man, when's the last time you saw this piece of piece of equipment when it comes to this gun?
Yeah, you don't see the LMG all that often anymore. Didn't see Finka all that often until they brought the nades back into her back pocket.
Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me.
It's like we're back in early 2022. Like
it's like a depressed all over again.
Well, thankfully, the LMG recoil is different, so it's not as bad as it once was. Interesting strat from NIP, as you can see. They got the Clash solo inside a server at the moment. Just vibing. Just hanging out. Got Pino on server stairs as well, but Flashes will just chill there for the time being. Hopefully delay time later on in the round, as Geekay have typically gone for a server-sided execute most of their lockers attacks so far. Psycho will be a very unpleasant surprise once Geekay start finding intel on that bottom.
It's going to be a really big deal, too, because you can see they're focusing really hard on what's going to be going on with this hatch play. Electro Claws. Wizard.
Ooh.
Might have it, actually.
Should
Let's see here.
here.
Yeah, I think he does. Ooh. Yep. Very nicely done. Well managed. And then here's the other portion. Habana, I do believe now on drone. Yeah, Key. And he doesn't even know about that hatch either. So they're going to have to go back and try and address it. Luckily, Noodle's here to try and help them out. And just to keep things on top of this. Another EMP out. Does he get it picked up in time? He does, and he delivers it. Oh, my God. I think he's done it.
No way.
There's no way.
He's got this.
Is this the way that they go out? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Carter.
I mean, you were talking about play that doesn't register on the scoreboard. There's 2 of them right there.
Yeah. Exactly what I'm talking about. This is what we're seeing. Wizard with the Electro Slide. Not in the Electro Shuffle. The Shuffle never works. The Slide, though, he's going to have to teach me this.
This is just heartbreaking for Geekay at this point as their way into this attack.
You can see Noodle. He's just like, I'm going to dirt. I don't know what to do.
I mean, what do you do at this point? But look, they're dropping down into dirt, and what's there? A clash is waiting for them. They haven't cleared out server stairs either, so there's Pino with the MPX, who's now retreating back to the site. Can hold a long angle. Geekay have to go over that server take, but they don't have the amount of angles open to them that they've had before. There's so much utility staring them in the face.
Oh, no!
And Noodle cuts down Key as the Hibana walks in. Now Leader finds one. Okay. Noodle finds another. There's a clash on the board, so it's only 2 guns up from NIP at the moment. And now the clash is gone. The team kill might not matter. Wizard spots one. Can he get the kill? Can he save it? There's Garage players there, and outside of red, no, he cannot. Moosey's got to cut his way through 3 separate angles. Flash takes away his vision. He finds one, but it's not enough to close it out. Geekay had no business
the math is not mapping.
Any plane of existence to win that round, and yet we find ourselves on round 15 nonetheless.
Better stop your wizard shit right now. I'm telling you, this is ridiculous. This is unprecedented what we just witnessed. Not only did Noodle ice his own teammate, but they somehow, some way are able to get a multitude of kills because Nip are swinging for the fences in server. Yeah. And then Wizard, bless his heart before I say this, but he can do everything except shoot. It is just not really working out for him on that front right now. Now, to be honest, obviously our Geekay, team making themselves some pretty hard targets, especially over in the server area. But right when he swung into the garage angle, you're like, oh yeah, this is curtains right here. So what a round there from Geekay, just not shying away from the fact that there is always an opportunity to win a round in Rainbow Six Siege.
Both of these teams have multiple rounds at this point that just should not have gone their way. That we were calling the other way, calling for the other team. A minute left to go. A minute to go, just because it seemed undoubted that possible outcome. But NIP, Geekay, they have multiple rounds in their score at this point that they just had no business winning, and it's all brought us to round 15. If there was ever a time for Moosey to show up, for Geekay to show up, make that play, it's right now.
Yep. Well, Sauron, I'm gonna need you. Whatever.
Different guy.
I mean, whatever, dude. Consult your orb. Tell us what's going on.
He's got a different. I am looking at the Palantir right now, and I see a crazy round 15 in our future.
Well, Psycho's feeling that too. He's gonna drop the Dokkaebi of it. Whoa. Slow it down. Slow it down. Hey. Okay, we've been doing a little bit too much day drinking here. I can tell. This is something serious. Time to have a meal, get some water under you.
We're not about to have a CEO rush to end round 15. I don't know if my heart can handle that.
I swear to God, if this is how we're actually starting this event, I'm gonna. Oh yeah, no, it's locked. It's done.
I know they're locking the glass, but it's got to not be a rush, right? I mean, we don't have any. No. Okay, no, I guess we have to smoke some glass.
There's 3 people on the side. I don't know. Oh, I'm getting really scared right now, Carter. I'm getting really worried.
Oh, we'll see what happens.
Oh my
We'll see what
gosh.
NIP have planned, but. And they trend slower, so probably see the glass in this window for a good majority of the round, but...
Never been more clenched in my life just by an operator lineup. This is ludicrous.
Okay.
Also, Medics, you killed this fly-through cam. Man, that looks so good. I jinxed it.
Didn't make me right.
Just immediately teleports to the floor. They're going to slow that up eventually, though. The height change right now is just incredibly fast. Like, even if you tap the button, it's like, do you want to be 10 feet below the floor? So, eventually we'll get it. But the free cam has been so awesome. Great addition to Siege, and great addition for us over here on the Siege Esports end.
And it certainly helped elucidate one thing. There's no Mira currently present for Geekay's defense. Hash, you got to find a way out, man.
Hash, run!
You're stuck in the corner.
Oh, no.
There's so little for him to do. There's angles to his left and to his right. The bookcase broken open. Hash will just stay here, waste
just prone it out,
play his life.
Just prone it out.
I mean, listen, if he plays in this window and he hops out, he probably beats Psycho in this fight, for being honest.
It really just depends if Psycho hits his flick. That's what I'm always worried about in situations like this, specifically with him as well. Is he's just such an incredible player. You think you got him caught off guard, and then all of a sudden you're dead. Especially with Hasham on such low HP, he's just got to hit that one shot. So. A little worrisome, but with a lot of round remaining and a lot of damage done to Hasham, Nip are going to lean back into their info game to see if they can have anything else to exploit.
They're looking to... Oh, Hasham makes it off. They wanted to try and finish him off from down below, but he just barely sneaks behind.
Please stay here, Hasham. This is going to be so magical if this is the way that things go down.
I mean, this is ridiculous at this point. I mean, NIP are setting up for their execute, but they're running into the same problem that Geekay had, Sam. They weren't able to clear out stock, weren't able to get any other angles. They're They're sending the nade, and do they know?
Did it fall?
No,
oh,
it's
no, it got
caught.
caught. Okay. The second one as well. Hisham fighting through this. Such metal to this man. Great patience. Muzi's going to be able to find Key on such a crazy angle all the way to the outside. It's going to be stock gone. They've got at least one, but they have to get in this damn building, man. They're not looking for this execute just yet. They're trying to expose as much of this as they can. They're actually going to shift gears here. Leader's going to get one. He works his way back over the shield. Cons is going to have to try and get some assistance, but Hisham gets one. He's going to shift gears, move on over to the window. Cycle takes one out. They're going to try and expose things from the back end instead. Cycle will go down. It's just Wizard. Wizard in a 1 versus 2. A 1 versus 2 that is completely doable. Such low HP, but with 10 seconds remaining, Wizard, can you get it? Can you get it done? It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. He chooses wrong, and it's gonna be all Trix all day. The meta region is here to play, ladies and gentlemen.
8-7 for Geekay, and 2 majors in a row. NIP take an L on their first game of the major. 7-3 to 6 Karma in Copenhagen, and an 8-7 loss to Geekay on Bank. And Sam, it could have been a hell of a lot worse for NIP. The fact that it's an 8-7, based on those 2 1vx's, it could have been 7-2, 7-3. And still, despite all the effort, not enough for NIP in the end.
Just an insane story already. Like, and this is why I love esports so much, man. You come to a major, you have expectations. You look at these teams, you're like, wow, Ninjas in Pajamas. What a squad. When you think Brazil, you think NIP, you think Liquid, you think FaZe, right? You think all these amazing teams, and then you come in with a team like Geekay, a team fresh out of their own region, just beat the Falcons, trying to fly and soar as high as they can.
Their best.
And they have not hit the sun, my friend. They landed on the moon, not the stars. They're looking beautiful today, dude. It's so crazy, guys, because we expected, like we said earlier, we looked at this group and we're like, oh, this is NIP's group.
Yeah.
Easy. Easily done. It's whoever secondary gets out of this. But now, completely different situation.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, NIP are still very much the favorites to make it out, period. 1, 2, doesn't matter as long as you make it to phase 2, right? And I'm still pretty confident NIP will make it out, but it's only best of 3s now from here. NIP, that was their one map to try and make it a little bit easier, but they will play later today in our elimination match, as they will play the loser of Sandbox versus Crest, our next game on the Group A stream, of course. But a result that I think of all the teams, you know, a lot of people were excited about Geekay, but now they very well could make it out of the group first tomorrow. They easily, winner of Sandbox Crest, if Geekay just show up the way they were playing today, they might be the first team to make it out of Group A.
Yeah, and legitimately, what a game called by Leader. I mean, he kept them in it, man. He kept them in it. He kept them patient. I mean, a perfect example was that very last round. They could have easily tried to swing for the fences, jump out on things, especially for Hassan, right? Like, there were so many moments where you're like, oh, he's got to try and send it right now.
I thought that quite a few times.
Exactly.
I was saying, just like, how about the window? Just like go for a 1-for-1. But no, he played it patient.
Yeah, and you see exactly why. They forced NIP into such a bad circumstance that they had to completely abandon their plan and try and throw things over to vending hallway with 30 seconds remaining.
I mean, just great play from Geekay to start. And of course, from NIP, we saw a lot of the highlights that make them such a feared team inside of Rainbow Six. You know, their lethality when they get set up in their positions, when they get the bomb down, or when Muzi's having a field day. All of that was there from NIP. It's not like they were really making a lot of mistakes today. I mean, sure, there were some mistakes, but it wasn't like an overarching huge problem, right? Aside from maybe their pace. But still, Geekay were able to just barely close it out in very impressive fashion. It's excellent to see.
Yes, indeed. Let's get the stats up on the screen now, folks, so you can see how this insane game finished out. Don't worry, we already know. It's 8-7, not 7-5, just so you guys know. That's why there's so many kills on both sides here, and you can clearly see right in the middle that we played all 15 rounds. Now, looking across the board here, I think the thing that we have to talk about, the elephant in the room here, is going to have to be Wizard. I know, sadly enough, he got a lot done inside of the utility game. We saw some really cool moments with the Electroclaw and stuff like that, but the cost is just not there, man.
Yeah, no, it's... And again, we saw a lot of cool stuff he did, but he was just that one poor performer. But I would argue, even though Wizard, you know, he didn't get a lot of the kills, he was taking an L in terms of the roles, right? He's on hard breacher. He was getting first pick like 2-3 rounds just by sheer happenstance of the attacking half. That's going to happen sometimes. You're going to have a bad game. But overall, on a map like Bank, it ended up punishing NIP's slow play style, especially on those first few attacks, those first 4 attacks before they started bringing the Amaru to speed up the pace. They were trying to hit the site with 30, 20 seconds left with all the utility in their way, all the smoke canisters, all of the angles still intact. And that cost them a lot of rounds early on that maybe could have got them the victory in the end. Whereas on Geekay, the performances weren't as even as they were on NIP, but huge rounds from Key, huge rounds from Twixt, and just a little bit more consistent of a game and a little bit better reactivity than NIP.
Well, what a series in between these two teams. That's going to do it here for Geekay and Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's see what we got going on next, man. Yeah, show it off, show it off. It's going to be Sandbox, I almost said Space Station. Sandbox versus Crest, which is going to be a very interesting game, especially for Crest. It's their first time with us, so excited to see what they can bring to the table.
Of course, coming out from the Japanese LCQ, Sandbox, I mean, we all know Sandbox.
Oh, yeah.
We all know
Taylor,
Sandbox.
big fan over here.
Well, Envy Taylor's not playing anymore. Remember, they got in, I think, Demic? Yeah, Demic with the coach.
Yeah, totally.
He's
forgot
now
about
playing
that.
in, so Envy Taylor, not around for Sandbox anymore. But we all know the others. You know, Arakazi. We all know what Sandbox
they're a great
can do.
squad.
They're a great squad.
Great guys especially.
I've never met them, but I'm sure they would all be starting players on the Nice Guy Rainbow Six roster.
Yes, probably one of the nicest teams I've ever interacted with. So very, very cool people. And the coolest thing about that roster is the fact that like they were one of these teams that came to a major event all the way back in the day, SI 2019, as Mantis FPS Pro Gaming. And they made it matter most at that time, you know. So really, really cool storyline there that has brought things forward for this region all the way up until today, dude. And I mean, for me especially, because like that was like one of my very first events. It's so crazy to think, you know, back that far. It's been almost 5 years.
Well, we got an OG team. We're going up against a rookie team coming up next. But before we go to a break, make sure you hop over to the main Rainbow Six channel. The A stream where Los Talon just got underway, casted by the Angel and the Devil himself. As a Chew and Ace of Pyra. But that's it for Sam and I for right now. Make sure to hop over to the A stream during this break. We'll see you over there.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think is pointless.
There's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
Sorry for the delay, but we are back on the B stream, Rainbow Six Bravo. I am joined by a very special guest. During the break, I polymorphed Mandy into a spider, and now he decided to web up the entire area behind us, as you can see. So, but it's nice to cast with you. I didn't expect going into this that we would switch up the duos, but I was very pleasantly surprised, and now I get to cast with you, which I didn't think I would.
Likewise, it's very exciting to finally be able to switch it up. Of course, we are from across the other side of the world.
Yeah, you're like
from each other, like
12 hours
literally
away.
the other side of the world from each other. So it's not every day that we get to cast with each other. It should be an exciting one.
Yeah, and of course we have Sandbox Crest coming up. If you missed the first game on B stream, it was a barn burner between NIP and Geekay. It ultimately resulted in Geekay taking the match 8-7. Moving forward in the bracket, where NIP will play in our loser best of 3 later on tonight, where they'll play one of the two teams we have right now, Sandbox versus Crest, the second best team in Korea versus the Japanese LCQ team that is on a bit of an upward trajectory right now. We all know Sandbox, right? They're a known quantity. They are probably the expert on the group stage at this point.
Yeah, that's certainly right. Sandbox, they're very consistently at these events. We see them time and time again at majors, even at SI, those kind of things like that, but they never seem to be able to make it out of groups. Crest, on the other hand, though, this is their very first time on the international stage. They have never played in a league outside of Japan, and they're going to be facing up against Sandbox, who have really got the upper hand in experience here.
And for either of these teams, especially after that first map, neither of these matchups look good, right? Let's say you beat Sandbox or you beat Crest, whatever. You either have to play Geekay, who beat NIP and looked great doing it, or you have to play NIP, who were top 8 in Copenhagen, have such a legend status behind them. There's no good path for either of these teams right now, and especially going into the best of 3. I mean, Sandbox have a bit more of that international experience, right? But both of these teams against NIP in a best of 3, it's not looking great for that later match for either of them.
No, it's certainly not. No matter what they go into in their next match, they're going to be feeling pretty nervous about it, but that's not what the tale of this current match is, right? This is just in the moment, take each match one by one at a time and see where you can go with it. And for these teams, look, they are from within the same sort of region. So these Japanese and Korean teams do often play against each other in scrims. They even played against each other in the same league back when APAC North was a thing, right? So these two teams have probably got a pretty good read on each other's play styles, and they're going to go up head-to-head against each other as their first match of the play-ins.
And making out of the plans is especially important for both of these teams. I mean, Sandbox, of course, they're at that 350 mark, which is almost the de facto cutoff, right? They're in the top 20, still yet to qualify. But Crest, if they can make it out of the plans and push a little bit into Swiss, SI qualification becomes a very real possibility. And based on at least the precedent, the history they have inside of their leagues, both these teams doing really well. I mean, Crest might have made it to the LCQ, but 9 regulation wins right there, 11 wins overall. I mean, sure, you know, a lot of them maybe came from the LCQ for more experienced teams, but that's still an impressive ability to close out those matches that Sandbox have to go against.
It is, especially when you come out of the Japan region, right? Like for me and Dev, we come from Japan, we cast these guys almost every week. It is such a tight-knit region. Like on any random day, one team can beat another. It doesn't matter who it is. Like the entire midfield is so tight, and so for Crest to have picked up so many wins consistently through the league, like seriously, that is really impressive not to have a more even scoreline. On the other side of Sandbox, though, Korea tends to be a pretty top-heavy league in general. Definitely. And so that's why we constantly, like Sandbox, D plus Kia consistently making it to these events, and that to us it doesn't really seem like a big surprise that they're here.
And their opponents might change, you know, who Sandbox face in the semifinals, who D plus face in the semifinals, but the only thing that changed was I think maybe Sandbox got a map off D plus Kia this stage in the final, but both their playoff routes were pretty much the exact same in terms of scoreline for the entirety of the South Korea League. And now finding themselves here, Sandbox in a very familiar position, a group stage that they face daunting odds to get out of, but are looking to Crest, who might have a good record in Japan, but lack that international experience that Sandbox have. This is their time for Sandbox to make a big play. Speaking of, though, we have our map vetoes coming up, and very interesting. Sandbox only playing 4 maps in the South Korea League. Extremely small map pool in terms of what's available to VOD.
Yeah, that's a pretty good comment to make as well. Both in Japan and Korea, the map pool isn't super big amongst both of those regions. It does surprise me that Clubhouse has been taken out pretty early by Sandbox. Like, to me, that's something that's like in their repertoire. But I think that the rest of the bans are pretty straightforward. I think Labs is pretty much a permaban at this point early on, especially for Sandbox. And Skyscraper being taken out is the other surprising one for me, I would say. Skyscraper does get seen a lot, especially within these APAC teams. Yep. But nevertheless, I think the ban phase so far makes a lot of sense.
Well, I know Skyscraper for me, I mean, that was the map when you talk about kind of some of the Asian teams. That was the map that Fury beat Eminem on. That was the map that North Eption beat Revan on back at the Copenhagen Major. There's a good history on Skyscraper for these Asian teams, but the last 2 maps we have, one of them Chile, the other being Oregon, and I don't think either of us are shocked that Oregon is the map we go to. I had this as either going to Clubhouse or going to Oregon. Sure, Clubhouse is banned early on, but Oregon, not shocked at all that one of those big default maps is what we see these teams.
No, I would say that a lot of these teams play the more dissolved maps. So if there was a word that I would use for this particular map pool that they bring into it, and I don't think there are any surprises with that. I think the main thing to point out here is that Sandbox will be starting on the defending side for this map, and Crest has a tendency to struggle quite a lot on the attacking side. So I think the first tale of this match will be whether Crest can actually land in some of those attacks early and make it look competitive.
And Oregon starting in the attack especially, I mean, it's not like what we just saw on Bank, where if you're starting out hot on a defense or hot on an attack, you can really make it your half depending on what happens. Oregon, especially that basement bomb site, can be so restrictive to take the initiative on the attack. Dorm is maybe a little bit better. You know, you have a Ying on the board, or we see Meeting later on in the round, but Dorm or basement just being that starting site we know Sandbox are going to go to. Crest, if they can have a good showing on that site, that really will speak well for their.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think for Crest, coming out of Japan League, going into this one, a lot of the Crest playstyle actually tends to be rather slow. But when you think about the Japanese playstyle, you think of something that's it's a bit quicker, more on the ball.
I think of the Varel round at Copenhagen,
exactly,
where they're like smoking off the plat wall. Yeah,
that's Japan.
That's what
you think of CAG, Japan, right? That's the way that they just play.
Anaton, QE
right?
spamming Monty.
Crest are kind of different in that way.
They're like the NIP of Japan.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. They are one of the slower teams to come out of Japan. Now, whether it's just they take longer to go through the motions of each round, or whether they do more thinking and planning, I'm not too sure exactly what goes behind the scenes. I don't actually speak their language, so it's hard to communicate with them exactly what's going on, but they are one of the more methodical teams, and I think going into Oregon, that's what they're really going to be tested by, right? Because once you hit that basement attack, you don't want to do it 20 seconds ago, right? You want to put some redundancy to it, and I think that's what they're going to struggle with.
And on Dorms as well, if you struggle to clear those power positions, right? Like, being methodical works, but if, let's say, we have a trophy shield, somebody's playing behind it with Omai, your utility clear has to be on point. It's got to be timely, but if you end up spending a lot of time on that one position, Dormers might not be as defender-sided as basement, but if you take too long, it's still going to be dominantly in favor of Sandbox starting out on that defensive side, and then you're just left with praying you get a win on Meeting Kitchen or Kitchen Dining, and maybe that'll work out for Crest, whatever, but in the game where at least ranking-wise you are the underdog, you're going up against a more experienced team like Sandbox internationally, you want to get as many of those rounds as you can and not just rely on the theory of it. Actually make sure that you're being a bit more proactive, being a bit more aggressive, and even if your strength is being methodical, have a bit of explosiveness to break those stalemates when you encounter.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Even though Crest are one of the slower teams, do they still have a little bit of that Japanese identity that the rest of their counterparts actually bring to this major? Speaking of experience, as you were talking about it, one of the most experienced players on Sandbox is actually not playing at this major. Envy Taylor, who is a staple name of Sandbox, is actually not here and is being replaced by Nova instead. One of the younger players coming out of Korea, but nevertheless, that's a big bit of experience that has suddenly been taken away from Sandbox. And when you go to these international events, the translation between playing in scrims and playing in a regional league to suddenly playing on LAN, it's completely different. And when you don't have that leadership figure there to keep everyone calm and in the zone, it can be really tricky.
I think also for the people watching, I mean, Envy Taylor, at least for me, you know, watching Rainbow Six back when they were Mantis FPS, Cloud9 at a certain point, now Sandbox, Envy Taylor was the guy on Sandbox. Not necessarily he was putting up big numbers in the server, but it's like, oh, it's Sandbox, Envy Taylor's there.
Exactly.
There he is. He's still 30. He's rocking with the boys, right?
He's still 30.
Well, I mean, so what is, hold on, quick aside. So Nick and I were talking about this. Is Virtue the oldest player now? It's like 28, 29, something like that?
That's a Def Mata question you've asked.
That's true.
The wrong one. Wrong Australian.
I'm sorry about that. Next time if we cast together, I'll bring him after. But thankfully, hopefully, I think we have everyone in the lobby. We're still waiting on a couple things to get figured out, but I personally am excited. Even though, you know, I've had some methodical teams today. You know, NIP not as chaotic as their other Brazilian counterparts. Crest not as chaotic as their other Japanese parts. I want to hear Dev screaming over me from the green room that this is Japanese Rainbow Six Siege. I want to hear it. I want to hear him get excited. I know.
Trust me, you'll hear it. He's meters away. He's Dev Mata, the APAC kill himself. There's no way that you're not going to be able to hear it. Community vote actually going in the way of Sandbox, which I think doesn't surprise us going into. I feel like we pretty much agreed with that on the desk.
Gotcha.
A very different level of experience. Completely different. In fact, Crest, this is their debut. Sandbox, they've been here before. Surely they can show us that they know how this group stage works.
Yeah, and we'll get into the outban phase, see what happens. I think this is a good ban for Sandbox to take down early on if Crest want to speed up their attacks. One of the go-to operators to do that intrinsically is the Ying, and it's the first operator Sandbox take down. It also is just very useful for making basement all that much more defensible. Crest will fall out with a ban of their own, though. What will they decide to take out on their attacking side? Maybe a hard breacher? No, instead of Osa. That's almost entirely designed, usually, when you think of the OSA on Oregon, around that meeting stage.
Yeah, that's exactly right. When you go for OSA, you think about going for those more objective-based late-game strategies. And Crest actually taking that away from Sandbox, to me, is a really interesting read. They must have VOD reviewed them. They must have seen a particular strategy or a particular way that Sandbox like to attack this that they don't want to deal with. And what that means is, through the ban phase, so much is slipped through. All your hard breaches slip through. All of your anti-electrification is slipped through, like your Thatchers, your Mavericks, all that kind of important stuff that enables the attack to get things done has actually been left in. It's only been those disruptor operators that have been taken out. To me, that points out the fact that these two guys have definitely VOD reviewed each other on this map. They know what's going on.
And for the defensive bans, I mean, you always have kind of the main four, right? Fenrir, Azami, Solus, Valkyrie. Two of those usually get taken out in each matchup, and if it's not, it's usually a target ban more often than not. In this case, the two that are taken out, Azami and Fenrir, those are the ones that make taking these gunfights, moving through these doorways, that much more difficult. If you're trying to go down Laundry Stairs or down Freezer, and it's too late on time, and F not in your way will completely mess your entire day up. Same with an Azami with those Kiba barriers, acting as deployable shields, helping the defense take gunfights around positions like Laundry or upstairs in the dorms area. Both of those operators being taken down should make Crest's ability to get into the bomb site, at least via like doorways and hallways, a lot easier. By the same token, all the hard breaches up, all the EMPs are up, but if Arakaze is good with those Electroclaw tricks and say there's a Hibana or a hard breach charge, Crest might still find some difficulty to open up key angles.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be looking for. Through the mid-round, do Crest actually win out on that micro game with the utility or not? And that's what's going to tell the tale of these rounds, especially here in Oregon. Interesting approach immediately from Crest. They've straight away brought out the Monty on the side of Lua, who's typically the ideas man of this roster. He's not the IGL, that's clear, but he does like to have an input on the strategy. Not more the strategy, but the tactics of the attack. Just a small idea that might make things a little bit easier, might expedite the process.
Monty's also a great operator for that. I mean, you're just standing there almost a human drone a lot of the time. You're looking at what the defense is doing, how they're reacting to you, how they're rotating around you. That's a great position for your ideas guy to be. I also like this from Crest. Sometimes if we see teams go for the full clear on Oregon, they really get stuck and end up spending too much time clearing out that top floor. 30 seconds in, Tiopi's already inside of the dorms. Lua also already inside a kitchen, looking at defenders outside a split. Of course, Whiskey goes down early on for opening up your basement defense. Losing those smoke bolts, gonna be a bit of an issue. And despite Crest's very quick pace to acquire this map control, it doesn't come for free. All that's done to Sandbox is a couple damage on a good boy, but Crest really came out the losers of that early round.
Yeah, and the danger of that early round was that they took down the capital of all these players going into the execute, right? You want those smoke bolts, you want the fire bolts to then go and enable that execute to happen once you try and translate it down into the basement. And without that utility in your hands, the only things you're relying on are a set of flashbangs and a set of grenades. And that can make this translation so much more difficult.
There's also only one set of hard breach charges. So if all those hatches are reinforced, which indeed, security, laundry, meeting, all those reinforced, once you open up those hatches, that is the take you need to dedicate yourself to.
Oh, and it gets tricked as well.
Oh, my lord.
That secondary hard breach charge has just been KE tricked by Arakaze on the other side, and that's really going to shut out this back take that Crest might be looking for. I think they have to completely dedicate themselves to this front take now.
I mean, they have to. If the only thing they can get open is freezer hatch, that's the main way that Sireneko can use those frag grenades to throw them into the freezer hallway, into the long hallway as well, just on the opposite side of that wall. But the Warden is often really the big player on the defense right here who can punish the attack even further for pushing up the freezer hallway. If those nades want to land anywhere, it should be on that Warden, whether he's playing laundry or in this case playing the hallway. Eclair's crept down the laundry stairs, might just find an opening, but Arakaze is holding the fort inside of the small closet. First round goes the way of Sandbox, and everything from utility to kills on point for them.
Yeah, absolutely. From start to finish, the early game really going their way straight away. They got that first pick, but they didn't get overzealous with their roam game that they went for. The first thing they did was, okay, let's just full off. We've got the first pick. Our strategy is more leaning into that anchor type setup. They want to be able to trick the hatches, play that utility game, and that's what they went and fell back and were able to do. And then by the time that Crest actually hit that basement bomb site, there was nothing that they could do at all to put a dent into the defense.
So the fundamentals, very solid for Sandbox to start. K-tricking, holding angles, not pushing too far. It's exactly how you would hope a basement defense is played, but a lot of the times, we often treat those basement rounds as kind of a gimme, right? Like, unless we know a team is really good at attacking on Oregon, really good at attacking this bomb site with quick, fast executes, basement is always like, all right, the defense might get it, we'll probably get it. Let's look to dorms and meeting and see what the attack can really do, and this is a great time for Crest to bring back the momentum. To look, all right, Ying's off the board, sure, whatever, but if we just get control of, say, big window, get players outside the generator repeller, get control of white stairs, we can push on in. If we can get control of kitchen, get our nades from below, we can get an execute. Basement's one thing, but Crest still very much have a chance to even win the next 2 bomb sites.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Kids and dorms does tend to be the turning point of the round, right? It is one of those bomb sites that you think about it and it can be quite challenging to attack, but it's within the realm of possibility. When you think of the basement bomb site, you don't think about it in the same light, right? So here's Crest on their attempt at attacking the big tower. Now the danger they have to worry about here is if they want to go for that master and addict take, they do have to worry about Nova inside of big tower. It does look like they may have some awareness that there is a player there. It's just Whiskey on his lonesome on the other side of the map, but it doesn't look like this is where their main point of contest will be.
It's also good and have a rotate hole in the attic wall, so Nova realizing, all right, I don't need to make this play, I can back off, is able to retreat, but oh, that is a bummer for Crest right there. They'll be trying to sneak on in, get that first pick. Demic forced to fall back, and it's not completely flawless for Sandbox, as Mephi does fall as well, so it's an even trade. It is a 4v4. Now, Good Boy and Demic, both on reduced HP, but more specifically, Demic, as Good Boy is put back to full HP, the Aruni is all the way down below. So if Crest have control of these staircases, it's effectively a 4v3 on the bomb site, but they're going in for the kill. They know that this Aruni's all alone down here. Eyesight taken away, flashbang lands. Good pinch from Crest, able to now take the man advantage.
Yeah, really excellent here from Crest as they actually went in and cleared through the small tower. So not at all through Master or Attic, none of that default stuff, right? They wanted to clear all the way in from small tower, sweep across the map. They even identified where Demic fell off and then collapsed in on him. Now with a pretty heavy man advantage, 4 versus 3, and they've got Sireneko down below as well. If there's info on the site, they can then enable him to try and clear out one of those anchors with those up grenades from down below.
Even if one of the grenades misses, I mean, we've got 29 shots on Eclair's skeleton key at the moment. He could move into kitchen just by the Finka, and there you go. Opens up a key position, the rotate hole behind that bomb chassis that you see so many defenders play behind to stop a player from pushing up white stairs. That angle is now much more difficult to play, and that indicates Crest are gunning for a big window white take. They aren't concerned with the trophy side. They want this side to stake their claim.
Fortunately, grenade not sinking, but like you said, it's a skeleton here that's going to tail the tail from the vertical below. Shots onto Nova, but he's actually able to res himself from the lines of death from down below, and with only 45 seconds left to go now, they are looking for that big window execute. Lua's going to go down though. Nova with the swing, and it's going to put us on a 2-on-2. Kills somehow though, going in the way of Sandbox. It's all Sireneko left to do.
No up nades either. They know this execute's coming from white stairs. Both guns will definitely be trained on that position, but oh no! A potential 1v1 slips away from the Finka. Nova able to take cover behind the other side of the floorboards. Arukazi so low, knows he's there. Good jiggle peek. 1v1 now, no more stims for Nova! Big 1v2 from Crest. Basement might fall the way of the defense, but Crest finally get their first attack.
And Sireneko has just had such a phenomenal stage 2. I know you don't watch a whole lot of Japan League, but this guy has seriously stepped it up.
Oh, I can
Stage
tell from that.
1, he was pretty quiet. Crest, they had a pretty tough run through all of this year, and even last year, they were always one BO3 away from qualifying into these international events. But really, this stage 2, Sireneko seriously stepped up, especially in the qualifiers. Some would argue that he was the player that actually pushed it over the line for Crest with these big performances that he's been able to put up.
Well, and how he played that 1v2 as well. I mean, sure, he misses the opportunity of the Doc playing next to the big window, but he knows what he has to do at this point. No, all right, I got to make a play. I decide to go white stairs. So what does he do? He doesn't just wide swing, doesn't just start getting anxious. He plays it very calmly, checks behind the bomb chassis, which is exactly where a defender should be playing, but exactly where Sireneko decides to aim. And then at that point, you have a 1v1, you got a wide swing at some point, and it ends up working out. So a very well played 1v2 by Sireneko to dismantle that crossfire, held by Sandbox, but also more importantly, their first attack on the board, and now Sandbox, of course, setting up a little bit of a roam down below because it's a meeting hall and a kitchen defense. This is a great time for Crest to build off that momentum they achieved last round.
Really interesting, actually, from Sandbox. I expected them to actually go for a repeat of that top floor. It didn't seem all that bad through that mid-round, especially as some of those gunfights started to come back out. But Sandbox going, nope, they have a number on that one. Let's go and change to do a tertiary bomb site instead. But this is Crest's attempt here at the tertiary attack. It seems like lobby is going to be the first point of contest. They want to put some of that pressure out of there, make sure that there are no defenders that can safely rotate in through this lobby position. If there's anyone playing inside of the garage, they want to catch them out. But there's Sireneko with the first pick onto Good Boy, entering in from small tower.
Not a lot of utility lost on the side of Sandbox, but still a huge pickup from the Finka, who's really stepped up in the past 2 rounds. It gets an uncontested 5v4 for Crest. He'll be on that Nook. Didn't have a lot of success last round. He was the first one to go down, but he's taking control of Z again. The opposite side that Crest are pushing from. We've got both sides of this security hallway taken for the attack. Maybe even Lua looking to at least deal with that kitchen doorway. The bomb side we're talking about. You can't just walk in. Cyreneko moves upstairs. Do they have intel to know this player's playing inside of dorms? A lot of positions being set up by the attack, but no one making the move just yet.
They really look like they're posturing in for this mini execute here on the top floor. Cyreneko is so ready to get in on the fight with Whiskey here inside of the top floor. Whiskey's just hopped into pit. He's going to try and double down on the push. Meanwhile, on the ground floor, the Nook of all things is trying to put a thorn in the side of the remaining anchors and try and fix that cutoff in her hands. And it actually works out for Chiopi taking down Otakaze.
Excellent pickup. And now at this point, neither of the roamers upstairs are giving up. This could be the round win for Crest right here if they just take down these two players playing inside of dorms. Hatch normally open. Will Demic be able to retreat? Goes for the wraparound. Might just evade the eye line of the Finka, but Nova goes down as well. It's just Mephi upstairs. Demic upstairs, excuse me. Oh, spots one. Whiskey getting a little ahead of himself. Another one spotted by the Aruni, but the P10 Roni. This is only one engagement at a time, and he can't even transfer onto Cyreneko. Effie down below watched Arukaze die in front of him in the split doorway. Just sees Lua, missed opportunity over by Kitchen. Walks right into the
Really nice attack there from Crest. Simultaneous one, both on the top floor and the ground floor at the same time. Not only did they collapse in on all those positions inside of bunks and dorms, but at the same time they managed to somehow get lobby control, translate into Zulu control, and pinched out with Small Tower as well. It just didn't feel like Sandbox were quite present enough in the map to actually deny that entry from coming through. And as soon as Choppy was there and ready to play that disruptive role, they were really able to collapse in on those two positions simultaneously at the same time. All those gunfights were able to go down, and Crest, with what was a very explosive mid-round, were able to translate that one.
Now the basement defense loses a lot of the importance, a lot of the hype we gave it, right? Because the first round, everyone's going to start basement first. We're like, all right, what a terrible site to attack, right? But now Crest have those 2 wins. Now they have the ability, even if they drop this bomb site, to end this half up at a 4-2 scoreline. They're looking very good even if they end up dropping this. And still the pieces we've seen them putting together, specifically in that meeting round, the ability to take a lot of different positions and then form it into a cohesive whole that's really going to benefit them on this basement bomb site, especially if they can keep Whiskey alive by the end of the round. That's, of course, the smoke bolts and the fire bolts to help you execute, but also a second set of hard breach charges. Even if Lua's gets cated again, you have a lot more of a buffer to open up all of those hatches, whereas before with Whiskey going down, a lot easier to get cage right.
But Sandbox, they've really changed the philosophy going down into this basement bomb site. Yes, they are still looking to play that anchor-centric game, and they are still looking to play that fall-off and eventually come back, but there's no more cage on the board. So they're not going to lean themselves into that mid-game mini-game with the utility anymore. They're just putting all of their eggs on the late-game basket, leaning to the mirror, leaning to the clash, the smoke, and the Goyo in tandem to put in that zone denial for the entries as the execute comes through. It's all going to be about the late game for Sandbox.
Specifically for Amonti as well, those smokes, those C4s, even the clash to a certain extent. All that can answer the attack's constant presence with someone looking at the defensive setup, relaying enemy positions and rotations on that side of the map to the rest of the team. They've countered it. They know where the Monty's pushing from, and Nova can effectively push him back by this very means. Of course, Clash is a little bit easier to deal with than a Monty, just one explosive or a Zofia concussion, for example. Not on the board, but still can very well deal with that Clash, whereas Monty's a bit more difficult of a beast, but they know it. They're accounting for it. Deal with it later.
That being said, though, because Nova is on those rear stairs, he has forced Lua to then fall off that position. Of course, when a Monty and a Clash face head-to-head, the Clash is going to win, right? Because the Clash can go and zap the Monty behind his own shield, and he's got to fall off. So Lua realizing, okay, this is not the point and we want a contest, is actually going to shift his focus over in towards that freezer side instead. We can see the rest of Crest now posturing through that mid-round, deciding what the best point of entry is going to be down into this basement. Where is the path of least resistance? Can they identify it? And with that Monty in hand, can they then spearhead the push? That's going to be the question.
Ultimately, it comes down to clearing out that utility as well. I mean, we just saw the Twitch popping those Goyos. Dealing with as much of that utility that burns time in the last minute of the round is going to go a long way for Crest. The smoke's going to be in Good Boy's pocket. Unless he uses them early, you're just going to have to account for that. But if you can pop as many of those Goyos as you can, or plant those firebolts later on to create another opening, that's what Crest are looking for. But we're starting to get low on time, getting to the point where, even though it's basement, you got to start making a move.
Yeah, it does look like they are posturing in for this back take as well. Lua to spearhead the push, and that double bunker is going to be open now, telegraphing exactly what they're doing. But with only 40 seconds left to go, they have to press the attack.
And Bunker Shield players still up as well. Drop down the hatch. Cyrenaica walking right into the Clash and the Goyo. Easy pickings for the defense. Whiskey does find one, though. Mephi goes down, but that's case dropped right in front of 3 different members of the defense. Crest do have the man advantage, though. They've got the 4v4. Multiple players on low HP. Whiskey now going down as Nova's constant intel helping inform Demic's peaks, but Crest are holding on. Just barely. No diffuser, but time to go for these kills as it's only 1 gun up technically. Demic certainly can frag, though. Made the 2v2, wrapped around Tiopi's. No idea where they're playing. And Nova switches off the shield to finish out the 2nd defensive win for Sandbox.
Yeah, unfortunately for Crest, just leaving it that little bit too late to then translate that push down into the basement. They really wanted to funnel their way in through that rear side of the map, but they were actually immediately met by the info of Nova on the other side. And we could see as soon as that info came out on the diffuser on the ground, suddenly, like, wham, there are 3 defense inside of that line of sight. We could see in that beautiful free cam that was coming through for Sandbox, and they just knew exactly what was going on within seconds left of the round. And at that point, it was too late for Crest. They were just funneling their way in through the belly of the beast, and they couldn't translate that one.
But how the half ends could very well hinge on this round. Sandbox have got their 2 basement defenses. That site's done. It's locked away. Can't go back to it again. But Dorms ultimately came down to a Cyrenaica 1v2. This is where it could be the difference between a 4-2 for Crest or a 3-3 for Sandbox, depending on how the tertiary bomb site goes, or even if they decide to go to it, if they end up losing Dorms a 2nd time. Of course, we did see some changes between the 2 basement attacks, and right here, I don't think we saw an Oryx last time from Good Boy, but it's still all focused on a lot of the basics, right? You've got the hard breach denial in case they go for maybe a trophy or an attic push. You've got the Aruni gates, of course, the Warden to give you that long angle watching the white stairs if you want to play behind the bomb chassis. Sandbox have a lot of different utility, a lot of different operators to deal with whatever Crest decide to go for.
I mean, to me, this is a very different approach to the same bomb site compared to what they went for before. Like last time, Sandbox, they played this super conservative game. They all fell back onto the bomb site, and then they got picked apart through the vertical, and it was really tough after that. This time, they've created all these lines of sight down in the ground floor, through meeting, into classroom, because they're anticipating that ground floor push to come through before it then becomes a push into the bomb site. And that's what they're going to put their first point of resistance towards.
And for Crest, it looks like that very well might be the case. The addition of a Thermite. I mean, you don't really see a Thermite for a big window white stairs take. You usually see it when you are looking to maybe clear utility down below, move in through classroom, destroy those electroclaws on the trophy wall, and then pinch the defense from trophy and from attic. Lua's not over in classroom, though. He's over inside of meeting and has found 2 kills on the opposite side of the wall. Despite the addition of the vertical angles, Sandbox getting picked apart every gunfight they take. Nova still playing aggressive, has found one down below. The very player who completely dismantled the defense. But it's all for naught. No 1v2 necessary for Cyrenaica, as his 1 kill in this round has put Arukaze as the sole tenant of the upstairs bomb site left alive.
Crest knew exactly what they had to do there. They had such a good read on the Sandbox defense, knowing that even though meeting was where they were all situated, all they needed to go was go for a 3 or 4-man push, inject Lua inside the building, and that's where he found a success. It's all on Arukaze left to do in the 1 versus 4. He can go for the swing out onto Choppy and take him down low, but not out just yet. A drone will spot him out, but he's going to fall back. And, well, he's got a couple goo mines to at least telegraph what's going on. But when there are 4 players of Crest, surely this isn't doable.
I mean, look at Crest right now. I mean, Cyrenaica gets the kill from the very spot he clutched that 1v2 a few rounds ago, but even in the 4v1, you'd think, you know, maybe you're just now encountering Crest, you're not as familiar with them as, say, a G2 or an NIP or a Dark Zero. You think, all right, maybe they start swinging, maybe they start throwing away a couple bodies, taking a necessary 1v1s, but what do we see? A pause. The Buck doesn't peek the Legion, he's just holding an angle inside of the bedroom, but what do? They're still opening up master bedroom wall. They're still getting their angles, rotating someone on white stairs. They're treating that like it's a 4v4 or a 4v3 and not wide swinging like it's a 1v1. Crest have been remarkably disciplined so far. You mentioned a methodical game that they play, that they're not just running around, running a lot of crazy strats, but the fundamentals are extremely solid for Crest so far, and it's got them at least an even half on a map that very often goes to the defense.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Crest, they know how to dial it back. They know how to respect their opponent. I mean, they've been in Japan League for so long, but just on the brink of success. And when you've been in that position so many times, there is no such thing in your vocabulary as throwing, swinging, oh, we're in the man advantage, let's just go for it, right? That's not who Crest are. That's not their identity. They know how to respect their opponents because they've been number 3, number 2 so many times. And even against Sandbox, and especially against Sandbox, a team that has been here so many times, that's what you have to do.
Gotta say, I do like the lineup coming into this last round, though. As Sandbox make a difficult decision, do they go back to meeting, which they only lost once, or retry dorms, which is now their 3rd attempt at this bomb site? And Crest, just as round 1 was a new approach. Round 2, new approach, or at least attempt to, for the Dorm's bomb site. Attempt number 3, different approach. We have the addition of the Grim and the Amaru. Usually, when you see that Amaru on Oregon, you think, okay, maybe he's going to fly into big tower, you know, take some early control on that part of the map. But on Dorms, lot more options. And with Grim as well, this being one of his more popular maps, at least in North America, lot of different ideas that Crest have to go for.
Yeah, and that's a Lua classic as well. Like, he's the one on this team that is going to be bringing those ideas, and you just know with the Grim in his hands that he's going to be having a good time. He's going to try and initiate Eclair, who's on the Amaru, the IGL, he's going to make his way in.
He flies on in. There's one just to his right, though. Is he going to react? He's got the bunk bed to hide behind, and Eclair doesn't account for it. Case now dropped cold inside of Dorms, but it's still Tiopi able to find our Okaze. Nova tries to revive himself, but Whiskey shuts it down. It still favors Sandbox, though. Maybe not in man advantage, but they've got Diffuser in their line of sight. Remember how they all consolidated, coalesced around that Diffuser. Once it fell inside a basement, they all start to swing. They've still got that case in their hands. Sireneko goes for the peak, but a good flick by Mephi makes it a 2v1. Whiskey has to push up some different position, in this case Attic, but he stopped, put to 1 HP, trying desperately to find an angle onto Mephi, and it simply doesn't work out. A new attempt by Crest, but unfortunately, just a 3v3. No lead for either team going into the side swap.
A valiant effort, though, from Crest to change up the pace in the final round into Sandbox, but they were ready for it. The mid-round trades really going in the way of Sandbox. You could see that even though it was so chaotic through that mid-round, they were still somehow able to coordinate like 1 versus 2s and like going for double swings and that. We saw Lua at the bottom of White Stairs, and yes, he was able to take out that first player going in for the flank, but then immediately the trade comes through. And amidst all that chaos, it can be quite challenging to stay coordinated and actually go for those double swings and make sure you're supporting your teammates. But Sandbox showed that they can still hold strong.
Well, Crest certainly had a lot of really good rounds on that Oregon attacking side, and Sandbox looking to do the very same. I have to imagine, of course, Decker repick, they might change things up, but I have to imagine operators like the Capital or the Monty, maybe not together, but some of that selection of kind of an off operator from the standard 5 or 6 is going to be a factor on this basement bomb site, especially with that Ying gone. Teams love bringing the Monty to sort of force control down one of those stairways or bring the Capital to bring those smoke bolts. So I don't think Sandbox lineup in terms of the presence of those operators will differ all that much from Crest. But we know that they like to favor, at least initially, the freezer side and then rotated to the backside once things started to go poorly. Here, I'm interested to see where Sandbox decided to start. They're clear going into the first round.
Right, and for Crest, it doesn't really feel like they're doing a whole lot different in terms of the defense compared to Sandbox. It's not like they're looking for this extended roam or anything. They really are leaning into the late game as well with their lineup. They are leaning into actually playing the Cade for the trick game in the mid round and also the mirrors for the late round as well. So nothing too different, nothing too crazy coming out from Crest. But here's Sandbox's attempt at the attack. It does seem like it's going to be a top-down clear. Mephi being the first point of contest in the building as the entries in through Master.
Mentioned earlier, of course, when going for this top-down clear on Oregon, you could sometimes get a bit too bogged down in dorms. We check too many corners, get a bit too nervous. That can end up burning some important time. Eclair reading it as well, knowing that he might just get away with the C4 on those laundry stairs, depending on where Sandbox is playing. Lua will, a minute in, after the E1D from the attack, retreat down those back tower stairs. Remember Crest, when they were clearing out this top floor, I mean, they were already in the building at this point, right? They ended up losing the round, but a lot slower from Sandbox.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Crest at this point, I'm thinking, okay, we don't want to play the game where we sit there and we get picked off. It is a basement defense. It is very valid to have all 5 people back on the bomb site. There are so many good power positions. They're actually going to fall off early. But despite giving so much real estate, they are still going to fall back. And Sandbox are going to take so much time to do this. Near trick from the Electro Claw, but doesn't actually quite land onto the freezer hatch. Instead, Eclair's going to pick that one back up and try and turn his attention in towards the backside hatch instead.
Ah, that really could have been a big play for Eclair right there, playing that mid-round utility. He destroys that hard breach charge. That's another 20, 30 seconds of what has already been a slow attack for Sandbox. But now all the hatches opening up, going the attack's way. And despite the long time taken on the top floor clear, they have so much utility to help make this execute work on the bottom floor. Rotero drones to clear out positions or utility. Capital bolts to block angles or remove defenders from power positions. The Monty to constantly push the defense, keep them off guard, make them move off balance. With all 5 players on the bomb site and still 5 drones up for Sandbox, there's a lot of time and a lot of opportunities to find these positions.
Yeah, and the difference here as well, I think that drone going through into that basement bomb site did just identify, okay, there's actually no Goyo, right? So there's nothing that Rotero really has to clear, except for one shield if they want to go in for a bunker take, right? So they're thinking, we can actually walk our way on in now. If Arokaze can actually initiate his teammates in, they can go for it.
He's got to be careful with this mirror, though. It's still very much up on that small closet. Methy also able to start things off right with the kill on Tiopi. Good pre-fire by Lua, though. The Capitao is a little too reckless with his life, but as he tries to find the angle in Freezer, he's cut down. It's a 2v2, though. Only one gun up alive at the moment. The Monty on shields. Sireneko trying his best not to fall. Oh, misses some key shots, but a big rotation from Whiskey to save the life of the mirror on what was very much a botched engagement. Flash is left up. They know one player's playing on the laundry machine, both caught without their gun in their hands, but Demek's able to come away the victor, but no time, no intel, no first round victory for Sandbox.
Yeah, and a good try, though, for Sandbox going in down into that basement. They almost made it work off the back of that Capitao. A couple flashbangs to be sent in. They almost were able to initiate that entry to come through as Methy was able to get that first pick, but they still couldn't convert it after that really nice crossfire from Whiskey and the mirror player himself to actually be able to shut down that push was all that Crest needed.
Was all they needed. And a very good start for Crest, able to win that basement bomb site just as Sandbox were able to later on. If they can get a win on Dorms, the third place team coming in from Japan, very well, at least by the community standards, land our second upset of the group after Geekay's victory over NIP earlier. Valkyrie up, by the way. Have not seen her that much in the game so far. We mentioned at the top of the game that she was unbanned, as her bans were Azami and Fenrir, but Sandbox certainly not too keen to run her, it seemed, on their defenses. And Crest, second round in, took a round to get used to it, but dropped the mirror, bring a Valkyrie instead.
Could be well read as well with the lineup that Sandbox are bringing. They are leaning into that Thatcher Thermite combo, the dynamic duo. Can you name any more iconic one?
I literally
you cannot. And Sireneko has actually brought along the Valkyrie to then go and see exactly the timing of when they're going to go in for that hard breach. It can be quite dangerous to put an exothermic charge on the wall closet, even going into attic and that type of thing. When you've got a Valkyrie camera staring you in the face and a C4 below. Actually, he's not running the C4s at all. He's running impacts, but Tiopi has a C4 if he chooses to roam down below.
Yeah, that makes getting Classroom control, even if Tiopi doesn't end up immediately playing Classroom, it just makes it all that much more of a concern for the attack, that they need to have somebody watching it, make sure they can't or don't die to a C4 from below. Crest overall, though, is one player playing over by Big Tower. That was Lua going for a big run out, but quickly finished off by Arokaze. With a heat check for Crest right there. Lua learning the better of it. Oh, but a nice little reaction play by Whiskey. Costs almost all of his HP, but Arokaze just sends it into Armory and ends up becoming fodder for the M14 from Crest defense. Cost a lot of HP, of course, but that trophy position, albeit barely, still alive for the defense.
Yeah, well read as well from Whiskey. Great timing on the swing that was coming through into Armory. Just such amazing game sense. I think, especially in like a high-pressure environment like this, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking to try and go for something like that, but Whiskey playing his position well. Now the danger that they have to face here is that rotation hole going inside of Closet. Not only is it then enabling the defense to go and inject a shotgun into there, that's choppy, but it also means that if they don't have their eyes on it, the attack can walk on in, and it does seem like that's what they're trying to do here.
Whiskey also being the player to take that gunfight. He fell off the trophy position and made it so easy for Sandbox to clear. So not only does he die, but the trophy shield now gone, and we just hit half the round to go. Sandbox might have lost Arokaze, but by getting the kill onto Whiskey, by getting this control, they have made so much progress on this side of the map, and if they can add another dimension to it, bring Attic into the play, as they still have both of Nova's exothermics in pocket, there is so much potential for this attack from Sandbox, and they're all doing it up a body.
They might not have enough time, though. There's only a minute left to go, and really, it's all going to be a funnel in through this master side of the building. It's going to be in through Trophy, in through that closet breach. We can see all four players of the attack. Very claustrophobic here, but it looks like they're going to go for it.
One shotgun gets the kill. Demet cut down. He's going to have to do so much work on this choke point. Sireneko does catch the back of one, but all the kills fly Sandbox's way. Does see another player. Nova on 1 HP with the diffuser. Oh, if Sireneko had another impact or could just find the angle, maybe he'd find the kill. But it all flies Sandbox's way on a flood in through the trophy doorway. We're back to even.
Yeah, brute forcing is what they needed. The medicine that they needed to stem the bleeding there in that round. Even though the mid-round, the early to mid-round was pretty dicey for both these teams, the trades went back and forth. Eventually, Sandbox knew that the win condition was just to go for it. It can be quite challenging to get the bomb down, especially on this bomb site. You need to go in deep if you want to go and play that objective, and all four players were dedicated to that cause, and they just went for it.
A good recovery from Sandbox. We might have another, if this keeps the pace, we might have another overtime game over on the B stream. As of course, I believe the game over on the main stream just got underway. I can hear Tim and Parker talking a lot of nonsense behind me.
Tim and Parker, hey, what a duo.
Dark Zero Knights, round 1.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
exciting.
casted Knights.
Oh, it's good.
I've just been informed that they are casting Labs. I was under the impression by my contract that I had a monopoly on that map.
Oh, really?
Gonna have some harsh
Well, I mean,
words.
your region was the region that played the most Labs.
It was
by a long way.
kind of absurd.
Yeah.
We had like 6 or 7 Nighthaven plays in like the first 3 weeks.
Insane.
But honestly, I'd rather have that than 6 or 7 consulates. Would have got a little quick. But Nighthaven's fun. I like Nighthaven. It's a big, expansive map, but consulate, a bit more like Oregon. A bit restrictive. Not a lot of things you can do on the attack. Though here, Dorms has certainly been pretty attacker-sided. I think only 1 defensive win going, or at least winning Dorms so far in this matchup, or at least not a whole lot for the defense. I think we can agree on that. But here, Crest will try it again. Crest will try again to get a win on that defensive side as they have moved down to the first floor. Just give another attempt to winning this. Do you have a Sireneko all the way away from the bomb site, though, on the Solus?
Yeah, he does have a read that perhaps lobby control is going to be the first point of contest for the attack, as it tends to be on this type of bomb site. You do immediately want to open up that lobby double, see if you can get that control inside of Garage to then prevent any of the defenders from safely rotating in and actually being able to contest meetings, split and that type of thing from there, right? So Sireneko wanting to play that early game, making sure that no one is there. They will be able to see any of those clutch zones that are going in, but it's actually Mephi all the way from Big Tower on the other side of the map to get the first pick onto a clear.
These, I mean, 2 rounds in a row now, those isolated players who are going for aggressive plays, specifically around Big Tower, both times have just been shut down by Sandbox within the first minute of the round. And when you go for those kinds of plays, you better hope they work out because there's not a lot of opportunities for your team to trade. And Lua last round and Eclair this one, they've gone for it, and Sandbox have very, very quickly shut that down before it can become a problem. Sireneko still playing inside of Armory, will just now back off to that top floor, as it's not a hardcore defensive setup up here, right? It's very loose. He's just meant to roam around, find intel where he can, but they're not hard-holding inside of Dorms. Meanwhile, the rest of Sandbox aren't concerned about the top floor really at all. They're gunning for, seemingly at the moment, a stage-sided play, and all they need to worry about is the attic position.
Yeah, see, this is where the Ossa ban from Crest actually is a really good idea, right? That this seems to be the one attack that Sandbox love to do on this bomb site, and that is just to go in through the double breach inside of meeting and get that plant down. But with the Ossa, with the absence of the Ossa, it's making it significantly more difficult to do. Now, Lua, off the back of the info given by Sireneko, is going to re-aggress inside of Garage. They really want to isolate this one attacker outside the lobby.
They know they can work a pick right here. They know if it pans out, they can make this a 4v4. Meanwhile, the rest of Crest utility all gunned, aimed right at that stage side, but Lua almost walking away. A quick reaction, a quick repeat. Down goes Good Boy inside a Garage. The rest of Sandbox, the entirety of the attack, all built for this stage play, but there's nothing on that side of the map. No more pressure on main lobby to release some of that pressure, release some of that steam. All the utility is stopping Arukaze from pushing forward. They've got one player up above, Nova, who can watch through that hatch, but the bullets are all colliding into Arukaze, whittled down second by second, and finally he's finished off. Demek finds one though. Lua traded out. That's the player who dealt with the Monty, but a huge read by Mephi stops the flank from back tower. Sireneko's retaken up top, but he's shut down soon after. He gets the big play though. He's put Demek low. Whiskey's on full HP, no smoke canisters, but does he have the time? He's got to force Demek off, but he's too far away. The Flores sticks. He's got the gun up. He's watching the hallway. He does not have the kill. Whiskey in the 1v1 takes the lead back for Crest on the defuse.
And what a genius ban there by Crest. Taking out the Ossa, knowing that that was the one attack they were going to go for, knowing they could isolate that play outside the lobby because there was only going to be Good Boy there, and Arukaze being forced to rely on that backwards shield Monty plan. That's not going to work because your butt's sticking out the bottom of the shield, right? And he got shot down trying to do that exact thing. Really well read there from Crest.
And ultimately, the Ossa ban obviously impactful, but really the ability to take down that player on the main lobby side, because everyone else from Sandbox is over by stage. They were so much relying on Good Boy to push in through split, find an angle on a defender rotating around there, and make it a bit easier of a situation for Sandbox to deal with, especially if they could find Lua on that very position. That was the player who ended up dealing with the Monty, but huge heads-up play by the Wamai. Takes him down, and Crest now retaking the lead again, but this has been an extremely close game so far. Basement as well, sure, it ended up going the way of Crest. But if a few pieces of utility are in different positions, or maybe if they deal with that mirror window a little quicker, there's a winnable round for Sandbox in that previous attack.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Every single round seems to count here, and it doesn't matter what bomb side, it seems to be, well, okay, the basement seems to be an exception to that. So far, it seems to be pretty defender-sided, but it doesn't seem to matter what bomb side it is. Every round seems to come down to the wire.
The attack's gotta
somehow it does. And this is Sandbox's opportunity to try and even up the scoreline with some good ideas. I like the read of bringing in the Twitch, seeing that the Goy is being brought by Sireneko, seeing that they're leaning, once again, into that anchor-centric type setup and strategy. I think this is really good from Sandbox. Surely they can expedite this process.
You got to make sure those Twitch drones get in, though. Always the difficult thing, especially on basement. You could see a Twitch drone coming a mile away from one of those staircases. You really got to be sneaky with it. But if it lands, if you can pop one of those mirrors, pop a few of those Goyos, that is so much more time for you to work with, at least potential time for you to work with on that attack. Sandbox probing a lot of different areas right now. Some presence over by Classroom, some eyes over towards the main lobby, some over towards Small Tower. But there is certainly some players from Crest still close to those stairways, but remember before, they rotate back very quickly within that minute.
And this is what worries me a little bit about Sandbox, right? They played such a cautious game. Okay, that being said, fair enough. It's Sireneko all alone here inside the kitchen. He doesn't really have a way to fall back yet, but he's just impacted the wall for a rotation out, but it doesn't seem to matter. He wants to take the fight anyway and will go down to Good Boy. So Sandbox now in the man advantage as they go in through this mid-round.
And we see the potential, right, if Sireneko does get that kill.
Here?
Oh, hold up. I'm going to put that point aside. Tiopi looking to push up the top floor, but Mephi, putting down the breach charge. Does he know? Does he know? No, he does not! Tiopi sitting in the corner. I'd be losing my mind if I'm Mephi. Why is there a Wamai there? Well, doesn't really matter right now, because the only issue, Tiopi's now cut off from the rest of the defense. They've taken back tower control.
Yeah, and now he's got the meeting hatch control in his hands as well. There's no one on the top floor to try to shut him out, but there goes Autokaze onto Lua, trying to support his teammate, but Tiopi's able to take the duel onto the player on backstairs. That's Demic going down. Now the Monty, a pretty pesky fight with Nova on the other side, but really the only gun left in the server for Sandbox is Good Boy. And here he comes up the tower stairs.
I mean, we hyped up the utility. We hyped up the Twitch drone. It's all been the guns in round 10. The Montaigne unshields, puts him down to low HP. Finally, this chaotic mid-round comes to an end. But Good Boy's down his Twitch drones. He still has some out in the moment. He's put both of them out. But it might not matter at this point. Can you pop those Goyos? Sure. That's the time remaining. Whiskey's got both of those toxic canisters, and Eclair has that C4 remaining. You only have one actual gun left alive, as once Nova goes for the plant, Good Boy is the only coverage Sandbox have.
Really tough situation now for Sandbox, and so Good Boy is going to sit back with that DMR 1.5x in hand. You don't want to take these close engagements, bait out that utility, see if they can throw out any more of those smoke grenades, that get that C4 out. Two of them have gone now. It's all onto Eclair, and the C4's been wasted as well. This is so possible now for Sandbox.
All the utility's gone, but the Monty's pushed very far up. He's not punished for it. He backs off. He's given the intel to Good Boy on where these two remaining defenders are, but the coverage has to be perfect. It has to be on point. He's distracted by the bunker player, but somebody walks up close. Nova just saves his life for a second, but a huge rotation from Crest forces Good Boy to look away while the other defender takes down the defenseless Monty.
Yeah, and so well played from the two remaining players of Crest as well. Yes, they were in the sort of advantage there with the guns in their hands. I think once you have that DMR in the hands and the Monty, it's pretty hard to play close quarters at that point, right? It was very situational for Sandbox, but seriously, they played that 2 versus 2 so well. It really could have gone either way there. They baited out all that utility from Crest, but even then Crest went, well, we may have missed everything, so now we need to shoot them. And they went for it, and they were able to win that one out. Sometimes brute forcing and getting your gun up is what you need.
And it's that communication, that coordination for Crest that has been so on point so far. That's gotten them ahead of Sandbox. For Sandbox, they haven't been playing poorly, I'd say. You know, generally the strategies are all right. They're pushing, they're holding positions. But Crest, those 2v2s, those 1v1s, or even 1v2s in some cases, they have been so perfectly played by Crest in every single iteration. Sireneko on white stairs at the beginning all the way to now with that 2v2, knowing if there's only one gun on the board covering the planter, we just need to distract them for long enough to let us rotate around and put the case on the floor, stop the defuse from happening, and that's the exact decision they made. Now they're on match point. Sure, you can't defend basement anymore, but just to win on dorms, or even on meeting like they did previously, they've got the first game.
They can do it. And I think that all the preparation going into this game is seriously starting to come to light for Crest. They seriously have Sandbox's number on their attacks, especially now that Crest have moved into this defense. It just feels like they're meeting Sandbox at every step of the way. I mean, what was that last round? That was crazy, right? That was crazy. I do not know how to go break that one down, right? It just felt like Crest were like, yeah, look, we have all those operators to play later in the game, but but we could just double retake up the B tower.
TLP's like, hey guys, listen. So I know we just lost Siren Echo inside a kitchen. However, I'm currently in Big Tower, and I think I'm going to sit here for a bit. So if you guys can hold it down on the bomb site, that'd be great. And then for some reason, he's like, you know, maybe some breach charges the wall and I get a kill. Like,
How do you know that?
I would never think that play would work. I mean,
How do you know that?
I don't, he might have known. And if he did, hats off to you. Good job. I don't even think he knew. I was like, you know what? 4v5, I'm going to make a play.
Yeah, honestly, just go for it. I don't know. I feel like Crest, they must have a pretty good understanding of what Sandbox are probably going to do, right? I mean, like, something about their clears, they must know something that we don't.
Especially when, I mean, this game really has just been Crest outplaying Sandbox, a team that's been performing okay, but Crest, the individual decision-making, the OSA ban at the beginning, the reactions to plays in the round, the understanding these situations, Crest have just been so on point with all of it. And now on Dorms, again, do have some players down below, and this was where Crest did struggle a little bit in that previous round.
There are quite a few players down below. It's not just a player inside of Meeting, but there's even one inside of Kitchen. But oh! Never mind, Lua gets taken down, beheaded by Mephi immediately.
I mean, okay, we are starting to repeat the sins of the previous Dorms defenses, though. I mean, that's 2 times in a row on this bomb site. Lua is caught, this time, at least, hey, inside of the building this time, but still caught taking an aggressive peek against Sandbox early on. Crest have a lot of contingencies planned, of course, that lineup from Siren Echo just being one of them, but there's still Eclair down below. This is a 5v3 if you're looking at the site players versus the attack.
But do they know? That's the real question. Yeah, do they know that in this condition they could potentially go for a flood if they're quick enough about it? I don't know if they do. Nova now making his way in is going to be hit by that goo miner. That's going to telegraph the fact that, yes, they have, in fact, got master control now, and they are going to start to work this wall. It's going to mean that Shoppy needs to rotate in with some of those impacts, but it doesn't matter. Shoppy's going to go for the aggressive play anyway, retaking himself inside of Trophy, and now taking the duel into the player in closet, but it doesn't matter. Mephi's there for the trade anyway. But still, 4-on-2 advantage for Sandbox. We've seen them flood this one before in the man advantage, and surely they can do it again.
I mean, with a 4v2, you'd sure hope they can do it. I mean, a minute, 15 seconds to go as well. They can even reset for a little bit. Take this 30 seconds to open up the bedroom wall, open up a lot of these different angles. Siren Echo is able to get aggressive, able to find one. Demic also on a bit of reduced HP as he's fishing for some nades from below. Another one goes out, doesn't find anything. He's safe by the big tower, but Siren Echo, he's found another. Knows someone's going to push up white stairs. Oh, just spots the pre-fire. Mephi goes down! It's all over! 7-4 from Crest. The man can just do it all on attack or defense. You do not want to peek Siren Echo on Dorms.
Yeah, and the superhero here for Crest in Stage 2 steps up at the Atlanta Major to claim them their first victory at their debut event.
And what a fashion they did it as well. I mean, at the beginning, they were outplaying Sandbox before the game even started. Sandbox knew about the OSA ban the moment that started, and we see one meeting attack, and Sandbox are like, you guys banned our OSA, so I don't really know what we can do here. And then, but the rest of it, Siren Echo especially, I'm in my MVP that game from a lot of the plays I saw, a lot of the big moments. Crest just so consistently have their fundamentals, have their coordination so on lock. And in just that case, I mean, it's a 1v3. You're going to need to rely on some 1v1s given to you, but Siren Echo's ability to win them, I'm very impressed by Crest so far.
Something crazy's going on the A
There's probably something crazy going on in the main stream, as I hear Tim and Parker yelling at the same time.
Damn, crazy stuff. Something
crazy happened here.
Yeah, something crazy definitely did happen here. Another upset. Another upset of the Atlanta Majors. Two in a row in this stream.
Listen, the community predicted Sandbox. You were leaning Crest a little bit. You were leaning Crest a little bit. It's not an upset for you. It's an upset for the rest of us, but not an upset for you. But definitely a great showing from Crest, as we have at least our next matchups for Group D decided. We have NIP versus Sandbox later on in the evening, a best of 3. And for the winners match, we have Geekay tomorrow, Geekay versus Crest. And what a matchup. I think a lot of us expected it to be the complete opposite on the winners of upper bracket. At least I did. And what a pleasant surprise that we see the complete flip of what a lot of people's brackets had.
Yep, that's exactly right. Everyone expected NIP to be the superstars of Group A. They were the one name here that everyone knew. But all of a sudden, they're down in the lower bracket with Sandbox, the other name out of APAC that everybody knew. Yeah. And it's Crest, the newbies, and Geekay, also the newbies, both of them in their debut event, actually stepping up in Group A.
Sandbox also in a very weird spot. Again, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but they're very high in the top 20, you know, not qualified, but in that contender status. And I think a lot of us expected, based on this group draw, like, all right, maybe Geekay fumbles, maybe they don't play well, NIP qualifies, maybe Sandbox gets to phase 2 and ends up qualifying for SI. Now they're in a very weird position where they'll probably still qualify, but their fate is not nearly as much in their hands as it was previously. And as you pull up the stats, I mean, I called Sironeko as the MVP. I don't think that was a very hot take on my part, because 15-4, he was certainly doing the work.
Yeah, MVP of this game, MVP of the stage, if you ask me, out of Japan for sure. This guy has really been putting up the numbers, going in and onto that fragging role. Not just that, but he's such a well-informed and smart player as well. Like, you could see him, he's not just playing like Warden and running around or anything like that, right? He's on that Solace, and he's enabling some of his teammates. And even on the attack, like, yes, he's on the Finker, but, you know, he's in the right place at the right time. He's making sure that he's side by side with his teammates, doing the right thing. And I just really think that he's really the turning point. I think it has been for Crest.
But how Crest really won this game? I mean, Sironeko did great, Whiskey, great cost, what have you, but look at those opening picks. Mephi 4-1, of course, but only 2 players on Crest, not positive or not negative in the entry. 1-1, 1-1 for Sironeko and Whiskey, but they lost the entry game by a wide margin, 3-6 overall. And how do you work yourself out of those man disadvantages? With coordination, with smart play, with the ability to play off your teammates and communicate the correct move in the moment. That is the entirety of what Crest did in this game, and despite consistently going in rounds at a disadvantage, somehow pulled it off.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Crest the gods are just dialing it back a little bit. They are not one of those Japanese teams that just have to keep on going. They are able to freeze a little bit, take a deep breath, and then think about what they're going to do in the mid-round. And when you've got people like Eclair and like Lua, like, yes, they're not putting the numbers on the scoreboard, but they are both really great in the calling. They've both got really great ideas. And then when you sort of synthesize them with really big fraggers, like not Tiopi, what's his name? Sironeko. Yes. Oh, what am I talking about? Sironeko and Whiskey. When you synthesize that, you get a crazy mid-round.
Well, I know I'm excited, but I also know you and Dev will be very excited about the next game we have on this stream. We have Wolves versus Bliss. Wolves, obviously a great team, but both in Copenhagen and in Atlanta, the talk I've always been hearing is Bliss is murdering people in scrims, doing excellent in the scrims, in the practice. I heard it in Copenhagen. I haven't heard much in Atlanta, to be fair, but I'm assuming it's a similar thing. I'm excited to see what is possible, especially with the upsets we've had today.
Yeah, me too. I mean, if there's any big underdog story, I would say this is probably the biggest of all the underdog stories. I think it's fair to say. I'm not sure what it's like on Stream A, but certainly on Stream B, and I'm really looking forward to this next one.
Well, speaking of Stream A, we do have Dark Zero versus Knights underway on twitch.tv/Rainbow6. So while we go to a break, make sure you tune in to see Tim and Parker chop it up.
I wouldn't have imagined it, you know, a few weeks or months ago, but now that we're here, it feels like we belong here.
I know that they're going to think we're a very easy target, and I think that might be their downfall.
You know, I've never done anything like this big in my life. Definitely excited to, you know, meet these teams, you know, been watching them for a long time. So yeah, being, you know, next to them and even competing in the same event is pretty insane.
Yeah, it was only until I started competing in Rainbow that I really knew what I wanted to do.
I personally am very confident in my team's ability to be able to take this entire major.
We just need to play strong siege, we need to play together, and we need to be very switched on game day. We have very, very strong individuals that can flip a switch and be the best player you've ever seen.
Jigsaw is like the quintessential young gunner. He likes to think he's better than everyone, and a lot of the time he actually is, so I respect it a lot. He likes to also tell everyone that he thinks he's better than everyone.
He's definitely going to try and get into people's heads this major.
God, he's one of the sharpest players I've ever seen touch the game.
I know Jigsaw likes to playfully antagonize some of the teams on Twitter or in the lobby and be a bit of the villain.
Definitely a bit of a brat when I was younger.
There's a lot of tension, I think, between other regions and us.
To be honest, the main point holding us back is that we haven't had a competitive Oceanic team in a long time.
I think we do have a lot to prove, and not only just for ourselves, but genuinely for the entirety of Australian Siege.
We're definitely one of the titans in Australia right now.
We're always going to be considered a waste of a spot by other regions.
Making the major and competing together is basically why we play. We come to prove ourselves on the world stage.
I don't think Team Bliss fears any team, to be honest. Not even the world champions.
I would say the sacrifices are worth it if you make it to the top.
Basically, you could be the best team in the world one stage, and the next stage you could be out of the league.
I personally don't fear anyone.
We're just kind of we have to deal with what we have.
We would definitely be the underdogs in this major because we've literally proven nothing. We're a fresh team, no one knows how we play.
Like, we do have the best 5 that we can produce.
Keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
Definitely don't treat us like a lower tier team. We're just going to take it game by game like we have been all season and do what works for us. And if that's not good enough, then we'll just come back and be better next time.
Aaron, Knights just giving one away there that they will know should have been theirs.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Well, I mean, you call him out and he shows up humongous. Oh, don't say that. I will say, if the last round was heartbreak for DZ, that round that just transpired, heartbreak for Knights.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Such as the duality of Rainbow Six, where it gives and it takes away so quickly and so harshly. Dark Zero get a round that they probably shouldn't have won. After losing a round they maybe shouldn't have lost. And now we find ourselves in a very prime position, Tim, where it could very easily go 3-3. Neither team gets closer to a finish, and then we just go to the second half and wonder, is it a defender-sided match? Is it an attacker-favored match?
Well, I mean, looking at Pamba as well, so I was going to make this point before he won the round. Very rudely interrupted me by winning the round. Pamba picks up T.
Here he comes.
Pamba picks up Tom. And that's what I was going to say. Sometimes, you know, thinking to EUL particularly, you know, Shaiko, we quite often see this from him, where he'll just be super quiet in a half. And all he needs is to switch sides and get onto the attack or get onto the defense. And all of a sudden, you just see a completely different player. And you know, you get Shaiko coming into the second half with 3 kills. You get Shaiko going out of the game with 18 kills, and all of a sudden BDS have just dominated. And I'm sort of wondering if we're going to see the same from Pamba. He's got himself a few kills here towards the end of the half, and then maybe just explodes on the attack and creates that space, gets those entries, and Knights are going to be left sort of wondering what's hit them. They're going to be punch drunk after he's got activated, so we'll see whether that continues. But you can just see now with his little jiggle peaks, he's certainly starting to feel himself, I think, a little bit, and that's a dangerous thing. Knights need to make sure that they're finding him, isolating him, and shutting him down.
Well, he wasted a lot of time, and by falling off that top floor, you're gambling that with half the round to go, Knights are not going to re-drone this. They don't have a lot of drones left. Only 3 drones remaining, it looks like. But guess who retook the top floor? Gavin did. So now you've got another defender up there that you might not necessarily know about. And if Gavin can make it over towards this garage area where you see right now, the bulk of Knights players are assembling. Gavin can do some serious damage. Canadian's gonna read on into the buck, take out Tuku from down below. The lead for Dark Zero grows as the time continues to work against Knights, but hold on a moment here. Atlas, amidst the smoke, getting it down. Canadian kills him from below. Take a deep breath, Dark Zero. They're looking for a flawless finish to this first half. They're not going to get it as BLKO duels Canadian and can now attempt to plant himself, which he will do before getting slaughtered by Gavin. Question mark, who returns to the bomb site. Last one left is Jerry.
They're just on all sides of them at the minute, Dark Zero. This is so oppressive. They're above, they're below, they're everywhere that they turn. And Knights are surely going to be feeling that at the minute. There's absolutely no safe space for them inside of Nighthaven. Pamba perfectly timed to move into the second half. Finds himself that final kill and may well just be coming online. Pulse play was fantastic from Canadian there. We saw him die in the first 30 seconds the first time he picked that operator up, but none of that this time. Gets himself an easy kill. It's back to that same problem problem for Knights, not understanding where Canadian was, not having that information as the Bucks coming in, who certainly would have been an important operator for them to have in that position to be able to open things up from underneath. But no, Canadian also then following up. Nitro gets the kill onto the man above, just using that information beautifully. Dark Zero looking like they've just, for me, gone up a gear in that last round.
Well, I mean, I mentioned it when Gavin retook from above, right? It's that you look at the time, you look at how little drones Knights have remaining. You're not going to be able to dig yourself out of this with information. You're going to have to do it with gunfights and whatever utility you have at your disposal, which was already starting to dwindle for Knights after they lost those first 2 players. And then losing that buck, the way that they did to Canadian, it forces somebody else to possibly confront Canadian down below on that bottom floor, but also you lose a very important part of both above and below in your execute when it comes to destruction. You don't have that same verticality if a buck is off of the board. And when you're facing a minute left, you might be facing unfamiliar territory. You're going to have to rush. That's what Knights did. They rushed. And they lost.
Yep.
And that really just comes down to the situation that they found themselves in because they didn't have enough information. I honestly think Solus was probably the big culprit for that. Knights are going to bring a Solus right off their very first round, so DZ might find themselves battling that same information game.
Certainly good. And as you've said, you know, you picked up on it at the beginning of the game, Dark Zero, sometimes a little bit slow, methodical, not always the worst thing, but look at the lineup that they're playing into. There's a Castle, there's a Legion, there's plenty of things there to slow them down. We've got barbed wire, we've got prox alarms, we've got everything from Knights setting up to burn that clock down. So Dark Zero need to be aware of that. They've still got 8 drones on the table, despite there being a Solus on the other side. So they're playing well with the information at the minute. What they need to do is use it decisively and be getting in, getting those kills and giving themselves the time that they're going to need in order to work towards that final execution.
Well, this lineup from Knights is very similar to what we saw from Dark Zero. You know, these operators have all been brought by DZ at some point or another. I like that we're seeing some of that utility/hard breach denial downstairs as well. I like that a Kaid is being brought. One of the defenses from Dark Zero, when they defended Exo down on that very bottom floor, they decided to forego any type of breach denial. That was the round where Knights brought 3 different ways to get through a reinforcement. So I like what Knights is bringing. I understand why they're doing it. Dark Zero are a team that definitely don't need any help to be slow. So if Knights are bringing things to slow you down, the work is cut out for DZ to have an acceptable pace, or else they'll fall behind, and the defenders will take advantage of that.
2 minutes gone now. Still 6 drones left available for Dark Zero. You might hope for sort of slightly better on the side of Knights with the Solus on board. No kills to be found yet. Tuku just watching this angle through the hatch. Could be a tough one for Dark Zero to fight against. I often sort of lean towards the side of the height advantage in Siege. If you've got somebody above fighting somebody below, quite often that does give a little bit of an advantage. Air jab goes out, but there we go. The angle was worth it. Tuku holds it for over a minute, but gets his reward as he takes the man down. Canadian manages to find Atlas. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go, and just as we predicted, Parker, the time is starting to become a serious factor.
And there you go. Bryce getting picked off by Jerry, traded right back. DZ doing very well at trading blows. There's one for Pamba as well. Oh no, Tom! You can't miss those. You get out-dueled by Canadian. Tom just made Canadian look like Shaiko in that engagement. DZ finishes things off. They win the round. That's 5 for them, storming their way to a win.
I'm like a fucking... Dude, I'm a phenom! They didn't think I was this good! They thought I was done!
Welcome back, Trey.
I'm still here!
Welcome
you
back.
can't get rid of me!
He's going
I'm not
nowhere.
fucking leaving!
And that is why I said that it just doesn't feel like a major without Troy. You know, these are the moments that he's given us across the years, and he's delivering more for us, so thank you for that.
Nice to see that his performance in-game is matching the ish talk out of the game.
100%.
So far, at least. Canadian is currently the top frag on his team. He had 9 kills at the conclusion of that round. We'll wait the scoreboard to see if he got 10 as he was storming in to get that diffuser down. And Knights calling a timeout as they find themselves on the ropes at the moment. Hard to diagnose this Knights squad because A, no international experience. So we can't really talk about composure, can't really talk about their ability at an international stage, about how you settle things down. I think there was a point where I think it was Jerry was tucking his hair back or something like that. He looked like he was shaking. That's gonna happen to some of these teams,
it is.
right?
I mean, let's be honest. If I've no international experience, Parker, when it comes to playing. Right. If I go and sit down and I'm playing against,
I'm sorry, that's not true. You played at E3, if I remember correctly.
Did I play there? No, I didn't. Well, kind of. I didn't play in the show match.
But you played.
I was present.
At E3, that's international.
But yeah, if I or anybody else sits, I've in Siege terms, I've grown up watching players like Canadian. He's been there for so long. You sit down and all of a sudden his name pops up on the other side of the screen and you're fighting against him. That's going to have an impact. There's no two ways about it. Players who've reached this level of competition have also been sat watching Siege competition for years. They're no doubt fans as well as players, and so sitting down against a team like Dark Zero with the names that you're going up against, of course you're going to be nervous. Just this is probably years that you've put into your life to get to this point, and you stood on that stage. You're there. You're at the major. It's a big deal for these players. So absolutely, there's going to be some nerves in there. Completely forgivable.
The play-in scheduling is it's merciless.
Yeah.
You're in, and then you could be out. That's it. There are teams that might only play 3 maps and then get booked a ticket home. That's rough. That's really rough. And it's hard to gain a lot of experience from that as well. In the majors of old where there weren't the same play-in stage, and at least with groups, you typically would have a lot of games. You'd hear from regions, like at the time, Brazil used to say this a lot. Julia went on record for NIP saying that they learned more scrimming G2 at their peak at the Raleigh Major than they did scrimming any other Brazilian teams. And a lot of the APAC teams will talk about this too, that direct exposure to other regions is something that they can bring back to their home region, and it will not just help them, but it will also help all the other teams. It's hard to do that when you might only be playing 3 maps. So you gotta learn quickly. The hope is that for some of these newer regions, at least they're scrimming quite regularly while at these events to try and gain as much information from parts of the world that they won't usually play against.
Dark Zero certainly not taking the foot off the gas here, not making things any easier for Knights. Canadian this time is going to be bringing along the Monty, so less likely to be adding to that impressive kill total of 10, but certainly making life difficult for Knights here as he's just going to be bullying them, pushing in. We see the mirror window getting cleared out. He's just feeding information back into his team about these positions. They know that they've got one stuck hard left. It is going to be Tuku who's just down there in that position. Likely to have some difficulty, just as I did.
Apparently, you're having some problems. That's okay. Jerry is not long for this round, and the timeout from Knights has bought them more composure, I would say, Tim, as there's only 40 seconds left in the round, but they will stare down a deficit when it comes to man count. It is interesting to see Canadian on Monty, especially with how he's played, but Tuku had been fleshed out earlier on. Not much remains for him. Now it's BLK to take the engagement. Supernova to the chest. Tom is to fall as well. How debilitating a flawless round would be after you take your time out, but that's exactly what happens. DZ on match point, 6-2.
I just get the feeling that as long as Knights were keeping level, we're going toe-to-toe, we're finding rounds, they could keep themselves in this. But once that starts to snowball against them and Dark Zero are winning round, and it seems like they can't put a toe wrong, I just feel like the sort of weight of that mentally is becoming a lot for Knights to bear. And so it doesn't surprise me now to see them maybe sort of struggling and slipping out of this game with Dark Zero now picking up a flawless, and they certainly are starting to find their pace here. Yes, they've come through into phase 1. Dark Zero, a team that we might have expected to see with that direct entry into phase 2. They are certainly going to be one of the best teams, I would imagine, over the next couple of days. So, Knights, it's now or never. There's no mistakes left. You need to get this done or you're going to a best of 3.
Certainly seems like that's on the board. This would be our 3rd match of the day. Obviously, I don't know what just happened on the other stream.
No.
Sandbox versus Crest are doing battle over there. I'm gesturing, but you obviously, the viewer, are not capable of seeing us at the moment. I'm in a clown costume still.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
With the exception,
There's your proof.
with the exception of that stunner that we saw earlier today, it's been relatively quick games, even if some of them have been upsets.
Yeah, that's it. I think, you know, we had, like you say, the first match with a bit of overtime, but other than that, whether upset or not, it's not been sort of drastically long. And again, it's kind of what we expect from play-ins. I think, you know, you've got teams here who, as you say, you know, they're sort of coming in from different ends of the scale sometimes, and it is going to go one way or another. We're not always going to have those quick games. We're going to have the Flores of Rice just sending in those Roteros to clear out the castle barricades ahead and forge the path for Dark Zero to get themselves on in here. Still 6 drones despite losing that one, so plenty of information at hand for them potentially. And ooh, again the Rotero drone just trying to target those castle barricades, but will not be successful that time as it gets shot out.
Honestly, if you're bringing in Flores and you know that it's going to be up against an explosive heavy defense, losing even 2 of those Rotero drones can completely undo whatever strategy you have. People might not think it's a huge deal, but it really can be. It can completely defang your strategy. It's the 3rd time as a charm onto that same window. It's the Castle Atom that is chased off of this position. It was Tuku before, and now it's Canadian to force him out of this spot. Atlas comes up for supporting fire, but can't do any real damage to the Monty. Half of the round gone, and Dark Zero's presence felt on the first floor. They need to translate that to the basement.
Canadian having a little bit of luck there. He dropped his shield on the Monty to take out the default cam, but the information obviously fed in quickly to Atlas that there was a potential challenge available there to take the shield out of play, but he was unable to find his shots, and Canadian survived to fight another day. We're just going to have some vertical pressure now from Pamba as he continues to open up a few of those angles, just searching for anybody that he can inside of storage below, but he's not going to pick anybody up. Knights are doing themselves a good job here of keeping themselves off the radar.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a really conservative, sheltered style of defense down below, but they're starting to get a bit more active. They've retaken that mid floor, which could confound Dark Zero if they don't drone that out. I mean, DZ only have a single drone left. We harped on how Knights were often starved of information. It's very likely that DZ is going to be in that same spot, and now Gavin's a bit too slow, loses the duel, wins it, but gets down all the same. Canadian with diffuser in hand, there goes BLK. A successful diffuse plant as Pamba is removed from action.
Pamba was it to close this one out last time around. Let's see if Knights can do the same in reverse. Atlas battling, trying to find anything that he can, but 3 versus 3 as the Nomad's taken down. However, Dark Zero seem to have this in hand. 2 versus 2 though, as Knights, they're not ready to lose this one just yet, but with the Monty just backing himself up into a corner, Canadian knows exactly what is needed, will be dealt with. There's about 9 seconds. It's all going to come down to NJR. Will the cover be in place? He's going to have to find one. Cannot do it. Shots and miss. That's the one that he needed. There's not enough time, Parker, no matter what they do. NJR will close this out. Dark Zero with an opening win in their first match of Phase 1.
Well, that was our fastest match so far of the day, Tim. 5 rounds in a row for DZ. As Captain Canada himself, very excited about that. You heard him talking earlier on, and well, the trash talk lived up to the result. And I hate to read into that last kill too much, but one thing suppressors do is they hide where your bullets are coming from.
They do.
And it seemed like there was some confusion as to where NJR was located, as there was no wherewithal after he got the pick, leaving it too late for Knights to hop on and disable the diffuser. DZ, live another day. Knights we'll see later again today in a do-or-die best-of-3.
I think, you know, the reality there is, whilst we've seen some impressive moments from Knights, you know, we've seen a couple of standout plays, ultimately, they just weren't quite up to speed against a team like Dark Zero. They were just a little bit off the pace, and it was maybe a bit much to ask of their first ever international major game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Dark Zero are down here for a reason.
Yep.
Is one of the first things that we said when we started off this match was, You don't get to play-ins if you're one of the best teams in the world. And right now, in the form they're in, Dark Zero are not one of the best teams in the world, but they have the pedigree to be. And they have the results that prove that at one point they were. This is always a team that can be competitive. And if you're from a newer region, if you're from a smaller region, and you don't have that same international experience and exposure to teams that play a very different style of game than you, it's always going to be a tough ask to compete with them. Now, as we've seen from some of the results today, that's not always the case. Sometimes the less experienced teams do end up pulling through. In this instance, maybe it was unfamiliarity with the map, maybe it was unfamiliarity with the strats that your opponent had.
I'm not fucking leaving!
But Knights might be, Troy. Knights just looked a little bit outclassed, especially in that second half of the game.
I feel like I'm going to say this now, and I know it's only after one game.
I'm assuming it's the Monty shield. I don't know.
I think that's what he was going for there. I know we're only one game in. I don't want to get too excited about Dark Zero. They've beaten a team who, you know, we would expect them to beat. But one thing that I will say, as you say there, you know, if you're in play-ins, maybe you're not the best team in the world right now, but they've got the pedigree. And I feel like Dark Zero being in play-ins doesn't help any of those teams that we would consider the best teams in the world, because by the time they play them, Dark Zero have already got a couple of games under their belt at least. And if they're coming out playing like that, they're going to be a threat to any of those top teams potentially. So maybe it doesn't help them out too much.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to other esports as well, you'll hear all these stories about how lower bracket teams make these runs where they end up playing really hot. The FGC is a great example of that. Somebody will do a lower bracket run, they'll play 4 sets in a row, they'll get to the finals, and their opponent, who's supposedly the best, because they made it there through the winner's bracket, is coming in cold. And you've been playing all day, you're warmed up, you're dialed in. A lot of these teams in play-ins that we know are strong are just going to continue to improve the more games they play. Dark Zero is likely to be one of those teams.
Exactly that. If I'm one of those Phase 2 teams, I'm looking at that and thinking, I'm kind of hoping maybe Dark Zero don't come my way if they're going to keep building like this. But that is going to tie things up for us. Dark Zero getting the win against Knights. Parker, it's been an absolute pleasure. Our first time as a duo. We did the tri-cast back in Sweden, but a lot of fun nonetheless. So don't you go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, but then we're going to be back. We've got Des, we've got Pengu, and we've got another game coming your way.
G'day guys and welcome to the Atlanta Major here in the USA. Now man, we have had some amazing games so far and I can tell you what, there are some beautiful blokes about to appear in the server for this next matchup. I'm Steve and here I've got, crikey, it's a spider! Mandy, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing alright, mate. No, I can't do it, I'm sorry.
I don't know if I can keep up the accent the whole time.
I feel like your regular accent's pretty close, isn't it?
I'll take it, I'll take that.
I feel like you've got a knock-on effect to like, I feel like my accent becomes more Australian when I talk to you.
Yeah.
Like when I was casting with Carter just then, I was like, can I have a large coffee?
The largest coffee you have. Definitely not going to try accents. I think we should give up now. But we do, of course, have the schedule. Mandy, you've already casted one game, an exciting one. A bit of an upset, would you say, with Crest taking out Sandbox?
So. I would say it's an upset. I mean, Sandbox, they come in with so much experience. And so for Crest on their debut match, in their debut event, to go and do it. Pretty good.
Well, what are the chances that we'll see another upset here? Bliss taking on Wolves. Let's have a look at the bracket. This is Group D that we're playing in for Bliss and Wolves, and there's no doubt about it. This is a group of Davids and Goliaths, and there's no doubt that Wolves and Space Station are the top two picks for this group. But the Aussies of Team Bliss, they do have a shot. This is their second major, and after a disappointing exit in Copenhagen, losing out to Varel and W7M, they're gunning to do better here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is their repeat. They've gone back-to-back majors, which I believe is basically the first time that anyone's been able to do it out of Australia. There's been no Australian team to do it before, and now that OS has that direct in spot, they've been so dominant in their own league that they've now made it back again.
Yeah, very exciting time. But of course, for Wolves, it's been an up and down kind of year. They really peaked at Six Invitational when they managed a top 5 to 6 finish. And as for the stage, of course, they struggled to dominate within Europe in 2023 as much as they did in 2022 when they were actually the back-to-back Europe champions near the tail end of that year. Of course, now, regional rank 3rd. That does mean they make it to Phase 1. They didn't have to play the LCQ. And as you can see, both teams are actually still contenders for the Six Invitational. So they're currently in that top 20, but they are not yet confirmed for SI.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If they are able to make it out of the play-ins, I believe it does then confirm them in for SI. At least that is certainly the case for Bliss. I'm not sure how much Wolves need to make that happen. I imagine it's probably a pretty similar boat for those guys as well. But essentially, if they can make it out of this, they're essentially confirmed for SI.
That's it. And there you go. Well, we saw it for a brief second there. That was for the previous team. But yes, indeed, SI is, of course, what's on a lot of these teams' minds. And it's not just about making it the most prestigious event of the year. It's about all the prize money that comes along with that. And here are the stats. So, wow, okay, 99.9% SI qualification for both teams. I mean, I guess 99.8 for a loss for Wolves. So it's a little bit intangible. It's a little bit hard to wrap your head around, but I'm sure that Sprabuni will sort us out. The stats man himself, he'll fill us in on the exact matters of how it works out for going to SI for these teams later on. For now, what matters is the first BO1 for both of these teams at this event, and it's so imperative that we have a map. So let's have a look at where we're going to be going. Oregon and Skyscraper taken out for Bliss, Border and Cafe for Wolves. This is pretty rudimentary, pretty staple for these teams banned so far.
Well, I actually feel like Wolves have sort of banned out against what they've seen Bliss play as well. I mean, Bliss, we saw them play 2 very dominant Border games, for example, in their own stage, and that's the first ban to come out from Wolves. So I think Wolves doing a bit of tit and tat, right? They're doing a little bit of like play to your opponent's weaknesses, but then also ban out some of their strengths as well. Whereas I think for Team Bliss, they're going to be leaning more into their own comfort picks and seeing what strong maps they can bring into this veto.
It looks like Bliss with the final ban, get rid of Bank rather. So we're going to Chalet, and Wolves have decided to start on the attacking side. We were talking about this before when we were looking at the map pools for these teams, but I mean, Bliss, of course, they only play 7 BO1s in a stage. They did not play Chalet at all this stage.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? With the OS League, you really do not have to reveal that many maps. Preparing for a BO1 veto is completely different compared to preparing for a best of 3 veto, and really you only need to know 5 maps if you really want to compete in a BO1 league. And I think for Team Bliss, the big strength that they've been able to do compared from Copenhagen to this major is that they've really been able to take away their experiences from Copenhagen and realize, oh damn, we need an expanded map pool, because by the time you hit that lower bracket, if they do, here in Atlanta, they need way more maps in their map pool. And I think that as a result, we're seeing something completely different now. There is a bit of a danger to me here going to Chalet. Chalet is one of Wolves' best map. If not, it is probably their best map. I feel like would be a fair argument. The only loss that I understand they have on it that's pretty significant is losing out to VP, if I'm not wrong. And well, VP have been pretty strong this stage so far, but really they've beaten Eminem so many times on this. We used to call Eminem the Chalet Kings. They were unlosable on this, but now it's Wolves on top.
Very much so, yeah. And I'm actually having a look back now. I see 3 wins in the last, 3 months against M&M from Wolves on this map. So this is a very well-run and well-executed map for Wolves. They've seen it so many times, but of course that means Bliss have a lot of VODs to analyze. And I'm sure that their new coach, Min Goran, will have done just that. And Fisher Guy as well, the in-game leader for this team, will have been prepping for Wolves. But as you can see, the Europeans at the moment, the French team, or majority French team with this little Swiss addition in Deadshot, they're prepping at the moment with a little bit of team bonding. In contrast, Bliss are ready to play.
Locked in already. They've probably had their prep and they're just waiting to jump into the map.
A bit of a laugh.
Yeah. Oh, look, that's kind of what you have to do, right? Like, if you're sitting at your desk and you're being way too serious, you're going to feel really tight once you head into the server, right? So you want to sit there, look at each other, have a laugh, have a smile, make sure that you're feeling loose, that once you get into that server, you're going to be playing some smooth Rainbow Six. Yeah. And I think that's the whole idea with Wolves doing their little team pep talk type thing as well.
Very much so. And if anything, that's what plagued Wolves in the past when they struggled to make it through to playoffs at major events. It was that they were in their head. You know, they dominated Europe last year, but they struggled when they actually got to those big majors, and they're looking very relaxed now, which I think is exactly what Bliss need to be focusing on, because after their debut in Copenhagen, where they failed to deliver on the promises of a flawless stage, they need to do a lot better in Atlanta, in my view at least, for Bliss. It's about going further than they did in Copenhagen. As we are about to get into Chalet, it is Oceania versus France and Switzerland in this banger of a matchup on Chalet. Very much a favored game towards the Europeans, as we can see, but Bliss is not counted out yet.
70-30. I reckon that's pretty good for Bliss. There's got to be a lot of Aussies in chat right now. And for y'all at home, probably some Europeans in the chat at the moment as well. It is currently 6 in the morning, Melbourne time at the moment, I believe it is. So all the Australians in the chat, shout out to you guys. You guys are dedicated to the Rainbow Six grind. That is incredible. And here we go, immediately in through the ban phase for Chalet. Capitao and Twitch, the first 2 operators to be taken out. And Wolves actually identifying that Twitch, a pretty important operator at the moment in the current meta. You really want to be taking out some of those special drone squads because it is such an important operator for those problem-solving tactics. And we know that Bliss, through the mid-round, watching so much of their OS League, they are so good at that.
Yeah, very much so, particularly with the Brava, which has slipped through this ban phase. So I expect that we'll see a lot of Brava in this game, particularly with how effective she can be on Chalet. I feel like both attacker bans are really well thought out and well calculated to counter very specific things from both of these teams. The defense bans, though, a little bit more rudimentary, a little bit more typical. Everyone loves banning the solos. Everyone loves to play a game where you can actually get your bloody drone into the map. And when you can't do that, it's not a lot of fun. It's really challenging on that attacking side to get information. And of course, denying some information with that Valkyrie is always nice too.
Yeah. Team Bliss, they're going to be starting out here on the defending side of Chalet. Typically, we like to say that Chalet is one of the more attacker-sided maps of the entire map pool. Now, with the current way that the game plays out, it sort of doesn't really matter what map it is. It is generally pretty hard to attack. There are a lot of really good defenders on the board, and some of the ones we're seeing actually being played out right here, right now. There's Fenrir on Fisher Guy, and the Azami on stage as well. Both of those staple defending operators that can really create a fortress inside the bomb site. But Team Bliss are actually going to take us down to the basement as the first one.
Yeah, but don't be fooled. They are indeed contesting the majority, if not the entirety of the map. We had Sage setting up on the very top floor. There's a mirror with Brendo inside of Dining. So a lot of map contest from Bliss. It's not going to be easy for Bliss to get control. Even Oda all the way up here in Library. So many hatches, so many rotations available.
It seems like a pretty well thought out defense. Of course, Brendo is going to be the key of the defense, but Brendo is not going to be safe unless the vertical is then safe to his name. But there goes Wedables to kick things off. The first pick out onto Mowgli, the entry fragger from Wolves, taken down within the first 20 seconds of the round.
Welcome to the international stage, Wedables. He's only been playing on Bliss for just a few months after they lost Jigsaw to Europe, joining Koi. And Wedables, man, he has had a phenomenal start with Bliss and already found his first pick here at a major. What a time to be a Bliss fan.
Still holding on to this roam is Wedables as well inside of Story. She does have a rotation hold to fall back into the bomb site if he needs to. But here goes Deadshot, the secondary entry for Wolves on the Nook, able to sneak his way on through. The final point of contest for Team Bliss on that top floor is going to be Sage with the Azami on the other side as well. Actually, he's holding a crossfire with Oda as well, so quite a lot of resistance here in the top floor.
This is a devilish crossfire to deal with. The Deadshot is not going to overextend as of yet. He does not feel the need to commit to this push. Bibu almost set up a nice pre-placed drone, but Bliss managed to spot it in the nick of time. So they will not be able to hold this flank securely. Bliss still have a lot of map control as about half the round has elapsed. But fortunately for Bliss, they've managed to execute a breach onto that main wall.
I think that Wolves are having a think about hitting the bomb site. They've seen the resistance over on the other side of the map and they're thinking, okay, that's a lot of stuff going on. The bomb site, a lot of less stuff, but they're going to be meeting Fisher Guy on the other side, and he is on Fenrir, very self-sufficient defender, and that's what they need to worry about now if they want to shift their focus.
There is indeed a lot of pressure on Fisher here. Now, Wetables has also fallen back to site, so 2 Bliss players to hold down the fort as the Vulcan canisters have started to be taken down by Wolves. 2 players from the French moving down the blue stairs. Wetables has to hold on to this. He's already found 1 kill, the only of this game so far.
And this is where Bliss need to make the call. Do they fall back now? Do they give up the rest of the map, seeing that Wolves are looking to start attacking the bomb site? Otherwise, it's all going to be Fisher Guy with everything left to do.
Okay, Pier 4, that's a fantastic opening with Deadshot baiting it out as Wetables has been taken down in blue. Brendo coming up from that roam, but he might meet P4. Elsewhere, Fisher Guy's on site and dealing a duel with that player inside of blue. But things are coming up nicely for Wolves as another player bites the dust for Bliss. It's all up to Oda now on this upstairs push. And Brendo sneaking his way back to the bomb sites. He might have spotted one, but the cover is there. The C4 nukes out Bibu, but the trade comes through from Deadshot, Deagle in hand, as Oda must 1v2.
Tough spot now for Oda. Nade being cooked as well for Deadshot. It does take a little bit of health off him, but not down just yet. Really tough post plant though for them to actually, for Oda to actually be able to claw this one back from. A player's vacated the bomb site entirely and gone outside. He's going to be able to get the swing onto Deadshot, but not before the crossfire comes through from Shinka. And there is Deadshot to close out the first round for Wolves.
A phenomenal push from the Wolves. And you said it, Mandy, once they identified how heavy Bliss were on that roam, it's better to just push onto the side. As soon as Wetables fell in blue, it felt like the tail was done.
Yeah, tough call there for Bliss. Do they actually give up the map and fall off early, or do they then continue to hold on to that top floor? Because if they want to go in for that retake through the top floor, which is exactly what Oda and Sage tried to do together, that's not the easiest retake for you to do, right? Like, that's a whole side of the map that Wolves now have got control of, and you're trying to inject yourself back into it. I think, unfortunately, just making that executive call just slightly too late allowed Wolves their in onto the bomb site.
Very much so. Now, credit to Wolves. They read that situation really well. Not only did they push the bomb site hard when they saw that the roam was heavy, they also watched for those flanks. And I think, as you said, they took down both Sage and... who was it? Oda, that's right. On the... Well, at least they didn't take down Oda, but they nullified Sage completely. They nullified Brendo as well when he was trying to make his flank. Fantastic read from the French.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Wolves. I think they just have such a good ability to dial things back and actually have a think about what's going on through the mid-round. Yes, they did look like they were posturing in for a full map clear, but being able to shift their focus like that is a sign of a very mature team, and that's what we know Wolves to be for. Here we go on their reattempt of this second attack now. We don't pay attention to the bomb site very well, do we? Where have they gone? They've gone down to bar and to games, and it does look like they are extending pretty far out over into the top floor. Once again, Bliss looking for a pretty ambitious map of a hold of the entire map.
We're seeing the Gridlock make an appearance and the Finker, the 2 newest operators to be gifted nades as that secondary gadget. As we get a lovely little bit of free cam information into what's going on the site. Now, Fisher Guy's actually got a mirror window he can use, but in sneaks the Brava's drone. It is taken down, however. Really good job from Fisher Guy to make sure Wolves are not able to get that free info on site.
Really interesting as well. Library hatch actually closed for Team Bliss, so it doesn't look like they're going to be holding within library at all. They're not going to be playing that full-off strategy, but what that does mean is that Fisher Guy is pretty strong in his stronghold inside of the bomb site. He is going to be on that self-sufficient operator of Warden, so if they do try and go in for an explosive mid-round execute, he will be there to deny that ying.
Here comes a smoke grenade. This will cover off Brendo's mirror. Brendo takes an advanced position. Will he get baited into over-peaking this? Here comes one of those Gridlock nades from Shinka. P4, his nades from the Finker as well. Oh, Fisher Guy's in a tough spot now, isn't he? And he is taken on down. Shinka's done a fantastic job jumping into the side. Sagen left all alone. 1 kill will not be enough. Wolves dominate in the second round over Bliss.
Yeah, really nice one there as well from Wolves to be able to actually go in and execute into the bomb site. They identified the point of least resistance, knowing that the bomb site was essentially vacated. The only person that was really there for resistance was Fisher Guy, and then Oda supporting him there on the Ivy stairs. And being able to go for that explosive execute, even in the presence of the Warden, was a really great play there from Wolves.
amazing how much control Wolves was able to get and how easy it was for them to focus up on that bomb site. Despite, as you said, library hatch was closed, there are not a lot of ways into the site, and yet they snuck their way in from, or up the snowmobile stairs. I think that Finker player, somehow he gets into bar. He's chucking nades all the way through stock. Fisher guy was in a real rough spot, and Wolves are showing why they picked attack for very good reason. They're up 2-0.
Yeah, I think it's time for Team Bliss to really start to realize that Wolves know how to shift that focus in through the mid round to the late round pretty quick. They realize the point of least resistance a lot quicker than what Bliss are probably used to. In OS, it's a typically pretty slow game. We casted this league like weeks on weeks, and OS plays at a very different pacing, especially compared to EU, even compared to like LATAM, Brazil, that kind of thing. It plays out pretty slow. And so I think for Bliss, they really need to start keeping pace with Wolves here. As soon as Wolves make their shift focus, Bliss need to do the exact same, and that's what they're missing right now.
So we have a very brief technical pause while we get one of the Wolves players back into the game. And as you can see by looking at the player cameras, they're not actually speaking at the moment. This is a technical pause. So there's no discussion of strategy or anything like that. This is just focusing up time. I mean, I think they're having a bit of a laugh. I don't know what they're having a laugh about. I think it's Mowgli who's just finally rejoined the game, and we're about to get straight back into it.
It's always tough with these tech pauses because you have such a momentum reset once you get into it. I don't know if that's going to favor one team over the other. Maybe it's going to give all the Bliss players time to marinate their thoughts, which could be a good or a bad thing.
Yeah. I wonder, like, if you don't have the opportunity to discuss as a team and get all of those thoughts out there, it's just marinating in your own head. You might hit the overthinky, which we love to talk about. The overthinky, it's a devilish just fiend that will creep up on you, and it can really ruin your vibe, ruin your mental. Overthinking is frustrating, to say the least. And for Bliss right now, I think they just have to say, oh, whatever, move on. Next round, new bomb site, see what we can cook up.
Yeah, well, I think thankfully that tech pause wasn't too long, so they can just jump straight back into it. It does look like they are going to change things up. They're not going to repeat the last two, and they're actually going to go over to Master and Office instead as the third bomb site of choice for Team Bliss. It does look like, though, once again, they are looking for that extension in and across the map. Brendo, of course, with the Mozzie, to allow him to play to his own devices, start off on the other side of the map and see what you can find.
It's really incredible, isn't it, thinking from Team Bliss's perspective, you spend all this time playing in the Oceanic League, which is similar to the MENA League. Like, it's just 7 BO1s, there's not a lot of established teams, and now you're playing Wolves, some of the most experienced and well-renowned players in the world from such a competent region. Here comes something.
Yeah, and it does look like Wolves once again are looking for that direct take into the bomb site, trying to enable Mowgli in, but actually initiated themselves into bathroom.
And look at that, a double kill for P4 as he jumps straight on inside. Now Mowgli has been downed, but immediately it's go time for Oda and Brendo to make this flank back up the stairs. Shinka's going to rappel on in, but P4 has found another one. Brendo finds the first of many that will be required for this clutch to become a reality. Another sharp shot onto Shinka. There's a player on the bed watching his position. Bibu cuts him down. 3 rounds on the trot for Wolves. They are simply untouchable.
Yeah, they have the read on Team Bliss right now. They know that if they just keep attacking the bomb site over and over and over again, going for these direct takes, that's the point of least resistance for Team Bliss. Team Bliss, they're looking for this extension in and across the map. They are everywhere in the early game, but Wolves don't care about that. They completely nullify the roam clear by realizing that they can just hit the bomb site for absolutely nothing.
3 entry kills for P4 as well. If I'm not wrong, he is still their IGL, right, Mandy?
I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, I know Shinka takes a lot of that as well, but I'm pretty sure that P4 is still the IGL for this team. And it's not often that you see your in-game leader be the first one in the building and fragging out like crazy. Massive credit to him. P4 is not usually a name that you identify with someone making those entry kills happen, but it was so well coordinated, it was well timed, and he had the aim and the game sense to back it up as well.
We're going to go back down to the basement, Team Bliss. And it makes me wonder if they're going to try anything a little bit different. It does look like they're actually going to forfeit more of this roam this time, right? They're not looking to put that mirror all the way up in the second floor. It does look like it's more focused in on the bomb site instead. I don't actually know where Wettables has put his 2 mirrors down, actually.
Dining, perhaps? No,
No,
dining
that's what I'm saying. Like, they're not... okay, they're actually going over... I like this, because this is a more... centered roam, let's say that. Like, they're playing a lot closer together, so the trade potential is much more there for Bliss than it was with their ambitious hold through the map. And I think that it means that they're a lot closer to the bomb site as well, right? Their fall-off route is a lot simpler from this position. But here goes Brendo on a spawn peek all the way from West Main.
Takes a lot of guts to make this one work. Mowgli is so close to exposing his head, but he knows exactly where he can and cannot move. Now, Deadshot is going to drone in. He sees Wettables, who's fairly safe right now and can escape down the hatch. A C4 will go out, not enough information, and it will not sink. However, Oda is still on this mirror window at the top of Library and can cover and support his teammate.
What's the response from Wolves here? We've seen them time and time again be able to sneak their way inside of the map and then hit the bomb site straight away, and it seems like that's what Mowgli's looking to do. He really wants that control down the blue stairs to then get an in onto the bomb site, but he's been met by some resistance. Not only there is a play on Ivy, but there's even one on a crossfire on jungle, and that's what they have to worry about, and that's Sage there on the cross.
Big kill now for Bliss, but they had a 4 versus 5 in their favor the last time on this bomb site as well, after Wettables found a spawn peak, and they did not convert the round. It was Mowgli then who also fell first. Wolves are still very much in this round.
Stalled out a little bit though, are Wolves, having lost out that entry pick. Do they then do the same execute into this front side of the map, or do they then go to the back side of the map and do something from Big Rush? All the drone work that's going out here inside of storage does indicate to me that they are still looking to relentlessly put the pressure onto this map. But here goes P4 again, the exact same spot that Mowgli was in. Is he going to face that same crossfire, or is he going to make the better of it?
Deadshot's looking to make something work with the nade. Is Wettables going to be exposed? The 3 armor sustains just enough damage to get away with his life as Deadshot's looking for more. P4 going hunting now up the stairs. He is a hungry wolf after all. Wettables is down, but not out as of yet. I believe Oda may have forfeited his position. He's moved on over towards Mezzanine, and he's looking for an angle. Gets a bit of damage, but the support from down under, Shinka takes him down, and Wettables will surely be finished off before too long, assuming that Wolves can find him. He's hidden in this corner, and so they may still wonder, where has Wettables gone?
No, but now it's translation time here for Wolves. There's only 30 seconds left to go, and the remaining Bliss players have all vacated the roam. They're all back on the bomb site in the safety of each other's crossfire, and here they go. Down the blue stairs comes the funnel. The first person to leave the charge will be Deadshot, but he's taken down.
Oh, big double kill from Sage! Looking for a third now as Bliss have their first opportunity to find an opening round. Wettables finally bleeds out, but there's information on the site. There is a Dreadnought to keep Shinka at bay, and as he looks for the final kill, Fisher, guys, serves him with a faithful
as well from Team Bliss, realizing they could not hold on to the entire map, but they could segment it instead and stop Wolves in their tracks, stop them from doing these free direct takes and let them come to them in the early gunfights instead. And what a great crossfire that was being held on the ground floor. It completely stunted out Wolves, and then by the time that Wolves finally got their chance to execute, all the Bliss players read early on, we need to be back in the bomb site, and there were 3 of them there to do that.
fantastic time delay game from Bliss in that round, what they failed to do in the previous round. For me, the telling moment though, Mandy, in both of those basement rounds has been the tail of blue at the end of the round. And Sagen finding both of the kills there, as opposed to what happened previously where Wettables fell straight away and seceded that map control. That really spelled death for Wolves at the end of it. As we can see, Bliss have now taken their tactical timeout. Mingoran has once again put his microphone back up, and they're figuring out what bomb site to go to next and how to change.
I like his notepad. That's real cute. It's got like a little pom-pom on it or something. That's cute. I like that.
Mingoran,
oh, it's Pororo. That's so cute. Anyway, sorry. little happy.
You say Totoro?
No, Pororo. Like the little pink thing. Not Kirby, the other one.
Okay, I don't.
Anyway,
sure.
Don't worry. It's okay. All is well. Anyway, we're going to go back into the next defense. I think this is Korean, I believe. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we're going to go over to the next defense for Team Bliss. They are going to send themselves over to Bar and Games. And once again, adaptation in their strategy. They're not looking to extend their roam, but instead hard hold in this library position. I can only imagine that hatch is going to be open this time instead of closed, and they're actually going to play this position for their life. Not only do they have just the Jaeger inside that corner, but there's the Will Mai as well on Fisher Guy, and I can only imagine that's going to enable that library defense to be pretty strong.
Yeah, indeed. It is very much for Bliss an idea of holding on to this top floor, very much demonstrating that they have quite a deep strat book, as you said, polar opposite to what they did last time. We see all the ADSs, Mai will generate these magnets. My concern for Bliss is that Wolves, I mean, they're no rookies, and they have a hell of a lot of projectiles to take it down. Just have a look at that lineup.
Yeah, that's certainly right. It's going to be on the onus of Fisher Go to actually be able to fall off at the right time. That's a nice nade as well from Mowgli, anticipating that the Frostmat would be there early. He's just going to send one in nice and early and make sure that's been taken down for the execute to come later. Meanwhile, Shinka, Gridlock, important operator now, has got grenades, especially for a take like this.
Yeah, and also those track stingers as well could spell unfortunate things. Here come the flashes from the Yana with Mowgli on rappel with the Finker to follow up with the nade. In comes the track stingers. The nade actually clears them and Fisher Guy survives.
There's still another set though on Shinka. He's cooking them right now. He's going to send it in, but actually gets cut off by the cutoff of Deadshot all the way over on the double window. That's the first pick that they needed, and they've done it within a minute.
That was phenomenally played from Wolves and very efficient, as you said. Great timing. Fisher Guy completely shut down out of that round. With that now, Wolves will continue to push onto this bomb site. Good control now. As Mowgli's made his way into mud, Brendo feeling the pressure, sensing that someone has made their way into that position, and he wonders, can I take that fight?
I like this from Wolves. They're really thinking a step ahead of the curve here, realizing, yes, we have that top floor control, but we don't want to get stalled out there. Let's think about the bomb site immediately and start to put that pressure down. Brendo's really feeling it.
He wants to take this fight. He knows that they're a man down. But Mowgli's playing it so cleverly as well. He's playing so passively, and he uses the adrenal surge to heal himself back up.
Good stuff here from Mowgli, still holding on to his position, not getting overzealous and looking for the peak. He's waiting for one of his teammates to initiate him in, and that's what Deadshot is going to be important for. He still has all 4 of his Yin Candelas and 2 smoke grenades. That's going to be the turning point of this execute.
So much map control for Wolves and a lot of time to do it with as well. Oda down below, taken out. P4 springs into action, drops the hatch. Mowgli wins his one. Now Sage's brother will have to do what he could not. Brendo finds the first of the round for his team, but is swiftly dealt with by P4 once again. Wedables, the newest addition, with 4 to find, and he will not get a damn thing. P4 is on fire today as Wolves sweep through another round.
And such a well-drilled attack as well from Wolves. They knew exactly what they needed to do to clear out that corner library dark position, and they did that to perfection. Not just that, but they didn't even get stalled out there in the top floor, realizing that's all the control that they need, and they can start to have a think about that bomb site. Even then, everything was set up for that execute in the early phase. Mowgli getting the nade onto the Frostmat. Not just that, but Brendo in the last few seconds was actually caught in a goo mine as a defender,
really?
right? And so you can only think, like, I can't remember, I think it was Bibu who was playing the Brava in the last round as well. That's what he was doing through the mid-round, doing all that work, preparing. Oh no, you can't hack those anymore.
Maybe it wasn't.
Maybe it wasn't. I was going crazy because of the
Could have been a Fenrir device, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't know. That could have been it. I don't know. But there was, I swear, in the last few seconds, there was a defender caught in a defender gadget there, and I was like, what? Like, what is going on there? But anyway, I think I'm going crazy. But anyway, Bibu is a really important operator here, right? Because he's on that Brava and is spending that entire mid-round droning and preparing for that execute, and then as it comes through, they just do it simultaneously all together.
Yeah, that Brava's been so powerful on this map. Now, we would expect Chalet to be attacker-sided, but perhaps not this attacker-sided, Mandy, especially if Wolves can win this next round, which, I don't know, most signs are pointing to the fact that they probably will. I think that Bliss will have a really hard time of coming back in the second half. Even if they get a 2-4 here, it's not going to be easy.
No, it's certainly not. And so really going to be looking for this final 6th round as well, our Team Bliss, and it looks like they're completely changing up their bomb site as well. And they're going to go over to Master and Office, which I think is fair enough. It's one of those bomb sites that if you have the Azami up, which is exactly what Wedables is doing, you can play a little bit closer in towards that bomb site and try and create a stronghold within the bomb site rather than looking for that extension, which I think is a good play here against Wolves. But here goes Mowgli on the entry. Oh, really nice shutdown there from Brendo early on.
And that is the 3rd time Mowgli has gone down early for Bliss. And hang on a second, Wedables has found, 3 kills. I looked down for a second, and Wedables farms the Wolves. Bliss might have had a rough couple of rounds, but that is a flawless one to send us into the second half.
Crazy round from Wedables as well. 3 players jumping in through the trophy window, one from Westmate, of course, and he takes down all 3 of them to his name in his own little power position. Wolves not quite respecting the power positions there on the defense of Team Bliss, and they funnel their way straight on in.
Damn, Wolves jumping in windows worked on the previous Master attack when it was Bathroom, that Bathroom rush, but it certainly did not work then. Absolutely not. Read perhaps just a little bit off. As you said, a lack of respect, and Bliss are starting to read into this hyper-aggression that Wolves have displayed. They sprinkled through their gameplay. Now on the half switch, Mandy, I don't know where I sit. I think this is I still think Wolves have had some incredibly dominant rounds, but I wouldn't count Bliss out yet by far.
Well, I think the tough thing to think about here is that, like, no matter what map it is, it's pretty hard to attack at the moment. I mean, we saw a lot of the adversities that Wolves had on their attacking half, especially when it came in to that execute phase. If they didn't quite have the read on where the Fenrir gadgets were, if they hadn't prepped for the execute early, like taking out frost mats, you know, making sure that they were ready for that, it was pretty hard to execute. But Wolves are Wolves. They're super good when it comes to the execute phase. If Bliss can then replicate that success, then yes, we're going to have a game on our hands. But, I mean, that's the Wolves' MO, right? They're so good at those late round executes. I don't know if Bliss can do the same.
It's a great question. Bliss have brought some different things to their lineup. You said special drone squad, right? And here's the Bravo once again. Sage, I believe that was a Fenrir gadget that he managed to hack there successfully. We also have the Flores, which used to be a real staple on this map, but hasn't seen as much light recently. Sage is going to move in again. I believe that the defense has already cleared that Fenrir gadget, and there's quite a few of these bulletproof cameras to try and track down these drones. Sage will have to look for one of them.
Yeah, this is good. This is really setting up for the execute later on. They've anticipated that, okay, bar's relatively clear at the moment. The only point of resistance is Bibu right in the corner, who's then gone and spotted that Clutch drone, so caught in 4K. But Bliss do have an idea that it is possible that they could go in for this execute in through the lobby side of the map if they want to. Meanwhile, though, they are also working other avenues at the same time. Fisher guy is going, all right, you work on the lobby side. I'm going to see what I can get done on the top floor, and then let's go from there.
There has been some decent work on this top floor. Brendo's got a lot of information. Damn, there's a lot of pre-placed as well. Thanks to that solar span, Bliss have got all kinds of information around the map, but not really getting a lot of players spotted as of yet. And in fact, Wettables is the first one to see someone, immediately loses his life to P4. Can I just point out, this guy's about to hit double digits. P4 is fragging it out of his mind in this game.
It does look like that Bliss are now posturing in for that side execute. 3 players outside the double window going into games room. But do Wolves have the read on it? They've got all 5 players up, and I think surely P4 on the Fenrir is ready for this.
Here comes a nade from Oda, burning that magnet at first. The nade is sent on in, and it does take down that keeper barrier, but there's also a mirror window straight up behind it, and so many defenders to support.
Deadshot's starting to feel the pressure, but not too much. He's in the safety of his teammates around him as well. Mowgli holding onto his back, making sure that he cannot be flanked by any attackers coming in from the office side, but it doesn't look like anyone is there. Team Bliss now a little bit stalled out in through this mid-round, trying to clear this power position.
There's still ADSs and magnets to support. P4 finds a second player, and Deadshot on this mirror window is still doing a lot of damage. He finds the first, and Mowgli doubles on down onto Brendo. Fisho Guy, the last one remaining. He is in quite a spot of bother. 1 versus 5. It feels like we've seen Bliss in this situation far too frequently, and 1 kill here or there will not turn the tide for Fisho.
Bibu to finally take him out as well is going to secure another round for Wolves, and a very disciplined defense as well from them. I really think the play to point out there is P4. I feel like it's been like that the entire game, but especially in that round, all of the attack was so fixated in on that top floor. It felt like they were sending in utility after utility, trying to clear out library, trying to clear out lobby, right? But P4 was down inside of the basement thinking, there could still be someone here. There's a player unaccounted for, and it was Wettables, and he took him down. Not only that, but the final player as well outside of lobby, the only isolated other player, P4 also took down. That was Sage outside of lobby, and so I think that if there's any player to commend in that one, it's P4 on that Fenrir. Such a self-sufficient gadget.
Yeah, and he's in his 10 now as well. He's this may be one of the best games I've seen from P4. He's just not usually a frontline player for this roster, and I'm really loving seeing him come to life and show what he can do. Wolves have really shown quite a phenomenal gameplay right now. Like this is next level stuff. They are really teaching Bliss quite a bit of a lesson. I think Bliss have coming through, and yes, they're used to the Oceanic region, but they're also used to scrimming all of these teams from the various APAC regions as well. And it's just another piece completely to play against a team like Wolves, especially in their current form.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time to adjust if you're an Australian player. You go from playing scrims on with like the Japanese players, the Korean players, and the Singaporean players.
Ping.
Yeah, 100 to 120 ping, and then suddenly you go and play LAN with like the 3rd best team in EU at the moment. It's a completely different ballpark for them to be playing in.
2 rounds away for Wolves to continue their bracket run. But for Bliss, at least I guess you could say they've done a hell of a lot better than they did against W7M in their opening game in Copenhagen. But they have high hopes for this major, a lot higher than getting 2 rounds against Wolves, so they will look for a third at least.
They look a lot more competitive in this game as they look for their sweep across the map. Seems to be played. The first point of entry will be Sage in down below. It doesn't look like Wolves have extended over this way entirely though. All of their defense is more claustrophobic in towards the bomb site. They're just holding on to that top floor, making sure that Bliss can't actually complete that sweep all the way in through the top of the map.
Flank watch as well, thanks to the vertical game from Wettables. That's nice. Bit of flank watch from the Gridlock as well. But funnily enough, Wolves are going to a bomb site that we didn't see even once from Bliss here in Dining. And it requires clearing this top floor and then moving on down, which is going to take quite a bit of time for Bliss.
Well, that's the thing. They don't necessarily need a full sweep the top floor if they don't want to, right? If they can get the main wall open and the office wall open as well, all they need to do is make sure that they can't hold on to the vertical, which is what it looks like they're doing at the moment, right? 2 players situated over on the windows and on the breach, making sure that Wolves can't then go and retake inside of office and then play the vertical.
Okay.
Really nice line of sight as well from Fisher Guy.
Yeah, he is traded back, but Sage has found the first pick as well. And we see Wolves falling all the way back here into Solar. Now, Bibu's supported by this Kiba barrier, and he hears Oda on the other side of that window, waiting for his moment. He takes Wettables' head clean off. Is there a refrag? Not the right direction for Bliss. Oda finally gets in the building and takes one player back to the grave, but P4 will fall back to the site. Hatch is open, but it's up to Oda and Sage now. 50 seconds to play.
They have the opportunity for vertical here with the sledge in hands of Sage, and that's going to dislodge the 2 players on the bomb site. It's going to force them to vacate it, but that's Oda that now needs to translate that pressure, and there he goes. Sage to take down Shinker and leaving P4 all alone in the 1 versus 2. 30 seconds left to do it, but his Fenrir gadgets are still up. It's doable.
This is the most dangerous player in the server today. P4 has been everything for Wolves. And as time ticks away, Bliss must decide, kill or plant. Sage still doing vert above, and he still has not found P4. There's such an obvious place that he hasn't yet checked. And as he drops this hatch, he will fall right into P4's waiting arms. Oda and P4 trade directly. Sage survives the round for Bliss.
Great mid-round call as well from Fisher Guy, the IGL, to say, okay, we've got so many picks on this top floor, let's just get the control. Let's just do it. Mini execute into that top floor. They didn't necessarily need to do that. They didn't have to. But because Wolves had gifted them those picks, they went, let's translate that instantly. And they got their sledge in. They actually played that vertical immediately off the back of that. I really liked the rotation as well from Oda. There's no point in putting 2 people on the vertical, right? Because the idea of the vertical isn't always to get the kill, but to vacate the bomb site. And as they go in for that rotate outside of the bomb site, that's where Oda is there to meet him, right? And even then, there was still a kill that came out through the vertical anyway. So I think Team Bliss playing that super well all the way from the early game through to the 2v2 and then winning it out situationally.
And yet, even when Bliss play it so well, Wolves find so many picks in reply. Wettables has had a good start to the game. He had a good close, if you remember, his final match against Triple R, which was the team that Bliss were fighting for against to try and get that major spot. Wettables had an insane game. I can't remember how many kills he got in the end, but he was absolutely nuts. He opened up this match with a spawn pick. Since then, he's had a few too many early deaths, and I think that he's kicking himself. We saw him on the cams there for a moment, and I think Wettables will be frustrated when he's succeeding the man advantage for Bliss. But you're going up against Wolves. These players are insane. They will always push for refrags.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point that you have to make, right? The games are going to be scrappy. It doesn't matter. What you do, what you have to do to get it done. And hang on a moment. Here goes Team Bliss almost directly going into the bomb site.
Looks
okay,
like,
never mind.
Yeah,
it did look like they were
like
posturing for it, but they're actually not.
Moment. Yeah, there's still a lot of information on site and 2 players. This is Army as well. Wolves have consistently used to just further fortify positions on site. You've got Mira, Azami, you've got a deployable shield, and you've got the Warden as well. Like, that's so much to support the site presence for Wolves and allow 3 players the freedom to roam as well.
Thinking time now for Team Bliss as they start to make their way in towards number. They had their early site pressure done. That's the checklist off the map. But now can they get control elsewhere? And that's Brendo. The first point of contest inside of the building, inside of Library. The rest of the Wolves aren't exactly in that position. They've fallen off all the way inside of Kitchen, around West Main. They're looking to actually put the resistance over on this back take rather than the front take.
Sage really needs to find the information gathering for Wolves on site. Try and deny that info. He can hack it. opens up an opportunity for Bliss to flood the site. Now, Bibu's slowly but surely making his way back to the site, so he's wasted enough time. He's happy to move back. Bliss, I don't believe, have actually mopped up the map control that has now been seceded. P4 still in the top floor, though. He's droned.
Reloading!
I like this from Wolves, just peeling it back one at a time, but don't overcommit to the fall off. Bibu knows, okay, they might need Maya's armies on the bomb site. I'm just going to fall off. You guys stay up here and see what you can find. And they've read this really well. Bliss are still looking for that full roam clear, but here goes Brendo, or actually Oda on the entry on the other side. P4, he takes a little bit of damage off Oda, but decides to fall off.
Yeah, but not completely. He's still standing inside of West May. He hasn't even moved away yet. Geekay looking to open the hatch on site. Deadshot also in position to fall back as Mowgli takes down Brendo as the opening pick of the round. 45 seconds to play.
On Mowgli's going to get aggressive with it as well. He's going to sit in an off angle to make that crossfire work with his teammate going down into blue, but they know. I feel like Oda certainly has an inkling that Mowgli is here.
Oh, he knows, but he doesn't get the timing. The perfect bait with Mowgli supported by Shinka down below and P4 as well. Here comes a smoke, runs straight on through by these players on Wolves. Sagen has to make good on this presence, but it's P4 on the other side. He falls, and a double for Sage. Here in blue, Bliss dominate, but they fall afterwards one by one. Wettables, the last man standing for the Aussies, and the French will take him down handily. Match point on the cards for Wolves.
And great discipline as well from this team. Such great discipline in through that mid-round decision-making, realizing that Bliss could be in a potential spot to hit the bomb site, but they're not going to. They're still going to look to try and take what map control that they can gain. And with Bliss getting a bit ambitious to try and do that, it meant that the remaining two players of Wolves there on the room, Deadshot and P4, they continued to waste that time. And as it dwindled down, even though Bliss tried to then translate it down into the basement, it wasn't enough.
Certainly wasn't. It's funny watching this game, watching how Wolves have read into Bliss's playstyle and adapted the way that they're going from going for rushes to now on defense playing really passively, playing really slowly, contest, fall back, contest, play safe. It reminds me of something, Manny, that we used to hear from a lot of the Asian APAC teams, so your teams from Japan and Korea and Thailand, etc. They would always say, Australian Siege is too slow. Which is funny, coming from people outside of APAC. You probably think, well, APAC Siege is known for being really fast. That's the Asian teams. The Aussies, they try a little bit too hard sometimes to play methodically, play slow. And it's something that ends up biting them in the backside when teams like Wolves know how to exploit it.
Well, I think that's the challenge of Chalet as a map. I think that Chalet tends to play a little bit different in terms of like the method game of like Oregon and Clubhouse, for example, because Chalet, spawn peek from Deadshot onto Oda. Yuck, that's not cool. Through the window, hopped up on a slight off angle through the bathroom window, is going to catch out the first player of Bliss. Wolves on match point as well. That could spell disaster for Team Bliss.
I want to know how he made that angle work. Like, he was prone, boosted up on something. I don't even know how you do that. He also had his teammate Mowgli looking from a different crack in the same window. Yeah, so he was prone on the lamp next. Was he prone on that lamp? I don't even know. That's strange stuff. Sage has taken a hell of a lot of damage. Mowgli wants to peek him as well. Oh, this is not looking too nice for Bliss. But Sage finds Deadshot. Can he find Mowgli as well? Out goes an impact. Sage finds the double. And he's broken 10 kills now as well for Bliss.
4 on 3 as well. Man advantage now in the hands of Bliss, despite the first pick not going their way. So within the realm of possibility. Not just that, but by taking down those two players, they completely vacated one side of the map, and that's given space for Wettables to now jump in on his own. It's Lion, and he's now going to be the next point of contest to fight this out with Sage.
Sage is so low though. Brendo, however, has found Shinka. Maybe, Manny, this is indeed winnable. Despite losing Oda early, it seems not to matter. On the rest of the team, step up. P4 and Bibu now in a clutch position. P4 on the mezzanine. Bibu prone inside of Library, taken down. The top fragger must do it all. The first one falls. 3 more to find now for P4 on match point for Wolves, but Brendo, ever so patient, will deal with him handily. Fist pumps for Bliss as they stay alive for yet another round.
Great translation there from Bliss. Even though they lost out the first pick, it didn't matter because Sage was able to get the double onto the 2 essential roamers on the other side of the map. And as soon as that space was given to them, they went, we can now sweep the map because we have that real estate off the back of that double. And being able to come in and then just a collapse on the remaining players onto the bomb side is exactly what Bliss needed to do, especially Brendo there with a 2K on his own on the other side of the map, closer to in towards the bomb site. That just sealed the deal for them on the attack.
My. Wolves are a funny bunch, aren't they? The way they've been playing this game.
Yeah.
They have just been so bipolar in the way that some of these rounds have played out.
Yeah, that last round was so different, right? Like the round before the last round, they were so disciplined to put themselves on match point. And then that last round, like, why is there 2 people peeing Sage on the double window? You know, like, what's going on? What is happening there? They want to end the game.
You're playing an APAC round of Siege against Bliss, who exclusively play within APAC. Maybe cool it down. Play your passive, your like peel back the layers of the onion style Siege, and I think that's a better counter to Bliss. If you just start getting all aggressive, yeah, you might find a spawn peek here or there, but Bliss are very comfortable and used to playing against that playstyle.
Well, look, Wolves, they tried to end the game early and it didn't quite work out, so now we're going to go into another round and another attempt for Team Bliss to land an attack. The bomb site is going to be back inside of Baron Games for Wolves, and it does look like they're extending pretty heavily across the entire map, but Team Bliss look like they're posturing in towards this library control to start things off. That being said, every time I've called a Team Bliss attack, I've got it wrong.
It's hard on Chalet, to be fair.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut for another 30 seconds.
Well, I guess that means I'll have to talk then, Mandy. Oda has survived the spawn peaks this round. As he gets some information, he's going to take down the West main camera through a wallbang. Looks like Wolves have once again changed tack and they're going for that very safe and slow kind of a defense. Let Bliss come to them. Maybe put a little bit of pressure here or there, but always calculated and always safe. Do not give Bliss an opportunity to steal the man advantage.
It does look like Bliss are actually going in for that library type execute. The strength in having Hibana in the lineup at the moment is that not only can you take down these army barricades, but you can take down the mirrors as well. Ooh, but by not taking down these army barricade first, he can then go in, dead shot, and actually shoot off the thingies off the mirror instead. So it's not a little bad bit of micro from him.
That's very good from Wolves. And elsewhere, Wedables has actually made his way into Solar. Now, Bliss could give it another crack with those Hibana X Kairos, but I think that they need to first deal with that Kiba barrier, deal with the player playing in the display hallway, which it seems like Wedables is now going to be able to do.
I like this from Wedables. Take the space that's given to you. That's the way that you approach and play Chalet with a much more modern sense. And now here goes Fisher Guy on his re-attempt at taking down that Keeper barricade. Is it successful this time? Hopefully it is, and Brando's going to send in an aid to try and help him out.
Oh, and Oda from the balcony finds Mowgli. That's the display hallway player. A second one may creep up from the stairs. And indeed, that's what has happened now as P4 has snuck back to replace his teammate. In come the flashes. The nades likely to follow as Deadshot is in a world of hurt at the moment, feeling pressure from Oda. The frags, he somehow dodges them. P4's gone down. Another E1D. Deadshot is in pure hell right now as he spots the finger of Brendo. He wants to take the fight. He finds it. A second one, perhaps not to be. Oda, a triple on the round, and 2 players still to find for Wolves.
Incredible execute as well from Team Bliss over into the top floor, and they can identify Bibu in the off position. It's going to leave Shinka all alone in the 1 versus 3 with 30 seconds left to do it.
1v4 for Shinka on site, predictable position. Bliss cannot fumble the back now. They've droned him out, and a spray from outside the window secures the round for Fisher Guy. Bliss are just a single round away from pushing into overtime. And on that, I believe Wolves have just called a tactical timeout.
Great attack as well from Bliss. Well drilled. Seriously, well drilled. The tandem of the utility with the cutoffs from Oda as well outside of the cabinet's window. The kills just came to him, and that's because they were initiated in by Fisher Guy and by Brendo outside on that library balcony, forcing those players to be out of position, dislodging them, and then giving them to their teammates. And that's what the power of Fisher Guy on the IGL is, right? He's in that position where he can make sure that he puts full trust in his teammates. You will get this kill. I'm going to give this one to you. Just do it. And that's the Team Bliss magic.
I mean, credit to Bliss. I think that's probably their most impressive round yet. It wasn't just about denying this aggression from Wolves. It was about identifying what is this setup, how can we problem solve it, how can we action these ideas that we've got. And even when things didn't pan out so well, Bliss were happy to pivot, and they one by one systematically picked apart this defense from Wolves. Now the French will have to discuss it. P4, hands in the air. What was he saying, I wonder? It looked like frustration, Mandy, I admit.
Well, sometimes that's chalet, right? Sometimes it doesn't feel like you're doing anything wrong except making silly mistakes. And on chalet, where cut-off angles and playing crossfires exterior to the map is so prevalent, that can be really frustrating to play against. Sometimes it doesn't feel like you're doing anything particularly wrong, but you can be caught out by just something small. And that's what Bliss have been able to exploit in that last attack.
So many power positions on Chalet, but if you expose your foot for a brief moment, that costs you a position, it costs you the round. And that's how unforgiving this map is to play on the defense. We saw it in the first half with Wolves going up 4-2. Now we're seeing it in the second half where Wolves have struggled 2 rounds in a row to have any form of success on their defense. Now looking to change up the bomb sites once again, Mandy. Believe it or not, Kitchen Dining, where we're going, is the first round that Bliss managed to win in this second half. Can they repeat that? Will we see overtime?
Well, you have to think about how Bliss won this bomb site last time, right? They were all over in the top floor, once again, playing the cutoff angles, and then just suddenly, bam, 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 3 picks come out from windows. So you can only imagine P4 in that tactical timeout going, guys, relax, you know, like don't stick your head in windows because there is like a Bliss play on every single window. Just relax, right? And I think that's what Wolves need to do here if they want to secure this last defense.
Wedable's on the Brava now. He's hacked one of the Dreadnoughts. No, FNATs, sorry. I keep calling them Dreadnoughts. Dreadmines.
Dreadmines.
There you go. Oda is indeed on one of these very long angles watching for a player, but it has now been plugged thanks to that Kiba barrier from Mowgli. Deadshot is holding onto this top floor. He might actually be able to spot out Wedables, but really great job from Bibu on that bulletproof camera to use the EMP to stun out that gadget before it's able to cancel that camera. Now, still pressure from the windows as well. Deadshot's in a world of hurt, and what a long angle from Oda. It's exactly as you painted it, Mandy.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. Team Bliss can now try and translate this into a solo take, but not just yet. There are still 2 players inside this top floor. It's not safe to repel in unless they have some flashbangs, unless they can initiate that entry to come on in.
How long will Mowgli be able to hold onto this position? A drone spotted, 2 taken down. Sagen once again re-droning this position. Bliss need boots in the building, or they need to find a pick from these repels, and they don't have a ton of time to do it. Remember, the top floor is not the bomb site. There might be over a minute left remaining. Once they take this, they're going to have to convert down below.
Fisher guy lets that line scan ring on out, and that's going to enable Oda his way into the building, and he's going to be able to take down Mowgli. Only 1 player left in the top floor now, that's Bibu. He's going to rotate out. Oda not quite taking that engagement, but a half HP immune is all that stands in the way of this top floor, and that's Oda to take him down. Now, full control here for Team Bliss, but P4 able to collect 1 back.
Oh, but not the second. He was looking for it. He was desperate for it, but Brendo is so consistent on this window, and now the Maestro is trapped. Fisher guy does not commit to the fight, which may be the right decision in his position.
There's only 40 seconds left, though, for Team Bliss to do this. Like, yes, there are 2 players on the bomb site, but there's still a plethora of utility here for P4. He's still got all his Fenrir gadgets up, but he's going to be taken down himself. It's all Shinka in the 1 versus 4. If there's any gun to do it, it's the Alder.
First one found. 3 more to find. 20 seconds left. 1 player to move on down from the stairs, but Oda puts it in the bag. Overtime is on the cards as Team Bliss find 3 in a row.
And this could be the upset of Phase 1. I'm going to call it right now. Team Bliss, if they can take down Wolves here, what is this? An Australian team to take down 3rd place Wolves? That would be a mad upset if that goes through. This game certainly deserving of overtime.
Look, Mandy, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. It's 6-6 at the moment, even scoreline. But I will say one thing. In overtime, Bliss are starting on that attacking side. This has been an attacker's game through and through. 8 rounds for the attack, only 4 for the defense. You might be onto something here. Wolves, once again, for the 4th time in a row, must try to scrounge together a defense. But again and again, it has been an immense challenge for the French to do so.
They need to get themselves together and make sure that they're not falling to the cutoffs here of Team Bliss. Bibu himself is going to fall off onto that Azami position now. Last time we saw them play this basement defense, I really liked what Wolves were doing. I really liked that they didn't overcommit to the fall off and they still dedicated players in through that top floor. Throughout every single step of the round, Wolves have been putting the resistance to Team Bliss through the early stages all the way down to the late game, and I feel like that's the medicine that they need in this round as well. If there's any bomb site that Bliss are not going to be able to get cutoffs on, surely it's this one. It's the basement. There are no windows here that you can just sit outside and look your way in onto the bomb site, right?
Well, one of the only 2 rounds of defense that Wolves won in regulation was in fact on this bomb site. And, well, it's hard to say that Bliss will have much success in attacking it, to be honest, Mandy, because they struggled to do so the only time it was played. If anything, I'm surprised Wolves didn't re-attempt it in one of those 3 final rounds at the end of that half. Clearly, they know something we don't, and they decided it was not the right decision to do so, so they'll go back here. But how much of a roam is there present? How much map control will Bliss be able to take for free?
That's why they've brought along the Jackal, though, right? They really wanted to go full top-down clear of the map, see what that they can get. And Oda jumping onto that Jackal is going to expedite that process. But the fall-off route from Wolves last time was just so nice. It was so smooth, really well played. They didn't overcommit to it. It makes me a little nervous for Bliss here, even though they've committed so much to this roam clear.
Bibu on the Azami. Azami has been such a powerful operator all of this game. It enabled so much for these defenders. For Bibu, it was retreating back to the bomb site, as you said, such a good fall off. Now Fisho Guy takes down one of those FNATs, the Dread Mines, on the office door as he peeks his way in and gets straight back out again. But have a look at this position from P4 here in the bathroom. Oh my God! He's lost his feet, he's lost his head. And now Sage unlikely to sow a second nade in as Brendo is able to finish off P4, but Bibu gets the last life onto Fisho Guy.
Oh, here goes Mowgli as well on his peek out onto the piano window, but taken down by Oda. The second pick of the round going in the way of Team Bliss, but not without the casualty of Fisho Guy. Now they've still got to translate it. I believe there is still play left in the top one. That's Bibu. Very hard to dislodge, but he's going to be able to fall off through the hatch. Only a minute left to go, though, for Team Bliss on this attack as the rest of Wolves are going to retreat to safety.
A 3v4 now for the defense as all of the defenders are back onto the site. Bliss, they've got some time to work with. They've got some smokes for an execute. There's no Warden on the board. They've got vertical potential, but do they have time to figure out that the map is clear, that all of the players are on the site? They're still clearing dining.
Only 40 seconds left to go, and like you said, it's going to be a tough one to translate. It's going to be Fisho Guy, the IGL calling in from the grave. But without that hard breach, Wettables has got it all to do in this position, right? Not only does he have to open up this back wall, then he's got to get elbow open as well. There's so much and so little time.
24 seconds now left on the clock as the Azami barriers protect these players on site. A C4 finds very little for Shinka, but it may have denied an entry. I do not believe so. Bliss now looking for a match point. Wettables with the opener as Oda pushes in for a plant. Brendo must cover as Bibu has a 1v3 beset before him, but he will not survive. Sagen to close the round, and Bliss have match points over Wolves.
And Bliss want to have a conversation in this series. What a translation down into the basement. They were really ticking down on the time there. It was only one attempt that they had gotten on that execute, but as they went down, Wettables really opened up the bomb site for them. He went, oh gosh, okay, I'm the only hard breach left. I really got to get these walls open. And as soon as that had happened, all of the Bliss players went in and collapsed on the final players of Wolves. Some really sharp shooting from the final entries going into the bomb site. Wettables in particular, not only does he open up the wall, but opens up the bomb site as well, the first one in. And Oda to get the plan down. What a great execute from Bliss.
It was heart and mouth stuff, though, to be honest. Even with the man advantage, time ticking away, Bliss had to get everything right, and they did. Wolves now, 4 rounds in a row. Nate, yeah, 4 rounds in a row. They've lost now. Can it be a 5th? Will they hold on? Now that we've switched back onto the attacking side, the first half was dominating for Wolves on their attack. And Bliss only barely managed to find 2 defenses. All of the rounds that Wolves won on their attack, there was no question about them. They were dominant. Can they do so here to stave off defeat?
Bliss have certainly kept Wolves honest here on their defense, but now that Bliss are going to go over to their own defense, they're going to face the same adversities that Wolves faced. They're going to face the difficulties of falling off, being stuck in power positions that, well, Wolves, when we saw them attack this map, it was like, wow, you know, that's seriously impressive stuff with how well drilled they were at clearing some of those power positions and just getting the work done.
Big hole coming right up for Bibu as he opens up the main breach. Very few players on site. In fact, funny to see that that wall has not even been reinforced for Fisher Guy. He's opening it up as potential line of sights in the late rounds to deny that plant. Still no rotation in elbow as well, nor a reinforcement. So Bliss are keeping their options open as this roam is very much alive.
Pretty extended roam, all things considered as well. I believe there is still a player within the top floor. That's Oda on the Azami. Now, being the Azami, you would think on paper, he's able to fall off safely, be able to plug up some of those cutoff angles and actually be able to jump down into safety. Although playing on mezzanine can be pretty tough spot for Oda all on his own.
Ton of progress so far from Mowgli. Almost a wall bang. Damn. A lot of damage onto Oda, but I don't think Mowgli will know it as of yet. P4 rotating towards West Main. It looks like this is where the idea is to push, but hang on a second. Brendo getting aggressive, loses his life and forfeits the opening engagement for Bliss.
Oh, and here goes Mowgli as well, down the West Main stairs. He's seen that mirror window on the wall, but is going to be met by the resistance of two more Bliss players. Ooh, Fisher Guy in a tough spot inside of elbow. Could be cut off here by the trench stairs, but not quite. He takes a little bit of health off a Shinka, but takes some of his own as well. Tough spot now for Wolves. I think there's a backstab coming in for Team Bliss. Isn't there still a player in the top floor? Yeah, it's Sage.
He's biding his time, though. There's so much left on the clock, and Deadshot, I believe, is watching that flank. So too premature from Sage could cost Bliss the round, but still Wolves, there's a lot of work to be done pushing onto this bomb site. Oh, he's gone all the way back down. He finds the double. Oh, Mitchell Sage, you might have just made it happen for Bliss here. Wolves must salvage this round now. 3v3, no numbers disadvantage, but there's no doubt about it. This flank is killer.
And this is such a tough spot for Wolves now. Do they wrap around and deal with Sage, or do they just hit the bomb site? Shinka has it all to do. He's going to take the 1 versus 1 all by himself onto Sage. Deadshot's going to try and help him, but the time is sinking away.
Oh, no! It's all falling apart. Wolves started so strong, but Oda closes it. The Aussies have done what no Aussie team has done for a hell of a long time. Crikey, they've taken down the Wolves.
I cannot believe that has just happened. The upset of the day, Team Bliss to take down the 3rd place of EU. The stronghold of Wolves will finally go down in the group stage.
Just look at them. They cannot believe it. What a phenomenal game from the Rising Stars from down under. They can hardly believe it themselves. Smiles all around for Bliss as they come back 5 rounds in a row against the mighty Wolves. And the faces on the French side are quite in contrast to what we saw from Bliss. Glum faces galore.
Yeah, tough, really tough spot now for Wolves. I mean, these guys were in the same group in Copenhagen, but they didn't get their match against each other. Now they have, and they've proven that Bliss has actually come out stronger. Wolves, I think, really need to have a rethink. They are going through their rebuild period at the moment, of course. Bringing in Deadshot, it's not going to be easy. When you have that kind of roster change, it's not going to be easy when you've had a tough 2023 to break your way into the playoffs. And going down to Bliss, oh, it's such a tough one now for those guys.
Look, I'd like to agree with you, Mandy, about Wolves' rebuild period. And yes, it's true, it takes a long time to build back up to what you had and surpass that. But Bliss have only had Wettables for, what, a month? 2 months? In contrast to what we've seen from Wolves, they've had Deadshot for almost the whole year long, and yet Bliss are looking even better than when they had Jigsaw. Forget about Koi, forget about all that, forget about leaving Australia to join EU. Jigsaw's not here, and Bliss have just taken down the 3rd place from Europe. What an insane showing.
Yeah, crazy stuff from those guys. I don't think that, I mean, they look like absolutely bewildered at the end of that. That was like, wow, you know, that's incredible.
Yeah, and what a tantalizing game. I got to say, like, that was set up to be a pretty rough game for Aussie fans. I'll just say that. Like, the first half, Wolves were insane. Like, those rounds were nuts. And I was just watching it thinking, damn, Australian Siege just cannot touch Europe because Wolves, these rounds are so flawless, so dominant, so well thought out. And as soon as the side switched, Bliss started to turn up that heat. When they got onto the attack, they made the server their own.
Yeah, it was an attacker's game at the end of the day. Not something that we expect with the meta these days, but it is still Chalet through and through, and Team Bliss playing a game I would argue is almost just as well drilled as Wolves as well on their attacks. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly how to dislodge those power positions in the same way that Wolves were able to do, and I really think that was just a turning point once we hit that attack off.
Well, next up, Bliss will have to play either the winner of Space Station or Alpha Atheris, and in contrast, Wolves go down into that elimination BO3 match down in the lower bracket later today. Can you believe that? We could be sending home Wolves today. It could be Wolves versus Space Station if Alpha Atheris managed to get an upset. Today has been upset central. We saw it right at the start with Bleed taking down CAG. We've seen a number of upsets since then. I gotta say, I think this is the biggest one so far in Atlanta.
Yeah, I think it's definitely fair enough to say. I think I called it early and you were like, Mandy?
At 6-6, I had to keep us down to reality for a second because, yeah, 3 rounds in a row is great, but that doesn't mean the game is over. And wow, what a showing. We were gassing up P4 like nothing else, but have a look at the Aussie. Mitchell Sage himself, top of the scoreboard for both teams, 15-7. Not only does he have the most kills on this server, but he's got the tied least deaths as well. He is such a phenomenal player.
Yeah, absolutely. The big round was that final round as well to completely seal the deal for Team Bliss, realizing that, hang on, they haven't droned me out just yet, and then going in for, I believe it was a 3K to close out the game. That's pretty nuts, just having an absolutely phenomenal game, both on the attack and on the decision-making on the defense as well.
So next up, we have, if we look at the schedule, one more BO1 for the opening rounds of the games before we move into those elimination matches like Wolves will play later on today. So next up on the B stream here is Space Station versus Alpha Atheris. That is the other match on the other side of the bracket in Group D here. And then the winner of that will play Bliss. The loser of that will go and play Wolves in the elimination match at the end of today. As we can see, we've already set up NIP versus Space Station, NIP versus Sandbox, the other S team with the yellow logo, as the elimination match from the other group. Kind of crazy to say that we've got NIP, I was about to say Space Station again, NIP, Sandbox, and Wolves, 3 well-known teams, none of which have made their debut today at a major. All of them are in elimination. In contrast, Crest and Geekay, both major debut teams. Bliss, an underdog team, all 3 have made it through to the upper bracket.
It's really exciting. It's been a very thrilling group stage. Stark contrast to Copenhagen. I'll just say that. Copenhagen was like through and through predictable, but this group stage has been like, damn, spicy.
Yeah, phenomenal. I'm really excited to see what the rest of today has on offer, but we have one more BO1 in the opening games to play, and that is coming up just after this break.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just like focus our mind to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really, really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is like screaming because you just like put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because like we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games, but other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life, find myself.
What you should and could be doing, and why, and also self-analytical. You know why it didn't work out. So you fix those small issues, you force for it to not deal with the problems, and the C4, the cherry on top, the opening kill, Grim off the board as well. It's a massive operator to get early in the round.
Beautiful stuff. And everyone is just really entrenched here as well, feeling no real need or drive to fall back here. Just taking out these drones as they come on through, and it feels like Fury are kind of hitting a bit of a brick wall here as well on their march forward towards the middle of the map. And even here, as you've seen from BG, man, I imagine now stepping away from attacking through admin and trying to find a new angle through this map halfway in.
This is when they have phantom pressure. You see the double door barricades all spiral, that's not opened up. The windows inside CO is not opened up. So G2 know there's nothing happening on the map elsewhere but admin side currently. You see Virtue and Alamal just sit inside holding one angle, and then Uno and the Clash can always get you intel. He's just swinging that admin door like last time, and they're just waiting for Fury to do something because they know on defense you don't have to act. And I like this adaptation from Dark going downstairs, but they need to make a play elsewhere with it because you're just bucking for nothing right now.
If there's a drone there, feeding some information on what's going on that side. It could be a freebie waiting to happen. Just goes to the hatch, and there is no one there, but literally directly above his head sits another player, and he's going to start chewing his way through. Virtue's got himself into a place you wouldn't normally see players playing because it's so exposed to the window. Doki finding one for himself, and it's a good spot to be in as well because the pair of them can trade off together as they have been doing. Benja, he clears 2 up towards the yellow stairs, all too easy. And it's Dark, who again has had a good couple of rounds, but against 4 players of G2. I mean, nice try, Benja. I'll give you that, but there's more to do. And I don't imagine the Dark will have too much luck against 3.
Oh, here's your bitch touched him here, Dark. 1v3 with a Clash in the ball, but he won't even get past the first. It's Virtue getting that final kill for G2, and the second time works out much better than the first.
It absolutely does. I think that time round, I liked how at least we had the respect being shown by the attackers of Fury there to say, look, halfway through this round, we're getting stonewalled, guys. There's 3 of them sat in that hallway. We can't push this. We've got to go elsewhere. But it also shows that discipline on G2's side to not pull the 2 players away from the west side of the top floor. They sit there, they hold, they wait for the drones to come through. Benja goes aggro when the right time comes around, gets a 2K, and that completely shuts that round down. So much more discipline by G2. And what I love is it didn't take attack timeout to make it happen.
That's a good point, actually, when you got the comms and the players themselves, not the coach. But I will say on the side of Fury as well, not a very great, I would say, adaptation to the operator lineup, because you should be using your drones in prep phase to get inside the building, especially when Solis isn't being played. They should know Clash being brought, the same kind of setup. And they don't play Cavita or Sophia or Kali or any of those operators that can deal with the Clash whatsoever. So let's assume they saw the Clash. They think, let's just do the same thing and Clash is gonna suicide again like that. So just walk into too much forward. Well, that's not gonna happen. That's the adaptation that G2 are making. Now you as an attacking team have to make an adaptation of your own. Play those counter kind of operators, have a different approach, or trying to circumvent the Clash by going elsewhere. None of that happened.
Onto the split site here as well, Nick, which I'm going to enjoy seeing. This is one of my favorite rounds, and Tim, to be fair, always says that he loves round 9.
Okay.
It's either goes to being 6 and 3 afterwards, in which case it feels like G2 are so far away and it's a massive effort for Fury to bounce back in, or it goes 5 and 4, and even if G2 win the next round, 2 rounds to win doesn't feel so bad for Fury to bring this through to overtime. G2 win here, I think they just completely run away with it. Fury win, suddenly you start to feel a bit nervous for the world champions.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good point, actually. The round 9 is pretty fancy when it's this kind of scoreline with the 5-3. And we do see the 4th bombs being played as well. See that good old Taylor's Archives. That kind of unfortunate to play a different style of siege. You gotta play up-down now because the bombs are just spread across 2 different floors. The primary floor, first floor, and basement as one side of Archives. So you're spread quite thin on defense, and you gotta be very vocal about where the enemies are attacking from. But that has been a good angle for G2. They tend to have a lot of intel as to what Fury wants to be doing.
I love how hard they're committing towards keeping... When we debate about what do you actually call the room where Alamau is playing? Do you call it a box? Do you call it
yeah, secret.
Yeah, the one that leads down in towards the electric stairs. Right over here, look. What do you call it? It's called electrical there, but you call other things electrical on the map, so it's a bit like what do you actually say. We had a whole debate on Twitter about what to actually call it. But the number of times I've seen a team just open that up with like a thermite, then march in with the Monty, for example. In this case, it could have been an Ossa. They can't get away with that because Alamau is sat there hard protecting Virtue's electric claw to make sure they cannot go directly down. That forces Fury to have to work their way top down rather than bottom and across, which makes things so much more complicated for them on this site.
Poor Uno, but the support is there. Ben just saves him and gets a kill as well. It's good teamwork.
He's got a spot here to see the negs, tries to kneecap out Crit. A few shots being rifled on down. Crit puts below 50 HP, but still in and fighting. Virtue finding BG, man. G2, once again, starting to pull themselves ahead here, and Fury with a mountain to climb.
And Uno's still alive, just sitting in a corner. He knows he can't move an inch. Like Cole lives with a flank, but the doors are barricaded. Very underappreciated, system in Siege. Hold F on the door, barricade it, and it works like a drone. They gotta shoot it or break it. It makes sound, it slows them down, and it's made sure that this flank doesn't go unnoticed from the side of G2.
Again, largely unbothered. In fact, they managed to snake their way across here and behind now. Virtue's the one staring down his man.
Uh-oh.
He goes to the door, just inside. He goes just inside as well. C4 going to get rid of one, but not quite I9, who's now going to win the gunfight. He gets rid of one. Does he know that there's still another player into the left-hand side, though? I'm not too sure. It's him and Crit to try and save this round, but it feels like it might be too big an ask.
I like the smoke in it here, stalling things out, really, making them say, hey guys, you got 30 seconds left, go elsewhere because I got toxic babes galore in my pockets. Second goes out as well, one more to spare.
This is so rough. So rough. Smoke comes out as well to at least bridge the gap slightly. Alamar going to step his way around. I think bounces a bit too far. Crit goes down. I9, he's left against 4. Nothing really to do. Gets pushed through the smoke as well. Gets the trade, but it's taken out. G2 up to 6 and 3. And at this point, it's when I start to feel for Fury like it might just be a bit too much of an effort to achieve.
I'm surprised they're not really opting for a Blitz or a Monty or something, like trying to cheese your way through the map, if you will. Yeah, they've tried to play out the more like roam operators, like the Oza as like a mini Blitz or mini Monty, but why not full commit to an actual shield operator? Okay, let's say Fury might not like that stylistic choice of how to play the game, but against G2, I do think a shield operator could work, especially the Monty.
Benja just raining down terror from above here as well. Sure, he gets that first kill easy, but it's the second chip damage he's putting onto Crit to really slow down the togetherness of the last couple of players on the side of Fury. Really thought that would have turned into a double kill, but the one was enough because all you did was leave the Ossa entirely isolated and alone. I was about to say oscillated and alone. Oscillated. It does. You go with it. It's a new word. Very oscillated. I'll use that one in future.
Oh, I see a Blitz. Now there's time for
now
it to
you're
change.
Getting excited.
Yeah. I mean, I love when teams, they actually make that decision that I feel like they should make, because I feel like I'm a little bit validated on what the problems might be, but it's also match point when you're down 3-6.
YOLO.
So it's it's kind of like the YOLO stuff, right? We got nothing else that's working for us. Let's try this last and final thing. But let's say it's not working. You go 4-6 and you go. It's just a long way to climb back. So it's a very last desperate attempt, it feels like, more than a thought out plan. But this might be just a yellow door rush. It looked like it for a second, but no.
Taking it a bit slowly to begin with, starting off on the roofs from drone into dude to make sure yellow is clear before they make their play happen. But don't write off a yellow drop and then a rush in. Doki's in a good spot here as well.
No way.
It's in now. Run. Run, Doki. Run. I mean, there were 2 players circling the skylight, so I was just like, that is not the place to be right now, my friend. But he walked out alive scot-free and up on a shotgun.
Yep, that's gonna slow things down for Fury because they gotta recheck, re-drone every inch of this map now. And they do find the goo mine. Twitch drone doesn't find it, unfortunately for them. So once the bits does get in, you gotta watch all the corners and the steps around the walls, otherwise you get goo mined.
EE1D comes in, players drop in and start their march forward, straight into a Fenrir. No long angles being challenged by G2 initially. So safe entry into the building secure, but Blitz is down to half HP. A C4 comes out. Benja, I think he had double the number of explosive kills that anyone else had at the 6 Invitational. And it looks like he's carrying that on today. A great C4 kill to start things off.
I mean, you rush with a Blitz and good backup in an Alliance game. What did you get met with? Impact grenades, C4s being tossed out, you take so much damage, and you lose a member as well. It felt like a great initial entry, but it got stopped immediately. And G2, they just fell back. They didn't care about top floor because the bomb set's downstairs.
And they're not going to complain, right? It's again that respect that maybe we saw lacking in a couple of rounds. They're showing it a lot more now. They understand and respect. There's a Blitz, there's a Lion. We should really be watching out for this one. Play for those safe explosive kills. Outside of that, drop back, let them work forward, let them play into the Fenrir, let them play into the Legion, for example. The C4s in the back pocket of the Mute still available. Still many tools to shut down this attack.
And Fury a little bit lost now. I mean, they got the Blitz upright, still waiting for those Finke touch to go out for the heal, but they've been completely defenseless, right? They're just falling by the wayside because now G2, they retake top floor.
Oh dear.
That's rough.
Losing the ground is one thing. Dying to it is a different one altogether. Good one comes out there as well. There's a double coming on through. Doki's there like a good teammate to back his man up. Finds one, gets the down onto the next. PG Man is all that's left standing. Thankfully, it's going to be GG Man at the end of this round, though. 4 left standing for G2. A very comfortable first closeout for them. And they secure that game tomorrow against DZ.
Oh, look at that disrespect. They're just running at their opponent. Again, the confidence, they read the situation well. And it was indeed just too big of a task for Fury to overcome.
So like I said earlier on, G2 for most of that game, not really having to get out of first gear. Even second there, once they had the chance to kind of regather themselves. Respect Fury a little bit more, I'd say. Again, second gear really as far as they had to get. Not really having to show anything either, which means coming into tomorrow against DZ, they've played a map here that isn't really one of their stronger maps. In fact, it's one of their lower favoured ones. And even with it being Fury's strongest, they still look pretty content, I think.
It's also a good storyline, the G2 Dark Zero, because I know Alama and Troy have some banter on Twitter about how many times one has beaten the other and whatnot, and we can see that being relived again here at this major. And also we see Fear go up against Knights, a more even matchup, if you will. So I think wins across the table here.
You know what I'm looking forward to seeing? Alamau and Troy screaming. Because we've already seen Canadian today giving it a little bit of lip.
He was
so
on
I'd love
fire.
to see it coming out the pair of them.
He's like, yeah, I'm not leaving. I'm staying right here.
There were debates around exactly what is it here that he's quoted. To me, sounded like Wolf of Wall Street, but others thought, oh, it's something else. And I was like, all right, fair enough.
Yep. We gotta ask the man.
We can ask him. We can go and do just that. But yeah, very, very comfortable first win. I think now obviously all eyes and conversation turns to Fury versus Knights later.
Yep.
They've got a best of 3 to play. The loser does go home on just day 1 of the Atlanta Major. But that's how we like to do things here. Got some highlights to show you as well from that game in just a second. But again, Fury versus Knights. Anything in this game that you looked at and saw from Fury that you're thinking, actually, if they can do this or double down on that later, maybe they'll have some good success? What do you think?
I was going to say, I think if they can recognize the issues more like early in the game, quicker as well, they need a technical timeout, need a coach to give input, and then at the very end, when they did go for a faster pace take, they still fell short because G2 countered it, right? So I think being willing and happy to do things earlier rather than later, because we saw G2 adapting and believing in themselves much more than Fury did.
Again, for G2, not really having to work too hard for this one. Looking forward to seeing when we see more of them coming out tomorrow. I do expect against DZ, it will be more of a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, I want to say, when G2 weren't like the ones to make mistakes and overstep their boundary in defense, Fury had no way in.
No.
So if you're Fury, I think you look at your attacks more than your defense and say, how do we fix the attack inside of things? Because defense, it did look half decent.
Respect and composure, essentially, is what we keep on talking about, right? And it kind of feels weird to say that a team's weakness today was the confidence, the cockiness almost as well, the aggression that they brought to the table, but it really was that. That was how the door was left at least a little bit open for Fury, but it was slammed in their faces very quickly.
Yeah, but again, I mean, if you're a team known for your cockiness, you gotta show it every now and again, right? You have to.
It wouldn't be G2 without it, because I think you may have seen like the trailers, for example, during our breaks here, is that talking about G2 back at SI, for example, they were out there saying, we're here to win. Really confident. We respect none of you. We're here to win everything. And look at what happened.
They did do that.
They absolutely cleaned house is the only way that we can summarize it. Well, that is the end of our best of 1s today, I believe.
Yeah, thank you much.
Now, we get into some very, very exciting fixtures. It's all best of 3s where the losers go home. These games mean a great deal, so do stick around to watch them. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, more games coming up. See you soon.
Thank you.
G'day guys and welcome back to the stream here. Actually, I think I'm going to ditch the Aussie accent now. I'll just run the normal one because I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit nervous of this man right here.
Listen, I just want you to know that the Stingray wasn't personal.
I take it personally. I take it too personally.
Listen, I read the script and I told him, I was like, you know the world's going to be really mad about this,
Can I just
right?
say, we just had like the epitome of bliss for all the Australian fans with their Australian team winning a match, and we come back and we start ripping into the most beloved Australian of all time. I think we should just like move forward and talk about the next match. So what we're doing now, Space Station, one of your boys.
Yes.
Alpha Atheris, team that's making their major debut. How about that?
Dude, it's really cool too because with the Alpha Atheris squad, you know, some of these players have been around for quite some time inside of Mexico and other portions of competitive Siege. I mean, some of these players I even bump into and ranked across the years. Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's super, super cool. Toski actually being one of them. So yeah, I'm really, really pumped to see this team finally break out of that regional mold and come in here and play against a powerhouse like Space Station. And we got a lot on the line here, folks. We're going to update you on what's been happening here in Group D. Wolves, as you said, my friend, end up going down to the Aussies. Team Bliss take it 8-6 in overtime to move on to the upper bracket and send Wolves down low. And now, well, you see where we are. Space Station and Alpha Atheris on the docket.
Yeah, big game for Alpha Atheris being their major debut, but it's not going to be easy. Space Station have been putting the hell work in, my God.
Yeah.
And they've been a bit all over the place this year, haven't they, right? Like Copenhagen, they failed to make it to the playoffs by one game. They lost out to Scars. They would have made it to like the finals main stage. It's been a hell of a long time since we saw the Space Station of old that was winning championships, top of NA. How do you see them right now? Where do you reckon Space Station are in NA and on the world stage?
I think we're ready for liftoff with this current roster right now, really. I think it's all been a really big build-up over the last, you know, I'd say year and a half here, you know, ever since the championships kind of started slipping away from them, all the big regional wins as well. But now I think they've gotten their legs back under them. I think they're ready for this sprint, and the beauty of it is truly indeed a sprint. It's a best of one here on none other than, well, a pretty fancy map. We'll get into it here in a moment. But here's the tale of the tape in between these two folks. You guys can get an update as to what's been going on. And the most interesting part about this for me is the fact that Space Station had to play through the LCQ to get here.
Wow, crazy to think after being such a mainstay team for the NA region for such a long time, and in Stage 1 they managed 3rd place, 5th place in Stage 2. LCQ runs are never easy as well in regions like NA because you've got the other big teams from North America, but you've also got all those up-and-comers as well. Let's have a look though at the map. Vito, as we start rolling on through, you're the expert on SSG. What are we talking about for SSG these days? Which are the big ones that if you're Alpha Atheris you want to ban out?
Well, we have our usual demons, right? You don't want to play the clubhouses, you don't want to play the Oregons, that kind of a vibe. But as of right now, I'd say they have a really good map pool under them. There's nothing that I'm too worried about when it comes down to it, but that also means that we can lean into some pretty interesting things. Something that, you know, comes to mind is something like Labs or something like Skyscraper.
Okay. How about that though? Alpha actually are the ones that leave Clubhouse in. Space Station banned it as their final ban. The infamous Space Station Clubhouse, they wanted to go to Skyscraper instead.
I like this. I really like this decision from them. It's really early in the tournament, right? You want to try and use maybe some of that new grease and see what you can potentially get done. I like that Space Station little lunchbox that we have here from Hot and Cold as well. Very, very cool. Alpha Atheris lineup ready to go, ready and set for war. And what a map, like you were talking about, that we have between these two. It presents a lot of issues, especially for the offensive end of things, Dev. I mean, you look at this map and it's like, how do you progress past this mid hallway? You have to deal with Drum, you have to deal with Shrine, and so many teams have an issue clearing that top floor.
That's right, this Japanese map can be very fickle, very challenging to deal with. Let's have a look at the community vote. Man, you guys really want to see SSG take this. 73% in their favor. Alpha Atheris are absolutely the underdogs in this game, no doubt about it. But you know what, Stokes? Every single match on the B stream so far has been an upset. Every single game. Last game, it was Bliss 30% to 70 for Wolves. And that's almost as biased as this game is to Space Station. I do not want to count Alpha Atheris out.
Great day to be a caster. Terrible day to be a player. Terrible day. But definitely make us happy and pretty entertaining for you folks at home as well. Ying and Blitz going to be removed here for the offensive side. Really like this ban here, especially from Space Station. They're going to be starting things out on defense, so limit that execution potential. The Blitz coming through as well. You really have to respect Space Station's ability to play things out with shields. Obviously, that's going to leave the Monty up, which in my personal opinion, I think is much more of a detriment to the playstyle of Skyscraper. So I don't exactly like that, but that could also be the fact that, well, Hask might really like Monty in comparison. If Hask doesn't like Blitz as much, and obviously Hot and Cold does, that ban makes a lot of sense. We'll round it off with the defense here. We got Solus and Fenrir out. Both of those operators in their own regard, pretty insane, pretty busted. I mean, it's really, really awesome whenever the defenders are able to get their meaty claws into these characters.
I was talking to Pengu, and he told me that Brazil has really been loving Montaigne in Stage 2 of BR6. And funnily enough, Husk and Kamikaze...
He would notice that, wouldn't he?
He would. The Monty main himself, the greatest to ever do it.
What a loser. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
But Husk is going to bring it out. He's actually one of only 2 Brazilian players on this majority Mexican roster. So Husk and... Hang on a second. Kamikaze, what year is it? Is this the 2021 Ninjas in Pajamas 6 Invitational Champion who's subbing in for Alpha Atheris? Let's address the elephant in the room. Matumbo couldn't make it to the event. These guys were gifted an emergency sub, and what a gift it was. A player of Kamikaze's caliber and pedigree. That is an insane addition to Alpha Atheris.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's like, oh, we lost our quarterback? Well, I'm going to go get Tom Brady.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I'm not even American, I get that reference.
Yeah, exactly. So gotta try and reach an international audience here, my Aussie boy. Ivan, let's see if he can do terrible things to the defenders here. Fultz is going to be the first one in his way. Trying to see if he can try and transition this into a kitchen take here, which I'm a little worried about this if he goes it solo. Does have that call, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, that call was good, but I don't think there was any follow-up from Space Station, or from Alpha Atheris rather, to try and get information on those Space Station players. And Fultz hasn't actually fallen back yet. Listen in. Hasn't heard anything yet, but he jumps in regardless as Fultz has completely vacated the position.
Not a bad gig. That call still ringing through. Trying to push things through downstairs. Some track stingers out here. Ivan can cross these without making any audible noise. He won't get stabbed or make any difference of audible noise coming from his feet. So we'll give Ivan up. We'll most definitely hold the defenders at bay. He's going to rotate his way up. Now stairs here, rather restaurant stairs. And here it comes. Ev, we're back to the hallway. The one spot we all hate about this map, and definitely a very hot commodity for the defense, something that they are easily able to exploit. It's going to start early here with J90 taking down Hask.
Yeah, good early pick. As you said, it's going to be a game of choke points here. It looks like Toski is already taking control here of Drum and Shrine. Massive advantage now for the attacking side to do so. However, losing a player is not really a worthy cost for it. Now a nade goes in. Love seeing the gridlock nades coming through. Everyone's been talking about it, but J90 still holds on to his position in Dragon, and that's really where you need these nades landing.
Well, sub-minute now. This is what you expect out of this map. Back and forth right here in this central hallway that we always tend to lean into. Toski's got a lot to deal with. Force is going to be able to take down Kamikaze, and Toski, nothing to do. The single panel behind him is reinforced as well. It's just a masterful setup from Space Station, and when you have such a beautiful squad and such a beautiful strategy as so, it's going to make things a little bit too difficult, especially with the way that Alpha Atheris has been going about things. Pretty one-dimensional on a lot of these things. Been seeing a lot of angle holding and then just a portion of the map being worked by maybe 1 or 2 people, but just not really what you want to see, especially with what we saw around Drum there, Dev. I really don't like how they addressed that whole situation. They just kind of kept gridlock there, and Toski eventually just got antsy enough to push forward, and he died. And that was really the round.
Very much so, yeah. Really strong round from Space Station. Doesn't get much better than that to kick off your major. A flawless round. Alpha Atheris, as you said, had really no idea of how to clear those positions. One by one, they fell into the meat grinder. And Space Station, despite picking the second favorite bomb site in the first round, and now going for the third favorite, they haven't gone to Tea Room Karaoke yet. They're having quite a lot of success here. And I'm very happy for Space Station that they are on this comeback. Yes, it was a challenging stage 2, not making it directly through the NA League. They had to go through those LCQs. But this addition of Ashen, everyone's been talking about it. This is the youngest player at the event right now. He's a real young gunner, and he's brought a lot to the table for Space Station.
Very sparky in personality and in gameplay. and that's something that I have a lot of respect for. I mean, anytime I've interacted with him, hotel, you know, him playing the game, doing whatever, just always been a very nice guy, very candid guy, and seriously appreciate that out of him. So see if we can continue on here with Space Station and link together some rounds. They're going to have a pretty interesting setup up top. The Mute Jammer out here for J9 know, and this is more than likely just going to make it to where he can move around outside if they did have something like a Lion or something like a Dokkaebi. He can just stand here, they can bring that call in, and they're going to have no idea that this guy's just standing here waiting with open arms.
Yeah. Very cheeky from J9. We'll see if it pans out for him. I wouldn't put my hopes on it. Meanwhile, Ashen down below is tempting fate with these windows. Simple work from Alpha Atheris just to try and take down a lot of these cameras from outside, as it looks like they're going to do a top-down take, which I think is the right play here, Sam. Get rid of that top-floor pressure, look to try and finish off Geisha, and then focus your attention on the bomb site.
This is what Monty's gorgeous for, right? Whenever we look at Skyscraper, when we look at Monty gameplay, we're always thinking about Black Stairs and the potentiality for him to move in from that top balcony. It's a really beautiful setup that allows you to get a lot of pressure on things like T, things like Karaoke, and it creates that hammer and anvil effect that you hear Pengu talk about a lot, where you're able to get that pinch off. And that is what we're looking here for Alpha Atheris. It's just that they need to follow up, and also remember, they have to transition this into the basement.
It's true, Wilhaskis this Monty, and he's taken a few bullets to the shield from the long angle, but he's gotten so much information for his trouble. Hello, Ashen. He teases him a little bit, unshielding. Ashen decides not to overcommit. That's really good out of a rookie player to not overcommit in that engagement and instead fall back. Great work from SSG so far as they keep this Monty at bay. What are you doing, hot and cold? Look behind you. It may have worked, though, to bait a kill or three, it seems, as Space Station spring into action. A kill for 3 different players. False doubles down. It's all up to Kamikaze now. Left alone on the window rappel, and he's got a lot of thinking to do.
Well, as soon as there is any ignition at all, Alpha Atheris send it into the wind, and that's exactly where it goes. Off to the four corners of the earth. It's down to Kamikaze, the previous hammer lifter, as he tries to figure out this 1 versus 4. And also Kamikaze, one of the people that gave Space Station a terrible time in winning their hammer back at SI 2020 as well. So pretty cool to see them have this interaction up against this ore once again. Obviously, all of these players minus Fultz have changed. So pretty interesting story with that. And Fultz also being the one to close out the round. Very well done from Space Station, as they will get the big dub here on round 2.
There is Big Man himself, SI champion of the past, just like Kamikaze on the other side, as you said. And here's the young gunner, Ashen. Hot and Cold is actually one of the most experienced players in the game as well. He's been playing for a hell of a long time.
So crazy.
He had such a long stint on DZ and back when they were Flipside.
Yes,
even.
Yes, my boy,
My
please.
Flipside homies, man. I still have the Flipside charm
Oh,
in game.
I got to give you a hug on that one,
mate.
bro. Come on.
One of my
Yes,
favorite
yes.
teams from back in the day. I wish we had the camera on us for a minute. We could just hug it out on stream.
Yeah, right. No, dude, anytime that I want to show people how long I've been invested in the esports of this game, I always show off my Flipside charm. That's like a I'm an OG.
flex, yeah.
Exactly.
Flex.
You either do that or you start bringing out like the very first iteration of the esports skins, and then everyone's like, "What? Why do you have that?" Well, it's because I'm him. That's why.
You are that guy, Sam. So as you can see on screen, even though Space Station currently are all but confirmed for SIE with 99.8%, if they win this, they're 100% locked in. Nobody can knock them out of SI contention. Alpha Atheris, on the other hand, with this being their first international event, it'll be a much bigger challenge. However, if Alpha Atheris do win this game, funnily enough, Team Bliss and Dark Zero will be confirmed for SI. Two teams completely irrelevant to this matchup. An interesting fact nonetheless.
Yeah, especially this time of year, that's how it starts to work out.
Yeah.
It starts to become less of what your efforts are and a lot more of how the stars line up. And Alpha Atheris could be the shooting star that both of those teams need in order to make it to the 6th Invitational in Brazil this coming year. Ivan's going to be the very first one to strike true here in round 3, so he'll take down Jane. I know that's going to be Jaeger gone, but still have a long road ahead of them. They're going to enjoy that pick, but they can't rest on their laurels. They'll continue down the war path and see what they can potentially get done. Especially with Hosky's position, this is definitely something that they can use to the fullest extent of the law. They've got grenades. He's more than likely got the secondary super shorty. I mean, there's so many different things that you can do with a Gridlock, especially now with the way that she has been built up in recent history.
Yeah, going for vertical nades, going for great shots with the F90. I mean, she's got it all. The only real weakness to Gridlock is her speed. If she was a 3-speed, you'd be seeing her every round, mark my words.
Even if she was 2, honestly.
Oh, yeah. She even has a Gon 6, by the way, if you don't want to go for that super shorty. The Gon 6 is fantastic. I think they may have actually removed it when they added the nades, because I know that they don't want both. But here comes Hot and Cold. He's teased out his position. Thanks to the Dokubi call, the logic bomb. Ivan doesn't want to hunt it, however. Alpha Atheris is showing a lot of restraint right now.
Something that's a necessity of a situation like this, too. Space Station wants you to make that critical error. Just take your time. I mean, you've earned it. 1 minute and 15 seconds. So many places to put this case,
no,
but Hask, and this is exactly what you and I were fearing. We didn't want them to overstep into Space Station's utility. I mean, although they might still have it, Fultz is very low. He's going to go for this swing.
No!
He prones it out, and I do believe that he at least gets it. There's going to be one down, but Ivan will clean it up. So Alpha Atheris will get the round, but Hask, we've got to be a little bit more patient on these executes.
It's true. It was a very ambitious one there for the Monty, but fortunately, after an early pick there for Alpha Atheris and consistent work during that mid-round, they managed to pull it back, despite impressive heroics on the Echo, finding 2 kills at the top of the back stairs. But first round on the board for Alpha Atheris. It's not bad.
And it's on the bomb site that is the most won on this map, too.
Strangely enough, the most favored bomb site by most teams ends up being the least favored to the defense.
Dude, I'm telling you, you put Forrest on a roster, you're just bound to have crazy stuff happen. it's just the nature of the beast, I'm telling you.
A lot of creativity on this team for sure. There's no doubt about it. SSG is always known for it. And I mean, bringing in all of these players from the old Astralis roster as well, you're getting so much more firepower and like that kind of, I don't necessarily want to call them like young players because they've been around for a while now, but compared to like the old guard of Fultz and Hot and Cold, they have a much more modern view of the game.
Dude, it's so crazy that Fultz is considered an old guard player now. Oh, dude, time, it just keeps going. Oh.
I mean, it was nearly 4 years ago this guy won an SI, so I think he is old guard now.
Oh, man. You're so right, too. That's the worst part. Why do you have to be right? Well, that being said, especially actually considering, just to go back to your point here for a second, Call Out also on this roster too is their head coach, which is an awesome thing, bringing over the staffing that made that Astralis roster so very special. Some of the other players obviously spreading to some different corners of the earth, specifically Iconic, who we'll see later on in this tournament. One of my favorite players inside of North America. It's just really, really cool what Astralis was at the time and what they have came to be throughout the entirety of the Rainbow Six Siege ecosystem. We're about 40 seconds in now, folks. Not too much action to be had just yet. Toski's taken a tad bit of damage, and we're really just MacGyvering around these windows. A nice find for Hask here as Ashen's hands are sticking a little bit too far out, and he doesn't even get a chance to try and send a shot Hask's way.
Yeah, look, even on land, I don't think you're going to have reaction time to make that one work, Ashen. Nice idea, but an early pick against Space Station is what spelled defeat for them in the previous round, and I wouldn't want Ashen to be getting too aggressive like that consistently. Hoski's doing some good work getting vertical gain to try and take down any potential aggressive players or wall denial. Of course, we can see that it's simply the mute jammers which will now be disabled, in theory. I can see one still at large, perhaps near the minibar, so yeah, indeed, that one will not be destroyed from below.
That's all fine there. Mute Jammer over here for the side panel too. They'll get rid of the drones, and that drone economy not looking too hot to trot right now, Dev. Halfway through the round, we got 3 drones left, but Jay wants to try and send it in. They've got the ace over inside of the other portion of the site as well. Jay will be able to take down Forrest as everything has reached a critical point for Space Station. I don't think that they were ready for this full-on assault out of thin air. Not even any info, not anything at all. Alpha Atheris just send it, and it works. It's down to Hot and Cold into 1 versus 4. We've seen this man do some crazy things before, but I highly doubt he makes it out of this situation. It's going to be Hask that seals the deal and ties things up here on Skyscraper.
Damn, look at that energy as well from Hask at the end of it. Ivan getting up and about to Alpha Atheris, getting very excited. They're now even with Space Station, 2 rounds apiece, and that was quite a saucy one as well. Not every day that you get to see an Amaru sent up a hatch directly into the damn bomb site. It was Forrest actually playing the mirror in that bomb site who seemed completely clueless to the fact that Amaru had just jumped up. I have no clue whether he didn't have his headset on right or his audio settings are a bit off, but he really should have heard that and he really should have found that kill. Because he didn't, Alpha Atheris steal the round.
Yeah, we'll give them that slight tad bit of a benefit of the doubt. You know, when that gunfire starts happening and stuff like that, things start to really blend together. You know, but yeah, I'm definitely with you in that boat. That's a situation where you just kind of expect him to win out that, but obviously completely caught off guard, was not prepared for somebody to magically appear from that hatch, and it went swimmingly for Alpha Atheris. I think the crazy thing for me in that round there, Dev, is that they drone out the site. They really don't get all that much info. All those drones get destroyed, and then they just send it into site anyways on practically no info, but they get all the picks necessary to get a plant down and get a victory.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Now, Space Station have a few things to think about here, Sam. They've just failed to win on Tea Room Karaoke. They've failed to win now on Exhibition Office. Those are the two most popular sites on this map. Now, yes, they've won Kitchen Barbecue previously, and it was fairly dominant as well, but repeating it now is only one step towards securing this half. A 4-2 is definitely what Space Station are going to be looking for. This is Skyscraper after all. You don't expect the attack to have a lot of favor here.
Yeah, most definitely. And the most interesting thing about this so far for Alpha Atheris is that they're getting things done, especially in their round victories, right, in such a unique way. It's not really powered by their hardcore info game or things like that. It's really just pure grit that they're using up against Space Station right now, and it's working out for them. We've seen some really interesting moments due to that fact, but, I mean, if it's working for them, which it clearly is, it means it's working for us.
Yeah. And hey, like I said, I'm biased towards the upsets. Nothing against SSG, but I would love to see Alpha give them a real run for their money. Have a look at that from Hask. Nice. He snuck past the Mozzie Pest. That is phenomenal. And now he's going to get so much information on the back of that as well. He's cleared Karaoke now. He's about to clear T. And this is a huge boost now for Alpha Atheris attack. They can start to accelerate here.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. I mean, usually you expect them to be close to the door. A lot of people not putting those, you know, pests on the very bottom wood pieces anymore because people just shoot them. But so crazy, that little panel, just that little panel piece at the bottom of the reinforcement on the door is just enough to make it to where that drone can slip by. It's all about games of margins here when it comes to Siege, whether it be utility or firepower. Now here, and in 10 seconds remaining, Alpha Atheris do have top floor control. Do not have a lot of verticality to play into this, though. Toski might have a secondary shotgun that he can use to try and break up some of that flooring, but they're really going to try and find a home here inside a barbecue, I assume, to try and get this plant down. Toski's going to get gunned by Ashen, who finally hits his mark with this M590 that he's been looking for so very long.
Looking for another one, Ashen. You know you want to. Take this fight. There's not a lot of vision, but he gets the timing down perfectly. Forrest and Foltz spring into action. Kamikaze. It seems like it's a kamikaze mission for him. 1v5. Not a hope in the world to make this one work. SSG have brought it back once again. Alpha had quite a bit of momentum building on the back of those last two attacks, but SSG are now putting them back in their place. Patience exuded from Foltz and Hot and Cold on this top floor as they patiently hold this position. Hot to find the final one and a second flawless round in this game for SSG.
Looking solid. When Space Station have a definitive advantage, it's really difficult to try and grasp it away from them, right? And I mean, we really have to highlight Ashen there as well. The patience on that secondary swing. You never really expect it from these young guns, right? They usually tend to want to get in the face of the opponent, really just show off their gusto, but instead he just plays it out. Plays it for timing and gets that shot directly into his back. Instead, doesn't even have to take the gunfight, just quickly cleans him up. Might have a break here for a second, folks. We're going to get some info on this and where the last Alpha Atheris player is. We don't know if it's a glitch on our HUD. We don't know if there's a player not, in there. We'll just have to find out. It looks like we are having a little bit of a tech issue, so we're going to take a pause here for just a split second, but this does give us some time to talk about what the hell we have just been witnessing here in between these two teams.
A lot of things. I don't know. I'm sorry to distract. I just want to say, hey, look at these matching mouse pads. That's nice.
Dude, they want to be me so bad. Everybody's got artisan mouse pads now, dude. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Are you a trendsetter? Everyone else is just a follower.
Dude, it is. I got the Shindekai mouse pad before anybody even knew what artisan was. I ordered that thing out of Japan, and then like a year and a half later, everybody's getting artisan mouse pads, dude. And then now, I mean, this is like 3 years later now. Everyone has them. But I will say this. Shout out to Artisan. They make great mouse pads. Obviously, there's a lot of other things as well, but hey, I'm just telling you. Dude, I'm really sad that they took away the Shindekai mouse pad. It had like glass beads in it, and it was like the best gliding mouse pad I've ever owned in my life. They don't make it anymore because the glass beads will work their way out of the cloth. So, yeah, that's my little soapbox there for mouse pads, folks.
I didn't know that you cared this much about mouse pads, man.
Dude, I'm so specific about the things that I use. Like even if it's a tiny thing. Like for instance, I tried like the Super Glide mouse skates recently, and I tried them on like one of the very slick mouse pads, and there was just like a slight grab when you moved your mouse. None of my roommates could feel it at all. I was the only one that could. And then one of my friends used that exact setup for a week, and he came back to me and was like, "Yeah, I had to change the mouse pad because I could start feeling that grab." So maybe I'm just a little special in the head.
I think
that's okay.
Your attention to detail is as much of an asset as it is
a detriment.
Well, I think a detriment just for you, man, because that's gonna get in your head, and you'll be like, I cannot use this mouse. Dude. Absolutely not.
Literally me yesterday trying to play games on my laptop. I'm like, oh, this isn't my home setup. Oh my gosh. But
you know what's funny? Just a bit of a segue. A lot of these players that aren't used to playing on LAN, that's exactly what they experience. I remember talking to Bliss after Copenhagen, and they were blaming their equipment. They were saying, oh, we couldn't get into it because we're so used to our home setups. Man, like this is LAN. You gotta get used to this environment. If you want to be a pro player, you need to be able to adapt.
You know, just to bring up good stories, and especially good stories about a really good friend, Michael Stockley. There was a moment. I want to say it was SI 2021. No. It was one of the SIs, but we had like a couple of different gaming stations that we could use as casters, just kind of mess around and whatever. And dude, I walk into the room, and this is like the very first time that I walk in there. Michael's trying to figure out his entire setup. He's like, nah, this isn't good enough. And like I was talking to some other people doing this, that, and third. I walk out, I come back. This man is sitting on 2 stacked chairs, and I go, Michael, what are you doing? And he goes, my arm didn't have a high enough angle for me to use my mouse correctly, so I had to stack the chairs so I could sit high enough. I was like, you know, and after I've told you all this, what did I say? I was like, that's valid. I'd have done the same thing.
Oh, for sure, man. No, I think he was onto something there. That's genius.
Dude, the double stacked chairs. Nobody was expecting that strat.
Oh, that's amazing. I love it.
Indeed. But back to the nitty-gritty in between these two. It's 3-2 in favor of Space Station Gaming. Alpha Atheris have gotten things done in some pretty creative ways. It hasn't been through like mostly traditional means like we've seen. Obviously, they're still, you know, being attentive to those, trying to use their drones, trying to do this, trying to do that. I think that they're just a heck of a lot more prone to throwing it in the wall and hoping that it sticks when it comes to Space Station, blocking off a lot of different portions of their strategy. Instead of just being fearful and stepping back and be like, oh, we really don't know what to do in this situation. They're like, well, let's just send it. What's the worst that's going to happen? We're going to lose the round anyways? Oh, no.
Yeah, I think Alpha Atheris have really struggled when it comes to methodically, map clear, and then clear the utility, clear the power position, clear the setup. Those are the things that are Space Station's bread and butter, and Alpha's really struggled with it. Where they have succeeded is doing things a little bit unorthodox. Hey, what if we get a Mont and we try and brute force something, we bait out picks, and then we convert a 4v2? That is the strength of this Mexican-Brazilian roster, and that's what I want to see a little bit more of. Yeah, you could say, oh, they really need to address these issues head on. Let's be real. When you're in a game, you cannot learn how to do something that you are not capable of doing. Instead, you have to try and reach your skill ceiling. Your skill ceiling is already set when you launch up the game and open the server. Practice is for another time. That's when you improve. Getting into the game, you just need to try and be your best that you can be in that moment, right? Alpha Atheris are good at trying to exploit brute force and baiting for kills. Go for that. Double down. Final round of the half. Let's see if we can end at 3-3.
One of my most hated questions, man. What do I play? Oh, I don't know. What do you play? You know, like if you tell us what ops you want to play or what character you want to play in the game, then we'll figure something out from your list. But you need, as you said, you need experience with these things. You don't just fire from the hip and hope something happens. It's especially up against a team like Space Station. So stick to what is working, stick to what you know, and it will get you a heck of a lot farther than you think.
Worked so far by both teams, in fact. Ashen really quick here with the Azami. Not only is he able to trick that Selma from fully detonating and opening a line of sight, but he also plugs up that line of sight then with the Azami's Keeper barrier. So that's a really good start here. And now the question is for Alpha Atheris, how are they going to deal with that position? How are they going to deal with this impact tricking Azami inside Geisha? Uh-oh.
Well, the crap part is that they have to find a solution pretty quick because they've already burnt a minute. We're now in crunch time, all things considered, when it comes to clear. But Ivan will actually fix that up. We didn't get to see this angle just yet.
Ivan.
Yes, Ivan! Very well done. Pantry is the play, and he'll get 2.
One more. Come
No
on,
way.
Ivan.
No way. So much damage. He can't miss right now, folks. Put him on the Texas Rangers. Incredible. Man. 2 pitches, practically 2 strikes there as well. Incredible stuff out of him in those frag grenades. Ashen on such very low HP. Forrest and Fultz now really have to pick up these pieces.
There is still a chance here for SSG, though, even for Ashen, but man, he's so low, and he's terrified. He starts to move back towards Drum. Ivan on the other side, also low HP. What is the play for Alpha Atheris? A minute left.
Slow and steady wins the race right now for Space Station. You can see what is at least building up to be a hold for the next strike from Alpha Atheris. But Alpha, especially with the man advantage, there's so many different ways that they can work this and try and pull Space Station into different positions that won't exactly be beneficial to them. Fultz is going to get droned out, and that's going to force him back over to the far side of T. Some bullets tagging along, and some bullets now being delivered here, too, as Haas knows exactly where that man is. The craziest Zone 6 I've ever seen in my entire life is to launch that across into the ether. I don't even know what he was going for, but hey, screw it. Ashen's going to get, no way, 2 on such a low HP bar. That's not supposed to happen. Hask and Ivan both low as well. They have to know that Ashen's in Drum. There's no way.
Ashen's brought this one back for SSG. It was 3v5.
No, they don't.
And now he's made it 3v2. The triple kill for the youngest player at the tournament. As Alpha Atheris look to force down this plan, Forrest will not allow it! SSG 4-2 in the half, and Ashen cannot believe it!
Oh, I can't either, so I'm genuinely at a loss for words. That is insane that Ashen was not only able to stay alive, he gets 2 extra kills after getting naded down to 5 HP. No one has any knowledge of him being there at all, and he already killed some of your teammates from that exact position. They still overlook it. Huge oversight by Alpha Atheris, and now you no longer have equal footing. You're down by 2 rounds.
Well, on the flip side, I will say, I feel like SSG had to win that round. It's defense on Skyscraper, right? But on the other hand, Alpha Atheris have just fumbled a certain round, and that has got to get in their heads. They need to pick up the pieces. They need to get back on that horse because the momentum that they had in the middle of that first half has completely evaporated.
Most definitely. And that's the thing about that side switch, too, is it already takes quite a bit of wind out of your sails. Even if you're looking pretty hot, right? You know, you have 4-2, 5-1 half. You still have to reinsert yourself into the game in a different way because that's what it is. It's a different game. You're now playing a completely different set of rules, different operators, a lot of things that change up for you and your teammates. So, Jane, I know, speaking of changing things up, Ashen's going to follow this train of thought, too. It's going to be Doke as well as Flores that works their way in. Been seeing a lot more of Finka nowadays again. Those frag grenades really giving her a lot of love, and it's clearly working out.
Back into the Finka meta, I think. Looks like the element
for better or for worse.
I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. With the state of how many entry fraggers have been nerfed in this game, I think it's fine to have Finka back in the game. And also, people always forget how nice it is to have that little health boost in the mid-round, especially when you take a bit of early damage. Toski, though, on this roam with the Ela, we've seen quite a bit from him. He's playing together with Jay on this roam game, but Space Station are not actually looking to map sweep laterally at the moment on that second floor. Instead, there's quite a few lurks going on. We can see Forrest downstairs in the bathroom, putting a bit of pressure towards figuring out where he might be able to snake his way to.
Wouldn't you know, Space Station clearing the map pretty methodically. Want to make sure that they do not overstep their boundaries and give an early pick over here to Alpha Atheris, although Hot and Cold on the Nook will begin sneaking his way in. I really like how he's doing this undercover. What I mean by that is under the cover of the audio coming out from the Dokkaebi there. You can hear that ringing off in the rafters. That's going to make it to where a lot of the audio of them moving around this base floor, especially for Hot and Cold, going to be a heck of a lot quieter, make it where they can potentially work their way under Pantry and deliver in the same way that we saw earlier on.
This is a blind nade though for Hot and Cold. He doesn't have information. I really think that the idea for Space Station here has got to be get info on these players on site and then start to send those nades on through. Don't send them in blind because you'll miss your opportunity. Now that one was blind, and while it was so close, it only does meager damage onto Ivan. Meanwhile, Ashen stepped up once again. Where are these kills going down? Toski tries to refrag, a success. But Fault's going down is only the first step of many that will be required. Ashen finally traded on back. As Ivan and Toski pick up the pieces of this round for Alpha Atheris. Space Station will not stop. They are incessant, and they still maintain the advantage with 45 seconds to play. Chasing him down. Hot and Cold will not give up so easily. And Ivan's missed the opportunity. Toski! What are you doing, mate? You can't be missing those fights. Hot and Cold lands the final kill. SSG have got to be thanking their lucky stars. They stole that round from Alpha.
The Scorpion Evo just... I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss at what we just witnessed right there. It's going to proc the immediate tactical timeout. And why wouldn't it? I mean, a 5-2 split right now. Alpha Atheris definitely had some better looks earlier on, but these defenses are not looking good to at least start here.
No, I mean, and it really just came out from massive 2 kills from Ashen right at the start. I don't even know where that came from. I think he managed to sneak his way into Shrine and then just walk onto the bomb site. So Alpha Atheris, I think they might be in their own heads a little bit, and if anything, this tactical timeout shouldn't be about talking strategy, about talking tactics. The most important thing right now is chilling out. Guys, we know how to play this game. Space Station aren't doing anything out of this world. We can beat them. We just need to chill out, relax a little bit, stop making these micro mistakes and letting SSG steal these rounds.
I mean, dude, they were incredibly hyper-focused on what was happening around Geisha and the complete other portion of the map, to the point where nobody's playing Shrine and Drum. That's the most important part of the damn map,
You
Dev.
said it.
Like, I swear to God, guys, if you go back to every map that I've ever casted, the opening thing I talk about is that central hallway every damn time. You wanna know why? Because it's the most annoying portion of this whole map. It just working through, you know, Dragon and Terrace, Drum, Shrine, that area is so difficult to work around for the offense because there's so many different ways that the defense can hold it and make it really difficult. And that's what we saw out of Space Station. That is the lacking level of, you know, depth that we're seeing out of Alpha Atheris. They had some angles built up that way, but they're vacant.
Yeah, Space Station really showed a masterclass of it on their own defense. Alpha Atheris cannot match it. Now, at least we're seeing for Alpha a change of the bomb sites. Go over to Exhibition, which ironically, it's been far more successful this game than T-Room. Space Station definitely preferred it in particular. And this is quite an aggressive hold, in fact. It looks like there's an open external wall, and Hask has a very cheeky angle in conjunction with the shield and the reinforcement to try and put pressure on this external balcony.
Well, we saw how things panned out for Space Station the last time around. Fantastic cadence, and it looks like they want to try and match that here again. Fultz has some easy access to a couple of these harder points, and it's going to be starting off with this here. EMP up, Electro Claw, or rather, Exothermic down, and Explosion out. That's going to be the single panel dealt with, and that will at least allow them a rotation in later on, all things considered. Also makes it where Fultz can be just a tad bit more active if he wants to be, as he's already gotten one of those jobs done, but you really don't want to lose that therm until you're able to at least get some pressure over on the double wall.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think Fultz is going to be able to breach the double wall since one of the walls has already been opened up. It's not safe to place Thermite on there. I don't know if that's how he died right there, but the long angle from Hask is successful. And Hard Breach solely relies on Ashen's secondary Hard Breach. As I say that, he goes down. Hask has found 2. Both Hard Breaches are out of the game. And SSG must now rely on the map control from Hot and Cold and Forest to pick up this round.
Well, at a bare minimum, at least they do have some semblance of control over these walls. Like you said, the far one already having a breach in it from the defense, so they can play a little bit actively on that swing, and the single panel also being handled. Hot and Cold's going to hop the window and immediately get moving, but since he did hop that window, it's a different animation for her, and it makes it to where she makes that glitch when she hops in. So it might have been seen there, but J9O now opening things up. Kamikaze will go down.
What?
And, oh my, not like this, Alpha Atheris. Once again, it's the same issue. It's just a portion of the map that they're not paying attention to. Somebody get him some glasses because J90 is about to take him out. This is ridiculous. This should not happen, but yet here we are. Toski in a 1 versus 2 has a chance up against J90. It's going to be an impact out that's going to create a new angle for him to try and work off of. Tries to work his way over towards the dry bar door. Forrest has found a home for this case as well. It's going to be up to Toski to try and solve this equation.
Can Forrest stick this? It doesn't matter. J90's got it.
Yep.
How does this guy just jump on in, find 4 kills, and once again steal it from Alpha Atheris?
I just want to start cursing. I'm in the same boat. I'm just like, what the hell?
I caught myself. I caught myself.
Dude, yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, this is something. And like the thing is about it is that Alpha Atheris is like actually just one decision away from being almost equal with Space Station in rounds. It's actually ludicrous. These last 2 rounds that Alpha Atheris has lost has strictly been because they're not paying attention where Space Station is attacking. That's it, just straight up.
Wow. What a game.
And that one with a huge lead too.
I can't believe it's 6-2 right now.
So crazy.
This game could easily be 4-4. Space Station, they just keep stealing it out of nowhere. I don't know how else to put it because Alpha Atheris, this is not like, it's a David and Goliath matchup going in, but Alpha Atheris have played pretty decently up until they just look the other way and let Space Station roll them.
Like a good parent, you got to turn a blind eye every once in a while, you know?
I don't think that applies to your Rainbow Six Siege defenses, I'm afraid. Oh, man. I mean, this is phenomenal for Space Station because I'm sure they'll look back on this game and say, look, guys, we had a couple of things we didn't do right, but we absolutely killed it at taking advantage of every opening that they gave us. So let's keep that momentum. Let's get some confidence back. Action's been killing it. He should be fired up. This is his major debut. Keep that momentum moving into the upper bracket final. We are, of course, on a little bit of a technical pause at the moment as we sort out a player's monitor issue. And so guess what? You're going to have to see our beautiful faces.
Mine kind of less today.
No, I actually love it. I really love it. I was
Thank you.
going to say, we didn't actually get a chance to say this at the start, but I'm really glad to be casting with you for the
come
first
here,
time.
man. Come on.
Yeah,
Now we
man.
get to hug on camera.
Yeah,
there we are,
go.
guys. Yeah,
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Brothers from other sides of the world. Awesome to finally have a cast with you, Sam.
Yeah, dude, seriously. We've been friends for 5 years. More than that, actually, because that was just me starting in esports.
I remember.
We've even known each other before that. So
Yeah.
you knew me when I was casting in like 2016, which is just, I mean, 7 years ago. That's incredible,
It's
man.
been a long ride. And
Yeah.
I would not have thought that we would be here in, 2023, casting in the state of Georgia together and talking about Space Station and Alpha Atheris, who finally are back in the server, Sam.
Oh, thank you, Lord, because I really wanted to see the conclusion of this game. Are we going to get Alpha Atheris on a heater for 4 rounds? Probably not. But
Man, it's so hard to picture 4 rounds in a row. I'll give them 2 maybe if they can, get themselves together. But 4, that's just not going to happen.
yeah, and the worst part about this is that Space Station is adding insult to injury. This is my favorite thing about this team is that they take every single game just like their last. They're always going to put in the same amount of work and try and get whatever they can out of their series. And you can see it here yet again. They were bringing the Monty. They're going to switch it out for the Lion. But, I mean, the point still stands. Space Station is doing their damnedest to make sure that they shut down Alpha Atheris.
Yeah. That's the thing. Go for the throat. Doesn't matter if they're down. You got to finish the job. And Space Station are showing no mercy whatsoever. This has got to be one of the more dominant games that we've seen. I don't actually know what is the closest, what is the least close, rather, the most dominant match we've seen so far. I'll do a little bit of trivia.
Ooh.
We did have DZ 7-2 Knights. That was a pretty dominant game. And this could be just as dominant here.
That was a pretty weird one as well. I don't know if any of you at home watched that lab series, but some awkward moments in that one for sure. Yeah, but either way.
I'll just say, on top of that, not a great day so far for Latin America, unfortunately. They've had 2 really challenging matches. As we said, Knights has already fallen. Alpha Atheris still to play, but it's not been great so far.
Oh.
That's something.
Yeah, most definitely is. Don't call out, but nothing really to garner from it. You still have one in the back pocket of J90, and that is going to be hot and cold. He's usually the one trying to work his way in on, kind of the off-the-beaten-path area. It's more than likely where he's going to go down here, too.
That's what you expect when you see the knock. Nade's going down early, though. It's a bit of a detriment to SSG. Far fewer explosive utility to try and clear the immense utility. We've got keeper barriers. Hang on a second. Toski's now found faults as well. Heartbreacher gone down. The finger boost comes through, but that's certainly not going to bring either Faults nor Hot and Cold back to life.
We're halfway through the round, but it's just Space Station bleeding so far. But here's the thing, I don't want to count him out of it just yet, because every single one of these rounds is built up to be just like this. Where Space Station somehow, some way gets punished early on, whether it be through clear or you know, cheeky little discovery by Alpha Atheris. But we reach the mid round, and all of a sudden the adaptations start rolling in. The info that they garnered from earlier in the round starts to affect their play, and they're able to win it out time and time again. And honestly, with that first pick, I'm going to call it right now, I really think that SSG is going to take this 7-2, and I don't even know the way that they're going to do it. I really don't. We're going to find out together. We'll see if I'm wrong.
Big call. Janano and Ashen are still alive, both of them. Forrest, what a nade from below, perfectly timed. Ivan never saw it coming. 3v3 now, and there's no doubt about it. This advantage is for SSG. Hask is taking a lot of damage, and he's not able to get any shots back the other way. As we see Forrest once again marching on forward. J90 takes down Kamikaze. It's all up to Jay and Hask, and marching on forward. Jay will hold the line. J90 and Ashen have taken down Forrest now with it all to do. In the 1v2, 20 seconds to play. And nade cooked. They hear it. Will they land the shot? It doesn't matter, because Hask has come around the corner and staved off yet another round for Alpha Atheris.
Sounded like a good old Stokes curse to keep us alive, baby. There we go.
They say more of that, please, Stokes.
Oh, man. What a moment there for Space Station, though. Same for Alpha Atheris can be said, but Space Station losing that round by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, Jay found a double, and that was it.
Yeah, that was genuinely it. You know, and also if I believe it was Ashen that was on the entry on that right-hand door there for T. If he didn't have that awkward moment with the Legion bouncing and not knowing which target to really choose, that round is more than likely theirs, and you and I are talking about a closed-out series.
Yeah. Well, another round. It's got to be one at a time here for Alpha Atheris. Now, of course, if you look at the scoreboard, don't be fooled. There has been that technical rehost we had, so these are not the complete kill counts, but I think it's, what, 2 or 3? It's got to be at least 3 rounds we've had so far, right? Ivan and Kamikaze yet to find frags.
Well, it has to be 4 because people have 4 deaths.
Oh, really? Okay, so there you go. Kamikaze's got 4 deaths. So 4 rounds now since the rehost, and Kamikaze and Ivan still on the donut. Yeah, not a great look. I don't know what's gone wrong for that team, but it's been very much... I don't know, one-sided. It's been very heavily on players like Hask, and in that round, it was Jay finding those 2 picks.
Yeah, as you were saying, it kind of tends to lean back into that for them more. It's just like a very individualistic type of path that they've been walking. And it's, I mean, it can be good at certain moments in time, right? But Rainbow Six Siege is a team game. You really need to address it as such in your utility game and your clear, and it's just something that Alpha Atheris aren't doing exactly a bang-up job of. Obviously, they're aware of these things. They are trying to use these things to the maximum potential of their ability. It's just that it's Space Station, baby. Like, I mean, it's hard to try and, you know, take this team to town in these kind of parameters.
Yeah, very much so. SSG, despite ups and downs, they are still SSG, and they will punish a team that doesn't dot their I's and cross their T's. We've seen gaps in the armor for Alpha Atheris this game.
Drone ready.
E1D out there for Ashen. We still have a call on J90 as well that can be utilized. They're really taking their time this time.
They are. This is good info, though, for J90. He's not overcommitting this drone. So close to the bomb site. I really like the way Space Stations start these attacks, Sam, on the exhibition side. They just open up that wall, they lurk on the other side of the map, and they start exploring their options.
Yeah, they're very patient, and it's something that can, you know, give you over some big moments, or it's something that can be exploited if you're not watching the proper angles at the proper times, and that's going to be a big discovery there for Alpha Atheris. Is they'll send one outside, they'll be able to find Ashen and tie him down. Hot and Cold's going to get pricked here on the stairwell and be able to pull out that thorn in his side and try and waltz his way back over towards potentially the restaurant stairs. Forrest has gotten inside of Geisha here too, but doesn't seem like he really has anybody in the same zip code. We've got a couple people over in the drumline / shrine area, and actually the entire team of Alpha Atheris in that main hallway minus Ivan right here.
Yeah, it's your favorite hallway, right? Ivan's gone down below though, and he's playing a little bit of game of cat and mouse with Hot and Cold here. I'm not sure if there's information either direction at the moment, but as soon as one shoots or sprints, the other will be aware. Have a look at this from Ivan. Okay, here comes the nade from Hot and Cold. That's perfect. But now there's going to be info on for Ivan. He has to make this flank work. He's so patient, perhaps too patient, coming around the corner now. Hot and Cold takes his head clean off. 4v3 now for SSG.
You really never know when hot and cold is just going to decimate somebody, even if he doesn't know they're there. I mean, Ivan is waiting for so long on that angle, just anticipating him to swing back through delivery, and instead he is delivered.
This is going to be a nuts shot for Fultz to land it through the bars, but he gets the better of Jay, and it has all fallen to pieces for Alpha Atheris. Space Station sweep through, and J90 secures the final kill as the first dub of the day for SSG is taken 7-3.
Well, son, we don't get to cast for very long, but it was a heck of a journey along the way. 7-3 in favor of Space Station Gaming. And Alpha Atheris showing some signs of life up against a very solid squad. And, I mean, honestly, yeah, there's some things to address, some different ways you might want to look to try and work Kamikaze in especially. But I definitely think that there is some things that they can do. Now, here is the main problem, though. They have to play that lower bracket later today.
And it's not going to be an easy game, that's for sure. They will be playing against Wolves. Imagine you go to a major, you play SSG and Wolves as your two matches. Add to that the fact that you're playing with a sub. It doesn't get much more challenging than that. And for Alpha Atheris, they got to keep their chin up because they got a game coming up later today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one for the books. In that best of three, it's going to allow them to kind of stretch their legs a little bit more. When it comes to these best of ones, it can get really volatile very quickly, and I think that this was a perfect representation of that.
And credit to Alpha Atheris, those 2 rounds that they found on the attack back-to-back looked really good. And if they were able to replicate and continue that momentum throughout that attacking half, I think we would have seen a very different tale here, Sam. But as soon as SSG locked in that 4-2 defense, it felt like it was GG.
Yeah, and especially with the openers that we saw on their offensive side, Alpha Atheris, they're able to poke and prod and get some kills. But when it came down to truly who was going to be better at Rainbow Six in the clutch moment, it was Space Station every time, and there was no faltering in that flag.
A lot of multi-kills. I got to say, this is my first time watching and casting Ashen, the new player.
He's pretty good, ain't he?
Yeah. My understanding is there's been a lot of hype around this guy, right? And he has delivered. That was pretty fire.
Yeah, no. Fire emoji. Yeah, no, the guy was actually lit as hell, I'll tell you right now. And that's what we expected out of him from this stage. I mean, he showed up when Space Station needed him most. And I mean, the craziest thing about this team and the way that went down with that roster is that if you guys didn't know, back in the day, OC was Fultz and Merc. And Merc joining Space Station, all of North America was like, oh, dude, this team's going to be so badass. And then one stage, that's all it took. They're like, hey, this isn't working for us. It really isn't meshing too well with the way that we want to do things and people's operator pools and that kind of stuff. They bring in Ashen, and they're looking like themselves again.
A polar opposite roster change, isn't it, as well? Because you go from a player that's like all this experience as an IGL, his history as an entry with Merc, but like he's such a brain player as well.
That's the craziest thing is he truly like matches mechanical ability and brain power all in one player.
And then he's gone, and you bring in this like 18-year-old onto this roster with world champions and SI top 4 team players, major grand finalists from Charlotte last year. These guys that played for Astralis, hot and cold, one of the most experienced players in the game, and Ashen fits like a glove.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing to see, and it's always difficult making those decisions when it comes down to it, especially for a roster like Space Station Gaming. You look across the board and you're like, every single slot on this team is somebody that you would want to play on your team, and then you're going to go against the grain, try and switch something out instead of trying to work things out for what we usually see to be like a 6-month to a year period for a lot of these teams.
Very
but
quick
no,
roster change.
yeah, exactly. But I will say this just goes to show you how good of a coach call out and how solid of a roster this team is to recognize, hey, this isn't going to work for us, and we're just going to move on from this and try and make something matter most here at the tail end of the season, because it's working, man. It is working.
7-3 in the opening game is nothing to scoff at, even playing against a team from one of these minor regions, because we have seen upsets all day long, and the ball was there for Alpha Atheris to shoot the hoop. They just couldn't land the shot. Space Station, though, credit to him. We've, of course, talked a lot about Ashen, but J90, man, what a resurgence he had. 4 of his 11 kills were in that, second, third, last round. He just jumps in the site and kills absolutely everybody. SSG have a lot to be happy for about that game. They move into the upper bracket against Bliss.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really sick game in between those two.
Another region team. How weird is that, right?
Yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool. It's going to be a heck of a good time. But guess what, folks? We're done with best of ones, baby. It's
Oh,
best
yeah.
of 3 time here over on the B stream. Ninjas in pajamas of all teams is going to play against Sandbox in the lower bracket because Geekay kicked him on down. Wolves versus Alpha Atheris later on today. We got the Frenchies versus the Mexicans and a little sprinkle of Brazilians.
Sprinkle Switzerland as well on the Wolves side.
True.
I always forget, but Deadshot is actually Switzerland. But
Oh yeah, I forgot about that little change up.
and I don't know. Do you count Helby as well? I mean, he's
Oh
he's
yeah,
not
I
exactly
mean
a
he's
coach
pseudo
though, so-
French. Yeah, he's French Canadian, which is like discount French. I can say that. My wife is French.
Well, we're not in Montreal, thankfully. Otherwise, you would be having a word with a lot of the staff on site. But of course, NIP are taking on Sandbox in just a moment, so stick around for that game.
We always shout at the enemy team or like try and make people feel awkward or like uncomfortable and all that. Like it's pretty evil when you think about it.
If the crowd is in our side, like we have like more advantage to win the game, you know? It's more energy for us.
You can feel the crowd there's rumbling below like an earthquake.
It's about not staying on that track that got us the win, but it's about creating a new one.
Right now we are the best, so it's about, become 1% better every day.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Now you are that roster, you're the people that they entrusted to take that even further. Yeah, you should have an ego.
It feels good to be classed as the best team in the world, but at the same time it adds a lot of pressure on your shoulders because you don't want to be the best team in the world only for like a couple months, You want to be the best team in the world, period.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
I mean, my biggest moment was to win 6 Invitational.
And how did that feel?
Actually, I felt nothing.
I am confident. I am really confident in our ability because I know how good we can play. We just won the World Championship. I know we can do it.
You have to sacrifice everything if you want to be the best.
Not only do the teams look up to us, but they look at us and they want to beat us.
Of course, I think G is the best team in the world. We just won the World Championship. Why wouldn't we be?
They know that we have 5 insanely talented players, and I don't think many other teams can say that for themselves, that all 5 players on their team are, insanely good.
If we show up, nobody will beat us. Nobody.
I'm always confident that we can win it all, otherwise I would not be here.
Everyone's going to be looking towards us and studying how we play the game.
When other teams look at us like that, we look back at them and we're like, yes, we'll be there to defend it.
All the other teams that are at this event have copied our playstyle. They're just so clueless, and that makes me laugh.
I'm very confident. I think the team right now is very confident.
There's a reason for that, and it's not just, us being crazy egomaniacs.
I think people should fear us, definitely.
It's the biggest team, it's the biggest org, it's the best team, you have the best players. And now it's up to us to defend that and see what we can do about it to prove everyone that we're right.
Hello, I'm Dominic Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Cade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and soleus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Very easily pick up the kill here if he were to swing, but doesn't seem to be looking for it. Now it's Misa to open up the wall. Circle back over to the same position. Deal with Chibi Su, taking down our Cully. CAG need to capitalize off of this. Sayora in a 1v3 to keep Talon from forfeiting their own map, but they're not gonna get it done. CAG snipes bank away from Talon. They win 7-3.
And in full control almost the entire time on Talon's map pick on both the attack and the defensive side. So Border, that's going to be an exciting one. It's the next map up because that's kind of the trend and the pace that CAG are setting. It's going to be hard to keep up if you're Talon.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty frustrated with that one, but there's some things to work on. You're not going to have a lot of time to course correct as Border is up next, picked by Cyclops. If Talon fall on Border, Atlanta is over for them. Will it happen? We'll be back in a few minutes to find out.
I fear for Talon, truly, because if you cannot shut them down, you have no way in on border. And you're gonna fight every single inch of the map, every entry, spawn peaks as well, for example. So they gotta show something different than Bank, otherwise it's just Jover.
Yeah, I mean, you're not allowed to use Jover again, by the way. It's the second or third time that you've used Jover. It's Jover for you, my friend. But when you look at a map like Bank and then you compare it to a map like Border, immediately size is the big difference.
Yep.
You notice it right away. Bank is one of the biggest maps in all of Rainbow Six. Border is a bigger map, but is still tends to skew towards the smaller of all of the maps in the map pool.
Yep. And also, like, just like a lot of long lines of sight where, yeah, okay, the map in scale can be pretty big, but you're also fighting across such a long distance across the table, from east stairs all the way to security, of course, outside the both archives and armory balconies, and verticality as well. So, apparently the server's ready, the players are ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Chat, are you ready? Do me a favor.
Type 1 in chat if you're ready.
Type R in chat.
Oh, R. Okay.
Because that's what you do when you're ready. You type R in chat. Not A-R-E, not O-U-R, just the single letter R.
Nice.
On friendly territory, Cyclops will look to knock Talon out of the Atlanta Major. For Talon, they would be the first team to go home. On the B stream in just a couple minutes, another elimination game will be played. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Sandbox Gaming will go on the other stream.
Didn't expect that one.
Did not expect that one. Did not expect the upset for Nip to be in that position. But I will say this. If things do not go well for Sandbox, the first two teams sent home would both be Korean teams, which obviously not the result that region wants at all.
No, that's very true. Alberta bans are gonna look very similar. The Muncie being banned out by CAG themselves, the Ying follows up, then the Fenrir, and then we can talk about, is it gonna be the Valkyrie, the Mira, the Kaid, the Solis? Those are your usual four suspects, at least on Border. Of course, I guess you can throw an Asami in there as well, but both teams played Asami pretty comfortably and might want her available on the defensive side of Border. It will be Ding the Kaid. So again, it kind of frees up your other lineup on attack. You don't have to play Thatch every single round. You can guarantee to open up the walls. At the very least, dealing with a mute or a bandit is much easier, much simpler than dealing with the Kaid claws because of that range and how they can be far off in the ceiling, etc. You gotta bounce some tricky nades to deal with those, and of course, take out all those ADSs as well if there are any. So, the scene is set. Cyclops are looking to keep up the pace and the momentum. I would not be surprised if they go for the spawn peaks, shut down Talon early on, like they tried on Bang on their first offensive rounds. But with the CG on defense, Talon on attack, Border the second map here in this best of 3 series.
Both teams at this point should be warmed up. Talon played their matchup after Cyclops played theirs. As you see on your screen, that's the R6 share kit for Cyclops Athlete Gaming. A very colorful UMP skin that you can put on. Has a little dinosaur face on it. Very cute.
Looks like a toy gun with how colorful it is.
It does. And funny enough, there is a toy pistol skin for the FBI agent pistol as well. So you can
5 seconds remaining.
Use them both.
You can Skinnergize?
You can indeed Skinnergize.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
You
bomb
didn't coin that word, right? That was all you?
No, I've definitely read it before. I am
just
nowhere
take
near.
it.
Okay, yeah, I did.
In Siege, you coined it at least. I believe.
I imported it.
You imported it. It was imported.
I imported it to Rainbow Six Siege. That is absolutely correct.
I mean, G2 imports half of their team too, so that happens.
Doesn't seem to matter.
No.
What are the keys to success for Talon here on Border?
Honestly, I want to see them actually control the pace right now because they are just being. I mean, look at this start. Chibisu runs out, a team kill almost occurs. I want to see Talon take control, set the pace here, and say, you know what, CAG, you want to play with confidence? We shut you down. You go for a swing, we get the kill, etc. Because right now, look at them. They're playing so far back, proning on the ground. They're playing scared. They're playing pretty isolated. We see Roy Boy alone. We see Misa alone. We see a Sandwich Repel alone as well. And right now, look, they're swinging far back. They're holding angles. No one's on break door. No one's on CC window. They're just swinging armor and breach right now that they themselves opened up.
Chibisu still holding court inside of security. Oh, Misa doesn't have a soft wall where the Legion is sitting. Suzu continues to lord over him from this spot. There's an adrenal surge to give some life back to the attackers. Roy Boy goes down first, and Suzu could have had more than one. Maybe don't pull out the super shorty. There goes Ryder, but Suzu's feeling pretty good about this. Chibisu decides to slaughter him with his secondary shotgun.
I want a talented control. This is the exact opposite of what I wanted. They're walking out alone. They don't get a single kill. I mean, Misa was looking the wrong way. Instead of swinging the armory player of Lesion, he was trying to swing Chibisu instead of security, but that's not your first point of contact, and they didn't really do anything this round. They still had utility and flashbangs for the Kalaji, they had grenades on Finga, they had 1 or 2 on boost left, on Dokubi call left. It is like a semi-tactical timeout here from Talon. Slow it down, talk things through, guys, what happened? What's the issues? Are we nervous because it's like, you know, series point, if we lose, we're out? Because that's the reality. You lose your first map in a best of 3, if you lose the second one, you're literally going home. That is always going to apply so much pressure mentally onto the team that it's affecting. And right now, that's Talon.
Well, JLT is just going to waste time sitting outside, as you pointed out. Wait, was he just rubbing his eyes with both hands yet was still moving?
Yeah.
How is that even possible?
He's got a third hand somewhere.
What is going on?
Magician.
15 seconds.
Oh. It's fine. Rework is in. You'll be back up with 20 health. It's fine. Wait. Oh.
No, you could.
Oh.
Chibisu denies his team the flawless round by dying. Though, in all reality, that was a flawless round. They could have just left it. I mean, obviously they didn't.
Yeah.
CAG 1 round closer to throwing Talon out of Atlanta.
Yep, and it looked good. And this is the thing. Yeah, okay, this is CAG against a lesser experienced team and Talon. This is not them up against like W7M or G2, any of those big names. But this is a better looking CAG from pretty much all the standpoints that we normally criticize them for. They're playing, you know, too spread apart. They're playing too, like, undisciplined. They don't have crossfires. They have no trades going for them. They crutch and Monty all the time. And yeah, okay, it's hard to judge them off this single or best of 3 when they've lost their first match already, but it's like, they're banning the Monty, they're not forcing it themselves, they have the crossfires, they have the trades being set up, and they're actually adapting live in the server as things are playing out. So on all of those points, like, success, improvement, and it's exactly what I want to see. I just wish we had seen it from CAG a year ago or 2 years ago, because they have been at pretty much every single international event since early 2021. So, but better late than never. Talon, they go through their what operators should we bring checklist, and Roy Boy will bring out that famous IQ to combat the possibility of Pulse, a Solace, a Valkyrie. And 2 of those operators, they do have presence in this particular round. It's a Solace and Valkyrie from Anderton Arcoli. They're gonna play downstairs, look for some vertical destruction, C4 impact grenades. And Talon just starting things up slowly. Lisa number wall from Passport into that open area portion. The East stairs. Just gonna set things here. Maybe an East stairs take from Talon if possible.
Oh, the Azami getting very close to danger as Black Ray scoots off from this position. Spraying through the wall, being spotted on scan. There goes another logic bomb. Lots of annoyances and nuisances being brought from Talon now in the second execute of theirs. They fell short on the armory take. Now they retool and hope for the best.
What is next? Right now it's yellow pings from the Valkyrie cameras, giving some intel, and Talon, they've got East Stairs control, Passport control, but you can't really act with that alone. Either you clear this top floor portion of Office Archives, which Ryder might be trying to attempt on his lonesome, or you hit the side quickly and dirty and hope to get the job done. But look at this, the lack of intel, it punishes the defenders.
He just walks right in. There goes another logic bomb. The last one, Arcoli making his presence known, and now it's Sayora fighting the Solus, winning the duel with the AK. Pivoting towards Customs, now towards Top East.
It was going so well until 2 seconds after, and then it wasn't all of a sudden. It went from a 4 versus 5 in favor of Talon to a 1 versus 4 very quickly, and that is it. Blackberry finds the final kill in the round. CAG, they're continuing from the streak they had on Bang with complete and utter control and domination on the first rounds of Border as well. And sometimes when you are a less experienced teams like Talon they are, you just want to look at what other teams are doing in, like, you know, the tier 1 regions that have been around for a long time, or the top teams like W7M, and say, okay, how do they play Border? Where do they go and attack? What are the first rooms that they care about? What's the priority list here? Because I love when teams that try and do something different, they have their own flair to things, because that's how the meta changes, right? It was W7M themselves, the current arguably best team in the world, or one of at least, that played Chalet very differently, and it was so good that every other team started copying what they were doing. And it just seems Talon trying to play a different style of Siege, and either it's just outdated or it's countered by CAG, but I just think sometimes trying to be different is unnecessary when the stables are so important. The meta back in the day, if you go back to like 2017 all the way to like 2021, I think it was always about breaking the meta as the first team and trend setting how everyone else should play the game and follow you.
We are now into the best of 3, Sam. That unfortunately means we have to say goodbye to some teams at the Atlanta Major. I'm, of course, Lynx, joined by Stokes. You had a good time casting with Dev Marta. No Aussie teams in that game, actually. LATAM and NA, what you and I are experienced with.
Yes, indeed. And going to be a pretty interesting one here for us because you and I are getting something out of Dev's box. We're going to be playing around with Sandbox, of all things. So it's going to be a pretty good time over here to start things off in the lower bracket, Lynx. And also, just to be a little bit more excited, guys, we're done with best of 1s. We're back in the best of 3s for right now. And we're going to enjoy this for the rest of the day. So lock the hell in, folks. It's time to use the bathroom. Get that popcorn. Put the dog outside. Whatever you got to do, Lynx, just make sure you get it done in the next 4 minutes because these players, I've got it right here, they're joining fast.
They are.
So you better get on it.
Those spots in the game sound like hotcakes. We're flying out the window. We're flying through this one. Of course, as we just mentioned, it is NIP versus Sandbox. NIP, pretty crazy loss to Geekay, especially that just being an incredibly entertaining game. But this is a spot NIP are familiar with. I mean, they lost to 6 Karma back in Copenhagen and found themselves in the best of 3s early on. They ended up becoming top 8 at the event. So even though for NIP, maybe you're a little worried, it was still an 8-7 loss. You still look pretty good overall. And also, you got a great result at Copenhagen with this exact path. They're not super worried.
Yeah, no, there's nothing to sweat yet, especially walking into a best of 3 up against Sandbox. And I'm really curious to see what maps we're going to be going to because Sandbox did not look confident earlier today on, I believe, Consulate. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Oregon, thank you.
Yeah, and if we're not looking confident on Oregon, we're in rough shape, fellas.
Exactly, thank you, because that's exactly the train of thought anybody's going to have when it comes to Siege. If you're not playing well on Oregon, you're probably not playing well anywhere, so.
It's just, it's a rough go at it, and especially with NIP, even if we go back to Oregon, let's say, which is not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, Clubhouse, Oregon, 2 default maps, NIP are going to be more than happy to play there, and with Sandbox, we talked about the maps, and Mandy and I brought this up in the Crest game. Sandbox only played 4 maps inside of the South Korea League, and Korea is a region, but Sandbox in particular, map pool has been one of the key concerns with Sandbox throughout Stage 2, and Oregon, a map that, by their own stats, they are super comfortable on, still losing. I mean, with Sandbox right here, and the map's coming up. Oh, we're really going back.
No, they picked it. They picked it again.
Dude,
oh my.
It has never been more over than it is right now, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Carter and I will both eat our words. We will tweet at Sandbox. We'll give them the biggest hug. I will buy them dinner if they turn this over.
I will buy all of their jerseys.
Yeah, but this map pool makes you really scratch your head when it comes down to the potentiality of Sandbox making it through here and trying to get to SI, really.
Yeah. Like, Sandbox have played 1 map. They played 1 map at the Atlanta Major. It was Oregon. They lost it. And so they pick it again? I mean, if you look on the side of NIP, they lost Bank 8-7. A game that, sure, both sides could have won it, but NIP very easily could have won. That was their first ban. They were like, we played this earlier. Sandbox maybe had time to watch it, or we maybe just had our confidence shaken on it. We don't want to play it. We want to get it out of the way. Sandbox on the complete opposite side, I I really don't know, man. I really don't know about that one.
It's hard, man. I can't blame you because, like, you try and make heads and tails of it, right? Especially to just try and level with the audience and, you know, just be like, yeah, they have some semblance of a chance, but you also don't want to lie. That's the other key thing.
And I mean, they do. I mean, Sandbox are comfortable on Oregon. It is a map they do like. It's just
technically.
But you have Chalet first, which NIP, a team that, as we saw in Bank, is very slow to attack. Chalet is a much less complicated map, so a lot of NIP's problems that were a bigger issue on Bank won't be so on Chalet. Now, to be fair, let's say Sandbox win Oregon, maybe Consulate's a bit better, right? Well, again, it's not really a map Sandbox are big fans of, and it's a map that NIP beat FaZe on in Brazil, who ended up winning the Brazilian League.
Yep.
So it's not a map they're bad on by any stretch of the imagination. I can't read this pool, these three maps, as anything that drastically favor NIP.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here is, like, Consulate, back in the day, its previous iteration, huge Brazil map, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Brazil loved it so very much. And with it back in the pool, even in its new form, which is very, very different from what it once was, it still looks as though Brazil likes to favor this map. And when you're coming from a region that handles something like this so swimmingly, having that as your decider inside of your best of three, especially getting to choose the damn side links. I mean, what more could you give NIP in an advantage?
Choosing the side, starting the defense, forcing Sandbox, who are also a very slow team, but let's be honest, probably the players just aren't as good as players like Muzi, as Pino,
really
pound
quickly,
for pound.
can we just point this out? I just want to walk through this best of three with you. Chalet is picked by NIP. Sandbox picks defense.
There's just like...
And then Sandbox picks Oregon, obviously, giving NIP the choice, and they're going to choose defense because that makes sense. That makes sense, Carter. The first one, not so much. This one, yes. Then we get to Consulate, and NIP does it again. They make the proper decision. They trend over towards defense. This is just every way that you look at this. It's like Sandbox. They're just playing in the sand.
Listen, there are plenty of times where we have games like this, where it seems like it is so favored towards one team. Everything seems to be going some way. Then the other team wins, right? It's possible here. It's absolutely possible here. But the map choice, the side choice, the order the maps were picked in, it's like
everything's just screaming
Sandbox
at ya.
are screaming that we don't want to be here, and it's really brutal. And I really hope on Chalet, when we get to that map, because Sandbox, sure, they're starting on the defense, maybe they've got something cooked up. Chalet being a small map, if Sandbox feel that if they get aggressive against NIP, start taking, aggressive gunfights while NIP are trying to take library control or solar stairs control, I think we could be good. You let players like Arukaze off the leash, maybe we're in good straits. But that's something we have to see yet. We just have to wait and see, and maybe that'll happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just there for a split second, folks, we almost had to toss you to a break. We're going to have you watch A-Stream for a little bit while we fix some things over on our end. But the people of Blast, and our production, everybody else, are so damn good at their jobs, they got it figured out in 30 seconds or less. And that's great service. And guess what, folks? We're coming into Chalet. Let's get it going, ladies and gentlemen. It's the start of Best of Threes here on the B-Stream. And it's nothing but Chalet, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Sandbox. Let's get into it. Social prediction, you guys have NIP favored as well here, and that was before the map pool was public.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with that, you could probably add a couple extra 5 or 10% on top of that. We'll just have to see how the cookie crumbles. The bans are live. We've got Flores already off the board, and Carter, would you like to take us through the rest of this?
I would like to take us through the rest of this. Flores off the board will make Azami a lot more impactful, so I'm interested to see if NIP decide to take her off the board, because she's also just really good on Chalet in general. Not surprised by the Ying ban either. It was banned in the previous matchup that NIP played in, so pretty standard for us so far. And what will NIP ban first? They saw the Flores ban. Do they decide to ban the Azami? Again, she was banned earlier on. Very smart follow-up by NIP not to let that powerful defensive operator stay on the board. And now Sandbox. They get the final ban. Will it be Fenrir? No, it'll be Solus instead. We're just chilling. We're just chilling, all things considered. This is like the Chalet op ban phase. So in a map ban sequence that was anything but predictable or anything but favorable for Sandbox, the ban phase, I genuinely think this is like the optimal operator ban phase for Chalet.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you. I think that Flores is definitely the auxiliary, right? You can switch him out for whatever offender you're really feeling. Personally, I'd say Dokkaebi kind of fits in that slot really well too. A couple of other things, but it's really going to be difficult to try and move away from that Flores ban, right? He's just so damn good at clearing out deployable shields and all of these other odds and ends the defense really likes to use specifically on the top floor.
Well, yeah, Chalet is just a map that revolves so much around power positions, and if you want to talk about that top floor specifically, I mean, the three big ones, library, stairs, mezzanine, piano. 2 of those always have a deployable shield. 1 of those, mezzanine, sometimes you see a deployable shield, sometimes you don't. Those are all great opportunities for a Flores to use those Rotero drones, detonate those deployable shields, and make the attack have a lot more potential success when they start moving in the map. So, of course, without the Flores, but also on the side of Sandbox, without any deployable shields on Master Bedroom and Office, NIP's task to clear out that, well, they actually do have 1 deployable shield, sorry, I misread that. So they do have 1, but still, there's plenty of explosive utility on the side of NIP to deal with that.
Yes, indeed, especially with the fact that nowadays Gridlock has frag grenades, so she can easily dislodge those too. And we still have that Gone 6 more than likely in the back pocket of Khan's and potentially Wizard's hands as well. So this is just modern day Siege, isn't it, Lynx? There's so many different ways that you can try and solve these puzzles.
As you said, the Gridlock frag grenades, of course, even in terms of soft destruction, you got the Super Shorty as well.
I didn't know if they pulled that out from under her. I forgot. So did they take her Gone away? Is that what it was?
It might have been that. There were a lot of utility changes this past patch, so I'm sure teams themselves are still getting adjusted to everything. I mean, the Frost mat change as well in terms of our primary utility. Saw on the A stream actually, it didn't end up winning the round, but Talon player did find themselves in a Frost mat, did pick themselves back up. Right now, nobody's stepping into a Frost mat just yet. NIP have moved into the middle floor over inside a bar. Also find some defenders from Sandbox moving around library. Again, this is NIP. The action's probably not going to happen for another 45 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, you can tell by the cadence in our voice, right, that usually it takes a while to heat things up here for Nip. We're expecting a slow boil, but instead it's going to be Sandbox trying to send it towards Ninjas in Pajamas, who are practically playing defense on offense right now. They're trying to just defend the library, and it's working so well for them. Sandbox, they're just donating bodies to the cause. Ninjas in Pajamas are stacking the martyrs left and right. Devic, are you feeling it too? You are. It's a flawless to start us off here.
That was a quick one.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, it was. Just kind of threw themselves on the pyre there, huh?
I'm sitting there. I'm like, all right, got Chalet. It's Master Bedroom Office attack. Where are NIP starting? Oh, they're starting library side. Very normal side to start. We're fine so far. Oh, the round's over. Isn't that excellent? Because Pino's just down below. He's like, somebody's mezzanine. I know what I'll do. I'll do an up nade, because those are very good. And it works out. Good job, NIP. And then we start spinning out of control a little bit, because Sandbox are really holding this library side. They really want to defend it, and unfortunately, they are completely outgunned by NIP. Khan just vaults in the single window and kills the other guy, Mezzanine, and Sandbox just lose the plot at that point. So, not a great first round, but Shelly is an attacker-sided map, and hopefully for Bar and Games, which has basically, like, the default setup, is the way to defend this site. Sandbox should be okay.
You kill me sometimes, Linkcifer.
I have my moments.
Yeah, you're a funny guy.
It's the snake. What should I name him?
Slime.
It's horrible.
What's up, Slime?
It's a horrible name for snake.
See, you clearly don't get it, bro.
I don't get it.
Are you my Slime?
Yeah, dap me up.
That's my boy.
That's the kid.
That was a clean dap, though.
I was. I'm built like that.
That was a good lock. Everything. Lock, stock, and barrel all the way through. Not for Sandbox, though.
Nope.
They're just looking for the stock right now. I mean, they're just trying to find the initial piece here to put the gun together.
The barrel's somewhere on Villa at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's on Consulate. We'll see if we can get all the way over there. Take a long, unexpected journey.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what it ends up being. Of course, this being Bar and Games, where will NIP start? Some teams go for the library direct take. Psycho at the moment, trying to cut off some players moving around bathrooms, so we'll likely see an entry over on the Solar Stairs style. Solar Stairs. Hold up.
That's a tongue twister. I'm not going to
Solar Stairs side.
You got it.
Yes.
Beautiful. That was a tongue twister. I can't blame you.
Ironically enough, the very player I was talking about, Wizard, is now on the Master Bedroom top. Different position.
Wizard. The gizzard lizard.
I was about to say King Wizard, the nip lizard.
No. Just
okay,
no.
I tried.
Just no.
Sorry.
Although great band. as
Right
you
here.
know, as we are on the sidebar here. But
Oh,
Ninjas in Pajamas,
wow, that's a bummer.
finally, we were expecting this as we were hoping for. The good clearance going. About halfway through the round, the drone phase working swimmingly for Ninjas in Pajamas to be expected. And, I mean, just proof of concept there as Nova goes down.
And they've got Z-Pings on Demic as well.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Hats off to Demic winning that fight. That was not one he should have won whatsoever. And, well, he's taken down pretty soon after. 2 up nades now for Pino, 2 rounds in a row. They do end up dropping a body where I don't think NIP needed to. Demic just overperforming a little bit, shutting down Cons. But it's working out for the attack so far, achieving that 4v3. Pino puts a bit of reduced HP as he vaults down onto the trench position. But Sandbox holding strong for the moment, just at a disadvantage.
Oh, Wizard a little scared off from the drone there as it impacts sails into his vicinity. It's not going to do much damage, but it'll be enough to at least dislodge him from his drone for the time being. Psycho is going to lose one of his breaching rounds. It won't deal any damage to him, but it's going to be something that he wished that he had back to potentially deal with some things down the line.
Wow,
Oh, do we have anything to clear? Can I yell at you? Technically, Muzi does, but I'm not going to be too harsh. It smokes, and he's all the way in, you know, across God's green earth here.
That was a Selma taken. That was 2 breaching charges taken. Breaching rounds taken. I will say, you know, you're up at a 4v2, right? This is the time to make mistakes, but definitely not ideal util clear from NIP. But here's what Sandbox have so far. Is it a 2v4? Yes, but shockingly, we're low on time. Who would have thought? And Mephi has the bottom library stairs position. He's creeped all the way down. That leaves Arukaze in a bit of a difficult position at the moment, holding it down inside of the site. So he's got to win these next couple 1v1s. But then more importantly, Mephi's position on bottom blue has got to work out. One pushing the long hallway. Wizard checks the angle. He finds one, but not the second. Arukaze holding out just for a little bit. Psycho's got to put this bomb down. Muzi has to cover. Arukaze creeps around, might just find him. No, he's on the opposite side of the bar. Now both guns back alive for NIP. Will Arukaze find one? He sees him at least, but doesn't get the kill. 2 rounds in a row for NIP, though that one pretty close down to the wire.
Yeah, and done with the super shorty there at the tail end too. Little Brava action, something that we usually see out of the gridlock, especially as she's starting to work into more lineups, right? But Sandbox, I mean, for all intents and purposes, they did have an opportunity, and it actually got a heck of a lot closer than I think you and I both thought it was going to get to. But the Blue Stairs player really being the piece of that puzzle that made it doable for Sandbox, just not really getting enough done early on in that defensive set there to be able to get things going their way for round 2. But that doesn't mean that things can't change up for round 3. They're already starting to make some semblance of changes to try and slow things down on their end and keep things more open when it comes to that last 30 seconds.
Though by the same token, looking at Sandbox, Mira, Fenrir, Warden.
Yep.
So many operators who in the mid to late round can just say, nope, you can't come in. Can't come in. Not allowed. We'll see what NIP decide to bring to counter it, of course.
I think this is a true test for Sandbox, too, to try to just test their mettle, see if they can actually slow themselves down and just hold the site.
Which again, for NIP, we saw Geekay earlier. Plenty of rounds that they just said, we're not peeking. We're not peeking. We're just going to hold our position. Maybe we'll roam, maybe we'll extend, but we're not going to peek.
Oh!
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Good boy. Good kitty.
Yo, Psycho, take a seat, bro. Oh my god.
Dude, Mephi whiffed an entire mag, and Good Boy was like, I'm going to show you how it's done. Pino does trade it back, though. That's so annoying. Sandbox got a freebie on the hard breach, and Nova dies. That's very unfortunate. I'm sorry, Good Boy.
All because Nip do the most Nip thing ever, just grab an angle on trophy.
Dude,
just
can you believe Pino got a kill just grabbing an angle?
I actually can believe that.
I can believe it, too.
I can indeed. Ninjas in Pajamas are able to equalize off the back of a pretty odd opening there.
That's the ace, to be fair.
And yeah, it is. But the beauty of the situation for Nip is that they have thought about the situation, and it's a good thing they did, because they really need Cons for this now, as he is going to be the main hard breach and the sole hard breach of this team.
Pretty focused on a wine-sided execute now, though. Just use both of those exothermics, which it seems like NIP probably were fine with doing anyway. Before, they'd probably dedicate one of those hard breaching to the snowmobile wall to have someone hold that angle and relieve some pressure. Now you maybe won't have that. You'll have to decide you want to open up that and the wine wall, or the wine wall and the wall at the bottom of West main stairs. You don't have the same freedom you did before now that you have lost Psycho, but with that Thatcher, at least with those EMPs, whatever wall you decide to get, more than accomplishable.
Is that Nitro Cell out from Arakaze that he's kind of pre-placing there? Pino's going to be able to at least get one as he sails pretty close to the sun, but he'll be gifted instead of burned. Arakaze does have one of those Rotero drones or other Twitch drones around him. So many drones nowadays. Arakaze going to do his best to shut this down, but Pino's got the exact location that he wants to try and play this out from and get solid info, get rid of some of the more pivotal pieces of utility, and it's going to be up to Sandbox to try and deliver on their promise. Mephi's going to be up first, but he's just scared about the situation, Lynx. You can tell he doesn't actually want to get that swing, and that's exactly what Cons is looking for. Cons is assertive, and that's what gets it done. Ninjas in pajamas, they're just waiting for an error. And I just really don't like that swing, man.
I don't like
if
it
you're
either.
not confident in it, just don't go for it.
No, and especially when you're holding blue, right? You know, now that they've opened the wine wall and the west main wall, you know what side it's coming from. They literally, you killed their, I mean, maybe they didn't see their hard breacher, right? But at that point, you know if a team opens both of those walls, they're attacking from that side. The execute is coming from that side. And I know it's a 3v4, right? You kind of have to overperform a little bit. So I get the pressure to make that swing. I get feeling like you need to, but actually going for it, just wide swinging a breach, I mean, there's a difference between maybe like scanning, all right, there's nobody at the trench door, nobody on the washing machine. No, he doesn't scan any of the angles. He just wide swings at the same pace, and it's so easy for Cons to pick up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the key thing is there, just to really drill this home on that moment there, is that I don't appreciate the mindset of doing things half-ass, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to do something, just do it, man. The worst case scenario is that you're going to lose the round, right? So just swing it with confidence and see what happens. But you could tell from the body language of how he was just playing that he did not actually want that moment, and that's just gifted over to Cons. Cons was in the perfect area to be able to capitalize not only on him, but the person trying to refrag from the pillar, which was practically right behind the player that's body was descending to the floor at the same time. It's the easiest 2K for Cons in the world.
Yep. By the way, we did have a very brief tech pause. There were some mic issues, then we got that solved. Now we're going into a attack timeout, as Sandbox going down 0-3 so far. I felt a little bit worried, and based off their play so far, I mean, like, I don't think the positions being held necessarily overall are bad, but Sandbox definitely feel like they're playing scared. They feel like they are very nervous, not fully committed to the plays they're making, and even if they realize that they need to go for a swing like that, as we pointed out, they're timid. They're skittish. They're very scared about making that move.
Best word. Little vocabulary piece there.
I know,
very skittish, seriously, because that's what they look like. It looks like they're just kind of spread very thin. I think that's the best way to put it, is that they're kind of just everywhere with their mindset right now, and they're not really dedicated to a game plan, and that is exactly what we wanted to see out of that last round, right? We talked about the operator lineup. We talked about how we wanted to see them kind of pull things back, play things off of sight with all this great utility, and for the most part, they did that, but when it mattered most, they were nowhere to be seen.
And look at the kill feed right now on the side of Sandbox. I mean, 3 rounds in, so the team overall is averaging more than 1 kill a round, but only 4 players have a kill. Nova, obviously, no kills, that's fine, but it's an even effort from Sandbox, but everyone putting up very disappointing numbers so far, and what you need to be present in this series when it is elimination on the line. You might go home today. You might be booking your flights after just a few hours after this match. You need to be bringing the fight to NIP, and that doesn't mean, you know, taking aggressive swings, right? But that means playing the site, but taking smart gunfights against NIP.
Trying to play successful Siege.
Yes.
And that's a very difficult thing to do for some teams, especially when you get in a headspace like this, especially when you're going up against a team like Ninjas in Pajamas. You and I casted the earlier game up against Geekay, and the one thing that we noticed about Ninjas in Pajamas, although things weren't exactly going their way, Muzi was having a hell of a game. And, well, looks like we're going to have somebody drop out here. We'll see what the admin call is on this situation, folks, and then we'll update you as to what is going on.
I saw Wizard squinting and then Psycho looking up at the admin, and I was like, Wizard is not happy, and something happened to Psycho.
Yes, indeed. And it is going to be a rehost, so looks like we're going to be able to slap things back together and at least get off on the launching pad that was, I do believe, round 4.
Yes, we're moving into round 4 as a, well, I suppose, flawless attacking quarter, if you want to call it that, from NIP. I actually...
Don't get Dez too excited.
So, listen.
What's up?
Dez, I'm speaking to you right now. I love you. If I say quarter, it feels so weird in Siege. It just feels so weird. It just... I don't know. I've tried to do it before, and I was like, I don't know, it feels weird.
Yeah, it doesn't roll off the tongue very well.
Well, it's not a great word.
No.
It's just like, or tur. Not great for a microphone.
No.
It's
A
like
lot of popping.
A lot of popping. I pop my P's and T's too much.
Yeah, which I already have a lot of issue popping, but it's mostly my butt. I mean,
what?
Dude, I just be shaking it sometimes, you know, every once in a while. And I mean, you can hear Parker getting very excited about that. That's who I'm most
Shout out to
shaking
Parker.
for. Shout out to Antero Parker Mackay,
Casting,
one of my worst friends that I know.
He's so mad. Oh, wait, hold on.
What?
Beep, 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 beep. We got a message coming from Mission Control. I repeat, CAG up 6-1 against Talon. I repeat, CAG up 6-1. Talon have been eliminated from the Atlanta Major.
Wow.
I did the call over Parker.
That was that quick. It was 6-1.
First map was 7-2 or 7-3. Second map was 7-1. So unfortunate for Talon. Rest in peace. Siege Gods demand sacrifice, and Talon unfortunately drew the short straw.
Dude, I didn't even know that I had to reap him. It just happened.
Yeah, dude, you're slacking on the job right now.
I am.
Who has your scythe? That's what I'm curious about.
Dude, it broke earlier today, and first of all, I didn't even get like a scythe. I got a staff. I got like demoted.
Nobody knows who broke it. We're all trying to find the culprit of who broke the stat. Why are you pointing at me?
My hand just does that.
Is it? Yeah, it's just a little,
sorry,
just a little quirk. Nobody knows who broke the staff. However, it was broken. It was found broken in the kitchen, and the culprit is still at large.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate, but
I
Talon
heard
gone.
that he also has a anaconda around his neck. So maybe we'll be able to find him somewhere loose in Atlanta. I also heard that he looks like a
I
hobo.
cannot pull this off. Okay, let's.
Oh, we're fighting now.
Yeah, let's.
Oh yeah, step
come
off the
on,
box. Now what happens?
All right, we need to bring up the box. We need to bring up the box. It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
You guys want to see Carter lose 4 inches of height?
No, I don't want to. I could bring out the other box. I could become 6'2".
Whoa! You don't got to do that to me, man.
If you PayPal me $2 gajillion, I'll step off the box.
Yo, while we're on this, speaking of PayPaling things, yesterday Space Station offered both of us money.
They did
to shave our heads.
I had a good going rate. I said $500. And Forrest said he paid me $250, which I thought was pretty insulting. I got halved. Also,
I got half from Parker. Parker said $1,000.
Well, I mean,
there's a lot more hair.
Yeah, it's a lot more hair. It's a lot more work. You know, there's a whole union fees, things like that. But
yeah, also he's terrible bald, so they
also
probably need to pay him $1,000.
It's not great. But speaking of SSG at Copenhagen, they said if we make main stage, you must shave your head. And for once in my life, if you know me, I do not gamble. I do not like betting. I'm a nervous person. But I broke through it. I took that bet. And you know what happened? They lost to scars while I was on the plane.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I kept my hair. It was very nice.
Yeah,
I have a dent in my head, so shaved head would not go well.
Oh, the headset dent?
I genuinely think because of how long I've worn a headset in my life, I have a dent in my head because of it.
Yeah. Honestly, I've never had my hair short enough to know, but I'm going to assume since I've been playing video games since I was 3 and been using headsets since I got like the 3rd gen consoles, 360 and PlayStation. Yeah, it's probably up there. Those Turtle Beaches had to yelling at all those kids on Halo 3 and MW2, dude.
I didn't have Turtle Beaches.
You didn't have Turtle Beaches?
I just used the default Xbox headset the entire time.
Poverty-stricken, huh? That
All right,
sucks.
that's just again, like first the box, now the socioeconomic situation of the world.
I mean,
brutal.
Yeah, I mean,
brutal for me.
I mean, listen, man, it was the housing market had crashed. You know, we were hanging out at my grandma's house one day. It was Mother's Day, playing some Halo 3. My dad was like, "I really want Halo 3." And on Mother's Day, we went and picked up an Xbox 360.
How old are you?
That was my story. 26.
I was born after Halo 1 came out.
I literally want to die. Anyways, with that being said, folks, we're moments away from the match starting. And in fact, our spectator has already hit the start button. We're going to be jumping back in here soon, which means that Carter and I can stop talking about our own boring lives, which no one wants to hear about.
I think my life's
talking
interesting.
about some interesting stuff.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. No, it's not that interesting. I'm happy, though, because we do get to get back in the game. If you're just tuning in, 2 big updates. NIP up 3-0, and, of course, Talon were eliminated on the mainstream. CAG demolished them. Fortunately, there are first-team Talon are to go home from the Copenhagen Major. And right now in this best of 3, Sam, we are deciding who the second unfortunate team to be eliminated as well. And right now, 3 rounds in, NIP okay so far, but, of course, 2 early.
Yeah, Sandbox are kind of throwing themselves down the chute right now. But we'll see. We'll see. They haven't hit the ground floor just yet.
True.
But I mean, there is a lot of potential, and it's very worrisome, and we are not going to, undermine that at all. Because right now, with the tech break, with their own tactical timeout, this really is do or die for them, which is insane to even think about because we played 4 rounds in a best of 3. But welcome to it. This happens sometimes.
Indeed, it does. Our site in round 4 will be kitchen and dining. I think actually, that's all 4 bomb sites played. First 4 rounds. Round 1 was office, round 2 was bar, round 3 was basement, round 4 is kitchen. Yep. Ain't that swell? Thank you, Sandbox. I appreciate that. I love it when teams show some flexibility like that. They haven't won a round so far, though, so hopefully this one will be a little bit better than the other ones were for Sandbox. They, of course, had quite a long period of time to at least ruminate on their problems. They got a minute to talk about it because of the tactical timeout, but then a lot of tech pauses, and you can't talk during those. So
yeah, then they had time to marinate.
Yeah, just alone with your thoughts. And if you're Sandbox, if the tactical timeout didn't work, you might just be ruminating in a lot of anxiety. Or if the tactical timeout did work, you have a renewed mindset.
Yo, retweet on the first one, though. Let me tell you. Ruminated about stress. I would never. No. Ninjas in pajamas. They start opening things up and looking to repeat the success that we saw from that earlier round where he had a pretty awkward pick happen out the front end of the building where Good Boy was able to actually hit quite the lick. Ninjas in pajamas responded in kind, though, with able to get a nice shot over on the trophy side of things. Pick up a Sandbox player, equalize things, and, well, the scoreline will tell you the rest of the story. Cons and everybody else inside the building now, and Ninjas in pajamas. Especially for their pacing, this is very fast. They're going to blow open this top wall and try and transition this into fireplace. This is the traditional way to take this site. Sometimes we'll see some players, maybe 1 or potentially 2, go over the trophy side, trying to add that secondary dynamic and see if they can get some pressure on the back end of the defensive setup, but it doesn't have to be done. It's going to be a Nitro sell out. It's actually going to catch Cycle, but it won't kill him.
It will not kill him. Still go. Oh, that's a little too close for comfort. Got to make sure the electricity does not get you, because Psycho's on low enough HP that if it were to activate, it might get him, but the EMPs land, thankfully, and now both walls NIP need to worry about on this bomb site are opened up, but it's taken 2 minutes and 5 seconds of the round to get there. Now, thankfully on kitchen and dining, you don't need to take control of the entire top floor. As you said, you might add somebody up there, add somebody in trophy later on in the round, but most of your utility, your resources are focused over here. Cons unshields, takes down Good Boy right after Arakaza cut down Pino, and the HP pool is pretty equal on both of these teams. Psycho does get another, though. NIP advantage acquired, but it doesn't seem there are any players from the attack actually standing on this top floor at the moment, or at least in a position to watch these defenders, so Arakaza can push up, hold these angles to deny the Monty from getting the bomb down. This is a very winnable position for Sandbox.
Yeah, it really is. And there's no cover, really, for Cons right now. He knows he's got one over here inside the kitchen, but the hatch is open. Very minimal time, too. Little switch. Cons, what the hell was that? I've never even seen that in my life. He doesn't even ADS with the shield. He puts it on his damn back. Oh, my God. Nip, there's no way. Cons is going to get this case down inside of the kitchen. Muzi has the cross. Muzi's dead. The plant, it's successful. But, my God. What a moment there from Cons. I'm at a loss for words. My boy is praying to my left right now, folks. I don't even think Carter can utter a sentence right now after what we just witnessed. And the fact that Ninjas in Pajamas passed that, Carter, they lost the damn round. What the hell is happening?
I genuinely cannot believe Cons put his shield on his back, got put to 1 HP, and then turned around and hipfire killed him. What, did he hipfire kill him or was it ADS?
It was ADS, but still...
Oh, the play doesn't matter then. That's fine.
I mean, but still, to the credit of the play, he straight up pulled a clash hurdle on a character that you don't even have to do it on. You just ADS and the shield is still in front of you! I like... What? Why? Why?
That was incredible, though. I mean, like, that's play of the day for me right there. I didn't care they didn't win the round.
I'm in the same boat. Yeah, I was just like, that round, Sandbox, you know.
That was the Rainbow Six equivalent of simp throwing the up.
Yeah.
It's like you didn't need to do that.
You really didn't need to do that, but you did. You did. The only difference is that, well, Simple won the round with this play.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, he did. He did that,
shout out to Simple. Hopefully he's enjoying his break. So.
Yeah, but now Sandbox do get their first round on the board. Came from a very, very lopsided or back and forth round, but they get there first. Kitchen and Dining works out. Now's the time to take some of the lessons from the tactical timeout and apply them retroactively. Or not retroactively, but to bomb sites you have already played. As every other bomb site on the map has not gone their way except Kitchen and Dining. Right now, the hold seems pretty similar. You got someone up by mezzanine, you got someone around the library stairs, so maybe the operators are a little different, but the positions being held by Sandbox are pretty much about the same as they were before. In NIP, thankfully, we'll realize that, all right, in terms of positioning, we know at this point what to expect.
Loading new mags!
Pino's already literally in the same spot.
Yep. I mean, as to be expected. Whenever you watch NIP, you're going to see... It's almost like watching VP or, you know, old Empire. It's one of those things where you just kind of see a very similar playstyle, especially in these offensive sets, and little changes that make massive impact. That's what I've noticed about NIP across time. Maybe it'll be some operator change or maybe just somebody else clearing some other portion of the map in a different way. But either way, it's successful. And, I mean, genuinely asking you... How and why? Why?
I don't know how.
Why?
I don't know how Pino got the first kill.
The follow-up from the smoke there was so awkward too from Mephi.
Yeah, I know how Pino got Mephi. That we're all good on. Ah, good boy was flanking up fireplace stairs. Thank you, Gotta Observer, for pointing that out. So Pino just looks to his right. He's like, oh, there's a dude flanking there. Turns to his left. There's a smoke pushing as well. Nova also went down in the process. The player playing on mezzanine. So not only are Sandbox staring down the barrel of a 2v4, they've also entirely lost control of the library and mezzanine position. And NIP, say what you will about their playstyle, they know how to reset. They know how to say, all right, let's back off, take our foot off the gas, and get everything we need before we go for this execute. So if there was any team right now best position to win this 4v2, it's probably NIP. Though right as I say that, down goes Wizard.
It was a nice find there from Demic. But here's the problem, Nip have so much time.
It's 55 seconds, and that even then, we've been in this spot for like 40.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're so far ahead of where they usually are, right? There's 3 people dead. It's down to 2. Ninjas in Pajamas love positions like this, and this is when things get really scary. So Arakaze, you can tell that they're just trying to get anything done, trying to get ahead of Ninjas in Pajamas. But again, we go back to their very methodical, very thought-out gameplay.
Dude, so
and
good at
Demic,
these.
oh my. This moment right here on Ego Balcony is going to mean so very much to the overarching story of not only this round, but the potentiality of Chalet. Demic, do you have what it takes to get it done? Such very low HP, even a pellet out of the skeleton key gets him. He's going to swing into Psycho, and they're going to play it down to the wire again. They just don't move, Lynx. They do not move, man.
They don't.
Just statues.
All they did, all the action they really did, and when I'm talking action, I'm not talking like droning or things like that. I'm talking like physical movement, physical usage of primary and or secondary utility. The only thing that happened, well, 2 things happened. Pino used a nade that put Demic to 1 HP. They used a Selma charge to open the wall. Everything else was just rotations or finding intel. Even in a 4v2, even with a minute and 45 seconds on the clock, NIP just say, okay, we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to find all of our intel. We're going to hold the proper positions, hold the proper crossfires, play off each other's contact, and not choke this now 3v2 by the end of the round. And that is how you win tournaments. That is how you win games right there, is not throwing away those advantages. And Sandbox, I mean, to Demic's credit, tried his best, but NIP just played it better.
Yep. Ninjas in Pajamas are one of the epitomes in Rainbow Six Siege Esports of how to play Siege at a fundamental level. This is exactly what you're looking to do. You're looking to use that full clock on the defense or the offensive side, right? And try and exploit that other team as much as possible, especially when you have an advantage like that. There's so many different things that can happen. There's huge moments that could happen there from Sandbox where, you know, maybe they just get a little bit too aggressive and, you know, things along those lines. Perfect example was Wamai trying to find things over on Eco Balcony, right?
Yeah.
And Nip knew that they already had so much done that Sandbox had to eventually step up to the plate, and they just had the due diligence to wait for it. So.
By the way, I think what we're seeing from Sandbox right now is like the lineup to counter NIP in terms of operators. You've got EDDs, Goo Mines, F-Knots, Frost. You've got so many trap ops that are entirely meant to punish teams who take too long to attack, who don't have time to clear out those Dread Mines on site or those EDDs on site. So I really like the lineup from Sandbox. Sure, even when they've run iterations of that lineup, it hasn't worked in the past. But again, what Sandbox are bringing is sound. It makes sense. It even makes sense to counter NIP. It's just that advantages are being lost early on, individual engagements are being lost by Sandbox, everything else is not going right, even if what they are doing overall makes sense. NIP are either finding ways around it or making it useless entirely.
Well, and here's the one thing. It is a great strategy, and I completely agree with everything that you said. But Muzi and Psycho have been destroying this setup already. We've just been watching these drones roll around to get rid of goo mines, get rid of EDDs.
Hack.
Exactly. Hack, break, whatever it is. They're doing it all right now. And I think that the only thing that's actually going to reside is probably going to be the F-Knots if they're inside of sight, and the mute jammers, but we'll just have to see.
Brava and Twitch being up, man, it is a lethal combo, and NIP will be very happy about that. I mean, we saw
Yeah,
Twitch,
what a time to bring it, right?
Yeah, we saw Twitch banned earlier on Bank against NIP or banned in that game for one of that very reasons, that you don't have to worry about those mirrors getting zapped or those dread mines or EDDs getting zapped. And now with Brava and Twitch on the board, NIP have the perfect lineup to counter the lineup that counters them perfectly. That was also a tongue twister, and I nailed it. Shout out to me. But at this point, a minute left. 5v5. And for Sandbox, the important positions, library stairs, library itself, not cleared by NIP just yet. A lot of the angles, a lot of the positions that Sandbox need are very much still intact.
Well, folks, they don't call them the Caston Links for nothing. Talking cat. Incredible. Good Boy's going to be able to take down Psycho. Speaking of cats, that beautiful player card that they all run for the SB boys. Wizards going to be able to refrag onto Good Boy, though. 30 seconds remaining, and this is where things get very dangerous for the exact reasons that you're talking about. Muzi's going to hop into a frost trap on the top floor, but welcome to modern day C. She's been updated, and you can now break those off, but Muzi's now going to be a singular bullet away from death. Wizards is going to take down Nova. It's up to Demic and Mephi, and they have to try and hold them at the gates for 15 seconds so that they cannot find a place to put this case. Demic will be the first one to strike, but Mephi will go down in kind. Demic does have an opportunity, but they have the full breadth of games under their belt, as well as Bar's stock. It's going to be really difficult for him to try and work this out. He did have a Nitro cell too, but there's really nowhere for him to try and pitch that in, especially with that angle being played from Ninjas in Pajamas. Once again, just showcasing how important managing that clock is.
And also showing that even if you're low on the clock, if you just have people who can hit their shots, who can make sense of the chaos in front of you, or supply them with the intel to make sense of it, they can get the job done. Because, I mean, 15 seconds left, you see plenty of teams get kind of caught up in that. It gets really chaotic, ends up in a 1v1 that just barely goes one way. But for NIP, they were winning every single one of those fights. Cons walks down library, gets a kill. Somebody walks up the long hallway, gets another kill. NIP are just able to win those fights so consistently. And even on Bank, they were able to do it a decent amount of the time, even if sometimes it didn't go their way. That was still one of the strengths that they had on Bank earlier against Geekay, was the ability to win 50-50 engagements, even if Geekay were able to punish them a lot more than Sandbox were able to on this defensive half that we just saw in Chalet. And now going to the attack, NIP so close to a regulation win.
Yeah, and you know, I really think that just goes to show, and it really stands as a testament as to what Geekay was able to pull off, right? Because Ninjas in Pajamas, their specialty, Carter, what I always look at this kind of setup like, is a very slow coil around the site and around the map, right? They slowly constrict things down. I know you have the snake on, which just makes it hilarious. Yes, yes, you did. But yeah, no, just like an anaconda, man, they're constantly constricting things, but nice and slow. They don't want the victim to freak out too much, but right when it matters most, that's when they got the death blow, and it constantly works for them. We saw it work up against Geekay sometimes too, but just right now, it's on full display.
And remember, folks, this is NIP's map pick, so in terms of the theory, NIP should win this one, and Sandbox should win their next one. So
I'm still so blown away that Sandbox picked defense to start off Chalet.
I'm still blown away that they picked Oregon.
Yeah, yep, man.
We'll just have to hope that that pick ages far better than we think it will, but still time to come back on Chalet. Still time to come back in this series. Sandbox, of course, now moving to the attacking side. Do have the Brava and the Twitch available, as you and I talked about. And given the fact that there's F-Knots on the board, you will want to bring that Brava to hack as many of those as you can, alongside just the default cams to act as... Ooh.
Pretty
it's
lights.
okay. It's okay. All happens. That's why you got 3.
Indeed. We can clear all those out. Nice. Very well done indeed. The going 6 out 2 to be able to break that down. Capitao. Solid utility nowadays. He always did have great utility, but that going 6 just adds that extra sprinkle on top to allow him to break up some of these harder points of contact that the defense can build up against the opponent. It's going to make it to where Muzi has to worry a little bit more about him crossing over into the Master Closet. Psycho looking to try and deliver things over on the Solarium side. Oh no, Mephi, he swings in. Is anybody aware of this situation at all? They are. Wow. It's going to be a huge dub for Nip. You've got to be kidding. They're going to take out practically everybody all in that happenstance. Legitimately, I didn't even think there was that many Sandbox bodies in the way to get.
I didn't think there were either. Like, I'm going to keep it real. I saw the Finka inside. I was like, all right, 5v4. Oh, 5v2? Okay, and not only were all those bodies inside of the building, I mean, it was like 3 defenders from NIP running in front of bedroom window where Sandbox were holding, solar window where Sandbox were holding, solar stairs where Sandbox were holding, and nobody was able to get a kill. They were able to do some damage. Muzi lost some HP, but nobody died. No trades whatsoever. Sandbox had all the angles they needed, and it's somehow a 2v5.
Yeah. I think we're really entering. I think we're entering that Nip has broken Sandbox territory.
Oh.
I'm going to break you on my wheel.
I'm going to break you
on my wheel.
I was quoting Rocky.
Yeah?
I don't know what you were quoting.
I don't know.
Okay.
Something. Sometimes I just make it up.
That's
and
a
I just lie.
cute squirrel.
I eat hot chip and
I
lie.
should make sure my snake doesn't get near it.
Yeah, probably so.
That wasn't so. It was not a great round.
No, it wasn't.
It was,
and I love how you're just like playing with the snake because you just really don't. And I don't know either what to say about this because it's like, you know, what we were just referencing. I know we were kind of joking, but truthfully, Ninjas in Pajamas has tortured Sandbox, like to a point where Sandbox is just in pure freefall.
It's everything Sandbox had in that round was like, I mean, maybe there were some issues, but specifically the angles they were holding. They had everyone in the right positions. The util clear, the master bedroom window was solid, allowed them to open that council barricade, caught off anybody rotating through
I'm
piano.
so terrified for Oregon. I'm sorry. Like I forgot and then I remembered again. It's just
that's a whole other can of worms when we get there. But everything Sandbox did was fine. They had someone master bedroom windows, someone solar windows, someone solar stairs to trade out the Finka, and just
5 seconds left.
Nobody traded.
Yeah,
I genuinely don't know how.
The biggest criminal activity was, I believe, Pino or no, Muzi getting across from the master closet
he ran
over
in front
to
of
the
like
fireplace, and the guy sends like 10 shots and nicks him once.
Yeah, he sends like 10 shots. He runs in front of 2 windows, and then he somehow kills the Finka.
Just
like I'd be losing my mind if I were that Finka. I was like, "What are you guys watching?"
Yeah, no, legitimately, and that's not even like a joke. It is legitimately like, guys, that is a shot that you need to hit. It's not like, oh, well, it could have been nice. And that's critical.
And especially because, and now to be fair, this is a little bit of a problem with Capital because you pull out the crossbow, you shoot your bolt, then you got to put it away to pull your gun back out. So it's a little awkward, but they put the firebolts in that hallway. We're just going to be talking about this round this entire time. They put the firebolts in that hallway. He was waiting for it. He was waiting for that rotation, and he missed it. Either way, that round's done. We could talk about that for a long time, but now Sandbox, 5 rounds necessary to come back and bring this to overtime. Wizard, nice pickup on the Twitch drone. It is a dining defense at the moment for NIP. Not holding library, fully focused on the master bedroom and the office positions. I think 4 defenders upstairs.
Well, we've got the Monty in too, but how's Mephi going to play around it? He's kind of, guys. Carter.
He didn't. They did not team kill.
Carter.
Nova is still alive.
Oh, I want you to know, this headset would have been chucked.
He is still alive.
I can't, man. I can't right now.
He's
These
okay.
guys are stressing me the hell out. Drone's out here for Nova. Nothing really on the bottom of that, so don't have to worry too hard. Walk his way up to the breach that they made here. It's going to be Wizard on the other end of things, trying to clear out things with the stuns too. They don't have any frag grenades though, so not going to be able to dislodge him in that regard. Also, obviously, no Capital either. Nova's going to go down. A nice find there from Wizard is he's going to hit it on the transition. Mephi will be able to take out one. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of the defense, and the case is all the way down inside of Office currently. Mephi's going to work his way around Piano. If they do end up losing this round, this is going to be a 7-1, and we'll be heading towards Oregon. 3-1 now. It's all left up to Demic. He at least knows where 1 is, potentially on the rotation. Do remember, it's actually a downstairs bomb site. It's going to be the kitchen defense that wins it out for Ninjas in Pajamas, but really, it was Ninjas in Pajamas all day, every day, as they are the golden goose here on Chalet.
And, I mean, it looked like their map pick, right? The only round Sandbox winning ended up being a 1v2, but to be fair, around that Sandbox did end up selling to a crazy Montaigne play from Khan. So I think you could actually debate if Sandbox deserved to win that round or not. We'll give it to them because they did have the man advantage, like a 5v3, 5v2 going into it. So They get the one legitimate round, but everything other than that was entirely NIP, attack, defense. It was all them, and it very much looked like this was their map.
Yeah, it most definitely did. And, you know, earlier on inside of the map, Sandbox seemed to have some different ideas, some different ways that they wanted to try and go about things, but about round 3, everything just devolved into pure madness. And then, well, I mean, by the end of that half, that's when you and I were like, yeah, they basically tortured them. There's nothing really that they can do mentally to try and get out of this. But they do have Oregon still on the docket, which I'll let the face speak for itself.
Well,
folks.
here, let's just say this. We've got Oregon coming up next. You'll want to take a break because if Oregon is like how it was for Sandbox earlier, this one's going to be a doozy. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
home. They are done here in Atlanta, and the same story will happen for whoever wins this game today between these two teams will face off against the loser of DZ versus G2 in a best-of-3 tomorrow evening, and once again, the loser of that game will go home. Crazy to think that either of those two teams could be going home, because Dark Zero, realistically, they won Charlotte, of course. We've had G2, who went on to win the World Championship at SI earlier this year. there's still a very real possibility one of two could go home if we see Fury or Knights really step up to the plate.
Yeah, I think that's the key, is it's going to take a big performance from one of those two teams in reality. Just being honest, from what we've seen so far, you know, they've maybe not really challenged Dark Zero and G2 today, so they're going to have to show us something different tomorrow. But to even have an opportunity to do that, they've got to beat the other one to get through to tomorrow and continue their run going. Of course, these two teams now, one of them will have to play 2 back-to-back elimination matches, whoever wins this one. So we can see the stats in front of us there, how they got here. Fury at the minute looking like they could be in with a shout at SI. So a win here is going to be a big thing for them.
I mean, really, all this is going to come down to for Fury is if they can get out of play-ins and make it to Swiss, that's it. That's all they have to do. As you'll see on a graphic that we'll see, I think, in just a moment as well. We'll pull it up so you can look at what teams have got to do around the probabilities of making it to SI. And I know it feels crazy. We're at the start of a major, but all we're doing, it seems to do today is talk about
Hello, everybody. We are back with map number 2 of NIP versus Sandbox. If you're wondering why we are a little reserved, we're a little calmer than maybe we were for, say, Geekay NIP earlier. We are right before what we have talked ad nauseum already. What is a very questionable map selection from Sandbox, and it comes after a dominant loss on Chalet.
It's a good thing I'm wearing black.
It is a good thing you're dressed up as the literal Grim Reaper.
Yeah, because I think we're attending a funeral here.
Yes.
Yeah, I might be on the job for this one. And not exactly one that I enjoy doing either. Sandbox Gaming, very close to my heart when it comes to the South Korea League and just the history of Rainbow Six Siege especially. And yeah, I mean, here's the tail of the tape, the match summary here between these two, rather, as we now actually have a bracket that is tail of the tape, or rather, display. But either way, Muzi and Khan's really the outliers here. I mean, across the board, Nip obviously playing well, but those two making the most out of this situation.
Yeah, Khan's especially was, in a lot of those late round pushes, was really doing well on the Ace, on the Monty.
He was on you know, soft/hard support for the majority of it. So very cool.
Ace is kind of he's not really a hard support.
Yeah, that's why I always put him in that soft support kind of area, because he does facilitate the hard breach role. Yeah. But the AK-12 makes it to where you can just frag with the best of them. So.
And you just throw like all your summons at the beginning of the round, and it's like, all right, I can go shoot people now. Super cool. But this is what we talked about earlier. If you are just now tuning in, which by the way, hello. Right now we have NIP Sandbox going on the other stream. We have Fury versus Knights as the other elimination game. But what's going on right now? Well, so Sandbox have played 2 maps. They've played 2 maps in Atlanta so far. They've lost both. One of them was Oregon, and it was the first map they played and lost of the entire tournament. They have now picked it against the former world champions and top 8 Copenhagen team NIP to stay in Atlanta on.
Yeah, and just to build on that from that earlier map, right, they ended up losing that to a LCQ Japanese team.
Yes, now to be fair, an LCQ Japanese team that is on the come-up recently, and as Mandy has pointed out quite a few times, is actually probably rated or objectively a lot higher than their LCQ rating might say, so that is a little bit of an asterisk there that Crest might not be just, you know, some random Japanese team, right? They might have a pretty good playstyle, and watching them they do, but this is still like, again, bring back to the ban phase. NIP lost Bank to start the day. It is their first ban map. They did not ban anything else first. They said, we do not want to play Bank again, and they only lost it by 1 round. They lost it 8-7 to Geekay. Sandbox lost Oregon 7-4. It is the map they pick.
Yeah.
Not the decider, not the last map. It is the map they pick.
And I think that that's the thing that really does it in for me, is when you are doing your picks and bans, right, you really have to consider what you're doing for your pick, because with certain maps, Oregon being one of them, what happens, Lynx? You give that team whatever side they want, and 9 times out of 10, they're going defense, and there is a really big opportunity here, folks, that Nip completely closes us out in the first half of Oregon, and there's nothing that Sandbox can really do about it.
And if you look at their performance in the South Korea League, this Oregon pick is representative of what we saw there, which is a team that only ended up needing to play 4 maps. And to be fair, they were unequivocally, you know, the second best team in South Korea, winning a lot of their series dominantly until they ended up fighting D+, and they lost 1-2. So this isn't, you know, this is definitely the top 2 team in South Korea, but a team that only ended up playing 4 maps. And if they feel they are so restricted on options that they need to go back to Oregon, it just shows that those 4 maps, maybe they are the 4 best maps in their pool, but they may be the only 4 maps they're really comfortable on, that they're confident on, and that it's indicative of an overall small map pool, and that's not going to get you far in tournaments, especially if you're playing a best of 3 against a team with NIP who's had like the same coach the same staff, the same system for years now.
Thank you. I'm so happy you said that, because I didn't really want to rub salt in the wounds, but like it's so very true, and sometimes you have to talk about these hard truths. Sandbox as a team, as a core, have been together for so unbelievably long, but every time they come to an event, Carter, I just sit here and I look at them, I'm like, it feels like this team got together 2 months ago. They are just fundamentally playing incorrectly. And it makes it to where they really just can't hold a candle to the light of these teams like Ninjas in Pajamas, teams like SSG, that are so diligent about making sure that they dot their I's and cross their T's. Sandbox kind of tries to pave over a couple of these different things, whether it be through their own, means or like their own gunplay, but this is usually the result that we get at international stages, and it definitely does make me pretty sad.
Now, to be fair, hard truths do cut both ways.
They do.
So there are some things to talk about for Sandbox that they might have a shot in this, okay? Oregon, at the end of the day, is it a map they lost earlier? Yes, but it's a comfort pick, right?
Yes.
It's not like they're going to 2 maps in a row that they aren't confident on. Oregon is still a map that, all right, it feels like home to them. Maybe they lost it, but sometimes bad things happen in your house, but it's still your home. It's still where you lay your head at night. So they pick Oregon. They're still on comfortable ground. Also, do NIP start on the defense? Yes. But if Sandbox are able to hit the ground running and just snatch a couple rounds away on the attack early on and get maybe a 2-4 going into their defenses, it's a very winnable situation for Sandbox if they can then land those defensive wins. So there's a sequence here. Is it an easy one-step solution? No, not at all. But there is a process by which Sandbox can win this game. Is the community confident on it? No.
Yeah, but as you said, I mean, all great games, including chess games, dude, you can get some pretty wild endings. It just seems like we're going to have to get into some theory crafting here for Sandbox, and I'm definitely excited for it. Ninjas in Pajamas is going to be starting off on the defensive side here on Oregon, like we were referencing earlier. Let's get into these bans and see just how detrimental this can be for Sandbox's strategy. They're going to select the Ying first, always a fantastic ban. You and I were actually casting, I can't remember which map it was earlier on today, but we had Habana, I think it was Bank, the Habana and Ying ban, and that's always what you kind of see on these areas, or not the Habana ban rather, but Ying getting banned on that kind of stuff, and those two really getting played around the more hatch-centric maps. So.
And we also just saw, I mean, on Chalet, Flores get banned, a similar story on Oregon. It's a very good map for Azami, very good map especially for deployable shields too, a lot often brought on the basement bomb site, so taking down the Flores, very logical ban from Sandbox. Follow up on the Cade, I like this ban for Sandbox, because if NIP would try to focus on Cade tricking those Electro Claws or those X-Kairos, that could really make Sandbox fight for even 2 rounds on their attacking side. So getting rid of the Cade, is it a safe ban? Yes, but I think it's an effective one, and NIP rounded out with the Azami ban as well. The one thing I still look at overall is taking down that Ying. NIP don't want to give Sandbox too many tools to just cause chaos on the site and get to those 2 wins that they need.
Yeah, I think it's really smart. Across the board, really good bans, including from Sandbox. But now, this is where the rubber hits the road. We're in this drone phase going and see what the strategy is going to be of Ninjas in Pajamas. The beauty of Oregon is that it is one of our most played out maps in the history of Rainbow Six. It's between this and Clubhouse. And when it comes down to it, every team knows the fundamental line that is going to be played by the defense for the majority of these bomb setups. We've only seen a couple of different iterations throughout the years, and honest to God, they've mostly been done by the Sonics. But past that, everybody else just kind of copies each other's homework, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, 5 players on the bomb site. Maybe someone plays freezer stairs early on. Maybe we see a couple players playing inside of meeting or kitchen early on. But that's really all you need to do, all the permutations you may consider. Just because basement gives you so much as the defense to rely on, you don't really need to think about all that much more. One thing to note, by the way, if Sandbox do go out right now, of course, they're still very likely to qualify for SI, but that would mean 2 of the 3 Korean teams at this event would both be eliminated, as the first one's leaving just D plus Kia in Phase 2. So Sandbox very much fighting for the region's chances as well, with Talon getting eliminated on the A-stream just a few minutes ago by Keg.
Not what you want to hear for them. Always want solid representation from all of the regions at these events, but that's the thing, right? Somebody's got to go home. It's the name of the game. Now Mephi trying to elongate their life here at this tournament, even if it's for a map. It all starts there, Lynx. A round-to-round basis. Let's see what we can get done. And, I mean, if there was a moment to lock in, right, if there was a moment to be like, I have nothing to lose, everything to gain, it would be right now. Right here, right now. Everything's set up for this Oregon for Sandbox. This is going to be, as Link said, the second time that they've played this here today. The clear so far, not too bad, honestly. I'm not hating it. Default angles, especially some pretty old ones that we all have grown very accustomed to through the 8 years of playing here on Oregon. It's going to be exposed here from Sandbox 2 as they'll descend into the basement to try and deal with Nip's setup.
Yeah, the main concern with Nip's setup that we saw was the presence of the Mute and the Mozzie on the board, because there was no one playing on that top floor, but there was a lot of intel denial up there. And Sandbox, who do, especially after their Crest game earlier, do like to full clear that top floor, make sure there's nobody up there. Presence of Mute Jammers or Mozzie pests around that area could potentially make the attack take a lot longer. And to be fair, did it take too long? Maybe not, but we're definitely not long on time right now. Minute 15 seconds is when Sandbox are opening up those hatches, and there's still a lot of work to be done to clear out the long haul position, clear out the washing machine, basically everything that you'd expect on basement.
Yeah. The good news is that they still have a minute. The bad news Bears thing is that Mute Jammers are on the way and people are manning a lot of these
too.
Hot areas for foot traffic. Good boy. He got caught on the stairwell there, constantly making a sound cues. He's just falling over and over again, so they more than likely know he's around the way. Such minimal time. This is just getting more and more worrisome. This should be cleaned up by the Mute. Very well done by Pino. And again, pure decadence from Ninjas in Pajamas when it comes to it. They are so very good at just keeping these mainline strats and shutting things down.
Flash is going on in. Sandbox looking to land their execute. Oh, both the nades don't clear out Pino around the corner. Thankfully, Arakaze is able to finish that one off. 4v5.
Uh-oh.
So they go on. Oh, man. Cons with the heater. Arced over the table. A triple kill through the smoke. Mephi does find one, but it all crumbles to pieces for Sandbox.
Wow.
And rough, too, because with that first pick in the smoke, that looked like a clean execute. Then a C4 lands, and it's all ashes in your hands.
Yeah, Cons blew up the whole quadrant. Moving like Oppenheimer here. That Nitro cell singing true on two people, and then just to add insult to injury, man, the Vector through the smoke?
Yeah,
Come on. Why you cheesing, huh? Why you cheesing so hard?
That was the Vector through the smoke, man. Like,
okay.
Sandbox put the smoke down. Perfectly fine, right? It goes a little short maybe, but they still get the smoke down. Not only does a C4 fly through the smoke and dismantle their entire attack, but insult to injury, Cons just shoots through the smoke.
Yep, and just completely random. Just, oh, he's dead. Cool, awesome. That's 3 people, and let me just add a 4th. Right there at the tail end, too. And that's the craziest thing. Like we've been talking about, Cons, for the most part, every once in a while he gets a Fenrir, right? Some nice gun, an ace sometimes on offense, that kind of stuff. But for the most part, he's doing this with some absolutely dipe weapons.
If you're not aiming head level as Mira, you're simply not killing anyone. You're just not. You're going 0-10. You're going 0-6.
Yeah, it's like old MPX. You're just hitting him with marshmallows, and then you all of a sudden hit him in the head, and you're like, "Yay! I did it!"
Like that. God, that gun was so bad.
It was so ass, dude.
It was such an awful weapon. It was just not great. But thankfully, 1.5 certainly makes that a lot easier if you're playing Warden, or in this case, MP5 2 with the 1.5. A lot of different options for NIP to take, and take a lot of long angle engagements with players on Sandbox. Good Boy has hit the Nook though. They're gonna creep on through the building, as even though they lost basement, they can get control of one of these stairwells early on. That certainly helped cutting off these defenders, rotating back to the site. I don't even know
how did that even happen.
He's in. They've got Z-pings on him too. So he was in attic. Mephi was probably trying to enter either T3. Good recovery.
He checked it. Wizard checked it. Oh my god.
He shot Good Boy. That's actually crazy.
No, that was a very good shot to Good Boy. But man, dude, I bet he did not expect Wizard to send shots back at him. What a moment there. Ninjas in Pajamas almost get 2 off of that, but luckily Good Boy is shooting straight here on Oregon. Demic's going to move his way in and start getting some info around these top floors. I don't hate it, Lynx. I don't hate the 0 play here.
No, especially with NIP having such a strong presence down below the bomb site, having those Argus cameras to watch the flanks, make sure nobody can push up. I think it's perfectly logical for Sandbox to run that operator. And he's got hard breach charges as well. So meanwhile, Nova's focusing on the front side. You have Demic on the back side opening up those angles. Speaking of flanks, though, a lot of it is focused on the back tower side, but Pino's been inside a kitchen the entire time.
There's no way he did that.
He's built different.
Through the eye of a needle, man. Actually, genuinely, that was impressive.
Into split.
Wow. Well, Sandbox, really just a testament to how this entire game's been going with that one, huh?
Yeah, just Good Boy doesn't even have an opportunity to fight back. Just shoots him right in split through the soft wall. NIP have been running rough shot over Sandbox. It happened on Chalet, and It's only happened in one round on Oregon so far, and this being Sandbox map pick, maybe they've got time to recover. Is somebody outside the white stairs position, but with a minute left, do you know where the take is coming from? I mean, we see them trying to open the bedroom wall, right?
It's not. What they're doing right now is they're trying to find any which way to get a pick, and everybody's just kind of working their own
exactly.
quadrant.
Like, they want to go with the bedroom side, but they just don't have the angles yet. They're just now entering the building off attic, but Nova might just have something.
I was a little worried because we did still have Nova down on the front yard, but he hopped up the van, so now we kind of have a more pointed offense. That's why Lynx was getting worried. It's like everybody's in the four corners of the map, and now you've lost your other portion of this setup. Everything's now coming in from Trophy, and this is the worst way to do things when it comes to Siege. Unless you're being very direct and very hostile, this is more than likely not going to go your way. Arakaze on very low HP, no more throwables to try and deal with this. Beautiful cross is being held, and Psycho's just swinging through. Muzi will take down one. Nova will at least get one for his troubles, but it's a 1 versus 2. He does have some time to try and flirt with this plan, flirt with some death as well, so continue his tirade, but he can't land the critical shots. Almost had it on to Psycho, but with very minimal time remaining, he pushes through. Pino's turned himself into a rug. It'll make sure that he knocks his opponent down to his level.
2-0 now, NIP moving on to the tertiary bomb site. Sandbox need these 2 rounds, need these 2 attacks on the meeting bomb site, or the kitchen bomb sites, plural, if they want to have a shot in this series. If they let NIP go up 5-1, God forbid, go up 6-0. God, ward off evil real quick.
Yeah.
If they let that happen, this map may very well be over, barring a huge choke from NIP. So Sandbox winning this round and likely winning this site again later is an absolute necessity.
I mean, man, the Reaper might be getting off early today, baby. This is
true.
working out nice,
You're
dude.
gonna have to run over to the player booth.
Yeah, more of a 9 to 3 than a 9 to 5 for me, baby. Let's go. We'll have to see, though. It's not what Caster Stokes wants, but definitely makes the grimming part of my Grim Reaper setup a lot easier. Have to see, though. Always love full-on best of 3s, and I'd much rather Sandbox go home with their heads held high than going home wondering what could be. So we'll see if there's anything else that they can try and add to this heap. As it looks like they've got some semblance of an idea of what they want to do with this operator lineup, especially with Arakaze moving his way on over to Monty.
Earlier in Sandbox's game against Crest banned the OSA, and Sandbox really wanted to go for a stage plant despite the lack of the OSA, and it really threw off their take quite a bit. Right now, they're actually running a pretty similar lineup to that same round earlier. I thought maybe without the OSA ban, we'd see eventually get to meeting them run the OSA, but maybe they got something different planned, or maybe they really do just want to run the Monty strategy for getting a bomb down on stage. We'll just have to see, as that is a long ways away. But Sandbox love clearing out this second floor. They love making sure the entire map is clear, taking control of it. The early presence on split wall, it actually seems more like a front side take than a backside take.
Oh no. EMP again? There we go. Okay, cool.
All good.
Yeah, a little worried there for a split second. I think the first one hit the door frame or something.
Something like that.
Some
the radius is also just so small sometimes.
Yeah, most definitely. I've had quite a few issues with the impacts throughout time, and it's mostly the electroclaws. That is what makes it super difficult, especially on things like Clubhouse, right, where you can put it behind different walls and all that kind of stuff. Villa had that as well there for a while too. So either way, though, Ninjas in Pajamas have done a bang-up job of holding on to this strategy, especially for Cons. I love how aggressive he's playing around here. They have the Razor Bloom up top with the Mute Jammer, making it to where the info can't try and pour in from there. So it's going to allow Cons to live for quite some time. He's also worried about down low, but he's got some barbed wire there to cover. And this is really just to be a thorn in the side of Sandbox. This is more than likely some homework that NIP did. They know that they really favor this side when it comes down to it. And a lot of teams do, because when it comes to that split attack, you really want some pressure on the defense to either A, get a big kill and kind of open things up, or B, pressure them back and allow you to get that quick plant. But not really in the cards for Sandbox, especially because a lot of the goods have already been given up.
Yeah, and also C4 to ward off the Monty on the door and moving into back tower. Almost a minute left, or at least a minute 10 right now. Cons just walks up, catches Mephi breakdancing on the pillar right there. He's wiggling, moving around. Good Boy's able to find Wizard at least, but that's full back tower control in the hands of NIP at the moment, as Pino is also there to make sure that nobody can take down the Mute from the upstairs position. This Monty has barely moved an inch into back tower, and now he rotates off. Now, they opened up the split wall earlier, right? But NIP can rotate someone to the split door and counter this very push, and there's not a lot of time for Sandbox to react to that and station a player in a position to counter it. Good Boy will try to do it, but we're really tight.
Oh, and he's also going to... No, he misses it too, but it's not going to be that big of a deal. Genuinely not a bad push. Honestly, might want to just take the smoke and try and execute through there, but... Instead,
where's he going?
Kaze's going upstairs. He's got the case here, 20 seconds remaining. I think they're worried about some of the verticality play that could end up being up top. There's one over here in the corner. There's no way. There's absolutely no chance in hell that this is the way that things are going to go down.
Oh,
that was
man
a
advantage.
huge moment. They get the man advantage, and they might have the plant. But Kaze, he's the last one up. He might actually have... No.
No, he doesn't.
Nope. He got off. And I'm not lying to you when I say I'm about 90% positive that he probably would have got that plant down if he stuck it.
He might have, but to be fair, both of the players covering him went down at about the same time.
Yeah.
I get the anxiety. I get the anxiety to fall off the plant and try to go for the peg.
Also, 1v2 with Monty is one of the hardest situations to try and figure out, especially when they're attacking from two very pivotal areas. So.
Yeah, like maybe he could have got the bomb down, but I get fallen off in that situation. The only downside is, though, is that I think Good Boy had the right idea. And in their game against Crest earlier, that was their plan. They would try to plant stage side, have Good Boy move through the split door, relieve pressure, bomb goes down, right? 30 seconds left. Sandbox are like, we don't actually want to do that. We're going to try to drop down the kitchen hatch. And whenever you do a rotate that late, that's just across the whole map, it's going to be chaotic. It's going to be hectic. There are going to be gaps. And so Sandbox weren't in a great position, but that's always going to happen no matter the team when they go for a rotate that late. But it cost them win on the meeting bomb site, and now NIP, unless Sandbox win the next 3 rounds in a row, all of those bomb sites, a 5-1 seems very likely at this point.
And, you know, I really think that last round just goes to show what's happening to Sandbox. In these moments where there's really nothing else they can do but the strategy that's in hand, they actually play pretty damn well.
Yeah.
It's their headspace,
They know
man.
the
You can
positions.
tell that their mental is really affecting them in these big rounds, especially at the start. I think that they just kind of got the shakes, dude. The CCS shakes.
Rest in peace, CCS.
Rest in peace, CCS.
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out. Really early, dude, in my career. That was a heck of a time. That's actually fun fact. That is the original spot that I saw and casted joystick for the very first time. CCS Finals for Europe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
I was like, who the hell is this guy? This dude's cracked. This is insane.
I'm sure he won't go on to do anything, though.
Yeah, no, never.
Wow. And I don't know who he is.
He would definitely never kick my ass in ranked in Poland. That would never happen.
Oh, shout out to the EU ranked stack. But 3-0 now at this point for NIP on their Oregon defenses. Monty back at cards. Arakaze taking the mantle of the Mountain Shield. 2 players stacked on the bottom of freezer stairs.
Oh, no.
This is such... I love this play. I love this play.
Arakaze.
But the only problem is, like, when they have a Monty, it's like, I guess we just gotta leave. I guess
exactly.
we can't.
They're like,
get
oh, it's you. Fine.
It's like, great. No kill for us.
It's like when the teacher shows up at recess. No more fun. I get it. Whatever.
I gotta go stand against the wall.
Yeah. It's just very hostile dodgeball. Come on.
Listen. I had the ball. He hit my shin really hard. I had to throw it in his face. I had to do it.
At an gregarious angle.
Yes, exactly.
Indeed. That looks to be what Sandbox are trying to do here. Pinch hitter. They really need to get round 4 under their belt. I mean, we are reaching critical mass at the fastest velocity. Although these rounds aren't taking a long time.
They are. I mean, it's Oregon, to be fair.
Yeah, you got me there.
It's Oregon. Both these teams a bit on the slower side compared to the mean. And we have a Goyo on the board, too. So if these Vulcan packs land at the pace they should, if the Toxic Canisters land when they should as well, Sandbox should not have solid entry into the bomb site for quite a bit. Rotation being called by Sandbox. Moving over to the backside and Laundry at the moment, but just desperately probing at the moment for any sort of opening. The utility all landing for NIP, though Khan's giving up those smokes very early, so if they are able to drain all of this utility on the freezer side, including that C4 from Hino, will it be low on time? Yes. But Sandbox very realistically could find a position where the smoke canisters are gone, the Goyos are gone, but all the players from Sandbox are gone as well. Monty quickly the only one with a gun up alongside Demic. Arakaze does find one. Uzi cut down, but very easily finished off by Khans. Definitely the MVP for NIP in this series so far. So many big plays, so many big moments, and the real closer for NIP.
I think Khans today has been the guy that's really been standing out for me the most on this team.
Yeah,
past Muzi.
definitely.
Those two are a dynamic duo right right now. And the cool thing is that they're so useful in such different ways. Cons is more methodical, much more patient, plays off of his team very well, and Muzi is that, you know, caged animal that you just want to release on a squad and let him decimate an entire team in the opening moments.
You put him in a spot, usually good for one.
Yep, and that's what you love, especially for your fraggers. If your fragger at a very bare minimum level can go for a one-on-one, or rather one-to-one, that is exactly what you want out of those players. This is going to proc a tactical timeout, and I mean, why the hell wouldn't it? It's 4-0 right now.
Yeah, it's 4-0, and you need those 2 rounds to have a chance in this match. This game, or this half, needs to be 4-2 minimum for Sandbox if they want any chance whatsoever at even a dream of Consulate, even a dream of Map 3 and Day 2 at the Atlanta Major. So I think it's good timing from Sandbox to understand the situation they're in, try to correct course. Basement has now been won twice by NIP as well. They'll go back to dorms where they're in danger, the Sandbox are, of the exact same thing happening. This site in particular as well. It seemed to be a minute left, and Sandbox wanted to go for a master bedroom and trophy take. We knew that. That's the positions they opened and what they wanted to do, but players were all over the place. One guy in attic, somebody outside the building, and it was all very late, very hectic for Sandbox. And while, the execute was fine, the coordination, the execution of it wasn't great. And that's another thing that we see for Sandbox try to do, and NIP will just easily take that.
Yep. Yep. A little discombobulated on certain things, some wires crossed that they're most definitely not going to be able to fix in the moment, right? Just kind of have to do your thing and hope that there's something that can be accomplished here on this map, something to be had. But as we know, things have definitely been the struggle bus for Sandbox so far. And I mean, really, inside of Oregon, standing a testament to what you said. This is not a map that you'd really expect for them to go to, given what happened earlier on with the 7-4.
Yeah.
But they immediately go back to the same well and hope the water's good. And not exactly the case.
Maybe somebody purified it in the intervening hours, but so far, definitely not great at the moment. Mephi is creeping up the armory stairs at the moment. That wall full reinforced. No head holes right there. Oh, Mephi.
This is perfect.
He does see the guy reinforcing. That's 1 kill going the way of Sandbox, but Mephi alone in the bomb site. Is Nip going to react? There's another player inside of dorms. Mephi, check it. Oh, he doesn't check the corner.
Why?
Collins was looking towards the big window as well. That could have been an easy pickup had he just pushed a little further. And what does he get for it? The Frost already has the utility down. That's Psycho, sure, but I think you lose a little bit more by dropping Mephi, and the potential energy of that play, man, is off the charts.
Dude, no, you're absolutely right. And the thing that is so aggravating to watch with that is, Carter, that's the most default check inside of that bomb site, is deep inside of the bedroom. That's where everybody plays. It's the safest spot to be, and you don't check it? You just stand there and stare at a door. Anyways.
There we go.
I digress. Good boy will at least be able to keep things on Sandbox's side. Nova's going to add to this pile. So Sandbox, the tactical timeout working so far. Mephi more than likely lighting a fire under them with that initial frag, and it's actually going to be Sandbox that seals the deal. But damn it, man, do I not want to see that again.
Yeah, Mephi able to at least get the first pick on that Nook play. Could have been a lot more, but now that Sandbox have won the round, not as, not going to look on it too harshly at this point because they were still able to recover. And a lot of it was just from individual engagements going their way. Good boy, very awkward position on White Stairs because you've got someone watching it from the second floor and someone watching it from the Showers hallway with nobody really able to deal with either of those players except Good Boy. But he's able to find the Legion in Showers. Now all he has to do is focus on the guy White Stairs. That one engagement really starts making this, all right, we've got a Sandbox round in our hands. Then they convert, win it. So is it a little individual? Is it necessarily a team effort? No, it is individual, but Sandbox still get there first. And now NIP go back down to meeting. This is where the 4-2 really can happen. If they can take the lessons from the tactical timeout, it'll happen on this site.
We saw that initial push that threw Nip off kilter, right? All of a sudden your Frost that's reinforcing the master wall is exploited from Trophy in a nice swing, but I mean, it was really the rest of Sandbox that was able to step up and capitalize on that. Nip trying to pick up the pieces. We saw some nice rotations over towards White Stairs, but that was completely headed off by, I believe, Good Boy standing out there as Sophia. So well thought out from Sandbox and something that hasn't been a regular occurrence, but something that we are really hoping to see more.
And we've been so harsh on them up through that 4-0. But again, if they get a 4-2, that's a workable game. It's not guaranteed winnable, but it's certainly workable. It is manageable. So if they can just win the tertiary bomb site, which is often how teams get the 4-2, is winning that bomb site twice. Sandbox will treat us to a very normal Oregon just by the round count. Looking to go for, or at least aiming initially for a front-sided take again. They've got the hard breacher and the diffuser over inside a garage, opening up the split wall early, but good boy cut down in a key position. The Z hallway player removed off the board by Muzi, but also more importantly, the Thorn remaining on that split doorway. Good pickup by Mephi. Wizard alone inside of the shower. Maybe a little too far extended at this point, or doesn't know about the Buck's position. Mephi also alone at the moment. Muzi rotates over and is able to catch the Buck looking the wrong way. On two different parts of the bomb site, the Thorn's able to find kills.
Oh, Arakaze. There's an SMG-11 awaiting him right around the corner. Back and forth at M592. He hears the dope call, and he knows that there's some potential for him to be holding one of these angles, but you can see Ninjas in Pajamas resting on their laurels. This is what we expect out of them. Play that timer and see if they can try and delay things for as long as humanly possible. Sandbox, not really having an answer yet, but this is really a play out of the NIP handbook, right? They're kind of keeping things slow, seeing what NIP want to try and do with this roam, try and rotate around, potentially get some kills. Arakaza with a nice find upstairs, dealing some very serious damage to one of the defenders, but Psycho's going to body Nova as soon as he crests the top of White Stairs. Do have a smoke here pouring in, but is it going to mean all that much? I mean, not really. Arakaze can't do much with it. The case is now down inside a kitchen. That's more than likely a NIP round.
5-1 at this point. As you said, case dropped cold on the kitchen floor.
Wow. Yeah, Cons he's dastardly, man. He is not only that, but like it's with every gun too. He is just so damn accurate.
I love him.
Yeah, no, seriously, he's one of those players, dude, that you really want to pay attention to their play style and the way that they're doing things. There's a lot to garner from him, especially if you're a younger Siege player and you're trying to pick some things up.
I mean, now we got the 5-1 half we were worried about. 6-0 would definitely be the worst. I mean, objectively, but 5-1
can't get much worse than that.
It really, literally. It is physically impossible for you to get worse than that unless you're like internet DCs on round 7 and you just can't connect back in time and just auto get a 7-0, I guess. Like, maybe that's worse. But, yeah, 5-1, certainly not great either. This is the point where it seems very likely that NIP can get 2 wins to close this out in regulation. Basement's the bomb site that is always the most favorable for the defense. It's always the one that, if we can give anything to Sandbox in theory, it should be this one. So if we start off good here, doesn't mean they'll win it. But Sandbox can at least start building some momentum for future rounds.
Isn't the Knights game on the other stream?
Yeah, the Knights game. Fury Knights.
Okay.
Shout out to Tom Hagen.
Jared. Who the hell is Tom Hagen?
It's one of the Knights players, idiot.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know his name was Tom Hagen. I thought it was just Tom.
Oh, it's Tom Hagen. And by the way, Fury up 4-3.
Fury up? Wow.
Met the Fury coach in the gym today. Shout out, nice guy.
Oh, very cool, very cool. Did you get to bump into Napew, I9?
No, I want to dedicate some time to this though. I think I9 is one of the hardest names in Rainbow Six.
It's pretty sick.
It's such a clean name.
I'm going to have to talk to him again because we talked about this probably like a year ago at this point, but it has something to do with his actual name, and it lines up really cool with his language. So we'll get that info later on. I'm sure I'll talk about it at some moment in time during this tournament, but definitely one of the teams that I really, really enjoy watching and something that's been a pretty cool storyline for the last 2 years in Rainbow Six Siege. Huh? So have to see how that works out, but we're in the same boat over here. We're seeing if Sandbox is going to go home play in the sand or if they're going to continue trying to make some glass out of this. Ninjas in Pajamas doing their damnedest to take their time. Things nice and methodical. Slowly wrapping their way around this bomb site. Just like we were talking about earlier. They really enjoy clearing out the full map, using their full breadth of droning and trying to get these easy picks. And the worst part about NIP is if you give over those initial picks, they're going to make you sit there and wait for potentially a minute, minute and a half until it gets down to around 20-ish seconds, and they will finally dawn your doorstep.
They use every single minute available to them. They know that, all right, if we've got the time on the clock, we might as well make use of it. They are very, very frugal. Very, very frugal. But the Sandbox's credit, nobody playing too far up the bomb side at the moment, so no free picks for NIP's way. They will need to actually make some progress down below with some of that utility. No nades on the board, to be fair, either, so it will have to be by gunfights or blocking angles with those smoke grenades. So Sandbox, actually, in terms of the utility they're facing on the attack, This is not that bad. Not that bad. You don't have to worry about those nades as much, so Mephi's going to be a lot safer in his position. Nova likely as well a lot safer in his position. And even the Warden, if he can look through those smokes and he's not dealt with, this lineup is really, really good for Sandbox right now in terms of the utility NIP are bringing to counter it.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Not in crunch time yet for them. Usually sub-minute, we're always looking at a team and be like, all right, where are they going to execute?
Yeah.
But you and I are going to sit here very patiently for Ninjas in Pajamas because we know it's coming. It's just about 20 seconds away.
Oh, yeah.
Pino and Nip. This is what I love so much about the strategy. They toss in these little pieces of utility, like breadcrumbs, right? And just see if the birdies will come out to play. And it's like, oh, you want that little breadcrumb, little buddy? Boop. Just like, get them a little kill.
I also love it with Pino, too. He's always the one holding these angles, cutting off these flanks, and it's just so good. Wizard drops down, only goes 1 for 1, though. Picks up the kill on Nova, then immediately backs off. The rest of NIP also hitting the brakes at the moment. Multiple players all just trying to drop down. At the moment, Muzi retakes the engagement. Down goes Good Boy. Mephi still inside a bunker. Oh, Kaze picking up 1. Pino inside a bunker, now got to push up. Mephi sees him, able to finish him off easily. Good, good, good from Sandbox. Might just be basement, but it could be the start of something great.
Good boy. Good boy.
Good kitty.
Good kitty. Space Station staying alive here. Took a basement defense, and one that was kind of shaky, but when the shots mattered most, they were able to land, and Sandbox are able to thwart off Ninjas in Pajamas. Penultimate point. At least keep them wandering for a little while longer on their quest to get out of this lower bracket.
Now Dorms, this is the one they absolutely need to win. I mean, all these rounds, in my opinion, are absolute must-wins. But if you can win Dorms as well, all right, we have a game on our hands. Then meeting after, but you're starting to put steps in front of you, which was a struggle on the attack. It's something a little bit better here if they can pick up this next round as well. Oregon is, especially on that basement bomb site, a site that is not super favorable for NIP's slow play style. On Dorms, they have a lot more leeway. Depending on the type of execute they want to go for, Trophy Bedroom is very time-consuming, so NIP might have some problems there. But if they want to go for Big Window White, for example, and they get that opening pick, we're in a much different position. So look to how NIP take this one, and if they are still going for these lengthy takes that are giving Sandbox time to set up in positions on the bomb site, Sandbox very likely have a good pathway into that game just by replicating that strategy.
Love the addition of the gridlock here. Especially with the frag grenades, there's really not a reason to not bring her nowadays. Those track stingers have always been pretty influential. It was just that it was really difficult to try and work her in, especially because, you know, you had Nomad as well, and really those more staircase-centric maps were good.
And the interesting thing I've seen so far this event as well is, I mean, it used to be 2 nade ops always on the attack. Back when it was, you know, Yana had them. It's a Yana Sledge, Yana Nook, for example. Really, most of these rounds, I feel like it's been 1 nade op. I mean, we see Gridlock and Finka right now, but I feel like a lot of these games, it's just been 1 set of nades.
Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of the circumstances of what is available, right?
Yeah.
I do believe Sledge still has his,
yeah,
but
he does.
Yana doesn't have hers anymore. Sledge is also a 3 armor. It's just like, you know, there's not really frags on any good fragging operator, minus
Finka.
Right there. And that's why she's getting played again.
Yep. Definitely the most universal of all of the, well, aside from Sledge if you're on a map with verticality. We're on Oregon. I mean, what are you going to sledgehammer here?
True.
So Finka on this map in particular is the most universal of all of those operators to have frag grenades, and it's probably why Muzi's been playing her pretty consistently throughout today, pretty consistently on Oregon, Chalet, all of those. And especially giving Finka in the hands of Muzi, we know what he did with it earlier, again, in the Geekay game, so I'd keep him on that operator as much as you can. Khan's probing for anything inside of Dorms, one just barely tucked away around the corner. They'll hold this position the entire time. It is a big window white take, everybody. As you can see, the diffuser sat outside a big window. That is what NIP are gunning for now, what they're setting up for this gridlock.
More track stingers in, open up Classroom, but there is somebody down on Z there. Some potential for them to get a good play going for themselves. Muzi's going to pick up 1. He's actually over inside of Split. Pino takes down 1. Demic, a misclick, but thank God he shot him in the head. That could have been the worst moment I've ever seen in my life casting this video game. But fortunately enough, he dies in a different way instead. 3 versus 2, it's in favor of the offense, but they don't have a place for this case just yet. No Nitro Cell on the mute either. It's going to be up to the gunfire, the cannon fodder out of Sandbox. And they're going to be able to get 2. It's going to be down to Muzi, and he does have more adrenal surges, but Sandbox starting to put together a defensive side, and one that I don't think that NIP were exactly ready for. They're kind of going through this at a very normal pace, not really, adding too much brain power to this. Kind of swinging into things and just taking the gunfights and hoping that they win them out. But now Sandbox is hitting their mark.
Yeah, we got a game now. I mean, Sandbox are not out of the woods just yet, but we finally, 2 maps in, what was that? I think 17 rounds in total. We really have a game on our hands now. Sandbox have got that Dormus defense, and if they can win meeting, go flawless, the onus starts to move on to NIP to pick up rounds. That Sandbox would have effectively clawed themselves out of the deficit they were under. And are they out of the woods? No. But in far better straits than they were at the beginning of the side swap. Meeting Hall Kitchen, though, you gotta really read where the attack is coming from. If you let them get set up on any side, split, dining, stage, no matter where they do, if you let the attack get in their positions, this can be a difficult bomb site to retake.
Well,
I think they got it in them.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say right now. Some solid rounds out of Sandbox, but the one thing about Ninjas in Pajamas, it's like we were referencing earlier, they always make like these little strategy changes, especially in their operator lineups, that can add so many different folds into their strategy. And it becomes very worrisome for Sandbox because they are so dynamic, you know? And with a map like Oregon, you really don't have to get too creative with your clear, but you can get creative in utility, and that's what we're seeing them do.
And NIP have a way they like to play the game, and so they always change within that strategy, but they never change the overall play style. They never change the overall personality. Always the same face, maybe just with a different shade of makeup in any given round. How will NIP attack this one? We see Psycho moving on to the Nooks. Maybe a little bit more fluid, maybe try to work that split doorway, find someone playing close on that side of the map, or clear out the top floor. It's very spread out from NIP to start. They will open up the split door, certainly expand their options once they get that hard breach on the wall. At least I thought they got that hard breach on the wall. I think they did.
Yeah, they tossed it, but I don't know if it actually ended up going off.
I don't think it did
Soma
either.
there. Is it muted, or what do we have here? No, I think it's gone. No, it got shot off or something. Yeah,
okay.
You can see the 2 little ash marks from where it once was. That's going to mean that Pino eventually will have to roll back over there and get it because they don't have any other hard breach. No secondary hard breach and no other primary hard breachers. So Nova's going to drone things outside. Beauty of the Yokai drone. It doesn't immediately get lost signal-wise. So have 10 seconds to try and roll things about. Ninjas in Pajamas, wouldn't you know, are going to continue that same strategy you've been seeing time and time again throughout the years as they're patiently awaiting anybody to show up. And Mephi, you're going to be the poor soul that puts your face where it's not supposed to be.
Do you think there's a bit of a mistiming there, as I like Nova really actively using that Yokai to drone around that area. One now shot, as you just saw, but still one over on the garage side. But Mephi not really communicating maybe with Nova, and they don't end up scanning that front door.
I don't think you could see him because he was upside down propel.
I know he couldn't see him, but he was still droning that area is what I'm saying. So if you want to go for that swing, maybe wait a little bit. But Sandbox aren't waiting whatsoever. Demic able to cut down Pino. And Psycho downed on the big window. Demic might be able to finish him off from below if he gets the intel, but not a super likely position. The rest of NIP flooding in through that top floor. Good read by Demic. Wizard not expecting the white stairs push. Still a 3v3 if they can revive Psycho. A minute left for NIP to try to bring back this round as Sandbox really have finally started having a say in this series.
You're going to be able to get her back up.
Yep.
Cycle will be able to pick Nook back up. Khan's taking a little bit of damage, but he really needs to pump the brakes.
He's got all of his air jabs, I just realized.
Oh, wow. That's not supposed to happen. Just like, if you're not going to use them, play anything else. Although Khan's does have that ARX, and we know how dastardly that gun can be in the proper hands. Usually it's Shiko's hands.
You can always use those air jabs for the retake. Able to dome Demic.
This is
They're
getting really
prepping for a
scary.
hatch drop. Neither of them have the diffuser, but there's a shotgun right around the corner, but he works away. Oh! He gets both of them left and right. Now Khan's the demon himself. He doesn't even check the angle. Arukaze, the big 3-piece. And Sandbox are back in it. Basement, dorms, and meeting. All now won by the defense.
There's just enough oversight and just enough patience at a Sandbox to win these rounds. The oversight obviously being from Nip. I mean, there's a lot of those moments there where Sandbox, specifically in that one, the White Stairs player, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just getting to exist for free, and they're hardcore pushing into that top floor to try and get some semblance of control, but they're not worried about crosses or any potentiality of Sandbox players being there. And, I mean, from what we've seen today, this is most definitely the most comfortable that we've seen Sandbox.
Oh, absolutely. I'm honestly I'm not criticizing. This is not like a criticism. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see a tech timeout because losing those 3 defenses in a row, wanting to close this out in the regulation, I thought maybe we'd see one. Maybe if they drop this one, we'll see them kind of mirror the Sandbox, lose 4 rounds in a row tactical timeout. I'd expected to see it then, but if NIP drop this one, we're probably going to see pause button hit going into round 11. This is basement, of course, so theoretically losing this, it's not the worst thing in the world, but NIP now need to start actually finding some of these rounds and getting them on the board because Sandbox might just have a comeback in the making. Big switch. Psycho bringing out the Monty, but he'll have to deal with the Clash on Nova as well. Normally we see the Monty move down a stairway, try to force some control away from the defense, make the defense a little uncomfortable. But with Clash being able to do the same thing on the attack, we're in a bit of a stalemate in terms of how these strategies will likely play out.
And the Psycho. The Psycho. Not Psycho, the Psycho. On Monty. Secondary hard breach too, and that'll free up Pino, so I'll have the stuns instead. Stuns on the Wizard as well as our primary hard breach. Really liking this lineup that we're bringing in from NIP. Now, I will be honest with you, the one thing that I think that they are lacking is a little info game. Really like to see a Dokkaebi worked in the lineup because it would seriously help them with these moments where they want to get more aggressive.
I didn't like it in Geekay either.
Drop a call.
Yeah.
You know, you drop a call and you suddenly know where everybody is. It's super weird.
You know, they really did not play it in that Geekay game either. They brought her sometimes, but it's really not a focal point of their lineup. I've noticed that as well.
Really interesting.
You know where the Clash is, though? Yeah. That one's pretty easy to find out. Cons knows there might be somebody playing close behind. Yeah, he knows that, all right, if Clash is this far up, there's probably some kind of follow-up, some kind of backup. Force the Clash back as the utility goes out. Smoke canister burned early, but to cover Nova's retreat down the freezer stairs. So some good time wasting early on, but NIP also not wasting too much time either. First hatch opens up on top of meeting, and now next kind of 45 seconds will just be NIP trying to figure out what part of the map they want to push from.
Psycho taking some damage from either... It's got to be Smoke. It has to be Good Boy tossing something out. There's no Legion Mines or anything else here to play, so... This definitely has to be Good Boy's first smoke that poured out there. Need the clash against the Monty. An immovable object up against an immovable object. Nova. They get forced back now as there is some semblance of control moving in from NIP. He does have that secondary player directly in behind him. It's going to force Nova down into the pillar position. They've discovered another player. They're actually going to reinforce the single panel here. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they're doing much better on time than they usually do for these situations.
They are, but there is still that clash in pillar. They need to have this util clear be solid. Good Boy also with the shotgun playing close. They're falling out of E-Box, though. A gap left in the attacks lineup. Good Boy's able to place a few pellets in the back of the Monty, but he's still not able to find the next one. Cons quickly moves in and makes a bad situation something far more palatable. They cut through the bomb site like a hot knife through butter. Nova's got to take out the secondary. An excellent shot on the Wizard, but NIP with more time on the clock than usual is a scary beast to put in a corner.
What a round from Ninjas in Pajamas, and you have to shout out the Ash on that. Without her...
What's his name?
What?
What's his name?
What is
it's
it?
Cons.
It's Cons.
It's Cons.
It's Cons. Yeah, I had to ask it because it happened so quick. It was... everything just went blank for me.
You think Ash? Oh, it's got to be Pino. It's got to be Muzi. It's Cons?
It's Cons. It's Cons. And Nip knows what's up. I mean, like I said, every once in a while, they chuck the dog a bone. And he shows you why. Ninjas in Pajamas need a round. Cons can probably do it for us. Yep. And again, I'm just going to highlight this. This guy does it all. He plays every damn operator that you can name. If you name an operator and it's important, Cons probably plays it. And he does it so well. It's like, what is happening? Reminds me of Pengu when he didn't suck, so.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's on a bus, he can't fight me.
Simmer down there, Sparky. No need for the
He's
BM.
old now, I get to say these things.
That's true. He's like 85.
Exactly, especially in esports years. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
Dude, oh, no.
Well, right as Sandbox started to get back into it, right as they started to reel us back in, we find ourselves on a match point for NIP. Sandbox, one round away.
As soon as I get out, they pull me right back in. That's what Ninjas in Pajamas has done to you and I here, because you and I were kind of starting to leave the camp a little bit.
No, we were like, all right, 5-1-1/2. I said Sandbox didn't really have another way back into this, but they started making me believe it. And to be fair, I'm not believing just yet. They've gone back to basement, understandable.
It's like what our ayahuasca smoking friend Aaron Rodgers said. You know what I mean? Yeah, you got to leave room for opportunity.
You do.
Yeah.
And right now, as Sandbox have gone back to basement, did they just lose it? Sure, but this is still the bastion for the defense. In all of Rainbow Six, one could argue. So going back to this makes perfect sense. And even then, with 45 seconds left, Pillar was still in their control. They found a gap in NIP's attack. There were a lot of ways that Sandbox had potential to win that round. So I think retrying this makes perfect sense and is totally fine.
Totally agree with you. I will say this, though. The operator lineup from NIP is making things look kind of scary.
I wonder what you could be referring to.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I think, you know what? I think we'll leave it up to the gods. And
it's Wizard on the Hibana.
Dude, that's what I'm terrified about, actually. I'm shaking in my boots right now. My grim boots.
Talking about the glass, by the way, if you weren't able
the
to
red bottoms, too, look.
Oh.
They're not. They're Air Force Ones.
All right, no, I can't tell shoot. So, but yeah, Psycho is on the glass, so where he decides to push from, we'll just have to wait and see as NIP a little bit slower than they were before in the previous attack. They pushed the Clash down a little bit quicker.
They don't have the Monty.
That is true. That might be a big reason they do not have the Monty, so just having someone walk in and force control away from the defense isn't as possible as it was before. So we might not see the NIP executing with 45 seconds left on the clock. This might be the normal 20 or 15.
Yeah, also Pino and Cons were more than likely the only people that can really try and clear out the map initially, because if you lose any other pieces of the puzzle, that's huge for your execution, because you are banking on the fact that Psycho is successful with these smokes, and that also banks on the fact that Muzi is there to try and deliver some fire bolts and smoke bolts of his own. So Ninjas of Pajamas are now going to start working their way down towards the site. Glass is on for Mephi, and that means it's game time now. Smoke's out. He's going to get a little bit of damage dealt to him, but now they know that he's playing the boiler door. We do have the Clash still here on Pillar, but a lot of time for Nip, and this is what was so worrisome the last time. They had so much time to try and play around with this, and what a trade here from Wizard. To be able to at least get one, Arkaze will be able to pick up yet another. Wizard should be having to worry about the cross here momentarily coming in from Freezer, but no, it's actually going to be the player right inside of Elbow. Pino still with an opportunity, has to play up against the smoke and has to play up against the Mira. Two solid positions from them too, and looks like there was an opportunity for the Mira to get that swing and timing, but unfortunately for him, not going to be the case. I think Pino's going to try and bait this out with some potential case play, but no, he's actually going to shift gears and work his way around, just as Good Boy does as well, and he'll find that nice angle through electrical to clean that one up before it gets too dangerous.
Yeah, I like that rotation from Good Boy at the end. All right, he's smoking bunker for like 8,000 years. I'll rotate over to the E-box window and take that very same angle. So good rotation by Good Boy. Now 6-5 for Sandbox. They find themselves, after winning the basement bomb site, after dropping it, still in a very winnable position, as NIP have overall struggled very much on this attacking half. And even on these off-bomb sites, they haven't won a lot of them. So for NIP to win this right here, it is not at all guaranteed. It is not at all likely even necessarily, as Dorms was not particularly great, as Sandbox were able to isolate NIP on White Stairs inside a trophy and isolate a lot of 1v1s that they won. So NIP's slow play style not really being changed up on Dorms, and it really costing them.
Yeah, most definitely. And it just goes to show that Sandbox, at least, you know, palpable on Oregon. They can get things done, especially on this defensive end. And, you know, it definitely makes you feel pretty good when it comes to a pickup like this, because we were a little worried walking into this what the potentiality of this was going to be. And I was as well. I mean, the God's honest truth, I thought this was going to be a 7-0 or a 7-1. So, and it's much better than that. Shout out to Sandbox. Thank you so much for showing us what you are capable of, because we knew it all along. It's just, again, it's those shakes, man. Sometimes when you reach these critical moments, it's so hard to get over that mental obstacle. I mean, we've all dealt with situations like this before, so.
And this is better than the Crest game earlier as well.
Yeah.
That was a 7-4 loss, and this at least, even if they lose it, would be a better score.
When you have nothing to lose, Carter, that's when you play the best.
Indeed you do. Cons with the Zofia, you really can't play everything. I'm
telling you.
I might go back and count how many different operators he played in this series, but trying his best to burn the trophy shield currently. I don't know how successful it was. I know he got the Aruni gates, but there's still a lot of forward positioning from Sandbox, that shield being one thing. Good Boy also playing inside of the master bedroom closet, but lost a lot of his HP. He'll back off but not reinforce off the wall just yet. Sandbox have one in pocket to cut off that point of entry for NIP.
All right, Nip, let's see your due diligence. I like this angle here. You can see how many eyes it's drawing from Sandbox as well, as all these Selmas are starting to burst. Oh, Arakaze. There's absolutely no shot. I mean, great shot here from Mephi, but no way that should have been an oversight from Arakaze. He steps right into the angle, and Wizard is going to trade himself out for the top fragger right now from Sandbox.
Still, Sandbox lost a lot of HP. Pino also been so good with these vertical nades throughout the entire day so far. Does miss the one right there because it's a bit of delayed or late intel. Still has one to try and find over in the Dorm's position later on. NIP, by the way, not successful in getting that shield inside a trophy despite all of the Zofia dumping her utility in that position. So running very low on explosive utility, but thankfully the position's vacated by Sandbox. They've kept the wall open, though. So NIP's entry into bedroom is not free whatsoever. They have to be careful about these angles, and a team that is already very methodical, likes to take their time. This is going to cause them to be a little bit more anxious even.
I'm a little worried with that wall, too, because like there's no real good way for them to play it right now. They don't have a shotgun on any of these characters past Mephi, but I don't think they want him to step too far up. So, I mean, this could be a very simple waltz for Ninjas in Pajamas, but as soon as I say that, Mephi's going to get his double kill. They're trying to find him. He'll hit the deck and be able to stay alive. This is going to be a moment for Sandbox here. This is where things matter most. Can they force this overtime? And my God, there is no way in hell that this is what's going to happen. We've gotten down the road. Sandbox, they've found the gold in the bottom of this pit. And it seems as though they'll have a chance to get us to a map 3.
And I mean, Sandbox might all be generally on low HP aside from Demic, but they know Pino's probably outside the big window. They're all just holding crossfires, holding this position. Case is all the way in trophy as well. There's nothing more they need to do. And now with the Aruna Gate reactivated, that's the door shut on Pino's even remote chance of success in this round, and we will have overtime on the board. NIP's second overtime game of the major and of today as well.
I mean, Sandbox, a completely different team on Oregon defense. Seriously, like you look at Chalet, you look at their defenses on Chalet, and then you look at the defenses over here. It looks like two completely different teams. If you remove the names from these players, you would have no idea what was going on, relatively speaking, between these two different sets of defenses here. So Ninjas in Pajamas are going to call their tactical timeout. To be expected, we just got to OT, and hopefully cooler heads prevail, because as of right now, I mean, it is a hot mess on this offense.
Very, very, very struggling to find these rounds for NIP. When they do, you can always rely on players like Khans and players like Muzi to get those kills, right? But it always seems that it's coming down to gunfights achieved in the moment, not necessarily the overall arc of the strategy culminating in a victory. So I think this is a good time to take the tactical timeout because they are starting on that attacking side. It ends up being that Sandbox's gamble, giving NIP the defensive side to start, it ends up paying off at a moment like this where you're forcing NIP to make the adjustments. They're the ones on the uncomfortable side to start, whereas you might have a good opportunity to get match point. Yeah,
most definitely. And it's just still boggling my mind that we're in the situation like this, right? But, I mean, with all due respect to both of these teams, this is most definitely what can happen on a map like Oregon, right? There's a lot of things that you can get done, especially on this defensive side. And, you know, although there was some awkward moments, Sandbox did a very bang-up job of staying true to what this map is about and exploiting it to its fullest advantage.
And I think that ends up being shown by their map pick is that even though they lost it earlier against Crest, and even though their attacks might not be anything special, they know how the defenses are played. It might seem simple, but even just knowing the basics, even knowing how to work your lineups, how to play those Oregon defenses, it can still get you a lot of rounds against teams like NIP, and Sandbox clearly know it. They're making it work, and now getting to start on basement as well. Sure, NIP ended up winning it, but both times NIP attacked the basement bomb site. They tried to go for an E-box drop. That had very, very random success, it felt, at times. Either they get all the picks or they get none of the picks. And so with that strategy, you're going to try something different. Are you going to go maybe freezer side instead? Are you going to go for that same drop? How are you going to adjust around the clash? So many questions.
Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff that they can do. Even with that offense that they had there, I think one of the key things that they didn't have going for themselves is there wasn't really any construction pressure. It really allowed that elbow player to kind of move around and do whatever the heck they wanted to do in a couple of those different circumstances. So maybe Nip tries to layer things a little bit more on that side, because we haven't seen them try and deal with a little bit of freezer pressure, maybe a bit of laundry pressure too, whilst also adding that attack in from pillar. So maybe it becomes more of just one portion of the map getting worked from multiple angles.
Yeah, because Pino always plays passively over there outside the doorway, so adding somebody to push the bunker.
diffuser has been dropped.
Mephi, the best part about that moment right there was the body language, Carter. Mephi steps up, and then he's like, wait, do I do this? Ah, screw it. Bink! Slices the head off of Pino.
And now we got a 4v5 as we move into the late round of the first
Where
round
was the
of
Sandbox
overtime.
for the rest of the day? It's insane how good people will play when their back is up against the wall. I'm telling you.
And you got to give them for at least staying composed under pressure on their map pick, because now what you have, I mean, down, NIP maybe are working on an okay timetable, opening up these hatches with still about half the round to go, but it's at a 4v5. And these executes have already been dicey when they were 5v5s. When NIP had maybe positional advantages, even if not necessarily man advantages. And now Sandbox can just do what they've been doing on a lot of these defenses, playing passively, holding crossfires, letting the clash, find a lot of intel, beam it to your defense. This is just the same game plan for Sandbox, but in better positions than before.
Less overthinky, more flowy. Yes. And that's exactly what you need, man. Rainbow Six Siege is truly about that. When you start overthinking things, that's when the play really starts to fall apart, things devolve, the defense is able to exploit things or what have you in the situation that's being presented. But as of now, it's looking like Sandbox is really giving Ninjas in Pajamas a hard time. Mephi's going to get locked up here at the back of Pillar, but it's beautiful here for Nova. Mephi's going to be able to take down one, and this is looking like Ninjas in Pajamas is more than likely going to drop this round. Yes, indeed, that's going to be the case down with that smoke. It's going to be up to Muzi with very minimal time remaining, and the hardest part is he has to deal with Nova on that clash, who's going to be able to lock him up for the majority of this round. As soon as he drops in, all that damage coming on to him, they know that he's got to try and swing through, and there's the shot as he just ticks down below half HP. That M590 will practically be the sword that he'll lay on as Sandbox takes the lead here for what I do believe is the very first time in this series.
And win or lose at this point, I mean, I got to say it. I was down the Oregon pick.
We were wrong.
I was really down it. We were wrong.
It happens.
It was the right move for Sandbox. It might be a close game, but able to get those 2 attacks and then fall back on defenses that NIP end up not having answers for. Sandbox that played very well depending on the round. They made it work. They've made it work so far, and again, even if they end up losing 8-7, that's the difference of 1 round. Overall, this was the pick for Sandbox, the comfort pick to rely on, even if you might have lost it earlier. Have not faith in your previous results. Have faith in who you are right now. And at this point, it is the team that has NIP at least backs against the wall as they need to win 2 rounds in a row, 1 on attack, 1 on defense. In reverse order, of course, to try and win this series 2-0 and stay alive. In Atlanta, at the Major.
In the ATL. Unlike the Falcons, because Bijan Robinson has a headache and doesn't want to play right now for some reason.
Update, by the way.
What's up?
Fury currently up 6-5 against Knights on border.
Dude. The Knights fans are not going to be happy about this.
I mean, it's 6-5. This was 6-5.
I mean, it was, who won the first map? Do you know?
I don't know that.
Production.
Oh, it's map 1.
Oh, it's map 1. Yeah. All right.
So nobody won the previous map because there wasn't one.
Fair enough. You got me there.
And hey, like I said, this game was 6-5, and now look who's leading.
It's very true. A lot of things can happen, man. That's the beauty of Siege, right? Always an opportunity to be had. Effie. Dude, just look at the cadence difference.
The confidence feels a lot better.
It always blows, and again, like I hate referencing things over and over again, but it just goes to show you what the difference of putting a little bit too much brain power into something does to you. You know what I mean? Now they're flowing a lot more. It's just what they're used to doing and their play style really coming to bear. And it's fantastic, dude. This is the Sandbox, Carter, that I've wanted to see for years.
This is the team that is at least, if they can just win one more round on either side.
No. I cursed him. That's
don't
on
do
me.
it. Please don't do it. Please, for the love of God, don't do it.
If that is what makes the wheels fall off the wagon,
I
sincerely apologize to the Academy.
They have a 1-round buffer, but team killing your Montaigne, which every time you bring him, the Montaigne is never a bonus. The Montaigne is never an extraneous feature. If you're bringing the Monty, that's the tip of the spear. That's the guy you're basing at least part of the round on. Even if it's not the execute, either your early round or your late round is built around that Monty. Him being team killed is not particularly great and not a good omen at all for Sandbox to start.
And you can see it's completely discombobulated their strategy. They're shifting gears. They're trying to throw things over to construction. Now, I will say this. They're doing it in a much better time than what we saw Nip do on their offenses. And actually, same as Sandbox, too, on some of those earlier ones where we had some awkward moments attacking this exact bomb site, I do believe. But I have to see if it will work out for them as they try and adjust across here. Obviously, that lack of the Monty is going to be a pretty big hamper. So, Nova going to be moving in on this side. Does have the EE1D, but he's got to work on that Goyo canister, waiting for that to burn out. Moosey's going to be able to get another one. And, man, Oregon defenses so dastardly.
Especially when you have the attack shooting teammates in the back of the head. Unfortunately, 5v2 now. Moosey able to pick up Nova and Demic. 3K for Moosey in that round. And, I mean, we're left wondering, what was the potential with that Monty on the board? I mean, look at the time they had. Minute 15 seconds when they started hitting the execute button. Imagine they have the Monty alive for that. That could be a completely different round. They were making such good time. The pace Sandbox had in that round was really quite excellent. But without that Monty, the execute just didn't seem like anything.
No, very, just... What do you even say? Like, they essentially just lost the entire plot past that point.
They lost the heart of the push.
Yeah.
They lost the beating heart of the execute they were going for, and that very well could be the round that got away.
Yeah.
Because now, round 15, you don't have a buffer anymore. These next 3 minutes, you need to be perfect. If you drop this, you are out of Atlanta. Sure, you might still qualify for SI, but you'll still be grouped both majors this year. That's not a great precedent to set going into the World Championship, and you'd be the second team from Korea out of 2 teams eliminated so far to be eliminated from the Atlanta Major. You need to be closing out moments like that, and they could still win this round. Overall, the trend of this, especially on Sandbox's defenses, has been very positive.
Oh my God. Hey, what do you know? It's the very last round of the game, Carter. What do they do? What do they do? They bring the one thing.
We are so back.
That I've been talking about the entire damn time with this team.
Dude,
if you want to clear, just bring freaking Dokkaebi.
They don't like her. It's so weird. She's like the most banned in North America, at least in North America.
Probably in the world,
and they
honestly.
just probably in the world. And they just don't like Dokkaebi. It's very weird. But round 15, the literal last round on this map, they're like,
break the glass.
break glass in case of Dokkaebi.
And here we are. And I mean, the reason being, folks, it's going to be the phone calls here. I mean, with the way that Nip plays the game of Siege, it just makes sense. It makes far too much sense, in fact, that this operator would be one of their mainstay ops. But like you said, they don't care about her, really. They used her a little bit on Bank every once in a while, but then they switched over to Jackal, and then they completely circumnavigated all of their info ops. And were like, oh, we'll just bring more guns.
And for the roam clear here, there are 2 different defenders from Sandbox playing downstairs on that middle floor. So a minute into the round, as NIP are moving into small tower, they very well could collide into Demic and Goodboy playing in these positions. And I think NIP trying to get at least a 5v4 or a 5v3 by finding both of these roamers in these positions would be lovely to start out, especially with how lethal Pino's been on these nades from below. Moosey to a lesser extent, but just because we've seen Pino use them a lot more. Underneath dormers, if they can get this control, there are a lot of ways for NIP to get an early pick.
Speaking of which, right? My God. I don't think Psycho was ready for him to just be there with open arms, but Ninjas in Pajamas are going to take their time on this, folks. There's a lot to be had with this setup, especially with what Sandbox has going downstairs around the kitchen hallway and stuff. And Ninjas in Pajamas cannot have an oversight right now. Every single moment, every second that ticks off that clock could be the deciding factor. And Khans is going to get a huge kill. All of his air jabs are out. He's got to reload that ARX, though. Wizard and the rest of the gang starting to wrap around this site, starting to coil. Like we talk about with Ninjas in Pajamas. Nobody's home inside of the site. Somebody has to get Khans into the 4 versus 3 we go. Khans looking for somebody, looking for a home. It's going to come down to the 2 versus 3. Good boy endemic. Can you get it done? Can you keep Sandbox alive? Good boy. He'll wrap around the outside. Moosey's gotten one. Demic gets the other. Pino on the hold. The plant is going down in the hands of Khans. He'll be off, and so will Sandbox on an airplane home, that is, as the full series will be closed out in overtime by Ninjas in Pajamas.
A heartbreaking loss for Sandbox on map 2, as we counted them out far earlier on than we ended up having the right to, as those defenses were solid and the attacks from NIP were not up to snuff. but it ends up being just a 1-round differential, an 8-7 loss on map 2 that ends Sandbox's journey at the Atlanta Major very early on. Heartbreaking, and of course, condolences to the losers. Congrats to NIP for moving fourth, but even then, I hate to bring it up. That TK on the Monty, maybe we've got something different if that coordination is a little better.
Yeah, most definitely. And as we're sharing highlights around and stuff like that, we have to sing the praises of Cons on this.
Of course.
What a game out of him on multiple fronts. He was doing everything in his power to make sure that this series went the way it was supposed to. And thank God he did, because Wizard was not having a good day.
No, he wasn't. And also a very quiet matching scoreline from Muzi on map 2 as well. Going in around 15, both having 14 kills going into the final round of the series, what ended up being. So those two players specifically on NIP really showing up. The rest, of course, putting up fine numbers, but it was those two specifically on map 2 who got that team over the line at the end. And again, to bring it back to Cons, able to weave his way through the big window, not going for the plant, taking control of dorms, checking those angles. Definitely the MVP of round 15, and likely overall the MVP for both of us in today's games.
Yeah, genuinely speaking, I mean, fantastic stuff out of him on multiple fronts. I can't sing his praises high enough. Here's the round count for y'all, if you guys didn't know exactly what happened in those earlier rounds. And you can see it was a pretty interesting affair between these two. Look at that first half especially. Sandbox with their back against the wall made it matter most. I mean, I really, really hope that they find a way to get to the 6th Invitational, because it really feels as though if they're able to get past that initial obstacle in their mental, they have something, man.
I mean, literally, even with a loss, by the way, they've got like a 91% chance of qualifying for the 6th Invitational, so we probably will see them in Brazil, no matter what happens, even if they are gone from the Atlanta Major. But it does still mean there's technically a 9% chance they might not make it, but I do hope that we do see them retool, figure things out, as even though, Sandbox are kind of a staple name on lands, right? We always see them at majors. Envy Taylor being gone from this roster, even if it maybe doesn't officially signal a new era, he's such a legendary name on that roster. This feels like this is the time for Sandbox to really fall back on that fresh blood, really fall back on a new playstyle, figure things out, and if they do end up qualifying for SI, the 3-4 month off season we have between that event, that is the time to really try to figure things out and freshen up the roster.
Yeah, most definitely. They have a lot of options, and I think the beautiful thing about this roster right now is that they have building blocks. And you can't say that for every roster, right? Sometimes you look at a team and you're like,
you just gotta
deconstruct this, right? So, I mean, that is one saving grace for them that I think was really, really highlighted in this series.
Definitely, and of course, here are the groups, or at least the state of the groups, going into tomorrow, as we have BO1s and BO3s tomorrow. For Group A, Geekay versus Crest will be our winner's game of tomorrow. Literally the opposite of what I think a lot of us expected, that winner's match to be going into this. But either Geekay or Crest, just with one map between them, will make it to the group, and of course, NIP in the BO3 tomorrow.
Holy crap, Cons. 16-9, Muzi 15-10 throughout this series. Pino as well, looking very solid.
That is an absurd entry differential between Muzi and Wizard.
Yeah, it's so wild. And I think the craziest thing was... Yeah. Yep.
How did I miss that?
And also the craziest thing about that with Wizard as well is that he was playing characters that you really don't want to do that on.
No, literally.
For the most part.
Well, to be fair, I mean, NIP are so slow. It's one of those teams where it's like they get the first pick, but it might be like 45 seconds, 30 seconds left. It's like, that doesn't count as an entry pick.
That's fair.
It's just you're going into a 5v5x, you get the kill. But still, good from Wizard to get that 4-0. But overall, good from NIP, as even though it did take a lot of time to work on Oregon, you still had that 7-1 on Chalet, right? That ridiculous performance that I have to imagine in future games against NIP. Chalet will not be a map any team wants to play them on.
Yeah, they looked really comfortable there. And I think that that's a thing that stands out, right? Is that you don't want to really allow Ninjas in Pajamas to get comfortable, because things can turn pretty sour pretty quick.
Yeah, and of course, we are not done with the game. We have the last game going on in the A stream right now, Fury versus Knights. But next up, we have Bliss versus Alpha. Oh, wait. It's not Bliss, as they upset Wolves earlier, 8-6. It's Wolves Alpha Atheris. If I made that slip of the mind, what can I say? It's my bad. But a position I don't think any of us expected Wolves to be in this early on, and have to go against Alpha Atheris, which, as you and I know, that's a chaotic team to try and corner.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about this is it really is utter chaos up against, like, true neutral. Wolves are a very methodical team, kind of like Ninjas in Pajamas, but in their own way, right? So I think that it's going to be a really cool matchup in between these two, just to see how the playstyles clash.
Yeah, really good team play versus a bit more chaos, a bit more of an unknown factor. I guess you guys will just have to tune in for the final BO3. Meanwhile, of course, we have Fury Nights going on in the mainstream. So while we're waiting to get back, why don't you hop over to the mainstream, listen to Tim and Des talk about it.
Hello, I'm Dominic Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then. Hey, I'm Dominic Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Basically cut off half of the map. The defenders can hold on and they know whether the attackers are pushing on the top floor from that side just by putting those gadgets on those two doors. So they can be extremely valuable in those sorts of areas. I'm not sure if that's where Tuka has played them or not, but there's a number of other places that you can do that with on Skyscraper as well. So it just gives you this really good early warning system as to where the push is coming from.
Listen, Tom, I told you the man wants to be a little rat, but it feels like Fury are starting to catch on to a few rat traps being laid out and snapped shut onto Tom as he tries to make something magical happen. Still good opening kill to come through. Lycolis now looking for one at long range, but gets found out by Garadeus. Off towards the long side on that as Army will find one back, 4 and 4.
Yeah, I think Lycolis just getting a little bit overexcited there, looking for one of those, you know, pixel-perfect headshots from across the map. Doesn't find it. It's 4-4. Not the end of the world. You've taken out the Solus. That's always going to be a big loss for the defenders. I9 manages to get in and find a nice nade onto Tuka as well. That's going to be the Fenrir down, so they're stuck with any dread mines activated as they are. There's going to be no change in those things over. Crit Jam nearly has an opportunity into Drum as well. Atlas. No, he's going to get himself a freebie, but they know where he is now.
I mean, he got caught under the KB and he was already sat there like, someone's going to push me. Someone has to push me. Then he goes charging as a 1-speed and he's got away with not quite 2 kills. Juice back up, Dark is back on side here, but a lot of damage being done, and that would have been potentially one of those big misslips. The kind of thing that was costing Fury against G2 earlier, just not being thorough enough in their drone game. I know it's hard against the Solus, but That almost caught them off guard.
I actually love that from Atlas. I kind of feel bad for him that didn't work out. I love it when players react to something like a flashbang coming in. He's got the shotgun, so I'm just going to step out and I'm going to take this engagement here. BLK's done a great job from inside of sight, leaving it effectively 1 versus 2 now. Doc's only got 20 health as well. Ooh, the challenge comes in. It's BLK with a triple to close out the round, and in honesty, Knights had little right winning that round. Fury were on top for most of it, but they've just given away a little bit of ground there. I think Atlas down in Dark on that attack was just that turning point. Yes, and I managed to get the kill onto him and managed to get Dark back on his feet, but it just sort of left them shook a little bit, and BLK picks up a couple of long-range efforts that really turn things on its head. But yeah, for me, Atlas, that flash comes in. He's got 2 choices. You get full white flashed and you stand there and wait to be killed, or you come out swinging. You've got your back to the wall. That's exactly what he does. Pumps that shotgun. He knows he's got the advantage at such a short range, you know, encounter like that. Absolutely brilliant from him, really. And he was just unfortunate that R9 was in the position there to pick up the kill before he could finish Dark off.
So much of it's on BLK. I mean, 4 of the kills in that that round came at range. That's what I was trying to say. You had the Azami early on, then 3 kills coming out from BLK. You know, both just doing absolute work onto normally the attackers are the ones who are rolling around with the bigger scopes, but they've really kind of put that one to rest and showed that they can still tango with the very best, even at long range. Atlas really just being the cherry on top of what was a very convincing round from the side of Knights. Now, Fury going into round 2. I've got to attack in towards Karaoke and T. Lovely T-Tours moment here, flying off and around Skyscraper. It's a beautiful map, Tim. I do love it.
I like, yeah, I do. I like Skyscraper. I like the theming. I like the decoration.
I hate to think how much it costs to build something like that on top of a skyscraper, though.
It's not going to be cheap, is it?
No. Jesus.
Imagine getting the contractors in
this
that.
economy as well.
Oof. I wouldn't like to clear the build myself. We're going to have the mute there just taking a pot shot out of that window. Can often get a little bit of joy there. DG Man just signalling that they need to clear a mute jammer from underneath. And they're going to have nades in hand, so Dark will be able to do that from below.
Call me cynic.
I know.
Someone's got to get below either way and try and deal with it. But again, just call me... Honestly, this is so predictable. Like, call me a cynic, but we were seeing this happening, and I'm not trying to say we're perfect. Other regions do it as well. But I think about some of the games that I've seen happening in the Europe League, for example. You always have someone spawn on that side of the map with the thermite and just get ready below. Whether it's a Zofia or an Iana with nades, you can get into a good angle from downstairs, like where Dark is now, to remove it. As I believe he has... I want to say, please tell me he's got away with that. Okay, he has. Thank God for that. That sound stopped and I was scared for a second. But that sort of thing is so easy to do, but instead they've wasted an extra 30 seconds trying to rotate the Iana over. She's then died on the rappel trying to get down to go and help out. Knights just read it like an absolute book, and really, it all comes at the back of Fury's mispreparation and, being frank, an incorrect approach at the start of a round on Skyscraper.
Yeah, and it's just like you say, it's just such a standard task. Like you know, you always have to clear things off there from that window. Like you should be able to do it with your eyes closed, pretty much. So yeah, definitely a big loss for them. They do get the job done eventually, but they've wasted a lot of time and manpower in doing so. So 1 minute 15 left on the clock. We're going to have a kill picked up onto BG Man as well. Dark trying to challenge. Knows that the Solis is there. Still Tuku's fighting. Still hasn't been taken down. Atlas finds R9. This is all going in the direction of Knights. It could well end up being a flawless round as Lycolis moves up those black stairs, and flawless it will be as Atlas finds that final kill. Shuttle puts him down, and that's going to be Knights 2-0.
Not really looking too rattled so far, are they? I mean, on the other side, Fury have really got to find a way into this game, but for Knights, a wonderful start, full of confidence, taking these long-range gunfights, being willing to get aggressive when the time calls it. And we saw Tom at the very start of that previous round with the jump out, for example, still playing with the same sort of attack that we saw on Border, but on the other side of things, just not seeing the same put-together attacks that maybe we were used to. And what it makes me nervous about is when it's your map pick, really, you should come in and be like the experts of attacking that map. You've made that map pick. You've got something in the tank, some ideas ready, some strats, some approaches. But it does feel a little bit put together at the minute by Fury. I need to see a little bit more conviction, a bit more planning going into these rounds.
I was just going to basically say the same thing. Has anybody told Knights that this isn't their map pick? Because right now they're coming in and looking like completely in charge here. They've got all the answers. They are on defense. We would expect the defenders, you know, to do pretty well on Skyscraper. It's not a horrible map for the defenders. So we're going to see them go to their third choice site. It's going to be down in Kitchen and Barbecue. So it's going to be very much the same as the last round, really, with that extra step for the attackers. Given that Fury didn't even manage to get themselves onto site last time, you got to say, if they've got extra work to do, it's not going to be any easier for them.
That castle on side, I always talk about it. Tim always loves seeing a castle, always makes things exciting, always opens up different avenues for defenders to rotate through and different angles for attackers to need to try and clear away. So I'll keep an eye on that throughout the round and see exactly what it is that Atlas and the boys have been going for with the pick of that castle. Same spot being contested, though. They did have a push coming in from this shrine balcony last time round. Here, though, they've doubled down with a shield to really help lock it down and reinforce it. It's BG Man and Dart trying to work their way through. It doesn't matter what you bring unless there are frag grenades on side. You ain't removing that shield, and guess what, Tim? There are no frag grenades in back pocket for anyone. Tell you what, Tuku almost losing his life.
Yeah, BG Man just spotting a couple of yellow pixels through the wall, I think, and taking a few pot shots, but Tuku just managing to escape, gets himself behind the safety of that shield. A lot of utility raining in to try and deal with Black Stairs at the minute, but Tuku still hasn't really been cleared out here, playing in behind the smokes again. BG Man sees him, they know he's there, but he's just going to keep holding himself inside of Karaoke for the time being. He's going to take another peek if given the opportunity.
If he can get across quickly enough, he can get into a really good spot to do some work. And look, he's all by himself up here as well. And then half the round is gone. And elsewhere, Knights are just picking up kills and disrupting things all over the shop, it feels like, as well. They're still being pushed outside here, this top side of Shrine Balcony. They get rid of Tuku, but they're still being held back, Tim.
This is the thing, like, it just seems Fury are throwing Selma charges onto meeting wall. They know that Tuku's in there. They've been battling with him for a minute. Obviously, he's going to shoot him off the wall. So you've just got to ask those questions, really. Crit J doing a little bit of damage to the leg of one there, but a couple of kills raining. It's still going to be Knights with the advantage. 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. As Tom manages to find himself a double, it's all up to Crit J. He's on the line. He's moving across that top floor, still shut down by Tom, who manages to find himself a triple. And that's going to be another round for Knights.
Making it look easy, aren't they? I mean, look, now Tuku eventually got finished off, but he wasted so much time and resource. 2 smokes came out with the 3 flashes coming in before that. You had the A cells coming out from the window, and they just could not seem to make him move. And it was only once we had 1:20 left on the clock, bearing in mind that the top floor wasn't the site, that things actually started to change. And I said this coming into the series, it's been my criticism of Fury. I'd say the same about Talon earlier on today too. The pace of the attacks, the amount of time figuring out exactly what to do, it's like the players know, oh, I start the round on Shrine Balcony. From there, they're not really sure what to do when they come against an obstacle they're not 100% sure of how to deal with, though. And Siege isn't like, you know, chess. There aren't predefined square blocks that you have to move pieces into, and they can only move a certain way. Teams will always bring new things each round, and it just feels that the adaptability maybe isn't quite there to deal with some of these more intricate setups and strategies that we see coming out of the defensive side.
Yeah, you really would have expected Fury to have, you know, more game plans essentially on a map that they have chosen to come to, but certainly not working out for them so far. We may see in the second half that big switch of sides, but at the minute, Knights are getting themselves such an advantage that Fury are going to find themselves in a position where they're basically fighting to get themselves to overtime.
And these are really small things as well, but like Cole's just losing his drone there for free. You know there is a Solus on this team, 100%. It's why so many other teams leave all their drones outside the building and say, look, we aren't getting any information, just forget about it. And it just feels like small things like that. It doesn't feel like a big deal losing a single drone, but careless things like that do rack up across a round or even across a whole game.
Tuku desperately wanting to get out of that door. I think he's just waiting for his opportunity.
This
time bringing along the Thatcher, so they don't have to mess about playing into those windows, exposing themselves to those peaks potentially, and it does get the job done for them. They're going to get that wall open. Tuku maybe has just lost his moment there. He's been waiting to get out of that door potentially, waiting for a bit of information, but the opportunity's not really going to present itself now.
He can still do some work if he wants to push his way back up the house stairs, for example, onto those players that are rotating around, maybe to push in through terrace. So don't think that's the end of Tom. You'll see him working some more magic throughout this round. You've also got BLK here sat around Shrine with on the Azami, just Q-barrying the hell out of everything in a good spot to be able to keep the attackers away from getting onto that side of the map. But you can see really the spread from Fury is to try and get control of this Karaoke T side first. Both walls opened up. It's taken them 75 seconds, but they have done what they needed to. VIP wall is open, and now they're inside a Geisha as well.
Yeah, you feel like it's a little bit better from Fury. They've started to get themselves established towards inside the map. They're not quite there just yet, but they can start working on getting some map control. They haven't lost anybody yet, which has been something that's plagued them for the first couple of rounds, but they now have an opportunity to start trying to put these defenders in some difficult positions. They still have to play past this Azami into Dragon, though, just keeping hold of the top of Shrine at the minute. Tom holding a real long angle on the Kaid there, just waiting for that opportunity. Here it comes, almost picks up his man.
I think a nade maybe going to come flying through as well. For a second, I thought Crit J might try and cook one, but nope. Keeping himself safe, and now you've got BLK up nice and close.
I don't think they know about him.
Just this layered defense constantly coming on and on is just causing such a headache for the attacking side, who again don't feel 100% confident with dealing with what's been thrown at them. They're pushing aggressively. They find one. It's a second. I9 taking charge of the round on the march on forward, but here comes Tuku with Tom below with a C4. They're back on site, but Tim, they've got some tools to work with here. 2 C4s and a couple of impacts.
Yeah, they're just going to work to play for that denial underneath. That's not going to make life any easier for them, though. That is sight given over now. There's an opportunity for Fury to get that plant down, but they're just going to try and play off this information. The Solus is going to feed it into the Cade. He can use the Nitro. They've got the impact nades as well, but they need to find where that diffuser goes down when it does. The Nitro has been pulled early. They're just going to have to wait. They don't get the kill that they would have been looking for. They're just concerned about this Solus. They don't want to put the diffuser down with them underneath.
Got to get themselves into a high spot, and they're not doing that at all. They're forces the bait out, and they chase him down as well. Tuku's gone. Tom's all alone. Can he get anything? Goes for the man, but I9's there. A massive 3K in the round for him. Secures Fury that round, and my God, did they sorely need it, Tim.
Yeah, it was desperate from them, really. 4-0 down would have been an absolute nightmare start. They've just shown us something a little bit different there. I think one of the key things was not losing players in the first half of the round. They were able then to get in and really fight on level terms with Knights in towards the site. I like how they gained the control. They still had those moments. They didn't have any idea that BLK was playing in Dragon, I don't think. They were so fixated on Tom. He was able to just move around. You actually see the trade coming in there. It was I9 who played decisively. So it was good adaptation. It was good reaction to BLK getting the opener, but they still let him have that first kill because they were so fixated on Tom playing at the long range on the Kaid. But they got the job done. Fury get themselves around. Honestly, I feel like they need another 2 on the attack here.
I commented on I9 missing some really critical shots back on the first map as well there, but really I think I don't want to say single-handedly because it's not fair to his team, but at the end of that round, he was the one in the prime position to guarantee that his team didn't lose that round. If he loses that firefight or is looking the wrong way or misses a shot, there is a very fair chance that Tom just gets to spray through onto the man who's planting inside of Office, and that is it, round done and dusted, 4-0 Knights. It's a big round from him, also taking charge around Shrine, getting 2 easy kills, made it a 3K for himself in the round. So pat yourself on the back, my son. You've given your team a round that is very sorely needed, as said. Round 5 we go, 2 left on the attacking half for the side of Fury.
20 seconds in then, just getting themselves up to the line of the building. Again, Fury taking care there, not wanting to lose anybody. They know that Knights have been aggressive so far with peaks and jump outs, managing to get Geisha wall open nice and quickly. So that's going to potentially impact on anybody looking to play inside of there. It's also then going to potentially apply a little bit of pressure to Drum. I don't know if that wall is open or not, but of course it opens up that long angle all the way through. So again, something that they need to be cautious of.
Oh, well, I thought we opened.
It's already been Kiba barricade.
I thought we opened this. It's like, well, now it's closed again. Quite literally like Azami cinematic, in fact. Wall gets blown open, she closed it back up. Easy as pie. Now, otherwise, Knights so far looking rather undisturbed. Still looking like they can move around quite freely as Fury try and get themselves set up into key positions to make that march on forwards. A lot of drone work still coming on in, and really they've done well, I think, to keep 9 drones alive in this round. You've seen there the difference of no Solus and what it's doing for the team's information game.
Gonna have Dark going in there now, looking to move up Black Stairs. Surely they know that he's coming. Not a clue. Like always manages to get one. Dark finds Tom looking for a second. Tuku shuts down like always in a late trade. And we're in a 3 versus 3 somehow. An absolute bloodbath in the middle of the round there. And it's all just the dust settling now as Knights, they've locked themselves into their angles. They're not wanting to overextend or take on any of the peaks here. They know that they don't want to lose any more manpower. And it's up to Fury to step back, foot off the gas, and just try and send the drones in, the Iana clones, and just try and get what information they can. Shots will land onto the smoke of Atlas, but the Toxic Babe is successfully deployed.
A number of tracks around, man. I mean, Dart was a real Hail Mary player there. They know that he's sat inside a goal, but they need the wrong spot. They go too shallow, and they aren't going to find their man. This is a golden opportunity now for Knights to take this one away. There's no more frags on side. There's only 2 left for the attackers, and they are hidden well behind those hard walls. No ability to spray through. Crit J's got to work some magic here coming up main stairs.
I feel like that missed nade onto gold bars isn't really forgivable. You should know exactly where that spot is. Crit J is just going to be working from drum stairs, trying to find anybody he can. He knows there's one inside of there. He has to try and push forward. Potentially gets one close. Can he find a second? 2 versus 2. 20 seconds.
Just the one more to go in from Drum as well. That's really the real challenge. They don't know where the Warden is. They find him out as the one left standing as well. They know that he was on Drum and they're holding the angle. Yes, they are. Almost finds his shot, but the rounding comes out. I9 again with the closing kill to give Fury their second round of Skyscraper. Things have transformed since the end of round 3, Tim, and it's I9.
Fury don't like to do things easily, do they? I thought they'd lost that round, but they were able to get it done in the final 20 seconds. For me, that missed nade on gold bars, I was like, surely that's the moment that you've just kissed goodbye to that one. Like I say, maybe they didn't think he was in that spot. Maybe they thought that he got aggressive and moved out. They were playing off a ping. I want to be fair to them. I think there was a ping for that Warden's position. And sometimes if you're pinging at distance from the drones, it can be a little bit difficult just to get that depth quite precise. But if the information was he's in gold bars, then you should really know where that spot is from underneath, because it's just such a common spot. But either way, they get the job done. As you say, I9 really stepping up. You can see the passion, the hype, the energy is there for him, and he's going to be a difficult one to shut down. If Fury can get another round here and 3-3 at the half, it's an absolute steal for them, Des, and they might just be back on for winning this 2-0.
So like I've said a couple of times, I9's been the player for me these last couple of rounds that has got Fury on the board, and he'll be sleeping easy tonight if he gets his team through to tomorrow. Otherwise, quite miserably, that they'll have been knocked out and be going home. Because that's that reminder once again, whoever loses this series is done. Their major is over in just 1 day. Free drone, thank you very much. How kind of you. But yes, lose this game, you're out, you're done. The other team goes through to tomorrow to play against the loser of G2 versus DZ, which will be, I want to say it's the 3rd game of the day, maybe the 2nd, something like that.
I'm not sure.
Second, I think our order is for that.
I'm not sure if Fresh has got every site to be played on his bingo card again. I know that he had it last time. I'm sure he's going to be very happy if he does, because Master.
Should I do a quick check actually?
Have a little quick check, because I remember last time Master on Skyscraper was.
Do some basic maths, are we, medics? What's going on there?
Master on Skyscraper was the site last time. I'm pretty sure that was the difficult one to get. It was the one that we were all waiting for, and we're actually seeing it here and now. So nice and early, 3 versus 3, as we've got a couple of kills coming in to kick things off. A little bit of vertical play coming in from Tommy. Sees the man below but can't find it. BG Man does manage to find Tuku. Advantage Fury. They could well come away with an even half. They've got diffuser in hand, but how about that? Beautiful headshot as they try to push themselves a little bit deeper into sight, but Jerry's going to have it all to do. He's 1 versus 2 as BG Man takes down Tom. Is there an opportunity for R9 to get this diffuser down?
He doesn't have every site applied, by the way. But I9's in and making an impression once again. Last time around it was killing, this time around it's planting. Garadaeus with it all to do, and he's staring at a blitz. Not going to be a nice spot to be in. BG Man is getting himself upstairs as well, which makes this even worse. With the spray from the SMG coming on through, they know exactly what's going on, and I9 is the one tucked in behind the bomb chassis as Garadaeus goes down the long route. Almost manages to find one for himself, I think, there for a second. In fact, no, it was BG Man going down, at least a tickle. They've got that vertical control. He knows this one looks pretty done and dusted, Tim.
Yeah, I think so. He's just ranging around now, trying to see what he can find. He's had a good couple of spray downs here.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 6th Major in Atlanta. And guess what? It's the final BO3 of the day, Mandy. Yep, that's right. It's about time we eliminate another team from the Major. It's a sad thing, but we must do it. A lot of teams, 4 teams, only get to play a single day here at the event.
It's a cruel world here in Atlanta. The format is not forgiving whatsoever. Yes, you can fly across the world to have to fly back in the next following day. So unfortunately for one of these teams, that is going to be the case.
But we have been treated, while a lot of the teams have had a struggle, we really have been treated to some phenomenal matches. Lots of upsets today, as you can see on your screens. Geekay taking a huge win over NIP, who have since stayed alive by taking down Sandbox. 2 Korean teams have already exited the Major, only 1 remains, and they will be in Phase 2. But of course, here in Group D, it says Group A. I'm pretty sure this one's Group D. Wolves and Bliss went head-to-head. An insane banging game where Bliss managed to steal away a reverse sweep 5 rounds in a row. They go on to the upper bracket final to play against Space Station, who took down fairly convincingly Alpha Atheris. So of course we've got the 2 losers now in this upcoming game.
Yeah, all I'm saying is the B stream bussin', all right?
The
We've had
bussin'
the bussin' stream. We've had all the upsets on this stream. It's been real good. But the game that we're turning our attention to in Group D is Alpha Atheris taking on Wolves.
Yes.
Big matchup.
It is a very big matchup because nobody expected Wolves to be fighting for their lives on the very first day of the major. This is the team that was, what, 3rd place in Europe League? Yeah. Insane from a team that also was top 6 at the 6 Invitational at the start of this year. Yeah, they had a roster change. It's been 7 months since these guys picked up Deadshot. On the contrast, Alpha Atheris actually have the most roster changes of any team at this major. They've only had 3 weeks with Kamikaze, and it's been a struggle, right? We saw it in their game against Space Station. These guys have a long way to go and a grueling BO3 ahead.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? When you only have days to prepare for the major, your team dynamic completely changes, especially bringing in someone with the experience of Kamikaze, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you inject a player like that into a roster that are still developing and are still learning? I mean, there are some old-timers on the roster, like Toski has been around in the LATAM region for such a long time through the years, playing in those like Tier 2 or even Tier 1 Tier 1 tournaments that don't get broadcasted. But like, there are so many players here that have been in the region for such a long time, but just haven't made their name in this Tier 1 scene. And bringing in Kamikaze can be quite a challenging team dynamic to work around.
So let's have a look at this map video. We are playing a BO3, our first BO3 of the tournament thus far, because this is for elimination. So overall, just kind of blitzing through it a little bit, Wolves are going to pick Bank. Oregon picked by Alpha Atheris, Nighthaven Labs is where we will settle. So we're actually not seeing any repeats, Mandy, as Wolves earlier lost to Bliss on Chalet, which they then banned. And Alpha Atheris, believe it or not, they lost on Skyscraper, and yet Wolves are still happy to ban it.
Very interesting. I don't know. I actually have no idea how to read into these maps. I feel like Wolves overall should have the upper hand in general against Alpha Atheris. I don't want to read too hard into the veto because I feel like the main thing that we want to push here is that Wolves have been here before. They are by far and away the more experienced team in this matchup. It shouldn't really matter what the maps are. Wolves should generally have the upper hand here.
That's it. Most people, I think, would favor Wolves. Now, 68% is perhaps not as high as I would have expected, Mandy. Remember that Wolves had a 70% social vote against Bliss, and SSG had a 73% social vote against Alpha Atheris. So a difficult day for this Mexican squad. They have had a rough trot of it to try and win over the social community, but I think people are really looking at this underdog matchup, the David and the Goliath, and saying, look, I just cannot see David hacking it against Wolves Esports. This is a big team. This is a well-known quantity within the Europe region and on these international events as well.
I mean, especially because I think it's Bank is the first map. I've completely forgotten the order of the video already. It is Bank is the first map, isn't it? Wolves have got a pretty good history on Bank thus far. Like, in recent history, they've had some pretty solid results. In comparison, Alpha Atheris haven't played the map through nearly the entire year. I think they've only played it twice, I believe, if we look through the most recent history, the last couple months. And I feel like Wolves, what they've done here in the video is literally just go for maps that are comfort picks for them. Their best ones, what they can bring out in the BO3, and have run away with the veto.
Yeah, and you know what? Wolves also, they won the coin flip, so they got to ban first, which means they get to pick first. So we start on home ground for them. As you said, Bank, really good map for Wolves. They've actually won it 3 times this year. They're on a little bit of a streak at the moment. And in contrast, like you said, Alpha Atheris, they've only played it once this year and they did lose it. That was way back in July. So I'd love to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that things can change. But this is a team that's also had 3 roster changes since then, including Kamikaze right in the middle of your screen. He's given fist pumps. I love that they've sat the sub in the center. He might be just coming in with 3 weeks notice, but he is the king of this team, right? He is the one with the experience. He's a world champion, and they all look to him for his expertise.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, the jump from going from playing in scrims, playing in your local league, to then going and playing at LAN against Wolves, you know, with no ping, is a very different jump. The game plays out differently, and the mental game that you bring into an official is so different to your practice as well. Things that work in scrims don't always translate to your officials, especially when you're playing against a completely different region like EU, like against Wolves. That's where you need the experience of Kamikaze to keep everyone's heads in the game and make sure that they can perform.
That's right. Well, digging into these bans now, we see Alpha Atheris, they get the final ban And it is Solus, in fact. So a lot more pre-placed drones, a lot more live droning is going to be available here, which I think is pretty important, Mandy, in the absence of that Dokkaebi, which would otherwise be really good and helpful for going for these roam clears. Oh, man, I just love those synchronized card backgrounds there for Wolves.
That's so cool.
So good.
It's actually sick. I feel like all the teams that have had like their background shown off in this tournament so far have been really awesome. Like the Sandbox one. Look, I know Sandbox are out now, but they farmed the card game by putting 2 counts on them.
I think they uncovered the new meta,
They
right? Like
did.
a while ago, there was the anime skin meta.
Yes,
which,
the waifu meta.
Yeah, the
Now it's
waifu
gone.
meta, and now we're up to the cat meta. I think the Sandbox have really pioneered something there.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, we're going to head down to the basement. And like you've pointed out already, Solus has been taken off the board by Alpha Atheris, right? And so there is a possibility for Wolves to be able to actually put some pre-placed drones inside of the building and enable themselves to roam clear pretty quick. They've even got the Lion on the hands of Deadshot as well to expedite that process through the map.
10 seconds left.
It does seem to be a little bit of a roam game, if I'm not wrong. I like this Valkyrie pick, though. Yeah, so as you can see, the open area hatch has been pre-opened. There's some reinforcers expended on the elevator hallway towards loan office. Ivan is here in the top floor. Still one Valkyrie camera in pocket. Legion Mines as well will give off a sort of passive information to the defense as well. The question remains, how will Wolves deal with this? We saw earlier today, Mandy, in their game against Bliss, a massive adaptability and an interest in getting information before committing to a push.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. With the double special drone squad as well, both Mowgli and Bibu, they're going to be on those drones through that mid-round. It's going to take time for them to actually be on those drones, get the finesse done of actually clearing out some of those utility, either on the bomb side or even aiding some of the roam. It does look like they're immediately turning their attention in towards Dirt Tunnel. That's what Mowgli's trying to do. But meanwhile, Bibu has found the first pick somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a very early one. I'm not sure exactly what went down there. Hask was the star player for Alpha Atheris by far against Space Station. He's already gone down here. Mowgli's got tons of information here in server. Managed to keep his drone alive for quite a long time as well. Kamikaze eventually takes it down and expends his second gas babe on keeping that player at bay. I just want to note for a second, I love the fact that Kamikaze is running the NIP skin on his SMG-11, a nod to his former team.
All right, here we go. Ivan, he's got info on the player outside on the balcony. Yellow pings do ring out, and he's actually going to commit to the jump out for it, but doesn't land the shots. Deadshot to claim the second one in the round for Wolves.
A very good read there from Deadshot, and Wolves are incredibly competent at suppressing aggression. They're so comfortable at just sitting back and waiting when they have the advantage on the attacking side. As we can see right now, 5v3. Alpha Atheris are wondering what's next. What is the next move? Do we have to get aggressive? Wolves seem to be ready for it.
Well, the tough spot at the moment for Alpha Atheris is I believe they've double shotguns on the board now. It's Toski and Kamikaze that have got shotgun and, well, an SMG-11. But that does mean they're going to look for more of those close quarters gunfights rather than being able to retake up the stairs, play the aggression, whatever. That was what Ivan was trying to do. These last couple players don't quite have that same capability. So what they can do now is just rely on these power positions, see how much they can get done. But with Wolves with a pretty heavy man advantage, surely there's enough redundancy to push into it.
Wolves are being quite slow about it, but I think it's about the thoroughness that they're focusing for. They might not have a lot of time to go for a plan, but in the numbers advantage, they should be able to make a flood execute work.
And here they go. With only 25 seconds left, it does seem like it's going to be a lobby-sided take down the main stairs. But is that the mistake? Toski is on the other side with a shotgun at the bottom of the stairs. There's only 19 seconds left to go, and here goes Jay.
Jay. He does get traded on back, though. It's all up to Kamikaze now. 1v4, Mandy. It's not going to be easy. He might be a world champion of the past, but we're talking about today. He does find Mowgli eventually, finishing him off, but he is trapped out of the bomb site thanks to those Vulcan canisters. Deadshot to force that plant down. Kamikaze must take these 1v1s, but it's a long time to wait out the fire as the diffuser has been confirmed, and 3 players stand between Kamikaze and the retake. Once again, shoulder peeking for information. He is not allowed anything. Bibu closes out the final kill. And with a bit of height, Wolves will take the opening round.
Yeah, and that's the Wolves' MO, isn't it? Wolves, they are that execute team. They really lean into the late game and play it to perfection on the attack. That is what they do best by far and away. They're just such a coordinated team. They manage to do things so simultaneously together on every single execute that they plan out. They just dial it back a little bit, get all your drones in. They have a lot of them in that round. And like you pointed out super early, their planning phase is immaculate.
Very much so. They love to continue measuring the situation before they commit to anything. And when they commit, oh boy, did they go for it. All players all together. That's what Wolves are so phenomenal at. I gotta say, we've been really treated. Casting 2 Wolves games today, they're just such a phenomenal team to watch. I really enjoy their play style.
Yeah, absolutely. Like for me, if you're watching the broadcast right now, like you're an amateur team, you're trying to learn, Wolves are one of the teams to watch, in my opinion. Like, yes, you've got your BDS, actually the other French team, another really great team to like watch and learn from, because the way that they play the game is so translatable, because it just makes so much sense, right? Like you watch what they're doing and they're like, and you're like, yeah, you know, that's exactly why they're doing the things that they do. That's why they play the pacing of the game that they do. It just seems so methodical and well thought out, right? And I think that's the joy in watching this team.
Alpha Atheris need to clue into this playstyle from the Wolves, though. Now, Alpha Atheris, as we said, a lot of roster changes on this team. And, well, of course, being from Latin America, being from the LATAM League, they're not really used to the level of competition that Wolves are over in EU. But, like we've said, they've got Kamikaze on the squad now. And these guys are here for a reason. They have high potential. They also had a very challenging group. They played against Space Station, now they're playing against Wolves. It really does not get much easier from that for one of the greenest teams at this event.
Here goes Wolves at their approach into the building. The bomb site is going to be the top floor, and once again, pretty conventional a setup, I think, from Alpha Atheris, just leaning into that castle, making sure Lounge is safe from the repels, yada-da. But on the side of Wolves, they do have enough explosives to actually deal with that setup. Not only do they have the Zofia, but they even have the Ash on Bibu as well for even more redundancy in explosives. That setup inside of Lounge is probably going to be taken out. We can actually see Bibu all the way over on the parking repel. He's going to be able to use his Ash charges to really cut down on this defense, and in fact, he finds the kill into Banana.
A great start, and the kills continue going back and forth. Mowgli has snuck his way onto the balcony here, and so close to the site. Deadshot times his push perfectly for 2. All up to Jay, and another 1v4 for Alpha Atheris. He hears information on the back of that goo mine detonating, and he rounds the corner to see Deadshot, but cannot land the killing shot. As this plant is about to go down, he will not even find a single kill. And a good second round there for Wolves on the back of the Swiss player on that far left-hand side. Deadshot having a phenomenal round, and Wolves continuing their dominance.
Yeah, smooth shooting there from Deadshot on his own 3K coming in through top square. Timed perfectly. I think that was the main thing, right? Wolves, they're so good at doing things together, right? And that is the joy in watching them, like we've been saying, and I think Deadshot has just been such a good addition, I think, to the Wolves. He's been super consistent in his games. Like, you don't always think of Deadshot as like, wow, the superstar player of Wolves or anything like that, but when he's there, when he's shooting, he shoots straight. You know, he shoots really well, and every game he's consistent.
Very much so.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's P4 who we talked about so much in the Bliss game, though. It was such a crazy thing to see him exceeding everyone else on his team for the majority of that game. And as far as I'm aware, P4 is still that in-game leader. I think I'm going to have a chat to them after today to just get the most up-to-date, because obviously these days in Siege, the meta is a lot more complicated. It's not the good old times of, oh yeah, you've got your one hard support and you got this. No, it's not that simple anymore. But P4 is definitely an important voice on this team, and I love to see him frag out as well when he does, and I'd love to see a little bit more of that in this match. Early days, of course, for Wolves, 2-0 on their attacking side. But we did see they did flourish a lot more on their attack than their defense on Chalet. Could be the same story here on Bank.
And that's certainly right. They're actually going to change their bomb site completely, Alpha Atheris. They're not going to repeat any of the primary bomb sites and going to send themselves over into Staff Room and Open Area instead. Bibu getting those clutch drones in pretty early on, wondering what's going on inside of bottom square, seeing if they can get any early control into the bomb site. That seems to be the Wolves' MO of the day at the moment. How far into the bomb site can they get without the defense noticing? Well, it seems like they're ready for it this time around.
Special drone squad roll out. Bibu's tempted to get some information on the site. If he could hack some of these Valkyrie cameras now, that would be something. Another special drone. I know how much you love these Brothers and Flores picks.
Cool.
Oh, Bibu's spotted though, and he does lose that drone.
It just goes so fast, you know? Like the clutch drone's so like big and chunky, but it's like, I want to go through the map. Anyway, I love clutch drones. They're awesome. Anyway, it does look like they are looking to hit the bomb site regardless, right? They've sent in all that info. They've seen what's going on there. They've even sent Rotero drones in to try and clear some stuff. Oh, and there they go on in. But Kamikaze and Jay will double down to take them down on the bomb site.
Now here we go. Finally an opening as Bibu finds his 5th kill of the game. It's up to him and Deadshot to land the final 3 kills. Jay takes down Bibu's only remaining teammate. Ooh. He might not know it, but he's just gotten injured. This is very winnable now. 2 kills remain. Jay low HP. Toski opening up an angle to try and support his teammate. This is so close. Okay, he knows it's now a 1v2. A smoke to go out and try and cover him. Oh no, you can't be peeking those, Jay! It's a 1v1 all of a sudden. For Bibu, deathless in this match. And all he needs is this final kill, forcing down the plant, protected by the Kiba. Toski will not take the bait. He will wait. And as the smoke goes out, there is a gap. There is an opening that Bibu will not commit. He must at some point. The time is on his side as Toski makes the rotation. Bibu secures the defuse. And now Toski must retake. Bibu spots him for a brief moment, but cannot land the shot until he does. 1v3, and this Frenchman is unkillable.
Yeah, the veteran of the squad, Bibu, we can take them down in 1 versus 3 fashion, showing his experience here in the series, and it's going to put Wolves on 3-0 in their attacking half going into bank. I mean, what a crazy attack that was. Very explosive in through the midbound. It was scrappy. They threw bodies at the bomb site. It almost looked like it wasn't going to go their way, but Bibu can step up to the plate and claim one back for Wolves.
That was an amazing clutch, Mandy. I feel like that deserved 2 play-by-play casters at the same time. And that's pretty much what we got. I don't know if you guys at home could hear it, but that entire time, I'm trying to concentrate on the goddamn round. And I just hear a lovely Timothy, Ace of Pyrite, on the A stream, yelling about Fury doing this and that.
Something's going down there. I don't know what is going down
I actually
there,
have, I don't know, can we give a spoiler warning to the stream? Okay, if you don't want to know what's going on the A stream right now, which is the Fury versus... I can't remember. Knights. Fury versus Knights match. The one. Okay, spoiler warning. Go. It's currently 6-3 in favor of Fury on map 2, which means that they are currently on match point and Knights are staring down elimination point. Now, on both the A stream and the B stream right now, we have 2 Latin American teams trying to survive. If Wolves win this and Fury beat Knights, that's goodbye Latin America on day 1.
No, that's so sad.
Would be devastating, especially after what we saw from teams like...
world.
Yeah, I mean, teams like Revan in Copenhagen, which of course, Revan not very Latin American, but they did play in the Latin American League. They made it a bit further than I think a lot of people had given them credit for initially. And it's exciting to see 2 new, fresh Latin American teams this time around, right? Like, we don't have any overlap with the teams that made Copenhagen. And so I hope at least we get a little bit of contest here from Alpha Atheris.
Oh, I hope so as well. I mean, love the boys over in Fury. You know, SEA represent.
I'm a bit biased.
You know, SEA represent. But, you know, like, damn, both Latin American teams going down, that would be a real shame.
Already happened to Korea, but of course they still have D+ waiting in the wings in phase 2.
All right, but we need to turn our attention to this game. This one's still happening at the moment, and Alpha Atheris are going to re-attempt this top floor bomb site. Once again, leaning into holding on as much as they can. Oh, it is the top floor bomb site. They just didn't bring along the castle this time. I think they've read into the fact that Wolves know how to deal with it much better. So instead, they're going to just lean into, like, you know, the double C4s. Actually, it's not even double C4s. Hask doesn't have one.
I'm surprised there's no Azami, though.
Yeah, me too. It just feels like a very bare-bones strategy. You know, I don't exactly know what Alpha Atheris' plan here is, to be honest. I guess there's a lot of info. You know, you've got the Yokais, you've got the Valks, so they can at least see what Wolves are doing, but the point of resistance doesn't seem to be that much.
This has been pretty good so far, though, from Alpha Atheris. Jay's done a phenomenal job of keeping this Monty at bay. Elsewhere, exchanges go through. P4's in the goddamn site.
How's he here?
How did he get there? I'd love to know. But Alpha Atheris can't dwell on the past. They must look to the future. Deadshot already in sight as well. Hang out in airlock. But he gets his head clean taken off by Hask, who stepped up. Bibu still dead in this match. 8-0 on the Monty. He must wait for Shinka to come and rotate through. Now there's a player spotted in top square. Will Shinka find it?
Cook this fool. Do it. Oh no, he can't get the line of sight. Oh, he can.
Close.
He's seen him. All right, there we go, Shinka. Nice one. But he's the only gun left in the server for Wolves. Well, yes, Bibu has a gun, but a small one.
A very
small one. And when you're
pistol.
on the top floor bomb site, it's not so cool to have a small gun because the bomb site's big. Actually, he's in the bomb site. So Shinka, you better get your way on in here.
Yeah, and I think that Alpha Atheris are starting to smell blood in the water. They know that this Monty is alone. They're making sure not to get flanked, but they want to 2v1 this Monty. But they themselves will be taken down. Bibu remains the impossible man. 9 kills, not a single death to his name. 4 rounds in.
Man is immortal in the server at the moment. How on earth were Wolves able to do that? We looked away for 1 second and we looked back and P4 is in the middle of the bomb site. How does that happen? What's going on?
I mean, Deadshot
what is
did
happening?
Bibu will just walk straight up the spiral stairs. I think P4 must have jumped down from the skylight drop. I have no bloody idea how Deadshot got to Banana though.
Oh, nah, no way.
Insane stuff from Wolves to see an opportunity and absolutely go for it. And I'm really loving this form from Bibu. You know, this guy is the longest serving pro at Atlanta. He has been playing professionally for 7.5 years, ever since Season 1 of Pro League on Xbox.
Wow. That's a long time ago.
Damn long time, and yet he has never won a championship. He has played at 11 international LAN events, majors, SIs, Pro League finals. Never once has he won one.
Damn. I don't want to see him win something.
I think if there's any players out there that are like begging for the opportunity to win something, it's got to be Bibu, Palu. I think are the 2 obvious ones that have never won a championship. And I mean, maybe it won't happen this event. Wolves are in the lower bracket, for goodness sake.
Oh, I forgot about that. I genuinely forgot about that for a moment. This is an elimination match. That is not good. That is not where you want to be if you're Wolves. Or if you're Alpha Atheris, you've got it even worse right now. 0-4 is the scoreline. Now they've just taken their tactical timeout, so they've probably realized, all right, boys, something's going wrong. What is it? And they're going to try and change a couple things up. They are going to go for a repeat down inside of the basement, but they're not looking to extend out their roam like they did last time. This time, they're closing up the hatch and open. They're going to lean more into playing into that late game, playing the Planter now with the Smoke and the Goyo in tandem. Not just that, but the set of C4, of course, on Ivan to try and play into that late game and deny the plant.
Yeah, very typical setup on that defensive side. Wow, very early E1D from Deadshot.
Free map control.
Yeah, it has enabled 2 players to get here into open area, and I think Alpha Atheris have no choice but to forfeit control.
Yeah, no, Bibu is on a set of pre-place. So you can see him flicking through at the moment. Okay, he just got off at the moment that I said it, but yeah, Bibu was sitting there on pre-place the entire first 30 seconds of the round, just getting his players in straight away. Of course, absence of Solace, that's what you can do with it. Not just that, but Alpha Atheris completely forfeiting the map, so there's no one up there shooting drones or anything like that, right? They got complete map control with 2 minutes left to go. Now it's just about opening up those hatches.
With Kaid banned out, that's going to be a lot easier as well. This is very aggressive, though, from Ivan. Surely he's been droned. I think they know. They must find this kill. No! Deadshot goes down. Mr. Consistent. Oh! P4! He almost gets taken out. Mowgli, thankfully, is there to help on out and finally finish off Ivan on his reign of terror. That was a decent amount of damage done. Half of P4's HP gone. Alpha Atheris looking to get very proactive here. Look at this aggression in server.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's not too bad of a pick, though, I think, for Wolves to have the Lion going down. I think, like you're saying, Alpha Atheris, they are still going to hold on to as much of that basement as they can. Otherwise, it's going to get claustrophobic pretty quick. But on the side of Wolves, losing out your Lion isn't exactly mission critical to the push that they want to do. What matters more in this phase is that Bibu has spent all that mid-round actually clearing out all the Goyo canisters inside of server. So what all the defense were trying to do was play in server, play in the bomb site, try and shoot out the Twitch drones. Oh, they haven't been so successful about that. And that's really going to set up Wolves for that late round execute.
Once again, the idea is not to go for a typical execute. They've got players on both of the lobby hatches. Hask is waiting in the wings with this slug shot. He finds one. The double for Hask! Can the trade come through for Wolves? They desperately need it. 2 players in the deficit, but Mowgli goes down as well. Toski to finish the equation. Alpha Atheris are finally on the scoreboard.
Yeah, well set up there for Alpha Atheris. They didn't get overzealous on that server side of the map, even though so much utility had gone down there. They had the read early on that Wolves are actually going to go in for that lobby-sided drop, and they were so ready for it by the time that they came through. We were on board with Husk. 2 really nice headshots to start everything off, and it just felt like the deal was sealed from there after that. They played such great crossfires in the last couple seconds.
Yeah, good read from Alpha Atheris as well. They said, look, we've seen one of these Wolves executes before. We know where they're going to come from. We're not going to overcommit to server. We know that they are very fond of dropping those backside hatches, and so we will prioritize having Hask over there. And for him to take 2 with him, massive for Alpha. Now moving on. You said it already, we have seen this open area staff room bomb site once before, and it should have been Alpha Atheris' round, but Bibu got a 1v3. You can't account for that. They can revisit this bomb site and say, okay, second time's the charm. Yeah.
Interesting adaptation, though, on the side of Wolves. They're not going to lean into that Brava anymore, but Bibu's instead going to re-pick all the way over to Ossa instead. Not just that, but Deadshot's decided they probably need another gun on the building, and he's going to jump himself on Ash as well. So it does seem like, once again, Wolves are going to lean into that explosive execute early on, try and enable themselves to get into the building, and then get the plant down and play a more objective, focused game.
Well, Wolves haven't done many things wrong so far, so I wouldn't question their judgment on that. Ivan's consistently doing these little cheeky positions, right? The Valkyrie and Electrical last round. Now he's quite aggressive upstairs in airlock, looking to tease any early CEO pressure, which Shinka is suggesting at the moment by shooting down these windows. Ivan's just waiting for a drone to come in and signal the position.
Ooh, he's going for the jump out though. No! Oh, he gets shut down. Shingo ready for it with a slither of HP. He can take down the first pick, and Ivan 2 times in a row. His cheeky business doesn't quite work.
Man, but if he had found that kill, it would have been so worth it. That's the hard breach. That's the diffuser. That would have wasted so much time from Wolves. But you just got to land those shots, don't you? And as soon as you miss it, it's a massive missed opportunity, and Wolves are in the driver's seat, no doubt about it.
Here goes Mowgli coming down the main stairs, but there is still a player inside of Banana wrapping around. Now it's Husk just escaping away with his life, but there's a player on the chase right behind him. He's not going to drop the hatch after him, but that means that both these players fall back to safety.
Mowgli's struggling in this game once again. He had a bit of a slow one against Bliss as well. Bibu is more than making up for it, 9-1. Still surviving.
Something's happening.
I think something's happening on the A stream, Mandy.
I think there is as well.
Can we do a quick spoiler, guys? All right, quick spoiler warning. If you don't want to know the result of the other game, cover your ears for a second. Fury have just won.
Let's go!
Fury have survived to day 2. Meanwhile, Hask has said P4 will not survive this round.
Yeah, up the boys anyway.
Up
sorry.
the boys.
Sorry.
I'm excited.
50 seconds, 50 seconds. This is intense now, right? Alpha Atheris, they could win this one out. They have the man advantage. They still have that stronghold on the bomb site. It hasn't been cleared, so Kamikaze's feeling good.
Oh,
but
Bibu.
what is this from Bibu jumping straight on into the bomb site but taken down?
Oh, come on, Jay. There's another one pushing on in. Shinka finds it, but the trade is once again good. Deadshot, the last player standing for the French, and he's not even French himself. 1v3. Good gun for it, good operator for it, but here's the swing. Oh, beautiful shot there. Hask goes down. He might catch Kamikaze out of position, but a world champion will not go down without a fight. A second round of defense for Alpha Atheris as they string together 2 in a row. And as the sole Latin American representatives remaining at this event, they will need to do everything they can to survive this onslaught.
Nice one, though, from Alpha Atheris. So at least close it out for a second one. Typically, we like to say on Bank, it's a pretty even map, I would argue. Some people say it's more attacker-sided. I think stats actually say it's attacker-sided, if I'm not wrong.
You
can check that. You can check that, yeah. I think the stats do say it's attacker-sided, but I see this as a more even map. So I think for Alpha Atheris to go 2-4, it's not terrible, it's not amazing, but it's workable. The game is not over for them just yet, and if they can keep working on these attacks, it's certainly within the realm of possibility to keep themselves in this series. Wolves, though, they are going to go onto their defending side, and it looks like they're going for a pretty heavy extension over throughout the entire map. Not only is there the mirror to hold on to the bomb site, that's Shinka, the self-sufficient operator, but there are also then roamers going in and extending out through the rest of the floors on the map. I believe they've even got the hatch open inside of open area for the fall-off as well.
Well, as you can see on the screen right now, if Wolves win this game, they are 100% confirmed for SI. Fury have already 100% confirmed themselves now with their victory. And Alpha Atheris, unfortunately, their chances of making 6 Invitational, even if they win this match, are still incredibly slim. They will have to have a very deep run in Atlanta to make up for their lacking performance in Stage 1.
Really extended hold gear from Wolves. Not only are they holding onto the ground floor, but they're even extending all the way up into the top floor. That's Bibu, the first point of contest, sitting in the same cheeky corner that Ivan was in. So you would think, oh, and he's even got the window prepped. Perhaps he's thinking of a run out of his own.
Whatever you can do, I can do better, he says.
Yeah, hack the drone.
Okay, dead shot. Mozzie drone tested. Beautiful angle with the commando, no less. No Roni supported. Bibu jumps out, finds that kill. Jay goes down, and another one bites the dust. Dead shot's taken. Toski with him. Kamikaze and Ivan to pick up the pieces in a 2 versus 5 with not a lot to show for it. Ivan gets desperate. He must move on inside. The time is ticking away. Hatch is fortunately pre-opened for him, but there's not much left to do in this round, I don't think.
No, certainly not. Wolves completely gate crashed the party there as they tried to jump their way into the building. They get jumped out on instead, and Kamikaze taking a bit of a duel with Bibu on the other side. Actually, Bibu doesn't really have a way to fall off anymore. He's sort of stuck in this lobby position. But I have a feeling that's not going to give Alpha Atheris much.
No!
Kamikaze even taking out Ivan. He must have thought he was Bibu, the imposter.
Oh, Kamikaze. If that doesn't tell you that these players are shaking, I don't know what does. You pick up a world champion as an emergency substitute and he flick team kills you like that. That has got to hurt.
Oh man, Ivan's probably shaking in his boots, as Stokes would say. That's not cool.
Shaking in his boots. You really wanted to say that, didn't you?
I really did want to say
Can
that.
you do it in, can you do it in Sam's accent?
No, I can't.
Give it a crack.
No, ain't no way. Not happening.
We'll work on that and we'll come back to it later.
Can you say it in an American accent?
He was shaking in his boots.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
That's not bad.
Thank you.
That's all right for me.
No, the silence was killing me. You just stood there judging me.
I had to make you feel nervous at first.
Yeah,
right?
you do a great job of it.
It's part of the charm. Anyway. Here we go. We're going to go over to the top floor bomber site for Wolves, having successfully defended the basement. Actually, overwhelming success, I would say. And now we're going to go over into the top floor, and they're once again leaning into pretty similar strategy, very much centered in around all these strong anchor operators. You've got the mirror to hold on to these positions inside of the hallway, inside of janitor, and you've got the castle to make sure that the lounge is safe and yada. Not just that, curious pick for me, Bibu on Maestro, sort of out of fashion these days, but seems to have an idea for it.
Yeah, I'm curious what that idea is. Perhaps just some solid information gathering on the site. They don't actually run a lot of bulletproof cameras. They have the castle, so I mean, this is info galore, right? If you count the mirror, that's 1. Then you got 3 Valkyrie cameras, 2 Evil Eyes from Maestro, and the BPC from Castle. Bibu wants to jump out with the bloody Maestro. With the bloody Maestro!
I mean, I think he's put it on the wrong window, but yeah, he has. I think Jay's put it on a window too close to him.
That window.
And there are no... Oh, no. Toski's got Claymore, so surely Toski's going to run on over and, like, put the things down. And
I don't see any yet, Mandy.
They'll be good. They'll be good, right? Right?
Nah, Toski's in the building. He's not doing Claymores.
I think he's just stared a black eye in the eye as well.
Really? Okay,
well, there's another cam in lobby somewhere.
Where is the Valk cam?
I thought the exit sign was it, and I don't see it. Ooh, that is such a cool Maestro cam. So that is awesome.
So this can destroy any utility that's being placed on the Kanto wall to deny a breach there. Very cheeky.
Oh, there we go. He's doing it. Toski's doing the special claymores, so he's safe and sound. This is good. Oh no, that's less good. Mowgli's killed them.
You have a magic way with words, Mandy, but you're not wrong. Mowgli has taken down Hask, and I don't know what's gone on for Alpha Atheris, but they have really struggled so far in this game. They've strung together 2 rounds, but then on the switch to the attacking side, they have struggled massively. Bibu jumps out and somehow survives the Claymores. Dead shot lands a crisp one onto Ivan. Kamikaze down, but not out. Jay, the last player standing against 5 angry wolves. and he's on the roof. He should effectively take a tactical timeout here. He could just wait and talk to his team. They haven't taken a tactical as of yet this game, and after this round, they will be down facing map point on Wolves' map pick.
Wait, how is there a player outside? Sorry, side tangent.
Bibu jumped out the windows.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he's still out there. He's still out there. I saw him get a kill, and like, I don't know how he dodged the claymore.
Yeah,
like
that's
maybe
what
it was,
I was wondering.
Maybe it was
How?
poorly placed. Or maybe he shot it. I don't know, maybe it's a Giga Chad like that.
Mate, this is fair enough, I reckon, from Atheris. They realize, okay, look, we've lost this one. You guys have got it, but let's use this to take a tactical timeout instead. I think it's a fair enough call. They don't quite look like a unit when they're going in for their attacks. They're just small things. Actually, not even small things. There are things that are just not quite going there to plan, because I don't think everyone is on the same plan at times.
Yeah, well, I think we really saw that with that team kill. Yeah, there you go. Okay, round over it, flawless, whatever. So poor Alpha Atheris here, like they're trying so hard, but as you said, they are so out of sync with each other. And we really saw that personified with the team kill 2 rounds prior, which ironically is from the most experienced player on the team, right? So this is a debut for Alpha Atheris. They qualified fair and square without Kamikaze on the team. Unfortunately, Matumba couldn't make it due to visa issues or whatever it was. And now they're playing on their first ever event. And they're playing with a sub, no less. And it's been a rough slog, right? Space Station, a really tough opponent in a BO1. Wolves now, an incredibly challenging opponent as well in a BO3. And they are clearly rattled. Like, none of these players have the experience of playing in an event like this before, with the exception of Kamikaze. He's played it numerous and even won an invitational back in Paris in 2021. But a very different time. Kamikaze is not quite as sharp as he used to be, perhaps. And it's just such a challenge to try and get yourself into the headspace to play a match like this.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, to no fault of their own, right? Like, they didn't quite defeat the final boss, and that was the visa. And so, unfortunately, like you've been saying, they haven't been playing with their 5, and not playing with your full 5 going into a LAN really changes the team dynamic. Like, yes, they've brought in someone super experienced to try and push them over the line and get them in that right headspace. But when you're so inexperienced, these teams just have a tendency to get trumped, unfortunately. And that's just the nature of this debut into your international event. It's not just these guys, but even, you know, like you think about all the teams that debuted at the last major felt the exact same adversities as well. And that's sort of just the cool format, I think, of this 2023 season of Rainbow Six.
That's right. It might be cruel, might be ruthless, but it does give an opportunity to many teams to show what they're worth. And for Ivan, a really nice shot with that twist drone to take down that mirror window. Shink is going to have to now crouch to keep his head safe. He does shoot the second twitch drone. And this is some pretty decent ground now taken by Alpha Atheris, but P4 will continue to rain terror down. If he can hold on to Archives here, this could be big, but 2 massive kills force him to rotate back towards the side.
Oh, this is a pretty cool attack, actually, from Alpha Atheris. They've segmented off only the top square part of the map and then just sent Jay on his lonesome to see if he can get any backstabs. Now taking the tango with P4 on the other side, but he actually loses it out. P4, nice, sharp shooting to take him down.
Kamikaze is on for the trade, though he doesn't land the critical shot. P4 finds another one. Boy, is he sharp today. 2v3 now for Wolves as they hold on. Mowgli down in the blue stairs, but I don't think Toski has any idea about it. As I say that, I think information might have come through. Oh, the C4 didn't land. Kamikaze's low, and he needs to force this plant down onto the ground. Toski continues to hold this position, but P4 has snuck on through. No! How does he get away with it? There's a player just on the other side who could pop up his head. Hask gets up, a flash to go down. P4 dodges them both, dodges them all. But Toski comes through at the final clutch moment for Alpha Atheris and gets them yet another round. 3 more will be required to push overtime.
Toski really was the linchpin of that attack there for Alpha Atheris. Not only did he use his Ossa Shield to actually set themselves up on top of Square, but as they went in for the execute, he kept at bay all the players that were trying to return back to the site. He took the 1v1 to Mowgli, for example, on the top of blue, making sure that his team was safe from the backstab to come through. Not just that, but even in the final dying seconds of the round, Hask was like, help? P4 is on the other side, I need you. And he came in and he shut him down as well. And yeah, I think Toski, probably, I would say the captain of this team. I think that he's actually said this in an interview as well. Might have been poorly translated because I can't read Spanish. But yeah, as I understand it, Toski is that leadership figure for this team, and being able to bring his team back into it with a good idea, on a good operator as well, is exactly what Alpha Atheris need to take the fight to Wolves.
Yeah, I do agree. Alpha Atheris, they do need to bring more special ideas, more nice little quirks and quips to this game, because it was a really slow start, right? 4 rounds in a row for Wolves. And that meant that by the time Alpha Atheris woke up, Wolves were nigh on match point. On defense, they've been pretty damn solid, right? Like, that was just a tertiary bomb site for Wolves. They can now go back down to the basement. They could go up to CEO afterwards. And there's 3 more match points in the back pocket for them to do so.
All right, here we go, Wolves. Match point now. Staying away from elimination. That's the goal here. You could be sent home if you lose out this series, and that is what is on the line, and Wolves, they really do not want to be sent home. It's Mowgli, first point of contest in this top floor, but he's going to fall off pretty early. There's not a lot of utility to support him in his position, so all he wants to do is just shoot a drone out and then fall back to the safety of his teammates. And so is Deadshot as well. Really early fall off in general from Wolves. I think the only player left is... Whoa, what's going on here? Whoa, what is happening?
I am perplexed, Mandy. But clearly there was a read there on that push in, and Toski does manage to find one before he is traded. I'd say Wolves have still won that exchange.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I would definitely agree with that. You want to use your Osso to then enable yourselves through the mid to late round, plan on and execute with it, and Toski has died. That's not so good.
No, it's not.
Whereas Mowgli, on the other side, is your set and forget utility. His ADSs are still alive, even though he isn't. And that's what matters.
A bomb has been located.
Now, if you're joining us on the main Rainbow Six screen, welcome. This is an elimination match between Wolves from France and Alpha Atheris from Mexico and Brazil, the final remaining Latin American League team in the tournament. And they are staring down map point on their opponent's map pick. Wolves here, this is just map 1 of Bank. Next up is Oregon. Wolves have been so good, and they're looking pretty hot here too, Mandy. That said, Alpha Atheris have made pretty decent headway in this mid-round, getting to work on those hatches.
It does make it a little easier, the fact that Wolves actually pre-opened a lot of those hatches. They were looking for what was a pretty light roam in the end inside of open and staff room, but electing to fall back pretty early to then kill the garage player. Anyway, it does seem like a push is starting to amount now for Alpha Atheris. They are looking to take this back side of the map as they posture around the main stairs.
Okay, here comes Jay on the main stairs, but he's got to deal with quite a few different angles. And I still can't quite tell. It looks like Alpha Atheris are once again changing their ideas. Ivan's found one, but Bibu trades himself. Kamikaze has dropped now into the elevator as the final E1D rings out. Deadshot, he's been phenomenal all day, all year for Wolves, but he goes down. Jay has brought the man advantage back into his team's favor. Kamikaze locked out of the side, but it's Jay once again. He does it all. Hask joins in. Only 2 match points remain. And it looks like Alpha Atheris are on the march towards OT.
Solid explosive execute as well from Alpha Atheris. I identified, okay, there was a bit too much resistance over on the server side. We don't want to face the mirror. We're not cool with facing the smokes to deny the plant because they don't want to bait out their utility. So let's just brute force down the lobby side. They trusted in their guns and they went for it and it worked.
Now at the score of 6-4, Wolves will take their tactical timeout. 45 seconds to discuss with Lilon, their coach. I apologize to every French person out there. I'm terrible at pronouncing her name. Lilon?
Sorry, you're asking the wrong person.
Okay.
I'm terrible as well.
What would she be saying right now? Is this more about just resetting the mental? Like, there's still 2 rounds left in the tank. Like, there's no reason to break a sweat.
I think relax. That's what I would be saying to Wolves if I was in this final round. They've got it in them to win. They've been super clean this entire match, and the cleanliness of it all is starting to slip away a little bit now that they've gone through the side swap. So I think in this tactical timeout, they just need to trust in their strategy, play the strategy, and be cautious about it. I feel like is the right word I would use for Wolves. When they played their match against Bliss earlier today, it really felt like they were lacking that caution and that quiet in the server because they got a bit antsy, you know? And sometimes when you stray a foot away from the strategy, especially if you're a team that's as structured like Wolves, it can spell disaster. Relax.
It's been said that when you're in the server, it's not about learning new things or getting your coach to tell you the ultimate strategy. It's about how do you hit the skill ceiling that's already been determined for you coming into the game. And the coach's job is to get their players at that skill ceiling. Now, we've actually had a double tactical timeout here for a strange reason. The coach's mic wasn't working, unfortunately, so we had to reset the timer. So Lilon's actually had 45 seconds now to talk to the team. But yeah, you can see she's just finishing up her tactical timeout right now. And it's fairly calm words, as you can see. I want to see head up. I want to see chin up. Because when Wolves were winning, there was smiles. There was laughter. Bibu was 9-0. We need to see that fire back in this team.
They can do it, and I think they just need to be reminded that they can, and that's why Lilun is such an important coach here and such an important tactical timeout to be taking. This is an elimination match. We have to remind everyone, if you lose this series, you are out. Of course, there is still another match left, but if you lose the series,
yeah, and you know, Wolves, if I recall correctly, they made it to every single major last year. I believe they were one of only 2 teams to do so. I believe it was Wolves and W7M in 2022 to make it to all 3 majors. They, of course, then made it to 6 Invitational, where Wolves had their best ever performance with a top 6 results. And now they made it to Copenhagen, where they made top... no, they actually just missed out on top 8, if I recall correctly. They didn't make it to the main stage, which was no doubt a failure for them after a top 6 at SI. You'd expect to make the main stage at the next major. And here they are. They played their first game against the lowly Bliss and lost it. Now they're fighting for elimination. Wolves, they're better than this. They know it. They have such high expectations of themselves. And it's thoughts like that that start to make you suffer. In these moments, when you're playing against a team like Alpha Atheris in an elimination match, you need to chill out.
Info on the top floor. It does seem like, once again, Wolves are looking for that extended roam through the entire map, despite the bomb site being the basement. Flashbangs will ring out on the side of the attack, but no one to follow after that. Alpha Atheris playing a very cautious early game on the entry.
It's the right play. A couple of Wolves players have been very aggressive in this game. Bibu still 12-4, and here we go, Deadshot. He's been deadly on that Mozzie as well. Good denial of information there, taking down that Valkyrie camera. Ooh, good spray there from Deadshot. Man, he has been so sharp. He does quite a bit of damage to Hask there.
Mate, Deadshot has got the game tingle. You know, he's got the game sense tingle. I don't know how else to describe it, but he just has the timings for his gunfights like on point. They're so good. Oh, but there goes Mowgli though, down, but not out.
Oh, he can drop back
to
the
and then the safety of his bomb site as well. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's so cool. They all like saved him. They all ran.
Saving Private Mowgli with the Azami Keeper barriers
so cool.
to support. Now,
That's
unfortunately for Alpha Atheris, P4 found a kill earlier as well. Ivan went down, who's really suffered this game. Have a look at that. Most deaths in the server at 11.
Interesting though. Now that Wolves have forfeited the top 2 floors, it does seem like Alpha Atheris are starting to capitalize on this mid-round. They are sending drones into the bomb site nice and early. They've identified that the wall inside of server is actually soft, I believe. So if they do want to open it up, all it's going to take is the buck. They don't really need Kamikaze down there if they don't want to. But are they going to go for this server take, or are they going to repeat a successful formula? Last time they attacked this bomb site, they just went for a flood down the lobby side of the map. But I don't know if repeating the same thing is going to catch Wolves off guard.
Well, it may have been dependent on whether they could counter this mirror window using the Twitch drone, but Wolves spotted it and took it down before Toski was able to do so. Now he has 1 Twitch drone left in pocket, but they're watching so avidly for this hatch drop. He's going to give it a crack anyway. Cross your fingers and hope to God that this lands on the canister. It's not an easy shot to land. There's 3 players watching it. Shinka has already taken down Hask. The numbers advantage is falling. Toski has to land this shot, but they spot the drone and take it down. It seems inevitable now, Mandy, that Wolves should secure the map.
Yeah, only 30 seconds left to go, and as soon as Kamikaze opens up that wall, he's going to face the resistance of Shinka, C4 in hand, with it all to do. 20 seconds left. He's got to try and get this bomb down. A flashbang's going to initiate it, but it's a tough spot now for Alpha Atheris.
Okay, here comes the E1D and the onslaughts. It's like waves crashing into a wall. There's nothing for it. Wolves can steal away the game. Cool, calm, and collected on the back of the timeout. They put Alpha Atheris down 1 map in the series and are looking hot to survive into day 2 of the major.
really good as well from Wolves off the back of the tactical timeout. That was the medicine that they needed to stem the bleeding in this map and close it out in 7-4 scoreline. It looked clean because it was really for a lot of this map so far. It was just a little bit where Wolves sort of stepped out of the line a little bit, just slightly, but they're able to bring it back in, and that's a sign of maturity.
That's right. Alpha Atheris have a lot of work to be done now, but for Wolves, they can take consolation in the fact that despite losing their match earlier today for Bliss, where, if you remember, they lost 5 rounds in a row from an advantage. When they started to feel the jitters, when they started to see that Alpha Atheris had gotten together 2 rounds in a row from the 6-2 position that they found themselves in, Wolves said, look, not again. Happened against Bliss. We will not let it happen again. And I think that's exactly what Lilum said over the mic. Guys, you know what happens here.
No choking.
No choke. Don't choke or you don't get supper. It's pretty much that easy.
Yeah, look, that's fair enough. We are going to have to jump into that second map, though. It is a best-of-3 series, so Wolves not quite out of danger yet.
No.
But it's Oregon.
It is Oregon, and it's the first Oregon I've cast at the Major. I know you had one a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I think we've casted enough Oregon, the two of us, in this stage, but when it's teams that are not our usual casting teams, I'm very excited. So I want to see Alpha Atheris and Wolves go head-to-head. I want to know if Latin America will survive to day 2 or whether French hearts will be broken once again. We'll find out on the other side of this quick break.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Well, Bank is all done. It was a 7-4 in favor of Wolves, but after all, it was their map pick. And Alpha Atheris finding 2 rounds at the end of it, coming back from the 6-2 deficit, is nothing to scoff at. Now, here's the round breakdown, the match summary, and the player stats. The players to talk about, really, it was mainly Bibu. He was 9-0 after 4 rounds. This guy was nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. He really stepped it up for his team with a big clutch. The 1 versus 3, for me, I think was the highlight of that last map. That was so well played. It was so smart. That's the one word I'm going to give him to it, right? He really did a great job at isolating all those 1-to-1-to-1s, and I guess that just shows his experience. He is the longest standing player in this tournament so far, and I think it's shown in the server today.
Yeah, very experienced player for sure. And the same can be said, of course, for Kamikaze on the other side with Alpha Atheris, but he is, like we've said many times, just a sub. 3 weeks he's had since he knew he was going to be subbing in for this roster, according to my calculations at least. I don't know exactly when the backdoor deals were done, but that was when it was announced. Of course, we've done map 1. Wolves are up 1-0 in the series. Map 2 is Oregon, Alpha Atheris' pick, and this is where they really need to step up their game. Coach behind them seems to be looking smiley, looking happy, so I love that. And I think we're very close to getting stuck into the game. Here is Oregon. The match is starting, and it's about time that we see whether Latin America will survive to the second day of the major here in Atlanta. Alpha Atheris on their last legs, and the Wolves are hunting. They are gunning for this victory, and they're looking to redeem themselves for a lackluster performance this morning.
They do not want to be eliminated here in day 1. What a cruel way to go out it would be for the Wolves. But here we go, into Oregon. Another comfortable map, I would say, for Wolves. We haven't seen them play it that often in very recent history, like stage 2 kind of history, but they have a pretty good track record on it for the most part. And I think that Wolves going to Oregon are going to be feeling pretty comfortable about their map pool, and I think that just is once again a testament to the experience of the team, having a pretty wide strat book. But the ban phase has flown by us a little bit, half of it done. Both attacks being banned out already. It's Glaz and it's Ying, the disruptor operators, taken out by either one of these teams. Does mean that there is a type of execute, that the Glaz Ying type of execute, that has been taken away.
Yeah, very uncommon to see that Glaz ban, I must admit. I kind of took a double take when I saw that come through. Clearly Wolves know something that we do not, or at least that I do not.
I also do not know.
Okay, did you cast Alpha Atheris? I know you did a day of Latin American League.
I did do a day of Latin America League, and I did cast Alpha Atheris. But
did you see Glaz?
No.
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 Did you cast them on Oregon?
I don't remember. We casted a lot of Oregon.
I
casted a lot of Oregon as well in general, and it's all kind
Attackers
of one
locate and defuse bomb.
game.
Did you cast with Jake?
I
Jake
did.
Xenox Venditti?
I did. That was one of the Oregon games.
My sympathies.
Oh, thank you. Anyway, alas, we're going to jump in. The point that I was going to try and make here is that between the EU League and the LATAM League, the game plays out really differently, right? In LATAM League, you have these really fast-paced mid-rounds where like everyone is throwing themselves at each other constantly through the mid-round, and so basically the round is over within a minute and 30 seconds left to go if you're a LATAM League player. If you are playing EU against Wolves, that is not quite how the game works. And I think that Alpha Atheris at the moment, their main struggle is actually playing at the tempo and the pace that Wolves are setting.
And Wolves vary that tempo so frequently as well, as we saw particularly in the Bliss game. Sometimes on defense, Wolves would just sit back. They know they have an advantage, and they would just chill out and wait for their opponents to make a mistake or waste time. In contrast, there'd be other rounds where they say, look guys, I've just droned out this, it's free, let's go. And I think that variation is what makes Wolves so unpredictable. But as we've seen consistently now in the 2 maps this major, Mandy, Wolves tend to struggle a little bit in the second half. They struggle at closing games. It happened against Bliss, and we started to see that doubt seep in as well in the first map on Bank when Alpha Atheris started to mount that comeback. So Wolves starting on the defense here. On their opponent's map pick, I think this is exactly where they want to be.
Should be a fairly comfortable first half, as we've seen time and time again for Wolves, but it's about converting that to a win. First round here is going to be down into the basement bomb side, and quite a lot of time has ticked away now. It's been a minute, and Wolves haven't really shown a whole lot of resistance through the map. It's really just been very much centered around the stairs, and Alpha Atheris now have free real estate on the top 2 floors of the map. Oh dear.
Okay, here we go.
Very nice.
Oh, poor Observer. That was a rough one. Okay, there we go. So hatches are being opened. As you said, a lot of free real estate seceded here by Wolves. But that's because, look at this lineup. Like, they are absolutely cooking on defense. When it comes to that bomb site, it is going to be nigh impossible to deal with that mirror, the catch, the double catch. You've got Jaeger and Wamai. You've got Warden to deal with any smokes or flashes. And, of course, Shinka on that oh-so-powerful Fenrir.
That being said, on the side of Alpha Atheris, they do have quite a lot of throwable utility. They do have 2 sets of flashbangs, a set of grenades, and the Capital bots on Jay. So if they can do everything all together or dedicate themselves to burning through that spot, it could happen. But I think, like you've been pointing out, the power positions here on this basement defense can be very strong and difficult to clear.
Late round rotation, 2 players going over towards blue, Toski and Hask. 1 player above the hatch in meeting, looking to put some pressure on electrical. Here come the flashes. Well, my magnet's cleared on out. Shinka is forced back. A nade to follow. A second one, perhaps. Will Shinka survive this? He's getting aggressive. He's retaken the position, but he loses his life. Hask moves straight on through, meets a mirror window, and loses his own life. Bibu just barely manages to win his fight against Jay. It is pure, undiluted chaos in the server. As Toski is the last man standing, and he is frustrated to be confronted with that Fenrir gadget. 1v3 with that diffuser cold on the ground and very little time to work with. 2 players in the crossfire. Deadshot finds the final kill. And a good start for Wolves on their defense.
Nice one for Wolves. I think they just lent into Basement Oregon as Basement Oregon, and I won't overcomplicate it any more than that. I think I do not overthink that one. Look, it's a strong bomb site. If you can get all 5 players back on the bomb site, you've got all your catch, you've got your mirrors and your power positions. Even as an attack, even as a 5-man attacking roster, it can be then hard to still land that execute. I think Wolves played that one really well.
Yeah, basement is usually a given on Oregon. It's by far and away the best bomb site on that map, but these other bomb sites are where things get challenging. So moving up to dorms now for Wolves, this is the real opportunity for Alpha Atheris. And I'm curious what they're going to go for. Are they just going to do a pretty typical, like, try and clear master, try and clear attic take? Or are they going to go for something more like a big window white stairs take, maybe a bit of vertical game? We do have the Gridlock and her nades, but not a lot else in terms of the nade game.
5 seconds to insertion.
Toski switching out onto the Buck though. That does make me think that maybe they are going to try and send in their players to play that vertical game from down below. Although Deadshot is down here on the Oryx, and he's going to be making havoc on his own. Of course, a very mobile operator, can jump in and up through the hatches, make his own rotates. He's the perfect operator, really, to be roaming in the ground floor.
Deadshot's such a good pickup, honestly. I was skeptical for a little bit, I admit, but he just seems like one of those guys who's always consistent.
Alright, here goes Ivan though. Already in trophy control, so no resistance whatsoever on the side of Wolves inside of trophy. They've really dialed back their defense towards only the bomb site, and even dedicating 2 Rios inside of meeting here to protect Deadshot in his position. Meanwhile though, it does seem like Alpha Atheris are in this decision-making process. Do they go and dedicate themselves to clearing out Deadshot, or do they just have a look at the bomb site?
At the moment, quite a lot of pressure on the bomb site. Oh, Bibu, he's missed his impact trick. That means that this wall will be breached. Now he's using the Azami's Keeper barrier to try and plug up this hole a little bit. He's plugged up the closet rotate into Master. And now a second one as well will give Kamikaze an opening.
Here we go now. Closet control in the hands of Alpha Atheris as they make their way on in. Deadshot has been left to his own devices, and that's the play that we're going to keep an eye on as they make their way in through attic. They need to be really cautious as they traverse in through this attic hallway, because there is going to be a player down below shooting them up through the hatch, and Mowgli's ready for the cross as well.
This is a challenging defense now for Wolves. No line of sight here looking into trophy from Pit. That protects Mowgli, but it also means there's no crossfire on site to try and deny that plan. Ivan is so close to walking on inside. There's only 1 player he will have to confront. Gunfight could mean it all. In goes the player, but the Fenrir device makes it a cloudy affair indeed. Oh, double kill for Bibu. Shinka as well gets into the fight. Mowgli getting aggressive now at the shotgun. Toski tries to find something. Another one for Bibu. Hask seems all but hopeless. as he will fall to a flawless round from Wolves.
Really good stuff there from Wolves. Once again, pretty similar philosophy to that first defending round that they won as well. Just leaning into the stronghold of the anchor on the bomb site. They know that Alpha Atheris, yes, they've given a lot of space to them. Yes, they have given up Closet, they have given up Trophy. But by the time that they hit the bomb site, Alpha Atheris just didn't do enough work to actually cut down on the defense that had been set up inside of the bomb site itself, right? Like, once you go in for that top floor execute, it can be pretty tricky to get the bomb down. There's not that many safe spots. And the one safe spot that you can put it down in is pretty hard to get into in the first place, right? You've got to cross over the breach through basically half the bomb site and then get it in the corner. And so Alpha Atheris did try and brute force their way in, but Wolves just lent into the fact that they had the Azami up and they really could not get in.
Yeah, that Azami was really powerful. I don't know whether Alpha Atheris didn't have info on that or whether they felt like they didn't need to or didn't have the capacity to clear it. The other thing that really comes to mind is that's 2 rounds in a row, Mandy. We're spectating these attackers who are just running straight into the FNATs, the dread mines from Fenrir.
That's a good point.
I want to be clearing those. If I'm on the attack against Wolves, you're going to be picking the Twitch or the Brava. Yeah, I know your favorite. I mean, the Brava is actually the best counter to the dread mines, not dreadnoughts, the dread mines, because when they're closed, the only gadget that can destroy them is Brava.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think something that Alpha Atheris have been lacking in the series so far is problem solving. It just feels like Wolves have got their number. Well, actually, I wouldn't say that Wolves have got their number. I think Wolves are just playing their strengths. They're playing strats that are comfortable to them, and they know what to do, and they're not overthought, and they're just doing it. Whereas I think on the side of Alpha Atheris, they're not quite putting as much thought into it as Wolves are, even if it's just a little bit more simple. Oh, no. And like you've been saying, they've got to face tank some of these dread mines being sent into the Shadow Realm and taking damage for it. But in fact, they're actually going to double down on this peek onto Bibu and will take him down. But the vertical is there to meet them.
That's not half bad. P4 finds one. It's trades back and forth, Mandy, as Shinka is trying to hold on to Kitchen solo. Kamikaze is snuck into meeting. That is the bomb site. But where is the diffuser? It must remain on the ground somewhere because none of these 3 players have it. Oh no! A player went down with the diffuser, far from sight, far from control. Now his teammates must pick up the pieces. Mowgli has the diffuser, it's been pinged out, and Wolves know that they do not need to over-aggress. They can forfeit the site, they just need to hold on to the diffuser.
Oh man, and once again, a lot of value out of these dread mines. Another one of Shinka's has just gone off, and so that's going to telegraph one of the remaining plays of Alpha Atheris, and it really does seem like they have the read on this diffuser position. Mowgli taking the tango into Kamikaze will be able to take him down, and not even a slither of HP taken away from himself. Husk, though, has actually been able to reclaim the diffuser, somehow sneaking his way in through security.
Ivan must cover, low HP. 3 players on the defense for this retake. They don't need to rush. They can slowly but surely make their way through. Mowgli finds one. Traded back. Haskin a 1v2. Bit of damage onto Shinka. Oh, perfect shot! Deadshot describes what's been done to him. Shinka now changing his utility. He's activated that dread mine. Hask may well get caught. This is a 300 IQ play. And as the dread mine should activate, Shinka should have information on this final player. He moves on forward. Can he land the shot? He goes down. Is there time? Shinka's got it. He's got the clutch for Wolves. By the skin of their teeth, they keep themselves in it. They keep themselves flawless. 3 rounds on the trot.
Never in doubt, Dev. When it's Shinka on the clutch, you never doubt. The round is not over. And what a crazy microplay. Like you pointed out in the last couple seconds, realizing, hang on a moment, I can send him into the Shadow Realm and then take the fight onto him. And he did it. That was awesome. That was so cool. That was awesome there from Wolves and from Shinka, the clutch master of EU, I would say. He's been able to do some nut stuff.
Yeah, a very underrated player is Shinka. Might not have a lot of kills all the time, but his kills are valuable. There's no doubt about it, and he's a very clever player. Alpha Atheris are going to have to get clever about this. Tactical timeout. What needs to be said?
That was a close round there from Alpha Atheris. I liked the fact that they were able to reconvene in through that mid-round, pick up the diffuser and realize, okay, all the Wolves players, they flipped the defense over to small tower. Let's just try and get a plan of meaning. And Husk, he really almost did it there, man. Like, he did some nice shots onto the players that were trying to retake into the bomb site. But unfortunately, when you're in a 1v1 against Shinka, it's a pretty tough spot to be in. So I think for Alpha Atheris, they're realizing that they have the rhythm to get back into it. It just needs to be a little more well thought out.
It's narrow margins though, Mandy. That's all it takes for Wolves to get themselves over the line in these rounds. The only thing that's standing between Alpha, Atheris, and quite a few rounds on the board in this series is just those tiny narrow margins, and Shinka will have breathed new life into Wolves as well with that victory. Winning the tertiary bomb site on Oregon, it's by no means a necessity. You can happily coast through with your 2 laundry victories, maybe 1 on Dorms, and you'd be happy going into the second half. Here for Alpha Atheris, they are going back into attacking the basement with 0 rounds on their side. As we, of course, have a really quick rehost here. Now, this is a technical timeout, so the players aren't allowed to talk tactics. They will just have to sit and wallow in whatever emotions they must be experiencing right now.
It's actually kind of cruel. I don't know. I feel like cruel has been my word of the day at the moment because it really is. It's only day 1. And yeah, I feel like not being able to talk in your tactical timeout and just having a look at your teammates like, yo, what up? No, but not really yo, what up? Like, you got to say it psychic.
I don't know if you're allowed to like do hand signals, but if it was me, I would play like rock, paper, scissors or do a thumb war or something with my teammate. I think that would be fun.
I feel like the refs will get mad at you for that somehow.
Yeah, the ref probably will.
Yeah. But I think the big thing about these like tech timeouts is the marinating thoughts and emotions. You know, that's bad. That's not good, especially when the emotions that are marinating in your brain are not happy thoughts. That's not cool. And if you're Alpha Atheris right now, they're probably not very happy thoughts.
No. Well, we did see Nil, who is their coach standing behind them right now, having a little bit of a chat to them during that tactical timeout. And I'm still wondering what's being said because different coaches have very different methods. We've talked a lot about this, Mandy, and also off air, we've talked a lot about this recently because you recommended me a particular book, which I very much enjoyed.
That's good. Very good.
And I can't stop thinking about it, I admit. The inner game. It's about the external game is Rainbow Six. That's what we're playing. But there is an inner game going on inside every single player's mind about reaching that peak performance right now in this very moment. And I want to know, is Nil focusing on helping his players perfect the inner game, or is he trying to help get the inner game on track, or is he talking about external factors? He's saying, okay, guys, you should be bringing these operators, or they're playing like this, so you need to do this. Which aspect of it is it? Or is it more like the inner game? Say, guys, you need to chill out, just have fun with it, no pressure. This is just, don't care about who we're playing against, just play your game. Which way is it? Which mental kind of faculty is being applied?
I mean, I think in every situation it calls for something different, right? Like sometimes I feel like in Wolves' case, especially in that last map in Bank, it did feel kind of like just like small mistakes, you know? And that's just like getting yourself in the right headspace to not make those mistakes. That's sort of the beauty and the trouble of Rainbow Six. Like, you get punished in this game if you don't know how to not die, right? Like when you're a newcomer and you first learn how to play Rainbow Six, there's more learning how to not die than how to get kills, if that makes sense, yeah?
Very true.
And I think that it's even translatable here into Pro League as well. There are just some things that, you know, if you step a little bit out of line, you will die.
That's true.
Because that's how the game works. And yeah, I think for Wolves, it was just making sure they're in the headspace to not do that. Whereas I think in Alpha Atheris' case at the moment, it's a bit different. I would say, I think on a macro level, they've been struggling in terms of strategy. It just doesn't feel like the takes that they're doing are like super well thought out into what Wolves are actually bringing to the table.
It makes me wonder, Mandy, because like this is the best team in Latin America. They came first in stage 2. They didn't have to play through that last chance qualifier. This is the #1 team from that region, over Knights, over Revan, over all these other fantastic teams. These guys are the best. And that's after not making it to Copenhagen, after being 5th place in stage 1. But that was with Mutombo in the roster. And while Kamikaze at face value seems like a huge upgrade with all of his experience, if he's sitting in the middle, if he's calling the shots, you're asking 4 players who gained their confidence playing a certain type of game to completely change their attack, completely change their strategy, and figure out the way that they want to play the game.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Yeah, don't worry about that, guys.
So anyway, yeah, I'm going to piggyback off your point as well about them having to play a completely different game, right? In Latin America, the problem solving is completely different to the problem solving that you have to do against Wolves, right? Wolves, what they've been doing in this game, actually in this series in particular, is really leaning into that late game, especially on the defense. That's where all the utility is put. That's basically what they've been doing for the most part. Whereas in Latin America, a lot of the rounds are very focused in around that mid game, right? Like that middle part of the rounds where the trades are going back and forth. The way that the Latin American teams play is so much more fast paced and closer together as well, right? These Wolves players, they're able to hold on to their own ground. You think about players like Shinka.
They separate each other.
Yeah, they separate each other, but they pick self-sufficient operators. So you got people like Mowgli and Bibu, really good on Azami. They know how to make a fortress of their own, and they can hold there on their own for a long time. You got players like Shinka playing like Mira, Fenrir, that kind of thing. Self-sufficient operators. They're on their own, but they can hold a lot of parts of the map. Whereas of the way that a lot of the Latin American teams play is just like, my teammate's fighting over there, I'm gonna go help him. You know, it doesn't matter who they are, I'm gonna go and help them. And that's what the pacing of the game is like. And then when you play against Wolves, it's like a completely different court to be playing in.
Very much. And it's so frustrating when you're playing against a team that really understands the win conditions, right? And that's what we see. For example, you're talking about a player like Mowgli or Bibu, whoever it is, on Azami, in for instance. Think about the round where we saw the diffuser go down in Z hallway, right? Just outside of security. And the Azami saw where it was. I think it was Mowgli playing Azami. And you know what he does? He sets down his keeper barrier and he holds that position. He doesn't overpeak. He doesn't need to overpeak because he knows the win condition is him staying alive and that diffuser staying on the ground. He doesn't need to get too aggressive. All he needs to do is mount that pressure on Atheris. Now, I admit I've been a bit of a chess nerd recently, and recently I've heard a little bit of chess advice, which I think can apply a lot to Siege as well.
All right.
It's to take is a mistake. So in chess, to take a piece, if you don't have to take a piece, if you can instead add more pressure to that piece, that is the better option. And I can see the same thing happen here in Siege. Sometimes it's better to just increase your advantage instead of looking for more.
That's fair enough. That is very fair enough. It's like a risk and reward conversation all over again, you know? Like, you could go for the kill, but if you lose that fight, it puts your team in such a worse position than if you just didn't die.
Yeah, exactly. And
Sense
sometimes not dying is the most frustrating thing that you can play against, especially if you're on the attack and a defender is in a power position. Simply not dying as that defender can spiral the attack into making all kinds of unpredictable mistakes.
And that's kind of the key to this basement defense as well, right? The power positions in this bomb site are so strong that you kind of don't really need to roam. Like, yes, roaming is a strategy that is sometimes brought. Sometimes players, teams like to do it. It's all play style dependent. But in this particular series, Wolves have found a lot of success in just leaning into the bomb site itself and not looking for that extension. That being said, it does seem like Alpha Atheris are cooking up what seems to be a rush.
I want to see it, Mandy. I really do want to see it. Solas is banned, so you can't see that Bliss coming from a mile away. However, mute jammers, if placed down, could stall out this Blitz. In it comes. The Gon 6 has been heard. Oh, but what a shot! Shinka landed it right in the feet. He one-shots the Blitz right out of the server, looking for more. Gets it! Double kill for Shinka. This man is unstoppable. And now Alpha Atheris look like damn fools. Toski can't even find a damn thing. Kamikaze goes down without a second thought. And Wolves dominate 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, not a well thought out rush there from Alpha Atheris at all. Just funneling straight into the setup that Wolves had on the bomb site. Once again, it's Shinka. I feel like this is the only name we've been talking about in this game so far. He is insane. And they just walk straight on into him. He's got the shotgun out and he's like, so anyway, cool, I'm just going to shoot the Blitz because he has the trust in the SAS shotgun to do that. He goes around and is like, now I have a mirror. That's cool. And he shoots them as they go around the corner peeking the mirror and then gets even more confident, pushes through the rotate and then goes for another one and then another one inside of E-Box as well. Man, Shinka has been nuts.
It's fantastic to see that every single map we have watched from Wolves today has had a different star player. Earlier today, against Bliss, there's no doubt about it, it was P4. P4 had such a good, particularly first half. I think he dropped off a little bit as Wolves dropped off when Bliss maintained their reverse sweep. But on Bank, just prior to this, it was no doubt Bibu. He was insane. And now Shinka is stepping up for the team as well. Of course, keep in mind the kill count on the scoreboard is not complete because we've had that rehost, so that only includes all the rounds since it was 3-0. But Shinka's had so many big moments. He had his massive 1v3 clutch as well, let's not forget. And Wolves are banking on big plays like that to get that extra little 10% for their team.
Deadshot looking for the spawn peek outside onto lobby, contesting that long line of sight, but not able to quite land the shots. It's Alpha Atheris to mount another attack and another approach into the building, but it does seem like they're going to meet pretty strong resistance. Mowgli holding onto Trophy early, but actually no utility to support him. So once again, Wolves not looking to extend their way over into Trophy, not even looking for the extension inside of Attic. Both Wolves are closed. They are just focusing inside of the bomb site and using that to their advantage.
Ooh, okay, good impact trick though from Bibu. Can he land the second one? Okay, two destructive devices from Ace, what are they called? Selmas, there we go. Destroyed. Oh, and a third!
Wow.
Mowgli came over and threw his impact as well. That is massive now. Wolves have completely eliminated all of the hard breach that Alpha Atheris have brought to the table.
I might call it here a bit early. I feel like they've lost the round off the back of that, to be honest. What can they do? Everything is closed. They have no more hard breach to open anything whatsoever. So every single wall is going to stay closed. The only way that Alpha Atheris can win this round is if from here they then go and pivot to try and do something like a big tower and a kids type push or something like that that's more explosive, because the only thing they can do from this master side is funnel in from that one doorway, and that's the one that Bibu's looking at the moment. So they really need to make a pivot if they want to convert this.
Kamikaze does find one. Bibu almost loses his life to Hask. Down below, there are snakes in the grass. There are players down here. Bibu almost dies to that nade. Alpha Atheris have a chance here. Numbers advantage on their side. You might not need a breach if you can bring it back with pure gunfights. But P4 down below dispatches with Hask and can continue to support his team.
Tough spot now, though, still for Alpha Atheris. They need to follow their way on in, and there are still two players inside of this trophy position, being helped by the crossfire of Mowgli and of Bibu. And speaking of Mowgli, he's able to take the fight on onto Toski, goes for the re-swing onto Jay, 2 to his name, and that's going to put Alpha Atheris at a pretty heavy man deficit now.
Doesn't get much worse than this for the LATAM team, the sole LATAM representative remaining in Atlanta. Eventually Mowgli goes down, but it doesn't matter because P4 down below finds the final kill. Mowgli's having a laugh. Wolves have just won 5 rounds straight of defense on their opponent's map pick.
I feel like I called it a bit early and I got a bit scared there, but I really do feel like Wolves won that round in the first 30 seconds. I'll be completely honest with you. The only options that Alpha Atheris had once that wall was not open was then to go into funnel. And there was such little ways that they could have funneled into the bomb site with all the goo mines being up from Mowgli, all the Azami stuff that they just could not clear whatsoever. There was no way for them to get on in. And even as they peeked their head into the entry parts of the bomb site itself, instantly beheaded by Mowgli. 3 on the round, and Wolves just doing such a good job playing a simple game. I will say they're really not overthinking these strategies at all. They're very conservative. They're not overthought. They're not these crazy big stuff where they're holding onto the map, they're being ambitious about it. They're just holding onto the bomb site. That's all it takes.
Yeah. Damn. Alpha Atheris are really struggling in this map specifically. Like on map 1 it wasn't so bad, but 5 rounds in a row. Mandy, it's been a rough day to be a Latin American fan. We already saw Knights go home without winning a single map in their BO3. They went down handily, they went down quietly. Revan, 6 Karma, they didn't make it to this major. In fact, 6 Karma, oh Mowgli, what are you doing, man? Okay. There you go, another team kill.
I think he was trying to shoot the glass in the window.
Fair enough.
And then killed him.
As I was saying, 6 Karma, who were arguably the best Latin American team we've seen so far, they beat NIP at the Copenhagen Major. They cannot make 6 Invitational. Yeah. Knights cannot make 6 Invitational. Revan will not make it to the 6 Invitational. Alpha Atheris is the final chance for Latin America to make it to SI, and their chances of doing so are looking very grim.
Speaking of grim,
Knew you were going to say that.
I mean, you set me up perfectly for it. Oh, hang on a moment though. P4 has just taken out Ivan over in Small Tower. Meanwhile, it does seem like the rest of Alpha Atheris are going to try and clear their way in through the top floor. Mowgli thinks the better of it is going to fall off into Zulu.
I don't know what Mowgli's thinking right now, but he's fired up. You could see it after last round. Since the rehost, 5-1.
Toski knows, I reckon. I think Toski knows that P4 is being cheeky. I think.
Where is that? Where is P4? Is he hiding in... Oh, it's in Small Tower, isn't it? Just around the corner. And yeah, you're right. I don't think that Toski knows exactly where he is, but he's got a feeling.
Shinka's thinking about it as well. He's like, all right, P4, I want to get you back. I want to get you back to safety, mate. I'm not keeping you in the small tower once the execute comes through. And he's just going to have a quick peek in through the shower hallway to make sure that it is safe for now. Meanwhile, though, the vertical game is in the hands of Alpha Atheris with the sledgehammer of Husk, and he can start to dislodge some of the anchors on the bomb site, although there isn't many. It's just Mowgli, and he's safe.
Bibu is pretty close to that bomb site as well.
Oh, dear.
And, well, as you can see, looks like the game is continuing. Now, we can see on our second monitor that the game is actually continuing at the moment. I can tell you it is still a 4v3 in favor of the Wolves with 50 seconds left to go, but Hask has found another kill. Mowgli's gone down. Shinka, though, does trade it. So at the moment, Wolves are in an advantage. It's now a 3 versus 1 for Wolves with Jay, the last player remaining, and I've now lost my second feed as well. So I don't know, but let's watch the players. It's a 3v1 for Wolves. We'll see their reaction when they win, surely.
Well, maybe they won't have a reaction.
Oh, here we go.
They're still going.
3v1 remains. Jay with it all to do. He's got the diffuser. Every single player on his team spectating him. Here's an angle for Shinka, though. Look at that prone, but P4 with the cross. Wolves handily, comfortably cruise their way onto match and series point.
Very nice. Very good from Wolves. They just chill out. They fell off early as the roam clear came through, and they were in the bomb site. But then the bomb site started getting verticaled. So they were like, oh no! Anyway. And they went off the bomb site, and they were safe.
There's been so many, oh no!
Oh no!
Anyway, moments in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah. I think for Alpha Atheris here, they just don't seem to have it in their repertoire to problem solve the problems that Wolves are bringing to them.
And I think it's just getting exponentially worse as the game goes on. There's no doubt about it that Alpha Atheris are in their own heads. And we saw it in the first map when that team kill came out, when Kamikaze flicks to his teammate and it wasn't like a team kill like Mowgli where, I was trying to shoot the floor. No. He, in the heat of the moment, got confused and thought that was an enemy and shoots to his head. That is like such a devastating way to exit your tournament, right? You see something like that go down, you know that it's pure chaos in the comms. Nil sitting back there, listening to it all unfold, getting his chance to throw a tactical timeout in the mix, and it not counting for anything. That is gutting. We may not have any Mexican representatives at Six Invitational in terms of a team. We, of course, have Gio on Sonics, so credit to him. That's good. Mexican fans at least have someone to back for, but we've never had a majority Mexican team make it to a Six Invitational before. And Alpha Atheris, their chances of doing so are slipping away.
Here goes Wolves at their approach in on the building. It is the basement bomb site of choice for Alpha Atheris. Fair enough, and it does look like they are extending their roam out in through the ground floor. And what that means is that they've left the site rather vulnerable. P4 is going to put a drone inside of Blue Bunker, just in the corner of the generator, and has identified that there's actually no one playing in it just yet. It does seem like Alpha Atheris are leaning into playing that meeting power position for as long as they can, but then actually looking for the fall off through the hatch.
Well, that hatch though. Oh, Jay misses the Twitch drone. That's unfortunate. Deadshot's getting a lot of information. Okay, guys. Dreadmine down on the rear stairs. No Dreadmine on blue. Shinka has taken down Hask, one of the best players from Alpha Atheris earlier today. And the remaining roster must stave off 5 very keen, very excitable, and very riled up Wolves. Now, Kamikaze is able to take down Mowgli. That's something, but he'll need a hell of a lot more than that. Here's Bibu on the shield. Don't get too close.
They're thinking about it, our Wolves. They're thinking that they can maybe hit the bomb site. Oh, what's going on over there? By the double door, okay. Toski taking a little bit of damage and thinks the better of it and is going to fall off. Meanwhile, Bibu creeping his way on in towards the bomb site. What they need to worry about is these dread mines as they make their way on in, but Deadshot's going to make things easier. Taking down Jay. Now, man advantage still in the hands of Wolves as they have a whole minute left to plan this execute.
See you on the other side.
And some change as well. Shinka's going to get a nice line of sight breach on this wall. Now, no actual entry, not required. All it's used for is to try and punish any players getting aggressive in the site. Those Vulcan canisters are going to delay a bit of time. P4 as well is able to clog up this site and the surrounding hallways with these track stingers. Oh, it takes a bit of damage. Needs to be careful. When will this plan come through? Ivan's actually snuck on in. He's taken down Bibu. Where was the cover? Shinka trades, but it may be too late. 2 players survive.
Tough spot there for Toski. Only 2 remaining plays for Alpha Atheris, and they're holding the crossfires for dear life, but there goes the Dread Mine.
And Kamikaze takes down P4. This is possible. There is a dream, and Toski makes it a reality. The trade from Shinka, and the trade back again from Kamikaze. It's still going. This is not done yet. Wolves might have a 6-0 lead, but finally Alpha Atheris, they wake up and they start to fight back. They fight for their chance to survive at the major.
Close round there for both of them. It just came down to a 1 versus 1. Kamikaze and Shinka. And a rare sight, but Shinka actually doesn't win that one out. And you don't see that every day, but a solid defense, I think, overall for Alpha Atheris. They fell back into the bomb site once they realized that Wolves were doing a class of Wolves MO and direct hitting into the bomb site and really not being super keen on clearing out that roam. The only person that really dedicated themselves to it was Deadshot on his own lurk. And, well, it did work out a little bit, but they couldn't quite translate it in the end from there. So Alpha Atheris, yes, they've successfully won the basement, but now they have to do it in kids.
Yeah, got to do it in kids, and then you got to do it on a tertiary, and then you got to do all those 3 rounds again to push overtime, and then you got to win your overtime, and then you got to go to Nighthaven Labs.
Damn.
So there's a bloody lot to go for Alpha Atheris. This is not a walk in the park. This is just about as hard as it will ever get.
Yep.
But you can't think about that 1 round at a time. 1 foot in front of the other. It's the only way forwards.
That certainly is. And Alpha Atheris, they're going to go over to kids and dorms, but they have a very different strategy to what Wolves brought. Wolves, they completely closed themselves off in the bomb site. They were like, we're safe. We're comfy here. Is there a point in extending? Not really, but Alpha Atheris don't think the same. They've extended themselves all the way into attic and inside of closet, even a rotation hole being made there, and the pit walls open as well. So they are actually trying to contest Wolves a little bit earlier on in the entry as they make their way on in.
Wolves slow and steady as they very commonly are. Kamikaze is still holding on to his position. It looks like, yeah, he actually hasn't lost his shield yet.
Here goes Kamikaze on his peak. Takes a little bit of damage, but is able to get away with his life. And Mowgli's going to have a re-attempt on the Rotero drone inside of Trophy. I can't believe he didn't kill it the first time, to be honest, but it has this time. It's going to force Alpha Atheris back in towards the bomb side, but they still have a rotation hole if they want to re-aggress into closet.
There's a lot of options still available for Alpha Atheris, but I think that with how they've played so far, Mandy, I wouldn't recommend overthinking it and trying to overcomplicate this, because Wolves, they love in the mid-round just sitting back and holding angles and waiting for the opponents to make a mistake.
They like having a think.
They do. And sometimes it's good to just chill out. You don't have to overthink. You can just wait patiently. Ivan, a bit of pressure thanks to that nade. The second one may come through, or perhaps some track stings to boot. And do not go prone at the top of White Stairs. I tell you what, we have seen that pan out far too poorly for far many players too many times. Ivan, though, dueling quite a difficult position. Mowgli does find Kamikaze, but there is a trade from Toski. Numbers advantage maintained by Wolves.
Oh, but here goes P4 up the White Stairs and able to backstab into Toski. Can he claim the second? No, he can't. Jay is there for the trade to hold strong inside the bomb site, but it's all Jay now left to do in the 1 versus 3.
And he will fall eventually to Deadshot. Wolves, it took them a while, but a 7-1 is nothing to scoff at. The French will survive to fight another day in the Atlanta Major. It might have been a rough morning for them against Bliss, but they have well and truly redeemed themselves here against Alpha Atheris. And with that, Latin America, their hopes and dreams have been crushed. No more Latin American teams remain at the Major, and none will go to the 6th Invitational in 2024.
Great reset approach from Wolves as well. Off the back of the loss earlier in the day, they just hit the big red reset button and said, let's play the comfy game. Let's play a game that we know how to play, set the tempo. They knew that Alpha Atheris didn't know how to match up to that tempo. They kept all their strategies comfy and simple, and that's all that it took.
And with that, we've got fist pumps all around. I mean, it's great to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship. Oh, Nil's giving everyone a hug. Lilun as well, coming through, talking to them. Damn. This is just like, this is a gutting moment, right? Like, these players, this is their first time ever making it to a major, of course, with the exception of Kamikaze there in the middle. And it's so nice to see their reactions. Also, I gotta say, it's so brutal that you literally lose, you get eliminated from the tournament, and then they sit there and they're like packing up their keyboards and stuff. Like,
yeah, I know.
Not a second to debrief, to think about it. No, just straight away, like, oh, get your mouse, get your keyboard, get your mouse pad, whatever.
It is brutal. It really is a cruel world here in phase 1 of the Blast Rainbow Six Atlanta Major, and unfortunately for Alpha Atheris, they are going to be the final team that we are sending home today. And yeah, like you've been pointing out, that's Latin America gone. I think to circumstances at none of their fault, to be honest. It is quite difficult to amount all of your players here in time, and I think for Alpha Atheris, all they're going to look forward to is to that future, of course, to try and look for that improvement. Like you've been saying, no, they aren't going to make that showing at the 6 Invitational, but surely that can only spark a little bit more hope and a little bit more hard work going into 2024.
Very true, and I think Latin America have a lot of potential. We saw that with Revan and 6 Karma in Copenhagen, and just because of the weaknesses of what's happened with Latin America in Atlanta, I wouldn't discredit that region and what they're capable of doing in the long run and into next year, of course. But you know who will be going to the 6 Invitational? The Wolves! They have now qualified for SI. They're 100% guaranteed, and they had a phenomenal game. Let's go and look at the stats to break down what we just saw. As we said, insane from both of these teams in a lot of rounds, but for me, Wolves, in both their games, there were players that just like stepped up hugely. We talked so much about P4 in the Bliss match earlier today. Bibu stepped it up in map 1 on Bank, and it was all the Shinka show on map 2 of Oregon, which I love to see. I love to see how well-rounded this team is. Damn, did he actually go 11-2?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right? He went 11-2.
Wow.
He's insane. He's a support player. He's got 3 opening kills.
100% cost as well from Shinka, so getting involved in every single round, that's a pretty good feat from him. I think the thing about Wolves is that they have their role that they play, and they all play their role like pretty well, you know, especially Shinka, probably one of the most proficient anchor and hard support players in the world. I think it's fair to argue he just does his job so well. So once the fight actually comes to his part of the map, which, you know, it doesn't always happen when you have Deadshot and Mowgli on the roam. Sometimes Shinka sees nobody. But when Shinka does see somebody, when the fight does come to his part of the map, he guns them down.
And when everyone dies and it's just Shinka left, he will still command in those clutches. It wasn't on the graphic, but he did win a 1v3 as well in that game. And now Wolves have qualified for the 6 Invitational. Let's have a look at all the teams that have done so. So, of course, most of the teams on the left-hand side of your screen are actually already qualified coming into today. What has changed today, you ask? Well, Bliss are confirmed. Dark Zero, Space Station, Fury, and Wolves have all taken control of their own destinies and locked themselves in for the 6 Invitational. I am astounded and impressed to see Geekay all the way up there at 96%. On top of that, look at the very bottom of your screen, Falcons at 99.8. We are very, very likely to have at least one MENA team at the 6 Invitational, and maybe even 2.
Yeah, but look, the danger here, Dev, is that because we've qualified in 5 teams today, there are only 5 spots left for the 6 Invitational. No more last chance qualifiers, so we're only having 20 teams go in instead of the 24 that we usually see. And that does mean that, unfortunately, your teams like BDS are probably just going to miss out on it by a very small margin. I mean, look at the percentages that Geekay and like Falcons are on at the moment. Even Sandbox at 94%. It's going to be hard to be able to slip into that top 20.
It's very true. Sandbox, however, are eliminated now from the tournament, so they can't further their chances. The same can be said for M&M on 15%. Of course, these percentages are a little bit hard to get your head around, but that's because it's very complicated to do all the maths of this team has to get to this result and this team has to get to this result, because there's a lot of teams that can qualify for this event, right? But I think the 2 outliers are M&M and BDS. Right?
Yeah.
BDS, however, have already qualified into phase 2 of the Atlanta Major and are likely one of the favorites to make the top 8, potentially even take the tournament with how their form is right now. They did it a year ago in Jönköping, and a year on, perhaps they'll win yet another major. This was a fantastic day of matches. Any particular highlights that you want to look at on the B stream for us today?
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Yeah!
That was an awesome game.
That was sick.
Not
That
just
so cool.
because Bliss played so well and won. Yeah, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. But 8-6 reverse sweep down from 3-6.
Yeah,
That's
that
pretty
was
damn
awesome.
cool.
Yeah. That was a really cool game to watch. I mean, it looked like such doom and gloom. All the Aussies that were like sleep deprived awake at 7 a.m. were like, come on, but it worked. They sent them their energy.
Did anyone go to bed at 6-3 down? Anyone for Bliss? It was like 7 a.m. or not go to bed, but like whatever you would, you had something to do. I think it was a work day. So, yeah, you're your doubters, and now you got egg on your face. Bliss have made it on to day 2, as have the Wolves. So neither team from that match eliminated as of yet. The 2 last standing in that group. But of course, that's all for us today at the Atlanta Major. We hope you had a fantastic time here. I certainly did. Day 1 was awesome. I'm looking forward to day 2. And with that, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.